taking me some time. I tell myself don't stop. Like waves are breaking, I found a way, I made it. If only I don't stop.
Was it over before we met? Or could you love me again? 'Cause you're the memory that I can't forget. Something more than regret. If we go back in time, can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. We've always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You said it's over for a reason. If only words give me that meaning. You wanted never to believe it. Think we're addicted to that feeling. Lately I'm dreaming about you and how you can take me right back to where we started. 'Cause I'm going crazy without you. I need you. Just let me right back to where you are. Can we go back in time? Can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. It's always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learn to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight.
Guys, I'm slightly worried because we're about to kick off DreamHack Masters Spring. You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow. Oh, 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 yeah, I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know. Oh, 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 yeah. If we should take it slow. Oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know. Oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. Oh, 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 yeah. If we should take it slow. Oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know. Oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. 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 I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is like fire, never been higher than I've ever been. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over. Again and again, I'm here till the end, and I won't let go. You're all that I have, baby, don't say no. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over, 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 over. Couldn't be better, need to feel closer than you've ever been. Try to move slower, but I don't wanna. You drive me insane. I'm here till the end, and I won't let go. You're all that I have, baby, don't say no. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over, 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 over. This is all I need, it's easy. People tell me that we move too fast. They don't even know what we know. I feel like we could face the whole world, 'cause I know that you're so good for me. 'Cause they don't even know what we know.
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. 'Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and that I need to worry about. 'Cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe. 'Cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about. 'Cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe. 'Cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems. 'cause I got no problem. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and all I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. A whisper in the silence is ringing inside the void in my head. I'm searching through the darkness but feeling like there is nobody there. I wake up just to find I'm in chains and you're there holding the key. No, 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 no. Fell for another one of your games. No, this can't be happening. No, 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 no. I'm shaking 'cause I'm frozen. I need some holy water to wash away this poison. You got me trapped inside her. No.
You got the move on me. I'm telling you now, I'm trapped in ecstasy. No way to come down, too late to pray for me. Cause I'm going higher, higher. I'm up in heaven, I'm up in heaven now. I'm up in heaven, I'm up in heaven now. I'm up in heaven, I'm up in heaven now. I'm up in heaven, and I won't come down.
Down, won't come down, down. Not coming down, too late to pray for me. I'm up in heaven, don't try to save me. Not coming down, too late to pray for me. I'm up in heaven, too late to save me. You got the move on me. I'm telling you now, I'm trapped in ecstasy. No way to come down, too late to pray for me. Cause I'm going higher, higher.
I'm up in heaven, I'm up in heaven now. I'm up in heaven, I'm up in heaven now. I'm up in heaven, I'm up in heaven now. I'm up in heaven, and I won't come down.
Down, 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 said I won't come down. Not coming down, too late to pray for me. I'm in heaven, don't try to save me. Not coming down, too late to pray for me. Too late to save me.
I won't come down.
If you wanna be my love, boy, gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna know.
Guys, I'm slightly worried because we're about to kick off DreamHack Masters Spring. And there doesn't appear to be a set for us to do the death segments from. But don't worry, because no matter what happens behind me, we're going to have some epic action here on day one, because we have got Titans in trouble in the shape of Astralis, Vitality, and Na'Vi, all making changes recently. And speaking of CIS teams, Group A is stuffed with them. We've got 4. That's 50% of Group A, and I have a feeling they're going to be impressive. And then over in Group B, Extra Salt are hoping to do it for America. But can they? You have to keep watching to find out.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
DreamHack Masters Spring 2021 has been 5 years in the making, and this is the 10th iteration of the Masters. I'm absolutely delighted and honored to be a part of this, and joined alongside me, as ever, is Dust. And we can't wait to get into these games. We've actually got some great matches on the B stream today.
Oh, absolutely, man. We got some absolute bangers to kick off these best of ones. As you said, some behemoths in the rankings going toe-to-toe, trying to become masters of DreamHack, trying to get those Pro Tour points to get themselves along to Cologne and just generally improve upon their legacies. I mean, again, so many storylines, so many pieces of CSGO history have come through these Masters events.
No, it's so true. Like, we've had some of the Titans, some of the very biggest teams, the biggest players duke it out on those finals, from Sweden to Denmark to Brazil to across the world. And this tournament is going to be more of the same, Dust. I mean, we have some of the best teams on the planet currently playing in this tournament. Now, obviously, we've had a couple of changes. There's been a bit of turmoil for some teams. I think it's safe to say we're probably going to touch on one of those briefly in not too much time. But coming into this, I feel like there's no guaranteed winner coming into this tournament. Like, you can have the Gambits in the back of your mind. You can have the Spirits. You can have other teams that you think may very well do it. I'm not sure we have a cast iron winner.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you, man. I mean, there's a lot of teams right now that are battling out. The CIS region seems to be on fire right now. You have Heroic, the Danes over there doing fantastic work, and so it really has been a scramble. But I see here in the run of show, I swear to you, this is literally verbatim when I'm reading right now. We apparently now currently have about 30 seconds to talk about life and pets, Vince. So, I mean, I obliged production, and we've sent them pictures of our pets. I mean, so, you know, we got that going for it. There's mine. There's old Roku, my black lab border collie mixed dog. Had him for 6 years now. So all gawk at his cuteness, please. Take it in.
That has to be Astralis fans when they heard that Device is off the nip.
Yeah, I actually, that's well done. See, there's the banter half of that whole thing I was just saying in the run of show. So I'm glad we were able to get that out the way. I know you have a fantastic pet as well. I think, is it Millie? Is that her name?
It is, yes.
How do I know that? How do I know that? I don't know how I remembered that, but there she is in all of her gloriousness. Luckily, that is not full of water, because this would be a much different photo.
No, and I would have scratches all over my arm. She absolutely hates water. So I just found her sleeping in the sink one day, and I was like, I have to take a picture of this. It's too cute.
Yeah, because that'll never happen again. So, yeah, definitely got to capture those moments when you can. Speaking of capturing moments, Vince, we'll hopefully be doing plenty of that these next few days as well. For those teams, they'll hope that it's positive moments. In fact, I think all of them will hope it's positive moments.
Yeah, they'll be hoping it's a positive one. Obviously, we're going to have some slips and sides, and some teams have to win and some have to lose. But we do have a video coming up just around the corner. Now, we mentioned before about how many nations are taking part in today's proceedings and indeed over DreamHack Spring. There is one nation that is eerily silent, though, and that's Sweden.
Throughout the history of Counter-Strike, we have seen nations rise and fall. Like in a symphony, we have the upgoing crescendo and the fall in diminuendo. Once, in the dawn of DreamHack Masters, the Swedish teams were standing high. NIP started off the Masters era with their historical win.
When we opened the door to go out on the stage, the whole place was like shaking and everyone was screaming NIP. It was just amazing.
We also saw a strong team, godsent of Swedish heritage, going strong all the way to the semi-final, losing out only to the Ninjas. The year after the great win, NIP was back at it again in Malmo, this time with two new proteges to the lineup in Draken and Rez.
Oh, what is that flick from Draken?
In the first DreamHack Masters in France, in Marseille 2018, both NIP and Fnatic came out strong. Later that year, in Masters Stockholm, NIP fought their way to the semi-final, where they fell to the #1 team in the world. Fnatic had a rough tournament, but changes were on the horizon. Maybe some new instruments to the ensemble? Soon, after the tournament, we saw some shuffles in the Fnatic roster. The young prospect of Brolin joined from Red Reserve, and JW took him under his wing. Back in Malmo, where the Masters saga all started, it was time for Brolin to show what he had learnt, and for Fnatic to be taking the trophy on home turf.
We believe in us. We don't think about the opponents, we just believe in ourselves and play our own game, and that's work.
As time goes, nations rise and nations fall. The symphony fades out. In the online era of Masters, we have seen the Swedish teams fade out and disappear.
Can't feel good.
For Spring 2021, they are nowhere to be seen. Even the greatest composers take inspiration from their peers, but NIP crossed the Öresund Bridge to bring Device over to the dark side.
I definitely think it's a boost for Swedish Counter-Strike that he goes to NIP. You should look out for NIP in the future.
Device now has to train them up to his level, betray his own country, and drag Sweden back to where it belongs.
Some excellent voiceover work from Jackie there. And as he just touched on at the end, Device now going up against his own countrymen on the Ninjas. Let's just touch on that for a few moments, Dust, before we do carry on here. It was quite a shock to many people, myself. Is this something that you ever saw reasonably happening?
I mean, based on all the ruckus that had been going on with the Astralis organization, I could have foreseen that one of their players might have moved. But Device was definitely not one of the pieces I would have ever expected. And on top of that, if he had moved, I would have anticipated him going to a team that was maybe more instantly ready to be one of the best in the world, right? I think NIP has a lot that they're going to have to do to be able to jump up the rankings. I mean, Device is a fantastic piece, but I think some of those players need to develop a little bit. Some of those guys are still, very fresh in comparison to the field. And I honestly thought that if Device had ever jumped ship, that maybe he would find himself on like a phase, or if he was going to go Swedish, go Fnatic or something like that, who I think is a little bit more, built well as far as the core goes to succeed. So I was a little shocked to see where he went, but yeah, this has to be perhaps one of the biggest moves in Counter-Strike history.
I think it has to be up there, right? I mean, going from Astralis, and yeah, as you said, it had been a bit shaky. There'd been a bit of a ruckus over there. But going to NIP, having a lot of faith in the future and bringing in some more of those fresh players and having that fresh blood, definitely not one that I was expecting or a lot of people were. And now I think it leaves a bit of a a hole in Astralis. Like, what does the future hold for Astralis? How are they going to be able to battle back? Is this going to be maybe a loss that proves to be a bridge too far and other players potentially leave as well?
No, I think they're going to fizzle out here pretty soon. That's just my personal speculation. I think there was like two irreplaceable pieces to Astralis, and that was Glaive and Device. I mean, don't get me wrong, all those other players are fantastic as well, perfect for their roles, and have contributed time and time again for Astralis over the years as they became the greatest team of all time in CSGO history and perhaps one of the best in Counter-Strike history. But I do feel like the key pieces of that team, if you had to pick two, I think it would have been Device and Glaive. So to lose one half of that, I think is just so detrimental. I don't think there is another Danish opera that you could bring in that would satisfy that role as much as Device could. Device was the perfect system opera, right? He's not as flashy or explosive as a Simple or a Ziwu, but within a team system, he was the best.
Yeah, Mr. Consistent, and the HLTV top 5s, top 10s don't lie. He's always there or thereabouts. However,
since 2013, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Every single one.
Like 8 years. You can't really argue with that. That is CS royalty, whichever way you spin it. However, as we were just talking about before, Astralis and the Swedes, well, they're going to have one thing on their minds, and it's the EPT. All roads lead to EPT, and we've got Machine and Sponge to break it all down for you in this video.
Chutney!
G'day, mate. Glad you could make it.
I like what you've done with the place. Very fancy, fancy schmancy. Oh, mate, just let it go. There are Valorant pros younger than that thing.
Hey. I thought this was just a little light-hearted piece, mate.
The caches as well. You've got the bloody earn for your CSGO career around here.
More cheap laughs. All right, mate. I am undefeated in the caches. Nobody can take that away from me. But check this one out.
Ooh.
Let's get stuck in, mate. It's nearly Masters Championship time, Alex, and you know what that means. The stakes at DreamHack Masters are higher than ever.
Go on, what's on the line?
EPT points, Cologne qualification, and a notch in that coveted Intel Grand Slam belt.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Let's take a little look at who's already qualified for Cologne. These boys from South America, Asia, and Oceania are already locked into the play-ins. Good job as well as, look, none of them here at DreamHack Masters.
Stroof almighty.
Next, we've got the big boys. In Europe, Gambit and Virtus Pro are guaranteed a spot in Cologne's top 16. The same can be said for North America, with Liquid and Furia locking themselves in as well.
Okay. Oh, Chad.
The boys, they're back together, but they're just not. They're not performing. They were meant to be the chosen ones, Alex.
Oh, come on, mate. Come on.
The
They've still got time. I even heard Nifty's going to be coming back.
Oh God, no! Oh no! Australian Callus. We still got Juzzy Bear. We're still okay.
Come on.
Okay, we're all good now. So, look, we got these 4 teams. They're sorted. Let's just put them to one side. This is where things get interesting. Let's focus on good old North America. All right, well, it's all on the line for extra soul or pain. A win for either team will mean they leapfrog Team 1 into the play-in stage.
One win? Okay. Easy squeezy. Who are they playing?
That's the issue.
Oh, God. Okay, well, at least it's double elim, right? It's double elimination, so Device isn't there. He's a ninja now.
Look. The King and the Jack of Denmark both secured a spot in Cologne play-ins minimum. The same can be said for Counter-Strike's Ace. Simple. A decent showing at DreamHack Masters should push them above the threshold.
But wait, you said high stakes. It seems pretty damn tame so far.
All right, then, let's up the bloody ante. Here's Europe. None of these teams have secured their spot in Cologne. Every single position can change. Let's take FaZe, for example. A win here would actually send them directly to the main event, overtaking the likes of G2 in the process. You know what that means?
Shut up!
All right, well, here's the bottom line. The form that these teams show at DreamHack Masters Spring determines whether we'll be seeing them in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike in July. It's as simple as that.
Well, I guess they better play their cards right. Thank you. All of these are based on preliminary calculations and subject to both roster changes and any changes in upcoming tournament format. Most notably, DreamHack Masters 2017. 2017? Wow. Not that one.
And that really factors into what we were talking about before, Das, with a lot of moving parts, a lot of moving mechanisms, and really so much on the line. There's so many little twists and turns, and one result can make the difference between securing your spot in Cologne and being left behind in the dust.
I'm just thankful that we did not have to explain that. We had a video to do it for us. Also, really well done video, by the way. Shout out to everyone who worked on that one. Beautiful animations. And now we get to do the simpler part, Vince, where we get to kind of just kind of scope in on the very detailed, just kind of look at DreamHack Masters on itself, right? And as we're going to take a look at Group A here. And, this is where we're going to be kicking things off today, right? In our opening match. So we got Gambit versus Fiend over on the main stream. We'll be covering Spirit versus G2 to kick things off over here on the B stream. And then a little bit later on, we'll have a couple of, top 20 teams clashing, including several teams within that top 15 over there on the bottom side of the bracket. And a lot of familiar faces there, of course.
Oh yeah, it's just absolutely stacked. But now let's jump across to Group B. Now, many people were saying that Group A may very well be the group of death, but I think Group B definitely is no slouch as well, Dust. Like, there's so many good teams, so many high-end players. Astralis and Extra Salt, obviously, we just talked about Astralis before having lost Device. There's definitely some question marks. And I honestly think that Extra Salt are a team that are going under quite a few people's radars right now. I think they're actually a pretty legit team that they can definitely cause an upset or two, and that'll be a very interesting game to watch.
Yeah, of course, a lot of those guys, of course, being part of the former Cloud9 before they tried that whole international project, of course, like one of those up-and-coming teams from North America, OC being a solid opper. You got Fang on that team now, kind of like this crazy, I wouldn't call him a rookie, but definitely his debut at kind of the top level. And he actually, I think, won, like, the MVP of that Fun Spark event or something along those lines. Yeah, he definitely had a big performance there, so curious to see if they can carry that over against what is a very vulnerable Astralis right now, as the Bubsky, I think, will be coming in as the 5th. Who knows who's going to be opping? I know Dupree's done it in the past. Glaze certainly claiming that apparently he's the god opper on Twitter, that he'll be taking over. So we'll have to see what happens, man. I think that'll be certainly some interesting stuff to keep an eye on for sure.
Well, we are one step closer to opening up the opening matchup here. But first, we need to head to a break. And when we rejoin us, we'll be jumping through the vetoes and getting step-by-step closer into the action.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
16-2 or something like this, and I don't know why we played so badly the first game. I think we were super nervous or something, maybe.
After a rough start in the group stage, NIP managed to advance to the playoffs, beating the ever-strong Danes Astralis.
Ladder position, if he peeks out now, it's Dupree dead. Headshot, and he fades away. They can't get the refrag. Kerrigan tries. All that serves to do is tell get right. He's there. Oh, they'll do it. Forrest closes it out. NIP move on in Sweden, and you can head back across the bridge, Denmark.
Bomb is going to get planted, and it's the AWP confrontation. Again, Pitt's been missing a lot of shots. This is his way to make amends from those previous mistakes. He lands the shot.
After knocking out Virtus Pro in the quarterfinal, NIP faced off against their fellow Swedish countryman Godsent for a spot in the finals.
Get right ace or killed 4 guys, and I remember Twist was trying to knife him, and Get right just turns around like 90 degrees and just one tap save.
Get right's gonna look to try and bag himself this kill until Electro does finally get it. He is gonna find himself the receiving end of the battering. Here comes Get right. He gets knifed but peeks around and destroys Twist.
In a stadium packed with fans, Godsent raises the stakes, forcing NIP into a third and final map.
Player Forrest meanwhile, Connector again gets the ball. And he saved the semi-finals. He's being tagged up from short, picked off.
After the win, there was only one obstacle left to complete this Cinderella story: Navi.
we got a really good start, and we just kept rolling, and the crowd just went nuts, and we could hear them screaming like NIP. I think I remember like every single kill from that last round. I think GetRight got like the last 3 or something.
Another one, Flamey, with an important refrag, but GetRight is there. Zeus and Edward are left, and they're simply out of time. 30 seconds here. NIP, what a story it's been already. GetRight, and here it comes, NIP.
These boxes that we were playing in, they're supposed to be sound is isolating, but I think we could hear the whole arena, like everyone was screaming, and it's just amazing.
The first ever DreamHack Masters champion, the legendary Ninjas in Pajamas. The Masters saga began in 2016 with the first ever DreamHack Masters tournament. The event took place in Malmö, Sweden.
Every time I think about DreamHack Masters in Malmö, I just get like goosebumps and just good feelings.
With a year of struggle behind them, the home team Ninjas in Pajamas had a lot to prove.
We felt really confident, but then we started the game against Dignitas. Yeah, they totally just smashed us on overpass, I think like 16-1 or 16-2 or something like this, and I don't know why we played so badly the first game. I think we were super nervous or something maybe. Nice hope.
Thank you, thank you. Как?
Okay, okay. Okay. No scope.
No scope?
No scope. No scope. Ah! 17. No scope.
Five years of DreamHack Masters. It was great to see some of those moments going back to the opener in Malmo. And we're just a few moments away now, Dust, of getting our teeth into Spring against G2 and Spirit. Now, these two teams, obviously, that have a little bit of a recent past. They played against each other a few times. It's gone both ways, and it's kind of hard to tell which way this one's going to go this time around.
Yeah, exactly right. Back in February, it was Spirit taking on G2 in the group stage of Katowice, and it was Spirit being victorious in that group stage match. But then there was a rematch that took place just a couple of weeks ago for the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where G2 came out on top to qualify them to the next stage in the Blast Series. So, yeah, like you said, a little bit of rubbing shoulders between these two teams, and it's gone either direction. And then, I mean, we just don't stop, Vince. You look at the schedule. We got FaZe taking on VP. We got Cole taking on Vitality. We got Pain versus, right now, Heroic, who look like one of the best in the world. And then we have TBD versus TBD. You know, I'm not sure who TBD is, but apparently they're like a new team on the rise we have to keep an eye out for, Vince, and they're playing against themselves. So that should be a great one. And they do it twice.
4 teams, yeah. Been very busy as that TBT, but yeah, as you say, I mean, it's just jam-packed, just full of action, full of great teams, great players, and obviously as the day unfolds, obviously there is also an A stream as well, so there's plenty of fixtures over there. We'll have a better
Don't worry about
idea
that
of the
one,
best
though.
of threes.
Just still with me.
To be fair, I was saying this to you off stream. I generally think we might have got some of the better games. Like, we got lucky here.
They knew who to look out for, you know, on day one over here at DreamHack. As let's go ahead and focus in a little bit, Vince, on Spirit versus G2, number 9 versus number 10. And I think that the rankings for Spirit could really be on the rise. I mean, of course, they were the team that won DreamHack Open January earlier this year. They had a top 4 finish at Katowice as well at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. So they have been absolutely red hot. Lately, we've seen a bit of a mixed bag from G2, right? I mean, they did place top 8 in EPL. They were able to do well in the Blast Spring Showdown in their own right. And they've had a couple of top 6 and top 8 finishes along the way, including at Katowice and Blast Premier Global Finals at the end of last year. So both these teams, yeah, kind of on even footing, to be honest, with the results-wise. G2 obviously bringing Nico on board, bringing Jax back into the roster, still trying to, get themselves fine-tuned. I feel like we have seen that the cousins or the brothers, I'm not sure which, I think there's like kind of a translation issue there, but, Nico and Hunter are really taking charge of this team, right? The familial ties are coming out in the full force. We have seen Nexa kind of slip off the gas pedal a bit, though, lately. He's always been known as like a really strong fragging IGL, but it feels like his individual performances have been a little bit cooler than they have been in the past. But all in all, I mean, the sky's the limit for this team because they have a ton of talent. If they can make it work and continue to develop, I do think they could be some titans out there, maybe even a top 5 team in the world.
No, I definitely agree with that assessment. I think also one of the maybe storylines that doesn't get talked about as much is I've been really impressed with Amanek picking up that CT side up sometimes, and you also have Jax, putting in some big stellar performances from more of a glue kind of role. Obviously, most people are looking towards Nico for obvious reasons. The guy is an absolute behemoth of CS, but I think Jax and Amanek definitely have a few things to say. And then on the other side, you look at Spirit. This is a team that got to DreamHack Open finals and semi-finals multiple times towards the dying embers of 2020. And who was it that always seemed to be their kryptonite? It was Gambit, who are now revered as one of the best teams on the planet. So Spirit are definitely up there. And I think, honestly, to have this as our first game, Dust, we've actually got really lucky here. I think this could be a great game.
Yeah. And I feel like the difference is Spirit is firing on all cylinders, man. This team is chock full of CIS talent. Mir and Dexter are the ones really kind of leading the charge. And Dexter is kind of a crazy story because I talked about this in the past. The CIS region is so chock full of opping talent. So many good snipers come from that region. And you had essentially Dexter playing on the Espada team and just dominating individually in almost every event he competed in. And now he's been able to take that next step up in his career on Spirit, join the likes of Gambit, joining the likes of several other CIS teams that have really been on the rise lately, like Avertis Pro and Navi still hanging around, although they've had some struggles. And so, yeah, Dexter has really slid into this team perfectly, performing very, very well. One of their best performers next to Mir. Some Die Young is another guy that has been, kind of hyped for a while now and still performs quite well. And even Magic's on the team, 17 years old, very fresh to competition at a high level, still hasn't played that many events, had a bit of a colder start, I feel, when he first joined Spirit, but he has at times put in some huge performances throughout the last 6 months or so. So definitely a guy that, potentially can continue to evolve and continue to be a talent for this team.
It's quite interesting as well. Like, we will get into the vetoes very shortly, but I was thinking about this before we actually got into it. Actually, not shortly, now. So this is a perfect segue.
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked, kind of, although I was trying to buy time until the veto has popped anyway. We know 2 maps are probably not going to get played, right? Vertigo and Overpass. They are the perma bans of the 2 teams. And what's interesting to me, as they've just been banned now, Dust, is the teams actually do share a lot of maps as well. So it's hard to see where this goes down.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Spirit also take out Train, but I mean, the thing is, G2 are probably pretty happy about that. Their Train has also been a little bit rough. I think they have a 2-5 record with the Core 4 over the last 6 months on Train, so they're pretty happy to see that one go. They are going to go ahead and take out Inferno, which I'm a bit surprised about, actually. G2 have actually won their last 7 games in a row on Inferno after losing their first 6 together as a lineup. So I really thought that they'd actually want to keep Inferno in the pool, but maybe respecting the fact that Inferno has been a good map for Spirit. They have a pretty good record on that, as well as their Dust 2 has been super powerful. And so, again, kind of surprised that Spirit would take Dust 2 out. They have a 9-1 record on that map. That's probably the best map in their pool right now as far as win rate goes. So I'm a little bit shocked by a couple of these bans. Again, wouldn't have expected G2 to get rid of Inferno. Wouldn't have expected Spirit to get rid of Dust 2. We wind up on Mirage, a map that both teams, I feel like, at least results-wise, just looking at it on paper, has kind of been in the middle of their pools, to be honest. But the difference is most best of ones, you kind of get forced to the middle of your map pool, right? Because just there's so many bans that take place on your way there. but neither team was forced to go to the middle in this situation, right? Like Spirit, a very good Dust 2 team, G2, solid on Inferno, again, winning the last 7 games in a row. So a little bit shocked not to see one of those wind up going through, and Mirage wound up being in the cards instead. As again, both teams, kind of the middle of the road for them.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for the fact that you had a Spirit ban for Vertigo and GT went for Overpass, I'd almost think that those bans were like flipped or reversed somehow.
Yeah, it's possible.
But yeah, as you say, Mirage probably not the map I was expecting, or at least not to get to that destination through the journey that we just witnessed. But hey, I'll take it. I think Mirage could be a very interesting game. I don't think there's
you love Mirage, right? It's your absolute favorite map in the pool.
I don't mind watching it. I hate playing it. I'll be honest. I hate pogging Mirage because I get wrecked every single time. But yeah.
I was trying to poke the bear a little bit there, but you handled it in stride, Vince. Congratulations on that one.
But I want to see these two teams play Mirage, that's for sure.
See, the thing about Mirage is, from a viewer's perspective, is that I feel like it's the map that's the most versatile in the sense that you can play the map so many different ways, and it all comes down to what style of team you are, right? If you're a team that likes to do set pieces and really focus on executes, you can do that. If you're a team that likes to play default, just kind of play the mid control and just kind of play it to the mid round, you can do that as well. If you want to be super loose and scrappy and just kind of charge into, areas like mid connector or like just dry peek up A ramp, you can do that too. And then defensively, you have all the options open to you, whether you want to play standard, whether you want to get aggressive up middle, whether you want to get aggressive inside the palace or inside apartments or jump down a window and push underpass. Like, it really provides all the options for being passive and being aggressive and mixing between the two throughout the entirety of the match. And so I feel like you learn a lot about a team by the way that they play Mirage, as far as like what style they like to bring to the table and what type of pace they like to bring to the game. So that's why I personally like Mirage, and so I'm happy to see it come through as well in this match, especially between two fiery teams like this who have been on somewhat similar trajectories, though I think Spirit have maybe had the slightly more impressive resume thanks to their win at DreamHack Open earlier this year. So that's kind of the one that makes you kind of really look at them, especially also adding that top 4 at Katowice. So they've been doing really well in the EPT, but no more speculation required, Vince. We are underway here in the pistol round.
We're finally into our first round of the DreamHack Masters Spring 2021, and Sundai Young's going to kick things off with authority. 2 headshots delivered. And just like that, G2 on the back foot. They're trying to bring the bomb towards the site now. They have Nico as a pivot point just outside of Palace. But the fact that they lost those 2 players down around middle off just a very aggressive push from Sundai Young has kind of thrown a wrench in the works. Ooh. Now Chopper removing Nico surely puts G2 in an almost impossible scenario.
This, Vince, is done and dusted. Gotta get it in early. As it was that mid-aggression, right? We were talking about how you can approach Mirage a variety of ways, and so Sundai Young wasted no time with that mid-push, had a bit of support from Mir and company, as well as Chopper towards the connector to kind of help him facilitate that push. And now it is just 2 remaining members of G2 just trying to send some prayers through with these pistols, but just Spirit not having it, connecting the dots on every shot they've taken, leaving Hunter very lonely with the Glock and smoke grenade over here by this A-ramp position, and Mir will quickly take him out as well. A flawless victory for Spirit. Oh my goodness, that is a statement round.
A flawless victory and fatality, as it may end up being. Sundai Young, by the way, just pushing straight up middle, getting 2 kills, lost no health in the process. That is as clean as you could possibly ask for.
Oh, absolutely. Great way to kick off your tournament here by popping off like that. Of course, it's important to stay in the upper bracket in this group stage for as long as you can. Give you the best chances to advance to the playoffs. So, while these are best of ones, and while, this is early days, definitely a lot of value and coming out strong to kick things off, as we are going to see weapons upgraded again mid-aggression. This time it's going to be from Dexter, waiting from a pot flash perhaps from Sundai Young to take a swing on this corner, but also just kind of waiting to see a G2's going to test the waters first, right? They don't want to push this, but with that MP9, you want to try to get up close in someone's face, try to get value out of that money bonus, and so I wouldn't be surprised as soon as they feel just the slightest hint of pressure at mid that they should look to pop and push, or maybe eventually Dexter may even look to try to get a flank off.
G2 hoping that they are going to outmaneuver Spirit, but also I feel like sitting back and waiting here can potentially draw out as much utility from Spirit as possible. So even if you don't get kills, you may be taking away some incendiaries, you're getting a couple of $1,000s wasted as a result. Now they're going to start to push in. The fact that they haven't taken anyone down first and the positions are very good from Spirit does not paint a very pretty picture. Then again, it's just blocks. They got a kill. To be all all things considered, Dust, getting a kill with a Glock, not too shabby. G2 couldn't have really hoped for too much more.
Yeah, when you're fully rocking out with your Glocks out, you're not anticipating a whole lot of things to go your way. Just trying to look to get that round over and done with. Now the full AKs will come out across the board as well as full utility, and this is where they'll be able to instill their game plan a little bit better and actually pose a threat to Spirit. This is going to be their first real test defensively. A couple of guys are going to be on FAMAS coming into this, so a little bit of a firepower advantage. Manchester also still trying to get some value out of that SMG, as we are going to see G2 trying to go for that quicker mid control into potentially a beast, but they have some apartments presence, but not overly committing to it. But this is a little bit different than most defaults, right? Their A side of this default is very passive, as Nexa playing deep into T-spawn. No presence at all at Ramp or Palace.
But mid control is finding its way in the hands of G2, but Spirit still with tons of utility, 4 incendiaries to their name. And although middle at the top and through underpass is in control of the T's, it's the choke points of connector and short that are completely absent of T control, and that will be an issue, and it'll force G2's hand to expend a bit more of that utility to get that area as their own.
Right, I mean, if you're Nexa right now, you're not 100% certain how much territory that that Spirit has taken on that A side of the map while you've been playing so passive in T-spawn. Now, that did give them the benefit, though, of having those added resources to really make sure that they got control of middle. You can see them trying to stamp out any type of cat peek with those Molotovs as they try to, you know, get control of connector, which they have done. Dexter, of course, aware of that being possible. Smoke's coming in to block off jungle, and G2 looking to spring onto A site.
Making moves out, but this is where some of the inferior weaponry may work against Spirit. I say that as Dexter drills in with 2 frags, but there's Hunter and Nexa both stepping up to the plate, just shy of 30 seconds. The bomb's been spilled out, is retrievable, but some die young, not overextending, waiting for the rest of the troops to arrive and help him out from CT side. The spray through the triple box is going to connect tons of damage onto Hunter, but doesn't finish him outright. HE's trying to finish off what they started, and a Molotov on top of the triple box, but Hunter successfully gets the bomb planted and scurries away to Tetris. Molly now tossed onto triple, will be stalling the re-engage from Spirit, and allows Nico to start to make a move around the back of them. They know that time is of the essence. The bomb already a third of the way down, and Nico looking to shut their eyes permanently into round 3. He's waiting his time, he's biting, and now he will strike. Big kill onto Magix, leaves some die young in such an awkward position. And to add everything else to the woes, he's got no grenades, no smokes, no flashes, and now no life. G2 finally gets some success.
An absolutely well-designed split on that A site. Vince just making sure they got control of connector, making sure they cut off catwalk access from Spirit to not allow them to get that vision into middle. Didn't have to worry about their backside. They could just focus on funneling in. Great smoke on jungle, great pot flash lead the charge. Now, Spirit did have a pretty decent defense set up. They had a player up close A ramp so that their site player could focus on connector, but once Chopper went down at ramp, the floodgates kind of opened up. Nico with a great flank through window, and again, just a really well-designed first attacking round from G2. I was very impressed with the calculations on their utility usage there, and their spacing was certainly fine-tuned, so that's a good sign for the future if they can keep that up. As once again, they're looking at that heavy mid-control to kick off this round. Very similar setup to the previous.
As a caveat tossed in, though, Spirit effectively were into a bonus, so they can come straight back in with rifles. It is at the distinct lack of AWP, however, and that's something that you know that Dexter in particular wants to get his hands on as soon as possible.
Also, Magis is still on the SMG, and Sumdayoung is on a FAMAS, so I mean, it still isn't a full, you know, decked out buy, Vince. I mean, they're still definitely lacking. Now, they are getting aggressive on A ramp this time around, trying to see if they can get some early intel or maybe disrupt G2. Or the other benefit of this is if they do that heavy connector play again, you have another anchor point to pinch back into a site with. You're not just, you know, stuck in the site or being forced to come in through CT spawn. You have another way, as we are going to see Chopper full sending the flank right now. We also have a potential skirmish that might take place here up close in the apartments with Magus and Amanek.
A lot of moving parts, but it seems like the end destination will be on the B site. Jax will be ripping straight through in. The aforementioned MP9 now needs to hold its ground, and it's Magix that puts it into the head of Amanek. Drops down, can't quite get double. And that's where if he had an M4, you expect it to shine through and prevail with a double kill. As it stands, though, Spirit are up close enough to have a feasible swing and see if something connects in the process. Nexa and Jax are both feeling worse than they're at low HP, and Nexa's now been finished off. Chopper going in for the pre-fire, doing his due diligence and closing off these angles. There's no kit between the two of them, though, currently, and they have to pick one up from a corpse of their teammate, but Jax and Nico say no. They hold on, and G2 pick up their second in a row.
And now money is gone entirely for Spirit. They will just have to concede into pistols. And again, Vince, I am impressed by G2's tactics right now. That round, again, the way it was designed was to look very similar to that connector push that we saw in the round prior. This time, they used it to go for the full-on B split, and their post-plant positioning and team play was also to perfection. And that's always the sign of having good strategy, is being able to mask your movements, being able to make things look similar, and it makes it very hard for defenses to read what your actual end game is going to be. And so a good foundation already established here by G2 on the attacking side. Now they get to get some MAC 10s out there, knowing that they're against a save. Try to see if they can farm some extra cash.
Well, these two squads have played Mirage 3 times. Although the third time, or the first, I suppose, whichever way you're looking at it, was back in 2019, but they've played it twice in 2021, and it's gone back and forth. A 16-6 victory for Spirit last time around, and a 16-8 victory for G2 the first time. So really back and forth, and so far G2 looking like they've learned a lot of lessons from that previous result.
Yeah, their default, again, is definitely much different. You know, a lot of teams will just kind of play the 1-3-1, and Nexa is indeed that A factor on their default, but he's been playing from that stairwell time and time again, which means they don't really have any presence on the A side of the map early, but he's also making sure that if Spirit wants to get aggressive, he has it covered, as he was able to do there, catching that kill, getting into the 5-on-3. And now they are setting up their smokes and flashes to perhaps go for a push here through connector once more. Sundayon cutting them off, trying to equal the numbers a bit. Bomb now making its way up. Oh, there's a taser. Oh, it's not going to get used.
USP with this range against MAC 10 is never really going to work out well, and G2, they take the lead. Since the pistol, it's been pretty much one-way traffic.
I'm really sad we didn't get to see a Zeus kill there.
It's early days, Young Dust. We got plenty of chances throughout the next couple of days to see a Zeus kill.
I can only hope. So we are seeing, again, G2 having a hot start here. And again, we keep seeing Spirit unable to get like a true full buy-through. Still no AWP. Chopper having to go for FAMAS to get utility. And this is really starting to kind of put a hamper on things for them. Now this round we are seeing a little bit pivot. Nexa a little bit more, you know, looking to try to put some pressure on A. Op now in play for Nico on the T side here for G2. Looking for a pick at B. Missed the shot, but no harm, no foul.
G2, who've been fairly slow on these T sides so far, not really speeding it up as of yet. They know that that utility collectively on Spirit is going to be very, very low if they've gone for the superior firepower, which they've tried to do their best. And this is going back to that point that we were talking about before, Dust, where, yeah, you're going for a bonus, it doesn't quite work out. We're getting to round 6, still Dexter nowhere close to having an AWP, and if they concede this, you're looking at another 2 rounds at least.
Yeah, it seems like they could have maybe taken a bit more shaved off to try to get him that op, but we do see an exchange breakout in middle here. Nico and Mir both collecting an opponent in that mix. We're seeing the A split being postured up here by G2. 2 players coming in for Palace, including the bomb carrier. Hunter has control of connector. Again, that smoke is on jungle that we saw a few rounds ago, looking to just slice and dice this A site with Chopper, really the solo defender for now, but Sum Da Young and Mir coming in as reinforcements. Just in time, but they're getting stamped out.
2v3, Spirit slightly behind. They needed Mia to come up clutch. One of their star players has been dulled down. And now Magix definitely has it within him to clutch this. First frag is given away for free, but Hunter at least gets the information. Traded up to the AK, realizing they're going to have a very good idea as to where he is. No point playing shy. Get out there in amongst the frags. Magix, molly towards firebox. No one home. And the fact that no one was there occupying the position for another freebie suggests that this round may have just come to a close. Whether he can save is yet to be seen, but G2's positioning, especially with a weakened Nico, they have no reason to push. They've already got the round in their pocket.
again, what you're seeing here from G2 is they're very much looking to have Connector as kind of their launching pad, but once they get there, they have a variety of different utility sets they've been using. Sometimes they've been smoking off jungle and pop flashing in. Sometimes they've been throwing a smoke from middle that blocks off CT spawn. So they're really kind of have this kind of flow chart once they find that position. We've even seen a B split from that spot, right? So it seems like they have a game plan to just really focus up on mid control early and then use it to you know, try to mask things and condition their opponents and just bring out a mixture of attacks. And so far they have been very proficient with that. They're maintain the AWP for Deco, plenty of rifles and utility go across. They even have some reserve cash on several players. Meanwhile, Spirit, in a really tough spot, Manchester will be able to bring over that AK-47, but everyone else needs to be frugal. They need to get that op in Dexter's hands so soon, man, because that's the one thing that Spirit can do to try to disrupt this a little bit, is maybe try to put Dexter in some more aggressive angles and try to cut G2 off from some of the free space they've been taking.
Yeah, when Dexter first burst into the scene with Spirit, like, he really did start to grab a lot of attention when that AWP was in his hands. He seemed to be able to just pull off miracles left and right. Didn't seem possible. So that is going to be a massive power spike once they can get Dexter with the AWP, which will be happening in the next round. Round loss, of course, is occurring now. There's G2. We'll be mixing up that pace. I spoke about how slow they've been as of yet, but now already Molly's down. And already the first frag onto Chopper. He's been nullified at CT. There is a wraparound play from Mia, but there may not be anything, no foundation to pivot off if the rest of his teammates all subside and fall away. He needs both Dexter and Sundai Young to stay alive and get a kill. Would be excellent. That draws away an extra pair of eyes towards the side and allows Mia to have more presence. Dexter, though, gets shut down from Jax. And maybe Mia can get a kill, maybe even two, but the chances of clutching now look incredibly bleak. First headshot, though, does go his way onto Hunter. And now Sundai Young is scurrying around the back of the CTs, but it seems to me, Dust, that they're more setting up for exit frags than potentially winning around at this stage.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, but Sundai Young takes out Jax there. There's still a little bit of time to play with, but Nico with the op, catching Mir in the Palace position. AK will get scurried over by Sundai Young, though Nico may be able to cut it off, but Sundai Young smartly tucks in here to make sure that that is not possible. So yes, an AK comes over. There is finally money for an AWP for Dexter. He will collect it immediately. And yeah, they'll finally be able to put their best foot forward. But it's taken 8 rounds to do it, Vince, to finally get a full buy. This has been such a struggle for Spirit this half. And again, G2, they look so polished, Vince. Like that round, they changed the pace. They made sure to cover every little gimmicky angle that Spirit could be playing in an eco with Molotovs to ensure they would be, you know, basically having a stress-free round. So again, just I'm loving the tactics from G2. I'm loving their overall strategy. They seem to be so calculated, Vince.
Especially when you consider that Spirit are no scrubs. You know, they're making Spirit look like an ordinary team, like a top 30 team maybe. They're 10th in the world, and for good reason, and Jax is just wide swung, takes the head off of Mia, and Dexter, who's been waiting so patiently for this AWP as we've been building up, well, he's already been tagged down to 17 instantly.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to go for some type of forward angle on the B apartments and got absolutely shut down. Not sure if it was utility or if it was the spray of Amanek, who's been kind of anchoring this B apartments position. Maybe even a leg shot came out from Nico at the op. I know he's been looking for picks on that side of the map time and time again in this default. So either way, Dexter has indeed been limited in his capacity. We do have Chopper again taking that angle at ramp, and I feel like Spirit is starting to catch on the fact that that's been left open to them very many rounds. The problem is even though they've used it to set up flanks, it's never really worked out for them. They never really get there quick enough, and G2 have kind of, you know, made that decision. Yeah, that's a vulnerability, but we'll play around it, and they've done so perfectly as they're looking to set up once again for a B split. But look at how it's being sold as potentially another A attack with Hunter's presence in middle.
This is really cool to see. They're just isolating Spirit from one another. The flashbang was so good. And although there's 2 players stuck in the back of the side, one of which is Dexter, he's now been nullified, and Amanek goes in for more. Entering like a boss, 3K for Amanek, and a 6th round to G2.
Yeah, G2 just look like they're several moves ahead on the chessboard of Mirage right now. The first attempt from Spirit with an op and a full buy has been absolutely thwarted, and they're right back to a tough spot where there's not that much money to go around. There was a ton of money, I believe, on Sundai Young. He will drop Dexter the AWP, but everyone else will be on upgraded pistols, and so he's going to have to be the hero this round. Last round he was shut down when he went for an early pick. This time he's looking to go middle. Oh, misses the jump that he was looking for there.
Actually works out in his favor, though. Relocates into the connector, knocks out Nexa. So finally, Spirit have the first pick. They have a first chance in what feels like forever. I don't think any of these 6 rounds that G2 have picked up, Spirit have had the first kill this clean. And a second
No, you're
as well.
absolutely correct. Yeah, that's kind of odd from Jax. He just kind of gave that one away for free. Dexter does take a lot of heat there from Nico and company in middle, taken down to 19 HP, but still able to escape. They also did have Palace control with Chopper with the Deagle, so a lot of things are seemingly going Spirit's way. They might finally take a round in one of those situations that you just didn't anticipate it, considering their resources. Big catch from Sum Da Young onto Hunter. This round is just crumbling beneath G2.
Finally, we're seeing what Dexter has up his sleeve. Now, take nothing away from the rest of Spirit, and I think G2 may have walked into a bit of a trap here. But is this the kind of round that Spirit can realistically rinse and repeat time after time? G2 will be looking at this as a bit of a blip on the radar, and of course it's not done just yet. You have Nico and you have Amanek, 10 kills between the two of them. It's more the lack of time that is being a bit of a concern towards me, and they've seen one up in the Biaps. But there's no reason to re-peek at this stage. Just make the call, go for the rotations. Molly is well placed, forces out the smoke. Now pushing through with a flashbang, and Magic's from Apps will put down Amanek. They know where Nico is, and they've dealt with him swiftly. Only 1 casualty and a ton of AKs taking out the round for Spirit.
Yeah, an uncharacteristic round from G2 compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the half thus far. Just bleeding a couple of bodies over in middle thanks to Dexter's AWP, and that was the X factor, as you had stated, Vince. Really one of the first times we've seen Spirit get an opening pick, and it converts as they do get their 3rd round on the board, trying to keep this gap as close as possible. G2 immediately called tactical timeout. I love this. Ice the kicker. Don't let them build momentum. Get your heads back right. Calm everyone back down. Their overall game plan has been spot on. Just get back to your roots coming into this next round. I think making sure that they, have that window covered is probably something they'll be discussing. That's really one of the few rounds we've seen them allow a window to just be a free peek for Dexter. And so I imagine we might be seeing a smoke coming out from T-Spawn to block that potential as we come into the next. I'm sure G2 wants to get right back to winning ways to kick things off as we do now get into the round. And indeed, I do see that smoke for window being set up from T-Spawn this time.
Yeah, it's a classic bit of utility that T-sides definitely need to administer, especially when you're against an AWP that this scary. You could start seeing maybe Spirit throw in the Molotov to extinguish it in an off angle, allowing them the free passage to still peek in. This is something that Fallen did way back when.
Ooh. Triple nade stack from Spirit. They are getting really hot and heavy at middle. The problem is G2 had pivoted Vince. They're going for a heavy Palace flood out, and they had the perfect utility to kind of allow them to come through, though a smoke has stalled them for now. They will have to re-divert all of their players, actually. They leave no presence in Palace. I thought they might leave one behind, but no, they all have to come back to T-Spawn and basically hit the reset button and start from scratch. They've already burnt a heavy amount of utility. They only have 2 smokes left and just a few flashes, so they kind of lost out on the utility war there and definitely got caught up in what they were trying to do, but they will just be able to reset here. Seems like A is still the intended target. Definitely still have the smokes to block off stairs and CT spawn or whatever they think is best. But that was a nice little kind of small victory for Spirit in the early round.
There's not a massive amount of utility for Spirit, but they do have 2 incendiaries left, and really the emphasis is on G2 to make the next move. 35 seconds. Can they get the slight timing window? As Sum Da Young moves away, Chopper now gets aggressive towards Palace. An integral frag goes the way of Jax. But now Dexter, perfectly poised on CT. With his AWP, will let it do the talking for him and try and dull down and suppress G2. They're not going to front out just behind the first casualty of Jax. They're going to stall this one out a little bit longer. Big frag from Hunter, and there's Nico as well with the AWP. And in doing so, probably just gives G2 a 7th round.
Indeed, yeah, G2 able to weather that early storm. Great pick from Jax off Palace, as you said, but I feel like there must have been some type of miscommunication there from Spirit. I don't know if you caught that, Vince, but Dexter having the AWP on the CT slope, had a good angle on sight, but then he turned around to check his flank in CT spawn, despite the fact that Sum Da Young was in window room and basically, was insurance that that couldn't be possible. And when he did that was the moment that G2 started pouring more utility towards Ticket Booth, not allowing Dexter to get an angle back onto the site as the bomb went down. So I do wonder if maybe there's a bit of chaos in Spirit's comms there. Either way, G2 have been surgical on this T side. Everyone seems to be popping off. The frag distribution is pretty tight. And again, the way that they are carving out these sites, the way that they are using their utility, the way that their spacing and team play has been on display here is that of a polished team, Vince. Is that of a well-drilled team that seems very prepared. And this is definitely the way that G2 wanted to kick things off.
Yeah, and it just harkens back to what we were talking about before as well, Dust, that this is an incredibly well-oiled machine from G2. And the last time that we saw these teams play each other, which wasn't a huge amount of time ago, it was like a couple of weeks maybe. The 18th, yeah, actually. They lost 16-6. Yep. They got absolutely blown out of the water. This is a complete different look from G2.
Yeah, just when you think of some of the players on this team that make up G2, it makes you feel like they would play like a more loose, aggressive, scrappy type of play style, right? Like you have a lot of individually talented players who have a history on playing on teams that did play a system that was a little bit more prone to just like individuals being left to their own decisions and just playing a little bit looser system. But what you're seeing from G2 in this match right now is that of a very different kind of team, a team that seems to be taking those star talents and putting them into very focused roles. And it seems to be syncing up nicely right now. Again, it seems like they are all very much on the same page. And again, I'm loving how they're conditioning their opponents, how they're masking their movements by using similar map control and utility, but having a lot of variations they can play from it. But we are going to see Dexter still on the AWP. Seems to be warming up a little bit. Up to 9 kills now. It's tied for best on the server. See if he can get going in this next round as well.
Well, some Die Young maybe will be called into action to get some aggression going in. Has probably been the standout player for me. Dexter's tried his best, but he hasn't really had too many opportunities. There's some Die Young that kicked off the pistol with those 2 crisp headshots. As Mia does spot the run boost for Jax over on middle boxes. He'll relay that information, bit of shrapnel damage to Jax, but he's okay. Down to 63, but already Spirit are going for a very quick rotation. And have a look at this, 3 plays over on the B, 2 of which are going through apps.
Yeah, they're trying to come up with something different here. Mir trying to play aggressive on the catwalk position, looking to see if there will be some type of underpass play. Some Die Young able to grab a kill. I believe that might have been a window boost attempt from G2 that has been absolutely busted up. And that might slow G2 down a bit. They still are getting some good control, though, of connector side. They have to worry about Mir, though. He could swing from ladder room at any moment in time and perhaps catch them behind. Amanek has to cover Nico here to allow Nico to keep getting angles with the AWP towards jungle and towards spawn. Some Die Young actually will now slide into that jungle position. Now I'm just making sure that no one's in the smoking window. G2 looking to pounce on A. But again, with Chopper having this forward angle on A ramp and Dexter being there with the op already, it seems like Period are well prepared.
And also the bomb was dropped way back towards middle, so they already were lacking a player. They have to send another player away, and they're just being ripped to shreds, just bit by bit, piece by piece. Next to the only player that's got any success, but it feels like it's too little too late. And Magic's with the SMG will be upgrading to the AK. Finally, Spirit looking like their old selves.
Yeah, again, I think there was some type of window boost caught early that kind of disrupted G2's, game plan going into that round. But also just great work from Spirit, just poking and prodding at G2. G2 looked a lot more disjointed that round due to some of the stress that they were feeling in the mid-round. And so Spirit starting to now kind of go toe-to-toe with G2, kind of exchanging some rounds here as we start getting towards the end of the first half. And we actually do see G2 finally the ones that are a step behind with resources. Just the Mac 10 and Deagle on a couple of their players as, again, Match just baiting out that op shot towards B apartments, getting that intel on where G2 had that sniper positioned. Once again, we do see Jax trying to establish a mid-control with Nico. Might see an optimal breakout here, and it's going to go to Dexter.
The heavy hitter has been suppressed and silenced, and Spirit, after that timeout, seem to start to pick up a little bit of pace. Dexter up to 10 kills. Now watching the window, we've already seen, as you touched on before, Dust, a few attempts at getting in with that boost. We're talking about how G2 look like they're on the same page, and it was Spirit that really had to prove to us that they can still hang. Even if Spirit were to win from this point forward and get an 8-7, keep in mind last time these teams played each other, it was a 10-5 half for Spirit on the CT side. They picked up 10. This is such a different direction where the game is going, but they can course correct.
No, you're absolutely correct. They're starting to get that done here. These last couple of rounds, they're starting to make their presence known. Again, we're seeing G2 look for that heavy explosion up connector, however, but Dexter's op is right there. He's got some coverage from Sundayoung to focus up.
2 frags go down, nearly gets a third. They're just walking out one by one. Nexa and Jax, with 18 seconds to go, have got to get kills. They just picked up 2, but Dexter's still stuck at the back of the site, and as long as he lives, it funnels away the team's attention from the real threat, which is Sundayoung and Sandwich. And now Dexter comes up for his 4K in the round. Spirit, it was a little bit dodgy at the end, Gus, but they got it done.
Indeed they did, and that attack just looked a little bit less explosive than what we saw earlier in the half from G2. They kind of got stuck in connector for longer, and we've been talking about this throughout the entire game, Vince. Spirit have consistently looked to get aggressive towards that A ramp, and they're gifted that because Nexus playing that more passively on the default. And what that's allowed them to do is have Dexter be able to very comfortably put that op on connector, knowing that, you know, his ramp is covered, that he's not going to get blindsided. And that has really opened up more opportunities now for Spirit defensively once G2 start committing to these late round executes. And now they have to do more with less coming into this round. Worth noting that G2 with this lineup has historically been better on the CT side, about a 54% win rate on CT compared to a 48% on the T side. So that's just kind of something to keep in mind, as they've already had a pretty solid attack, but looking like this one might go to Spirits are working towards the tie.
That's a very interesting stat. So could be a case of the best is yet to come here, Dust, and they're already in a pretty decent position as it stands. Spirit, though, this round, surely a formality. Last time they were up against pistols and mainly Glocks, it was only Nico that picked up a frag, and other than that, it was just smooth sailing, so you expect more of the same here.
Yeah. Also, Spirit, with this 5, has been a bit better on the CT side in the handful of Mirage games they've played, but not by much, I would say. It's very close.
Well, this round should be anything but close, and Dexter and Chopper are making sure that that comes to pass. Next up, at least puts the P250 to use, the $300 well spent, but Spirit have now drawn the deficit down to just 1.
Definitely a solid recovery here from Spirit, having now won the last 3 out of 4 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely, as you said, shrinking that gap on the scoreboard before we transition sides. Still a chance to maybe even win the half, give themselves that slight edge as we transition sides. But G2 now on full AKs, no op for Nico, and they're going to pick up the pace, it looks like, Vince. Smoke's already down at jungle and stairs, but these incendiaries have slowed them down, but they're going to extinguish and push forward.
They're not respecting the nades. They're going to push straight through, and maybe they should have respected, because they're being blown piece by piece from G2. They're now pushing their way through, though, and Nico's at least got himself the 1 kill. Maybe there's still a way back into this round. The bomb's been dropped back at T-spawn. This basically isolates Nico into a 1v3 for a few moments, but actually, he decides, I'm just going to go ahead and maybe push the B site instead.
Whoa.
Assuming that an over-rotation had come to pass, and that's exactly what's happened. However, now Team Spirit are realizing that, and they're saying, nope, Sundayoung, go across the B and try and fend this one off.
Yeah, it looks like Nico will get the plant, Vince, but just the fact that we already see Sundayoung on the flank through B apartments and the rotation coming in, this is going to be troublesome for Nico. He's trying to find a new angle.
Oh, the aim was just slightly away from him. To be fair, though, he was getting double peaked anyway. Probably didn't matter. 7-7 the score.
Man. I mean, on the one hand, I respect that G2 are trying to, you know, keep the variety alive in the sense that they're, you know, picking up the pace. They're trying new attacks, but that one got absolutely busted. The problem is they haven't really tested A very much, so I feel like they don't necessarily have the best idea on how Spirit have set up early in the rounds at A. They might know that they've been aggressive at A-Ram due to some of the flanks that they've seen throughout the game, but they just didn't have quite the feel of what they were up against there. Trying to come to the utility just did not pan out.
3 players in connector from Spirit. This does leave them a little bit vulnerable if a full-on execute were to come to pass, and now G2 will be pushing through. This time no incendiaries to greet them on ramp. They will be spilling out, but it's Dexter spills the blood of Jax. Chopper also chips in for Nico. There is 1 kill in retaliation, but that probably won't be good enough for G2. They are throwing in the flank from Hunter as he moves into B, bypassing any players. But the fact that the bomb is still in ramp, and look at Amonek's position, he's completely screwed, comes out with a big headshot going to Sundai Young, but he can't add to that mantle. It does keep Spirit interested though, and now Hunter's wrapping around the back. He's got in kitchen. The idea is to end on B side and have Hunter as that first pivot point to try and take some kills and be as much of a nuisance as possible.
Yeah, they need to find a way to get Nexa. The problem is he's going to have to deal with the 1v1 with Mir no matter what happens here from Hunter. And Hunter is now also getting pushed behind by Dexter's AWP. He's basically trapped in the corner. Time is dwindling, and Nexa caught the kill onto Mir. That is massive. That gives him a chance now, as we can see Hunter cut off the rotations in spawn. The bomb makes it into B.
9 could very well just rip through both players, and it does. G2 will be leading at halftime thanks to a Hunter clutch. Rejoin us in the second half to find out how this ends.
I'm already gone so long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like.
That picture of Anders just at the end was perfect for how this first map has started. Back and forth. It looked like it would be a complete and utter demolition. And it was so dramatic, we hear the sound twice. I'm totally on board
Can we
for
get it
that,
again?
guys. Yeah,
I'm
can we
down
get
for
it for the
another one.
time?
Yeah, let's go.
Feels
Of
bad.
course not. Just left stranded. You know
Was a
what?
great
I'll give
game,
him a
though.
pass. I'll give him a pass because they did show our pets on stream earlier, so that did us a solid. I'll do them a solid.
8-7. It could have been at least double digits for G2, but Spirit mounted a comeback in the mid portion of that first half.
Absolutely.
And here we are, super close. But as you said, Dust, this is probably where G2 are a little bit stronger.
Yeah, on average, I would say that their CT sides have been a bit better with this lineup. But again, the sample size is not incredibly huge and doesn't really factor in like what side they started on and such. So it can be a bit of a mixed bag. Is Hunter looking to get aggressive here?
Wants to return the favor. This is the exact play that Sundar Young did in the first pistol. It got him 2 headshots, but it's Dexter that passes the bullet between his eyes. Mia now will be fighting out of this round. And G2 are a player behind, but more importantly, they've gave up a site. There is a fast track towards the A play if Spirit want to go for it. Nexa has a few opportunities, snatches at it, and misses as a result. Sundar Young, the pistol king of the first round, is still alive, and he's already posted up 2. There is a kit down, which was trying to get retrieved by Jax, but he's lost his life as a result, and that puts a 4 HP Amanek into a 1-on-3 post plant. Sundar Young, the pistol god from Spirit, has made sure they secure both pistol rounds, 8-8.
There was a lot of very quick headshots where you feel like G2 didn't even have a chance to pull the trigger in the duel. Definitely very snappy aim there from Spirit. Won a lot of individual fights throughout the course of that round, and they will net the benefit of tying the game up and getting onto the rifles and the 1 MAC-10 onto Mir. We do see the force up from G2, a scout from Amanekt. Pistols upgraded on all the other players, so they're definitely going hot and heavy into this round, but that scout has already been absolutely tossed to the side there, forcing him out the window position, making him a very vulnerable target in the future. And now, if you're Spirit, you know what you're up against. You know that G2 have force. The problem is you don't know how they've rolled the dice. We do see G2 with the A stack. Spirit could bypass it, but it just all comes down to how Connector and Catwalk play out for Spirit and where they feel the most presence.
Magic's down to 31. Will be also wielding the bomb. This kind of a position you typically want that MAC-10 to be the first player in, and well, Chopper knocks on the door and he takes quite a few bullets through it in return. Down to 30. Molly also tossed on the short smoke just behind it. Now Jax gets his head removed instantly from Dexter. A hell of a shot. And G2, in their current formation, they may just pull the plug. This might just be a save and try and rinse and repeat for the next round.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. When you go for a gamble like this on a stack and you've done the force buy, it does just make sense to carry it over to the next round, try the same thing again. They had a couple opportunities here, right? They got a couple of scout picks on the chopper, and Magic's trying to set up some assists, but when B folds like that, if Jax maybe could have gotten a kill or two at Deagle before going down, it would have encouraged G2 to shuffle over and give it a shot, but with him just going down clean, it will be Spirit taking the lead. And as we've already discussed, just, you know, give it a shot again in the next round. Try to put that scout somewhere else. Try to see if you can cause a bit of a ruckus in the camp over at Spirit.
So, Dust, what do you make of this whole situation currently with G2, with the AWPer? Because obviously Nico takes it a lot on the T side, but we're seeing Amanek pick it up more and more on the CT side, currently has the scout. Right. Are you a fan of this? Do you think it's a position where he really will shine, or is this just more of like a supportive role?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because there's not too many elite level teams that have been able to make things work without like a true primary opper. Like the one team that comes to mind that kind of got it done was maybe like a Liquid in 2019 and 2020, where Nitro was, you know, fairly the primary opper, but over time you saw like Stewie 2K kind of slowly take over more of those responsibilities until they brought Fallen back onto the team and kind of went away from that system. So yeah, there's not too many teams that could make that work. Like all these CIS teams pretty much have a power opper. You've seen Cadian come alive for Heroic as a really strong opper this year. Obviously Device was huge for Astralis. You think of Simple, you think of Ziwu. Again, a lot of teams really rely on that, you know, primary op is kind of like just a foundation to play from, and to not have that is workable, but it can come back to bite you in certain situations where maybe the op could be the X factor, and if it's in a player's hands who isn't, you know, hasn't been through as many reps as a primary opper would have been, right, in certain positions or in certain situations, it could really kind of hurt you. But it also makes you a little bit more dynamic, I guess, you know, to be able to be comfortable in 5 rifle setups. So hard to say, really.
Have to wait and find out to see what G2 elect once they have the money to go for it. However, as we were talking about before, with that 4-player save in the last round, it does give them the opportunity to wield the aforementioned Scout and a few Deagles in play with the CZ. 3 sets of Kevlar also at disposal of G2. So Spirit know they have to tread lightly. They know 4 players survived. They know it was a 4-spy round. And it looks like they'll try and hit B again. This time Hunter is going to be joining them, but it's another 1 player by themselves, all by their lonesome with a 4-player on A. And this is the kind of situation where you don't really want to just hold on to a Scout. You'd probably want to upgrade it to the likes of M4s and potentially more. It's that Kevlar that they may be more anticipating and enticing in towards a save.
Yeah, the smoke and head armor for Nexa, you know, keeping a D-Glass a secondary into the next round is probably worth it. You're absolutely correct. Amanek, though, with him having 3350, the Scout is definitely more expendable in his hands, so holding up more of a forward angle inside Kitchen does make some sense to see if he can try to pick up an exit, but Spirit not going to allow that. They're all backtracking through B apartments, so they will not play into the hands of these weapons kind of sitting back over towards Kitchen and Window Room. It looks like a flawless victory is going to be in the cards here for Spirit as they back off. Somebody on catching Jacks there on the catwalk. And so indeed they will take the lead. They're up 10-8 now, and again they get to carry over all these weapons. Their money is really jumping to good heights. They'll keep the MAC-10 in Magic's hands, who has been kind of favoring the SMGs. Actually does drop it for the AK, though. Might as well. They have plenty of money to spend. Op will now be in play for Amanek. Full rifles for G2, and so it's our first real test of the second half.
Yeah, he got rid of that Scout so quickly to pick up the AWP, understandably. The rest of the troops will be coming through with, as you highlighted, tons of rifles. Mia, though, flashbang through. Very aggressive plays. And it's not like he's completely alone. Dexter's just behind him as well with the AK, but he's already moved up towards Connector. Oh, this is going to be boding so poorly for G2, and Amanek, just off the back of picking up the AWP, has been suppressed, and he'll be scratching his head wondering how the hell they pushed up mid that fast.
Yeah, definitely a different look that round from Spirit compared to what we saw all first half long from G2, just really being much more swift, you know, going for the dry peek, going for that high speed, and some Young catching Jax, jiggle peeking in this B site. We see Hunter putting some utility down to try to slow the progress down of some Young. Meanwhile, Nico able to catch Mir out towards middle, so starting to try to get the numbers back. Next to getting A ramp control. Pushing it back. Nico now stuck in window, but smoked off. And we are going to see Spirit start collecting together inside these B apartments, looking for a potential B split play. Chopper still keeping presence in middle, keeping these players interested. It's all going to really come down to Hunter. He's smartly backed off. He wants to just try to catch a kill, maybe play for the retake, as we do see Nexa making that flank. Great kill from Nico in mid.
There's that fluidity that you were talking about before, the versatility. Amanek goes down with the AWP. Well, no problem. Nico can pick it up and pick up the slack, albeit down to 26. 20 seconds to go with, though. That's going to be enough time for the post-plant to come to fruition. Magic's a flash into the market. They're trying to buy up enough time for this rotational player to come through, and if Magic's had gone down to the hands of Hunt, that may have changed the attention away from the player in apps towards the site, and that's where the rotation, the flank, could have stuck the landing. Excellent hold. Spirit pick up another.
Man, if I'm Hunter, I'm fuming. Because he was just lighting Magics up there with the M4 from Kitchen, and then that just steps out on one task and says, nah, I'll have this one. 30 HP to spare. Looks like Nexa may be able to cut off some exits here. Indeed, lines up two. Looking for another, but Dexter will not allow that to happen. And they are not really too concerned with rebuying events. They have so much money. They must have invested in GameStop early.
No, you're absolutely spot on. It looks good. You know, oh, nice 2 headshots. Then you look at the money like, oh, okay, they're completely fine. Even after a buy, everybody is around $3,000 or more in the bank. Whereas G2, same definitely could not be said. They will hold on to the AWP in the hands of Nico, but that's basically where the good news ends.
Yeah. That is a fair point. Nico looking to get aggressive and pass with the AWP. Definitely is a play that can net some benefits. Unfortunately for him, no one's home.
Oh, Hunter, there should be a freebie onto Dexter, though. No one watching middle. He was so aggressive out there, and now Mia will at least avenge him. That seems like a little bit of a lapse of communication. Maybe the time he just worked against Nexa has the MP9 tailor-made for close angles, but not against full Kevlar. And he didn't even get the chance. Chopper just put the bullet in his head. 3 on 3. And G2 making a real go of
Yeah.
this, thus. Seeing the buy, I thought they had very little chance of getting anything done.
Nico has to be careful because he doesn't know if there might be ramp or palace peaks coming soon, so he has to kind of really position himself smartly. He does indeed slide over towards jungle with the AWP. Now they have all their bases covered. A couple players still only on to Deagles, but again, they're playing this pretty smart. Bomb will be picked up here by Spirit. They're going to go ahead and go towards A side, but G2 have put themselves in safe positions, and Nico still has that op where he can find sightlines onto site. Now, there is one smoke available. That's going to be Mir. He could block off Nico's op, but it all comes down to timing.
Oh, the timing is so brutal as well. You hit the nail on the head, as does Chopper, as he passes the bullet between the eyes of Nico, and that is the round done. Just a millisecond later or earlier, and Nico probably gets to pick onto either stairs or onto connector, but that is Counter-Strike. It is a cruel game at times.
Yeah, it just seems like that's kind of the inexperience of the op, just being caught in no man's land and just not, you know, just settling on a position and holding it. A little bit of scrambling going on from G2 there. You feel if Nico just takes an angle and holds it, that he has a much better chance of just catching the sight cross, but got caught between two mines and got punished for it. Full buy, though, now back in effect for both teams here. Key round, though, for Spirit. You feel like if you win this, you force G2 back onto another state. That's where you have control of the game, Vince. The momentum has truly pivoted. G2 were destroying on their T side early in that first half. They were building up a solid lead. Now it's all gone. And again, if Spirit wins this round, you fancy their chances to sprint towards the finish line because the economy's just not there for G2.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, they can see the finish line right now. And G2 know that they are multiple laps behind. They're hoping that Spirit trip over, they fumble it, let G2 back into this. But when you look at the utility, 2 incendiaries with well over a minute to play with, Spirit are posturing just outside of ramp and palace, and additionally are now smoking off middle. So that control will be coming in, and this is almost like a boa constrictor just slowly tightening its grip on the CT side. Nico's gonna try and burst out though, and in doing so, Sundai Young is gift wrapped a free frag. Amanek, the only player that's bounced back. There's a ton of damage that's been done, but he misses his second opportunity. And with that missed shot, the round may very well follow, especially as Chopper is laying Jax to rest. A ton of flashes. Pure and utterly blinded is Amanek. Finally comes back in with a bit of action towards Sundai Young. Good shot through the boxes onto Mia, but he's nowhere near in good enough position to feasibly clutch this round. And Chopper, well, he'll pick up 3.
Yeah, this seemed like their bets were all being hedged on what Nico could do with that peek into Palace. To his credit, he was able to get Palace control a couple of times earlier on in the half, and so maybe he felt that there would be at most one player he'd have to face there. Unfortunately, he sets out into 3 who were well spread out to where he couldn't really line up a spray down, or again, he gets put in a situation where he's caught between a bunch of mines, and yes, we do see that Spirit logo looking fresh. I am digging these jerseys actually from Spirit. Look at this guy.
I do like them a lot.
That guy was creepy behind the
He's just hiding between the boards, just chilling.
Just staring the camera down. That'll get mean, of course.
That's what got Spirit back into this matchup. They
Memes?
threatened if they didn't, then, you know, the sky was going to be unleashed.
Ah, okay. Got it. Full circle.
Yeah, I definitely censored myself quite a bit there, Dust. You know, it's only the first game. Don't want to get fired the first game.
Why not? Push the limits. So we see G2 taking kind of a halfway approach here, right? Not wanting to put all their eggs in this one basket, but give themselves a fighting chance by getting a couple of upgraded pistols and a scout out on the field. Utility, though, pouring in at connector, kind of blocking them off a bit, but one smoke went deep, so maybe there's a chance for G2?
Oh, Jax okay with a deagle, puts down 1, but there's no follow-up damage, and Hunter was smoked off. He wanted to wide swing out. Now he's got the opportunity. Speaking of unleashing, Hunter finally springs into action, and G2 have something to get hype about. The bomb drop here is horrific for Sundai Young, and to add to his woes, he's been smoked off. Still tons of time left, and money as well to justify going in for this. So the round may not be over just yet, but G2, courtesy of a beautiful play from Hunter, they've got a real chance.
I would say they got more than a real chance, Vince. I would say this is pretty much guaranteed at this point with the bomb being down in the location that it is. It's going to be hard for Sundai Young to isolate some 1v1s and somehow get bomb possession back. Hunter will finish it off there with the AWP. Just a brilliant round from G2, just playing off each other with the aggression off Cat. But again, it did come down to kind of a missed smoke near connector from Spirit. It gave G2 a little bit more freedom to get angles on middle from connector side, set up some crossfires, and they will yield a huge result, a victory and some free weapons. AK going over to Nico, opt for Amanek. That went perfect, and that could get them back in the game. They need to use it as a launching pad. They cannot get reset.
Precisely, and that is the chance that I was kind of touching on. Not necessarily the round, I feel like, as you, it was pretty much a guarantee. It's in terms of the actual match itself. I think that gives them a springboard.
Yes.
It gives them an opportunity, but it will be fleeting, and you better believe if you don't make the most of it, you'll be put down. How was some Young afforded the chance to even wide swing with a nade anyway? That was such a strange moment, but Amanek puts him out of his misery.
Indeed, he does. He does take, you know, a little bit of heat on his way, but he'll settle for that, I'm sure. Smokes go down at middle as we do see Spirit trying to reel this one back in. Bomb has been left behind, though, really deep in the B apartment, so they have to go back and grab that. Does leave them a little bit stranded. They are able to get control of ladder room, however, so the B split is definitely in the cards. His 3 will be coming through, but Op is still here from Amanek. The problem is he's got no one able to hold Cat for him, so he has to divert his attention there with the Op, which means it's all gonna come down to timing once again. Now Hunter may be able to come in and help cover the balcony so we can focus on Cat. So this will help the defense out a bit.
Amanek molly towards side, but they're all spilling out of the apps already, but it does bottleneck them into the embracing arms of Hunter, who's really come alive in these last couple of rounds, as has Amanek. 3 HP left, already 2 kills, and 2 more players to deal with, and Amanek holds the line one more time. Dexter finally will get the man, but there's only 14 seconds, and it's not even as if he has control over the bomb, and Jax will be coming around from Catwalk. G2 put rounds back to back, and well, they've actually almost got Spirit into a full-on economic downturn.
Yeah, they are chipping away at the nest egg that Spirit had been building up when it comes to their economy. Hunter rotating at the perfect time with Nexa to kind of free up Amanek to not have too many responsibilities at once, and able to set up some nice crossfires there to send another round through that puts them to 10. As you said, they're finally maybe going to put Spirit into a save if they can win this round coming up. A Spirit again trying to pick up the pace on the fast B play, again trying to get some Young in a forward position as quick as possible in those B apartments. He's done just that, but they've been slowed down by some counter utility, but now they will press in.
An explosive counter-strike now from Spirit, but G2, they have the diffuser close. The bomb has also been dropped out in such an awkward position. They're already smoked off. Damage to Mia, but very important that he held on to his life. If he were to fall, that would have been the wraparound play, could have been coming into effect from G2, and that constriction would have been getting ever so tighter. Plenty of time left, but again, thus it's all about that bomb position. Like, Spirit can't fake anything.
Right.
They're just allowed to stack 4 players on B
They
side.
have no
for
utility
G2.
either, so they can't flush, anyone out this
Exactly.
fan position. G2 can just reinforce the site comfortably. They have Nexa making sure they aren't being flanked from some type of window room play. So, I mean, they have all their bases covered. It's going to take brute force alone for Spirit to crack this open, and you're not favoring their chances.
Need to get out the sledgehammer. Just smash through one of these walls and this defense. It's looking like a fortress for the time being. The siege now will be coming to an abrupt end as Hunter with the A1S is silencing Spirit at an alarmingly fast rate, as will Nexa. G2, 3 rounds on the bounce. And finally, that money that was so plentiful has been brought back to earth.
No, this is definitely now stiff competition once more. No longer the formality that it seemed to be forming as Spirit looked well in control of the game there, and it seemed like they had G2 at the breaking point. One more victory, considering G2's economy, would have likely sealed the deal in all honesty, but now that's all gone. Now they're the ones saving. They're going to be on a deco here. Dexter with the full save, and G2 are very likely going to tie this game up, Vince, if they can win this next buy round. So, I mean, this is all of a sudden up in the air. Not what I would have expected based on what we were seeing early in the second half. It seemed like G2 was disjointed, but now they're right back to winning ways.
And that man Amanek has to take a lot of the credit for this.
Sure.
He looked pretty absent on the first half, but his AWPing has been fantastic here. Mia, excellent deagle headshot. Nico's now surrounded by T's, needs to just hold the line and stay alive. Putting into a more defensive position, but Dexter, he won't allow Nico to escape.
Oh no.
And, you know, we were just building up this idea like G2 were getting straight back into this one.
Oh,
And I
no.
just put the caster curse on Amanek. Because suddenly Spirit are in a 4-on-2 and Hunter's position is known. He's just about holding on though. Incendiary tossed up and over. That will isolate the Palace player from the rest of the team. If he can drop the bomb down, there's every chance that G2 can punch their way back into that comeback trail. 40 seconds to play with, some die young on connector, but the bomb is still dropped out in the middle of the site.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well go ahead and start filling out the bonus check for Hunter because he's absolutely saved the day for G2. It looked like a very dire situation when Nico got trapped in sight and got pinched from all angles. Hunter continues to wreak havoc here and ensure that G2 are out in front for this round. Jax will finish it off, and indeed Hunter absolutely crushed it there. 22 kills, best for his team, one of the best on the server. And I feel like a huge sigh of relief must have just broken out in the comms after Hunter pulled that play off.
And this is why so many people were so excited about the prospect of Hunter and Nico playing together. Because although Nico is going to get a lot of the star quality and the spotlight, Hunter is definitely up there as a very skilled player. As you said, saved the round for them. No doubt in my mind. That was a 2v4. Now Chopper, though, goes straight back in, nullifying Nico, who's down on underpass, and Jax tries to scurry away, but he gets picked off in the back.
The fearlessness from Sun Young to jump into the fire, knowing that he would get the timing. That was very snap communication from Spirit, and it nets them a huge benefit. That was brilliant series of play there to get them the 5-on-3. And now G2 are once again on the back foot early in a round. Last time they were able to recover. Doing so here, though, would be a much taller task. They're going to have to take some gambles because they're this far behind so early. They're going to leave B site somewhat open, let Amanek play the op off Cat, and they'll double up on the A site. Meanwhile, Spirit, they can take their time. Oh, the timing's unreal for Amanek.
That's so unlucky.
My goodness, I feel bad for him.
You can understand why he's gone for that play as well. Because of a lack of utility and map control, they need something in terms of scouting, a safety net to fall on them. Unfortunately, though, all that's achieved is allowing Spirit that little bit more comfort on their endeavors through middle. Now, Hunter's still alive. He's already saved them once. That was a 2v4, but they're not pushing A. They're going to bypass the remainder of G2 and just walk across to a free B site. And I doubt that G2, with their current economic situation, want to move off A. They just desperately want to hold on to these guns. But Chopper may not allow them to do this. He's actually up close enough in connector to feasibly go for this, knowing that their economy is hanging by a thread.
Yeah, this is really tough here from G2. As you said, no real chance to go for this. Retaking B on Mirage is one of the hardest retakes in the game. Doing so 2v5 with limited economy. Might as well just go ahead and chalk it up, as they will indeed hold on to these weapons for the next round. Spirit edging closer to map point. G2's put up some good resistance here in the middle of the second half. Let Spirit have captured control once more. Rebuying around these two rifles will be strenuous for G2. Only one of them can truly afford it the way that they would like to. How do they want to make their stand? Again, this is map point situation coming up here for Spirit if they can take the victory. Stroking his beard in the back is Spirit's staffer. I don't know if that would be a coach, analyst, whatever. I'm sure he's liking what he's seeing so far, though, Vince.
Oh, I think he'll have a lot of respect for his team right now, because not only have they kind of came back once in the first half for an 8-7, they've actually kind of came back again
Jax
with
with an armorless M4, Vince.
Yeah, that's not something you see every day.
Would have expected maybe he goes for a lesser weapon to get the armor. But again, that's the situation they were put in based on the economy. Oh, and Omnek's been spotted. Oh, lands a shot anyway. That is huge for G2. That's the spark they needed.
Especially considering that Sun Da-young has been up there as one of the best players on the server.
Yes.
So that's a huge pick, a huge scalp to take. Minute left on the clock. Spirit now making moves through middle. Smokes deployed both on Catwalk and also in the window. Additionally on the CT side of Connector, where Nico is up close with the M4. Once that smoke clears, Mia may very well explode out with a flash alongside it. Nico holds the line. That's the bomb that's been dropped to Nico. Goes in for seconds. Suddenly only 2 players remain. It's Dexter, who has a ton of grenades still at his disposal, tossing them across, but it's Magix that has to pick up the slack. And, well, it won't be happening. Nico with those 2 kills from Connector was everything.
Absolutely. Also, a lot of respect to Amanek getting that opening pick. I feel like we've seen a dance between him and Sun Da-young multiple times throughout this half in those B apartments, and this time around, Amanek took the lead. Wins it. Economy getting drained once again by Spirit. Vince, if G2 can win this round and tie things up 14 apiece, they would put Spirit in a tough spot, but same could be said. This round feels like the linchpin type round for either team. Body block from Nico on the smoke.
Nice.
That's so brilliant. They might not expect window to be open like this, and now they have to pay more attention to it in their movements. They can't just take it for granted. Added stress to the round.
That's exactly it. Nico doesn't even have to peek from window. He knows the fact he blocked that smoke will keep Spirit caught in 2 minds going forward.
Yes.
They throw a Molotov in there. That's extra utility they won't have when they explode out into the site. So well done by Nico.
Boost coming up as well here from Hunter, something that Spirit hasn't seen before. As we are going to see Hunter jump up here looking for someone. Doesn't spot it. Has to, you know, respect B apartments as a threat. We'll put the smoke up and maybe retake the boosted angle in a second here. Nico just making sure window is being covered right now. They could time up a peak depending on how they choose to play out this round, as Hunter will now commit to this, jumping up on top of the boxes. Will be tested by Sun Da-young soon. Sun Da-young gets the read. That is impressive. Huge kill.
40 seconds left. Spirit, who are thinking and toying with the idea of hitting A. The second the smoke and a FAMAS spray goes through there, they just instantly dip out. They're headed to B, and Jax is rotating off. Now realizes, hold on, they haven't pushed on A site just yet. I should maybe hold my ground. But it will be Jax alone. He has the AK.
And there's no rotation really in place yet either. He could be in a lot of trouble. He has to absolutely pop off here to give his team a chance. Nico gets a kill. In the meantime, though, out in middle, that's going to help things along. Jax playing smart.
Big headshot. Bomb's been tickled. Does he go out for the white swing? He knows it's going to be a fake, but Magix with a drive-by headshot. So impactful for Spirit, and Dexter from Apps pops off Amanek. And in that kill, they need Nexa to rotate all the way around Catwalk. They know the AWP's in Apps. They'll be very cognizant of this on the approach. Every chance now for Spirit to clutch on for the 15-13 lead, but Nico, he's not done just yet. The A1S is back in action. Chopper's been tagged down. Dexter goes for the white swing, gets the frag, but now Nico, he's coming in. He knows exactly where Dexter is. He's been in these situations so many times. Holds down onto the side, the defuse, the bomb's not planted fully, but Dexter and Nico has stole a round away from Spirit.
Oh my goodness, I bet you even Doctor Strange, looking at all the different possibilities of the universe, did not see that one, Vince. That was wild for Nico to be able to stick a defuse off. As you said, not quite angled correctly was the bomb. Dexter not able to find a clean shot onto Nico, who knows that his only path to victory is just locking the defuse down, and he does it. What a crazy exchange that took place on B. Such a back and forth moment. Never really knew who was going to be in control. Once again, Nico given free reign in the window. This time he's actually looking for the fight, and he finds it. A huge headshot on Samir. Now G2 had the man advantage early in this round. A chance to move towards map point.
That defuse could be the difference maker. And
Oh,
it
yeah.
should be mentioned that before that round, before that moment, Nico was having a bit of a rough one. He was definitely one of the weakest links on G2. Just goes to show that that class is permanent. However, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because Spirit is still in with this. They do counteract onto Amanek. Jax gets aggressive. The Famasto will come out second best, and Sun Da-young punishes him.
Yeah, you could tell that G2 wanted to do something a little bit different there, as their player at Ticket Booth got caught with the op. I believe that was Amanek, so Jax is looking to try to, find some intel, maybe get the advantage back, but gets caught, and now instead Spirit are the ones to step ahead into this round. It's still plenty of clock left to play with. They have mid control. They're shuffling that bomb through apartments. We can very easily tell that Hunter, with only the SMG to play with, is very isolated at the back of this B site. No assistance even nearby. As we see Nexa gambling on this forward angle at A ramp, it's all going to come down to Nico's op and how he chooses to rotate. It looks like the site's going to be taking Hunter again, left alone.
25 seconds, MP9, SMG, tailor-made for close angles such as this. When things get hot and heavy, the MP9 douses down the flames of Spirit, and it could be in for more. Hunter picks up a third, he moves himself to 25, and more than likely G2 to 15, and Chopper gets caught in the cross. Hunter take a bow.
Dude, it looked like Hunter was starring on the next edition of Naked and Afraid, because he was indeed all by his lonesome with little to work with on that B site. But his movement was so good, especially after he got those first 2 kills, to hug that pillar, to buy time for Nico's rotation into the kitchen. That was just a masterclass of maneuvering by Hunter to just eliminate options from Spirit. And now they are at map point. We could be going to overtime as Spirit can fight back here and now. And Vince, we know a thing or two about overtimes as a duo, don't we?
Oh, we've casted a fair few, and I would love to see this go overtime, Dust. I got to be honest, I'm really enjoying this game.
Oh, absolutely.
I know the fans watching probably don't feel the same way. Well, if you're Spirit fan, you definitely do, because that's the best possible outcome in this round. But
Yes.
G2, they've been looking great these last few rounds, and it just feels like we always speak about those moments of inspiration, Dust, where you get motivated, you get that fire underneath you. That Nico defuse for me was the moment for G2.
And I feel like that just added another spark to it as well. I mean, Hunter had so much to do on his own in a 3-on-4 situation with just an SMG to spare, and he was able to make it happen. So back-to-back hero plays, basically, from a G2 player. It's the cousins coming through for the squad. Hunter looking to get aggressive here over on Catwalk, is going to get tested big time by several players. Spots a couple, crossfire established, but Spirit coming out on top in that exchange.
Jack's a different angle. They haven't used this too often. It's typically been on the side, and he does reap the rewards with the first frag. Low players coming in, chop it down to 2 HP, and Jack's very nearly takes down some Die Young. Drops him to a measly 9 HP, so 2 of the 3 are sub 10 health. But there's only 2 players left for G2, and Nico's put that A1S to use. Has really ignited his own form in these last 4 or 5 rounds. Amanek spins up. What a headshot onto some Die Young, and that could be good enough. Dexter's got 34 kills, by the way. This man has been unstoppable, an absolute mammoth, and he comes head to head, and he passes the test against Nico. We'll have to just calm down for a few moments, ladies and gents. We're headed to overtime, and we're headed to a break.
Slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top. We're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking, but I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah, I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl, I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, I just wanna know, I just wanna know. Take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. If we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, I just wanna
Well, it took an ungodly performance from Dexter, dropping 35 kills to save his team of Spirit up against G2. Now we move into overtime, and Dust, I'm going to just say it. That might be the best opener to a tournament that I've ever casted. That first regulation was fantastic to watch.
Yes, we have stepped into Dexter's laboratory events.
Nice.
Like you said, 35
Classic.
kills. Yeah? I bet you there's like a million Zoomers watching. They're like, what? Speak of the devil, opening pick. He went through that smoke, no fear. And Nico, you know he's human after that. Like, he's just pushed the smoke and out. You know that's what he said. It works, though. It gets results.
Yeah, it was really a case of Dexter being shackled for the first 8 or 9 rounds on the CT side, so it's good to see himself just break those chains, push through middle. Now, Jax may be getting a bit antsy down on ramp. There is only Magic's over here. It's not going to be an A hit. They're actually pushing through connector, so Magic's position is still important. Jax misses out the first shot. Their wide swings in, and Magic's has been put down as a result. Hunter elsewhere's going deep into damage. Double frag for Hunter. And suddenly Spirit are a player behind. Some die young, was not anticipating the bait and switch from Nexa on being on Tetris, and it leaves Dexter in a 1-on-3. I would not write this man off right now, but he doesn't have the AWP. It's the AK by his side, knows what the first player is. He's more interested in where the second and third are. He's thinking about the clutch. Now sees the second players. Nexa scurries away back into the ramp, and Dexter knows where he is. The only downside is the bomb is dropped for Nexa. He has to come out, and Dexter is so close to clutching again. But Nexa just holds on by a thread, and G2 regained the lead.
Bro, that was a roller coaster ride of a round if I've ever seen one, Vince. You see how it kicks off Dexter just styling on him at middle with the mid pick, but then you see just everything somehow go G2's ways after that. Somehow Jax able to make that A ramp push work, somehow able to catch the push elsewhere as well, all across the site, but then Dexter makes you believe for a second he's about to clutch a 1v3, but Nexa just holds on. Double op in play for G2 into this round. They're a round ahead. This is MR3 16K overtime rule set. Nico already caught with one of those AWPs in the underpass position. Chopper also catching a player as well inside those B apartments. So it seems like a couple of the aces up G2 sleeves have turned out to not be what the poker table was looking for.
Less aces, more jokers, I guess you could say there on that one, Dust. But Nico's died first both rounds of overtime, by the way. He's had no impact yet. Last round, it was Dexter through the smoke. Fair enough, can't really hold that against him. This round, getting aggressive down in underpass and just giving across 2 kills to Team Spirit. So, pretty rough. Amanek, though, gets aggressive, makes the most of that aggression through apps, takes down some Die Young, and backs away.
Yeah, they're kind of gambling over towards B. They've left A wide open for the taking at this point, as we are going to see that Hunter now drifts that way with the M4 towards Ticket. We see Amanek continuing to try to posture up at B apartments, will spot nothing. So now he should know what's going on here, especially now that Hunter has spotted this at connector, but he's playing behind triple, not exposing himself to connector. He's just trying to focus on A ramp. He needs to win this fight against Magix. That's his only hope. Or he can slide out for the perfect timing there, but Magix is quick to trade, and that's the problem. 3-on-2 now in favor of Spirit with A side control, but this flank could be everything from Amanek. He's come all the way around for B apartments with this op, Vince.
Oh, the timing was so grim, but still puts it down center mass onto Magix. And alone Mia treads very carefully towards jungle. Dexter was spotted, but comes back out again. A man you do not want to meddle with. The bombs also dropped from his perspective in eyesight. Mia maneuvering round towards CT. The bomb has been smoked. They tickle it, try and draw Mia out into the open, but it's Nexa that goes in for the wide swing, and now Dexter needs to get the lineup on point, but Amanek returns fire, avenges Nexa, and gets the round. That was a 5 versus 3 that G2 just pulled off.
Indeed, and it all comes down to Amanek re-aggressing B apps with the AWP, then flanking all the way around into A ramp, catching Magix there. Gets the final kill of the round also and the defuse. We've talked about it time and time again throughout this game, Vince. Amanek on that CT side op has had so much impact round after round. And he's not been alone. We've seen Hunter pull off hero plays. Nico had a crazy defusal clutch. They've all stepped up and made individual plays happen when they've needed to. Dexter trying something different this round, peeking over the incendiary with the boost at A ramp. Unfortunately for him, no one's given him a look.
Well, he's like, okay, listen, you're not going to peek us, we'll peek you. We're just going to push straight through that smoke. Jax gets one, does get traded out instantly afterwards. And you see there's a player stuck on the site. That was Nexa. Only good for the one frag. Nico back to the wall, trying to bide up a little bit more time and allow his teammates to move in. They have the AWPing component of Amanek on catwalk, watching through connector towards the site. So Mia, although he does pose a threat, he needs to be careful because if he overextends, he could get picked off.
Yep. That's the big problem, but he's boosting up on top, spots Amanek's dome, and now knows about that threat. Meanwhile, bomb will come up A ramp. A site is empty, except for Hunter playing back with the M4, but he could easily get smoked off. As you see these players continue to pinch onto A site, they will use the smoke to block off the jungle angle. So they know that they only really have to worry about Ticket. They may be also concerned that someone from G2 has palace control. As the bomb does go down.
Right idea with the grenade, but just wrong lineup. Does no damage to some Die Young. Really well played by Spirit, by the way. They still had like a minute when all that action went down, so they just cooled their jets, waited. Assumed G2 would go for a bit of a rotation. They did, and then they moved in afterwards and caught G2 in awkward positions. Great post plans have now been assumed. Flashbang through. Nowhere near good enough, though, to deal with some Die Young, and although Amanek goes in for the peak, he does get the kill. The time is drawing ever so quickly, but Nico gets the timing now to some Die Young, and he is all alive. Surely not again, G2! Out of the fire, the flames, the Ebbs, and they really just picked up another clutch scenario with mere seconds to spare.
That is unbelievable. A shutout on the first half overtime here from G2. Now one away from taking the map, and I just can't believe it. As you said, Spirit seemed to be working out that 3-on-3 perfectly. They were even able to dodge that flash from CT spawn. They even temporarily had a 3-on-2 post plant, but they just got caught backing up into jungle, giving a free body away. And then they just lost their fights from that moment forward. G2 just seemed to never run out of fuel in those individual moments. When they need a player to step up and land a shot, it's worked out for them. And now they just need one more. They're going to change things up with a very quick palace push.
Dexter has landed 40 kills, and he's not done just yet. Molly up and over onto Palace. Spirit with another lead. This time, though, a very different ball game. It's not G2 trying to retake, it's trying to aggress, trying to puncture through and perforate the site, pillage it if they can. And Dexter shutting down Nexa has got them a step towards holding on. The thing is as well, Dust, there's every chance to argue that on another day, Spirit would have actually clean swept that first overtime half 3-0.
Yeah, they had a lot of opportunities. There have been a lot of close rounds, a lot of 3-on-3, 2v2 type situations in the late round, in the post plant, but G2 just always eking them out. That round they tried again to pick up the pace and do something crazy at A, did not work out. I wonder if they will just go back to their slower formation, that 2-2-1, letting Nexa play passive towards A side, doing 2 middle, 2 B apartments to underpass, play that mid control, smoke off jungle. They've been so successful on these connector plays. We are seeing the aggression from some Die Young to try to disrupt things.
Needs to get out of there. Has a sell-by date and expiry date in that position, especially if the T's are pushing up through underpass. So he takes his shot, he gets his information, he backs out. Very important. Spirit, no, there's still 2 more map points for G2. So one mistake could cost them everything.
Now we see that G2 were trying to put that early presence at B apartments with 3 players. They kind of had to back off a bit due to some utility. Hunter will now take the underpass position. He'll double up with Jax to try to ensure that mid control goes their direction. And so they are getting back to basics, getting back to their bread and butter that we saw them so successful with in the early first half of regulation, where they were just setting up so many different types of attacks from this, you know, heavy emphasis on connector control. We're going to see Nico now set up another smoke over here inside that window room to allow them to safely progress towards connector. Another smoke being banked to get inside of it if they so choose. Bomb is going to come up A ramp. Palace control has been taken by Chopper. That could be a little bit of an X factor later, but he actually gives it up and jumps into sight. And this kind of plays into G2's hand now. Now they're going to be able to come into A site. They might even be able to isolate Chopper on the site. as long as they use their utility correctly and they time this perfect. And it looks like they are really onto the right jump, Vince. I'm liking G2's chances on this attack.
Time though, time is working against them. 13 seconds left, but Chopper has made his last stand, and it's a stand that doesn't yield too much. Mia misses so many shots, uncharacteristic for him, and maybe Dexter could punch this one, get the 3 seconds left. He's gonna be able to get the bomb. No, he doesn't actually, and Nexa then spins around and takes his head off. I don't know what I just saw.
He jumped! Dude, he literally won the round because he jumped. Can you believe it? He would have died. He jumped to take a leg shot, and then he wins the round because of it, because he had enough health to take a 1v1 fight afterwards. That's unreal. I've never seen someone win a round because they jumped and literally dodged an op bullet. That's insane.
My goodness, Dust. Well, we're going to have to try and calm ourselves down and head to a short break, but that map is going to take some beating, I tell you that.
I can't believe it. He literally jumped over an op bullet.
It's not a break. We can talk a little bit more. It's just an unbelievable moment. It is a break. Let's go. We'll see you in a few moments, guys. Hopefully you've used that break to just calm down a little bit, because I know we definitely both needed to. I'm sure the players
Hold
do
on,
as
Vince.
well. But
I gotta make a public
don't even.
statement. I need to make this statement. Everyone out there, I messed up. I forgot that there was a delay. I put out a tweet a little too early. Sorry about that. Won't happen again.
Fight.
But why are you looking at Twitter? Watch the game. That's kind of my rebuttal, but I'll still take it on the chin. I messed up there. No more spoilers from me. But do follow me on Twitter anyway. And Vince. Might as well, I guess.
I respect it. I respect it. But that game was absolutely just mad top to bottom. We had multiple comebacks. It looked like G2 had maybe thrown away a bit of a lead there when Spirit came back, and then Spirit were looking great, and that Nico defuse. Hunter had 2 or 3 ridiculous moments with clutches and multi-kills. I feel really bad, though, being sat here. I've got to be honest, for Dexter, because he ended up with 42 or 43 kills. He dropped 35 frags in regulation, and he still loses the game.
Bro,
I don't know what to say
played
about
jump
that.
rope with an op bullet. Can we talk about that for a second? That was unreal. I've literally never seen someone win a game off of jumping. Nexa even liked my tweet on Twitter. I think he intentionally jumped, hoping that it would turn into a leg shot, and he was right. It did. He actually won because of it. That's wild. Ugh.
Yeah, just I don't know how any match today will be able to follow that in terms of just raw entertainment. I hope that we have many more of those to come, but that is a game that I'm definitely going to go back and watch a few times. It was a really, really fun experience, a true pleasure to cast that one.
Absolutely, man. I'm still blown away. I've kind of been shocked that I just watched Nexa win around that way.
So we do have an interview, by the way, and tons more games coming up, but we are waiting for Malik at the moment. So we'll just fill in a little bit more before he does join us and we can get into that. Obviously, as we said before, there's still tons more games today. That was only the first best of one. There's 3 more best of ones coming up and then 2 best of 3s. And there's also 2 streams, although we said it before, I think we got a bit lucky here, Dust. I think, especially after that basis, we probably got the better games. So you might want to
Dream
stick here.
stream. That's all I'm saying. Stick around. More action coming at you. Look at Vince looking fresh, button-up shirt, looking skinny, losing that weight. We have matching banners. We're actually, for all you know, we're sitting right next to each other.
Yes, we are. Yeah, I flew to America to cast with Dust. Yeah, that's what happened.
I don't know why that would be the arrangement. Like, you wanted to wake up at 3:30 in the morning and cast in North America? It seems like it would have made more sense for you to say that I came to Europe. I feel like that would have been the play.
Well, the thing is, that would suggest I have a sleep schedule. I'm pretty much always on American time anyway, so
fair enough. This is like prime time for Vince right now to be playing something like probably bass guitar. We got to break out the bass one day on the DreamHack stream, man. Just I want to get together. I've been saying this for ages, right? Obviously, we're filling just until the interview gets here, but I've been saying for ages we should get together a talent band that plays at events to open the events up. Genuinely. But I don't know who else plays an instrument to like a competent level, so I'm not sure it's possible. But we must have some musicians out there, Dust. I know you play drums. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I attempt to play drums. I did play drums for like a couple of years, like back in the day, but I haven't played drums in forever, so I imagine now it would not sound so great. But yeah, you're an experienced bass guitarist. We got some other people out there. I know that Alchemist, the producer back in the day, he plays some guitar, pretty good at it. We could get a couple other people. Maybe like Machine is secretly like a screamo artist and can like come out and just like roar. I don't know. Possibility right there.
Out of everybody, you picked like one of the nicest guys. That's quite a gentle soul to be like the screamo artist. Maybe though. Sometimes they say like the quiet ones are the ones you need to watch out for. So yeah.
I mean,
we must have some vocalists, right? We must have.
Surely. I've heard Frankie sing once, I believe. So we can.
Frankie can sing actually. Yeah, I think she plays acoustic as well. Acoustic guitar.
she's quite solid. So we can get her in here. All right. So apparently the interview is Gonzo. Big sad.
Right. Yeah. Big sad. It also does mean though, good news for you guys. We don't have to waffle anymore. So we're going to cut to a break, and you rejoin us. We'll be live for our second match. Don't go anywhere. I think things are only just starting to warm up.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard you call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground.
Hello?
No clip?
Of course no clip.
Cheater. Oh wait. Nope, nope.
О, больно вообще-то.
It's okay.
Well, if that first match wasn't enough and it only really got your appetizer going, don't worry, there's still plenty to go. And I don't think this next match has any signs of slowing down too much. It's FaZe and VP, and I know you had a couple things to say about this, Dust, because it's been a little while since they last saw each other.
Over a year, Vince. They haven't played against each other since EPL Season 11 back, and I believe that was February of 2020 or something along those lines. So it has been quite a lot since these two teams have had each other. It's actually March of 2020, so a little bit off, but still definitely been a long, long time. And also, it's one of those things where, you know, we have like two very different storylines coming into this, Vince, right? You have a VP team who's been together for a good bit of time at this point, and they've been having a bunch of big results over the last 6 months, including winning CS Summit, winning Flashpoint, winning DreamHack Open December in 2020, and then into this year, they made the finals of Katowice. They took a top 8 ADPL Season 13, so they have been really doing some huge things. On the flip side, you have a FaZe team that's just brought in Kerrigan as the IGL a couple of months ago. Twist hasn't been on the team very long either. And they haven't got off to the running start they were probably hoping for. They've only played a couple events together with this lineup, EPL and Katowice. Both events did not go well. Their map pool kind of in disarray right now. Not really sure where that's headed. But you have to feel like at some point it's going to give. At some point, Kerrigan will have enough time to get this team operating properly, and they could be a very powerful threat. And will that happen now is the question.
Well, it's kind of keeps in that thought process of FaZe for the longest time was like this team just full of star players and full of potential and like just craziness. And I feel like we have kind of a similar thing going on here, but you have that Kerrigan, as you say, that's just kind of maybe reining them in. The fact that Twist has come in, I think, was just a massive shot in the arm, like a really great move for FaZe. Obviously, Rain, I've always liked Rain as a player. I've always thought he was criminally underrated as a player. But they're up against a VP team that, let's be honest, they've been going from strength to strength. You have the likes of Yakindar that's just been an absolute beast. So it's an interesting lineup in terms of narratives. But in terms of the groups, let's have a quick look at the groups here in terms of the results as well. What's been kicking off so far. So Gambit and Fiend did play each other earlier. Gambit did take that one. And then obviously we just casted that complete and utter banger between G2 and Spirit. And that's one hell of a game. In the next part of the brackets, it'll be G2 up against Gambit.
Yeah, man, that's going to be a fantastic upper bracket match for sure in the future. But again, we're dealt a very great match between FaZe and VP, two brands that have been around the Counter-Strike game for a very, very long time, have had big results, you know, throughout the game's history. And again, it's a tale of two teams, right? A Virtus Pro team that is very well proven, a top 5 team in the world, lots of big results. You mentioned Yakindar being this like revelation for the team, but that's not even without mentioning the classics of the Kicker, Buster, and Jane, who've been a core 3 for such a long time and are all very heavy hitters in their own rights. There's a lot of fragging power on that team. But then, you know, FaZe, again, Twist now, big fragger for that team. You finally got an in-game leader back in with Kerrigan. You know, I feel like at some point that team's going to pop off, and it could be right now.
Well, we're going to find out what the vetoes are going to be. These are still best of ones, of course. The best of 3s will be coming up later today. Vertigo and Nuke instantly banned out.
The problem with this veto for me is I don't even know what FaZe's map pool is. They've only played each map about 4 times at most, Mirage being the only exception where they've played it about 6 times. They've been 50-50 on it. So it's really hard. On the VP side of things, though, they have been well proven on Inferno, Mirage, and Overpass. That's their 3 big maps. They don't play Nuke. Other than that, they have a pretty well-balanced map pool. Even their Dust 2 is pretty strong. So they can go a lot of different areas in this, and it looks like it's going to wind up on Train. Now, we've only seen FaZe play this a handful of times since Kerrigan and Twist have come on board. They've only won it once. It was against Ints. They had some losses to NIP and Furia. Meanwhile, when you look at Virtus Pro, they're kind of a 50-50 team on Train right now. They have a 9-9 record over the last 6 months, and yeah, I'm not really sure what to expect out of them on a map like Train. I would have thought they'd want it to go to one of the handful of other maps that were available, but yeah, they decided to go ahead and take it to Train.
Train is one of the more strategical sort of maps in the current pool. So, yeah, I'm really curious as to see what Kerrigan has managed to put together with the troops. We know that VP may not necessarily have the greatest when it comes to stats, but they certainly have players that situationally can be incredibly strong on a map like Train. I'm thinking like Jame in particular here, with that AWP can straight up just decimate FaZe if they don't shut him down with well-placed utility, especially on that CT side.
Yeah, my problem is they've lost like 5 of their last 7 on Train, though, over on the VP side of things. The only wins they've gotten recently were in the EPL against Astralis and Fnatic, and even the win against Astralis is like a labored one that they had to go to triple overtime to find the victory. Meanwhile, they got absolutely rinsed by Ensign EPL on Train. They also got absolutely demolished by Gambit and Na'Vi and IM Katowice, so they have not looked sharp on Train lately, so I'm just really surprised they found themselves here in the veto.
It's time for map 2 to commence. FaZe and VP. VP starting over on the CT side, FaZe on the T. And the two teams will be coming out against one another. But if utility over on the T side, they got themselves a molly, a smoke, and a flashbang. And Dust, you might actually get your dream scenario. And in the pistol as well, James. Seriously?
Please. I can't. I need it. No! No! Man, what? That's so anticlimactic.
Actually really smart to jump over there as well in case there was a player up close just as that. But Yikinda will be nulling and suppressing down Brocky. In the meanwhile, though, Sanji, though, has also gone down to the hands of Rain, and Yikinda, who is posted up, is doing significant damage. 2v3 in favor of VP. And the 3 remaining CTs are all the wrong side of the site as far as FaZe are concerned. P250 tries to claim some heads. Coldzera tries to line them up with the Glock and knock them back down again. But the bomb is in such a tentative, tenuous position. It's not looking good for the Brazilian. He still has time on his side for the time being, but he's hoping that one of these CTs overextends. I don't even think Kiko was overextending. He was just watching the angle, instantly got his head perforated. And now Coldzera does have a brief window to get back into this round with. A 3K for Yikinda as he tries to pick up a 4th all the way from Pop Dog, but now Coldzera closes the noose onto Buster, and at this kind of range, he may even clutch. He's got the HP advantage. Time is still running away from the Brazilian, but the audacity to clutch that round from Coldzera, I don't have a clue how he's managed to pull that off.
You know, some clutches, Vince, when you watch them, they're more of one side making a mistake and the other side taking advantage of it. In that situation, like you said, I don't think VP really screwed up. I feel like that was just a chef's kiss of an attempt from Cold, and he converts on it. He just did so well. He was always making sure that someone wasn't going to swing on him when he was taking shots the other direction. He was just pivoting so perfectly. That is just like classic Coldzera, man.
A play that really you feel should never have been. I'm still in awe of the fact he actually pulled that off. That actually completely shocked me watching it.
I mean, he
Especially,
made
he gets
every...
the first, I think, right, it's over now, surely. Nope.
He just made a perfect decision at every moment. Like, that is literally just a masterclass clutching clinic there from Coldzera. Now they will try to use it as a springboard to get an advantage early in this half as they've bought up rifles on everyone except for Brokey and Kerrigan, who will take the SMGs. Looking for that heavy triple opener at Ivy. Bomb still tucked into T-Con side, looking to split this outer sight, smoking off the back halls. Mollying up close to ensure that they have easy access to this right-hand side. Buster trying to play spoiler in the smoke.
You can also hear all those grenades being tossed out, so that's information that's been gathered. They do take a shot from the scalp, that's Brokey, but it just glances his arm. So he's tagged down to 44. Buster now getting up close. The smoke is clear to Coldzera. Will be checking his angles. And he's not slowing down the pace from the pistol round. He's picking up the slack. Kerrigan sees the shadow, but it betrays him. His springs in for 2, and Sanji with the white swing for Mass picks up 2 of his own. It's down to Coldzera for another clutch, but even by his immortal hands, that is a bridge too far, and VP instantly bounced back in.
What? I'm so confused. It looked like FaZe had that perfect. Like, they used the smokes great to get that spaced out Ivy and start getting into that hell position and start spreading out the outer yard, and then somehow, some way, VP just kick it right back. And now FaZe are on the deco. It's this scrappy affair to kick things off. The economic game of chicken. Who will yield first? It's going to take 2 rounds in a row to put a halt to this shenanigan that we are in the midst of. So you are going to see VP getting up close and personal on these choke points in the outer yard.
Yikinda James, and Sanji all open their accounts onto a forced up phase. Now, the only thing being forced is VP into a second round. Yekindar, bit of money in the bank from his SMG as he doubles up and twists. Well, he tries to hold on with the Deagle.
This webcam angle is fantastic, isn't it? Like, I'm really getting to explore Twist forehead. That side never would have anticipated. I'm seeing every pore.
So dialed in.
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, Yekindar, well, he's going to get a third, and that's a lot of money he just accrued in the process.
It is wild to see a North American player on, like, international team. It's so rare. Like, the only other times that's really happened is, like, when Terracins 2, he went to a Brazilian team, it made in Brazil, and I guess you could say, like, rush on complexity, but it didn't start out that way, right? It kind of evolved into that when he was already on board. So it's definitely kind of a different take for Counter-Strike to see Twist on a, you know, European team being the only North American. Glock safe here from FaZe, so not a whole lot that's going to happen here, you'd imagine.
Used as target practice, perhaps. VP.
Another
may
side
use some of the
webcam
utility.
angle.
Yep.
Can
see all the chair.
Can't be asked. Yeah.
I understand that FaZe probably using this as a bit of a mini timeout.
Sure.
Try and see if they can whittle away some of these grenades, and maybe if VP overextend with one of their SMGs, they can take down a kill. But yeah, as you said, I mean, this round, they kind of just came into it knowing it was a loss.
Oh, yeah. Like you said, just kind of use it to cool your jets, prepare for the important round coming up next to try to immediately contend with VP. You can dark this angle here, spots them spilling out. They actually kind of overwhelm him with the Glocks. That's by 1,000 paper cuts. They get a couple of kills. They get into a 3 versus 3, almost teasing that they could get the space to get a bomb plant, but now Buster is doing his job to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, this is where things just fall into place. But the fact they even got 2 kills is way more than I really expected. That is going to be guaranteed replenished purchases of Kevlar and grenades. Now, sure, they've got SMGs, they've got a scout, so they can definitely make sure they take as much value out of this round as possible. Brokey's now just try and force his will onto the site. Doesn't really matter that James landed the scout, because Kicker was right behind him anyway. But the bonus has came and gone, and FaZe had a bit of success.
Indeed, they will be able to get the full buy this round. Kind of curious what kind of game plan they're going to come out with. Again, we have not seen them play a whole lot with this lineup, and we definitely haven't seen very many games on Trey, and certainly not successful ones, right? Coming in with the 1-2 record. So not sure what Kerrigan has had cooked up. Again, a guy that usually likes to play a more explosive play style of Counter-Strike. The problem is it's going to be hard to do when the CT economy is this high. They have so much utility to kind of block you going for early peeks out towards Olaf or in the outer yard in general. You're going to have to extinguish or wait things out, as we see VP is indeed doing exactly what I'm talking about. They're using their utility to choke FaZe, but they're trying to explode through anyway.
Yeah, try and just plunder through the smokes, the flashes, the mollies. You can hear as Flash burns and singes away from main, but Coldzera still able to put his body with the AK to use. Still alive. 3 players left, but 2 of them below 20 HP. And he's been in the thick of all of the action. Through the trials and tribulations, the ups and the downs. There's a minute 10 left, but he may just about to get flanked from Buster, who will get the shot down. There was aggression from FaZe, which I like to see, but VP just seemed dialed in right now, Dust.
Again, it's really hard to make that kind of tactic work when you're up against a CT team that has that much money to spend on utility. It's so hard to get past those nade stacks and those incendiaries on that T connector and on that ladder room. You basically have to hope you catch a good timing with your spawn, or that you can somehow just force through with extinguishing using a smoke. Unfortunately for them, it did not pan out that time. VP had that on lock, and now it's another save from FaZe. Eco, other than Kerrigan, who gets a little bit of utility in the P250. Some flashes, 1 smoke, perhaps just looking to try to get that inner bomb plant. Kicker throw playing up close. Spots maybe a player on the edge of that smoke. Not sure if you would have saw Rain there or not. Does back off, though, smartly, not wanting to get overwhelmed, and has that incendiary ready to go. And there's nothing that can extinguish it when the smoke comes in the sight.
Oh, it's going to be so much damage if they push through that Molotov, but actually, two of them bypass it for the most part, only taking one tick as opposed to more. It does keep Karrigan, though, away from the rest of the team. The bomb's been spilled out, they just get skewered. Skewered by M4s, skewered by AWPs. It's a full house of frags with Kickert on 3 and Jane with 2.
VP building up a big lead here on the CT side, but FaZe finally back to a full buy, and now Brokey is going to have that AWP. He has yet to find a kill in this game. He's not alone in that regard either. Here's winding back of the clock. I don't know what to do with that one. I'll just let it go. I tried, Vince. I really did. Just find a way to. When production throws a curveball at you, you know, you gotta be on your toes. I tried. I really did.
Listen, they were just trying to inspire Brokey with the AWP.
Yeah.
0, 1, and 6. He's like, this is how you AWP, all right?
There you go.
Take a leaf out of Dexter's book.
You figured it out.
Good guys production. They're on point.
Yeah. You found a way. As it is 0 kills for Karrigan and Brokey so far. They need to get going here, and now full utility, op and play. Again, hard to roll out a faster play with VP's utility being this high, and they had so much money stored up for later. And so, let's see how FaZe want to approach this. Maybe just try to give Brokey some time to work out a pick with that op.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds have just been really aggressive. It's been fun to watch, but not too much success from FaZe. So look at this from Brokey. He's already down in Pop Dog, but Jane has the angle covered.
Yeah, I feel like they realized that they conceded this, and so they are making sure that it's covered, and that's you know, good on them. And now they've actually forced Brokey out with that later incendiary. So Brokey almost had a sick timing. I've never seen an op get down ladder that fast on a full gun round on train. So gave himself a chance, but eventually flushed out. And now they will have to do a bit of a reset here. They will just leave coldzera lurking towards Ivy. The rest looking to take control of box salts and maybe even try to recapture some ladder control. Jane, though, posted up watching Cloud. Sanji also has ladder room covered. So FaZe just gonna have to kind of brute force their way through, Vince.
Yeah, they do need someone to really step up to that mantle. Like, coldzera's got a lot of frags right now, but it's been from clutch situations. They've never really led the rounds very well.
Yes.
And that's been the main issue for me. They need someone to take on that entry role and just have a lot of success while doing it. Molly's been put down, Twist decides he's the man to push out first to take point, and it will be a post plant. Jane gets flashed, that may survive. From Rain's perspective, just a few more moments, but the smoke is starting to fade. It's starting to dissipate. Sanji's now coming in with the M4, but Karrigan stands his ground and lays waste to him. Nikinda picks up the slack, gets the headshot onto Rain, but it's the M4 as opposed to the AK, so he comes out worse for wear. And Jane decides he needs to piece out of there. A 1v4, understandably, but I don't think he's allowed the opportunity to save because coldzera was in perfect position.
Yeah, you know, you could see what he was trying to do, but coldzera definitely had him cut off there. Really well done in here. It was Twist kicking things off. And here's the thing about Twist, Vince, is while he was on Liquid, because they had so many star players on the team and so many guys who were really good at being aggressive, like a Stewie, you know, in particular, like an Elige, it's like Twist kind of got stuck playing like more solo roles, just kind of on the edges of the map and not really being a part of the main map control group, not being the tip of the spear of attacks. On this team, I feel like Karrigan is looking to make him that player, and that was a big entry from him on Enter that round.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to look out for more of that in the future rounds. Because it's going to be aggression again. This time it's the full 5-man roster, though, that is just charging towards VP. Can't quite catch them yet as the smokes are still in place. Faking the bomb, trying to draw the CTs out into the open. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. More HP has been lost, though, on the face side of things with Karrigan down to 39. Still yet to get the plant down. Still being careful and treading lightly on the side. coldzera fakes it again, anticipating that maybe Pop Dog will get pushed into. There's actually a long flank from Kickert, who's going all the way around back towards main side. They've lost another player, but it will be a post plant as Buster comes in with the AWP, shutting down Karrigan in the process. coldzera in yet another clutch situation alongside the youngster of Brokey. He has his eyes set towards Ivy. If Buster peeks out again, could have him shut down. But all the emphasis now is spun around on the CTs, but in the blink of an eye, the round comes crashing down, and FaZe have conceded again.
That was just good patience and discipline from VP through that round. Yeah, Twist got the initial entry, but VP able to trade it back pretty quickly, and then they just kind of settle into the round. They kind of let FaZe have control of sight, you know, concede the bomb plant if need be. That's fine. They didn't fall for any of those baited plants. And they just work the retake together so efficiently. They just look potent. And again, no shocker, VP have been on an absolute tear as a top 5 team in the world throughout the course of the last 6 months, winning a couple of titles, actually 3 titles in a row between Flashpoint 2, DreamHack Open, and CS Summit 7 in 2020, and already had a final appearance with Katowice earlier this year. They have been so on fire.
Jame with the time peeking. Coldzera is not going to be happy about that one, but at least Jame has been laid down from Rain. Gets the avenging frag for the Brazilian. And now they look to pivot in towards the site. Tinker gets the molly down. Lots of damage. Smoke goes in and extinguishes the molly. But more importantly for FaZe, they've actually got Kicker dead to rights. Sanji with a fast flank round the back, but he's already done this earlier. He had no success last time with the M4, so they know this is a distinct possibility. And you better believe that FaZe will have a good idea as to this coming in, but they may not anticipate the double crunch from Catwalk. Sanji now shows his hand at the same time as Yakinda. And FaZe are being executed where they stand. Twist shut down in the back from Buster, and another successful retake for VP.
Yeah, their retakes have been so on point, and it just comes down to them kind of just doing these unorthodox things and taking advantage of timings of flanks. Again, they've been patient when they needed to be. They've been explosive when it's been required. They are just such a well-rounded team. You know, you have guys who are willing to sit back and play support positions like a Sanji or like a Buster at times, but then you have someone like Ikendar who is absolutely wild and just can get in your face. And look at this frag distribution, man. A 3-kill spread from top to bottom on VP. Meanwhile, Brokey has still yet to find a kill, and I hate to single him out, but on a map like this, where opping is so pivotal, he needs to find something.
Yeah, precisely. All FaZe have got to try and pull some different strings. This is where you're looking at Karrigan alongside to try and unlock the player. And speaking of AWPers and having a bit of success, there we go. He's got it. Brokey does get off the mark. It's at the cost of Buster's life, who took one down just beforehand over on Ivy.
Yeah, just no utility for FaZe, man. And look, they have 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov. That's it. They can't really run anything too complex. They have to just go for kind of the one push. Now, they are already creeping out top side of inner. They actually have gotten into sight. Now they know it's clear. They can molly all Z connector. That's going to put James Op out of the equation for now. Bomb should make its way in. Kicker getting up to Cloud. But I like how FaZe are pushing deep into the yard fence. They're not just going to give up points, but now that flank is going to disrupt everything. Now they can't really hold these 4 positions as comfortably.
They have lost so many post plants so far, FaZe. 3 or 4 at least off the top of my head, and most of them in winnable situations. Is this going to be yet another one? Damage distributed between the 2 teams. Twist and Brokey taking a lot, but so is Yakinda. Twist now holds his ground onto Sanji. Jame peeks round, gets the success onto Twists, nullifies that threat, but the time is so very low. This bomb is just mere moments away from detonation, and the CTs need to get on top of it. Jame is just out in the open. They try and bait him out with the smoke on the Molotov. But Rain will not miss. FaZe take the round, but it's a great cost to their players. Everybody barring Rain dropping down.
Man, such a crazy round. And I mean, VP are still in so much control, though I will say their money has dwindled because they've gone for double op here, Kicker on the FAMAS, and so they are kind of at that breaking point where if FaZe can fit this one through, they could actually start gaining some traction, start closing the gap on the scoreboard, and start making this half a close contest despite the cold start. You are going to see them try to pick up the pace here towards inner side. Utility trying to stuff them, Twist trying to force his way through, but he's been absolutely busted by Kicker. Almost bullet between the eyes. Not the early start FaZe we're hoping for in this round, Vince.
Yeah, real venom behind those FAMAS shots. You can see that FaZe don't have the antidote. They just pull the plug. They get out of there. Brokey down to 54. Has come alive in this last round. But will it be too little too late? Because FaZe are already hemorrhaging so many rounds, Dust. And just watching this, it doesn't really fill me with confidence about the rest of their T rounds.
No, here's the big problem with FaZe that I don't think people realize. They have only had Karrigan for 2 months, and they've never really had a lull in activity to really focus on practice and boot camping, I feel like. So I feel like they just haven't had the time to really fine-tune how they handle some of these approaches. Well, they need to make something work now. They're trying to hop out and weave around the op bullets, but Jame is not missing the mark. As I say that, of course.
He switched too early. The classic just goes to show even the top-level players do it now and again. 3v3. And with that mistake, there's now an opportunity, and FaZe are making the most of it. They're knocking down the door, and it's coldzera with the sledgehammer in hand as he rattles the skulls with the Galil. Yekindar down to 5, and he has to save. That moment from James actually gave FaZe an opportunity, and they took it with both hands.
You've never seen a bigger Caster's Curse moment in your life, man. He looked like he was ready to tee off. He already had the first shot. He was well prepared for the next player, I thought. And then, of course not. FaZe somehow make this scrappy, all over the place buy pan out. They will get the 4th round. And again, look at the reward. VP's money. Absolutely in tatters. They will say this M4 on Yekindar, but that's going to be about it. And so FaZe have a very good chance at a 5th round here.
Yeah, they've crept their way back into this. Make no mistake, they're just a couple of rounds away now from securing it as being a pretty solid T-half, all things considered, Dust. Like, you look at the economy, it's pretty grim. There's a definite path back in here for FaZe.
Oh, yeah. Especially now that the CT utility is going to be lower for probably the rest of the half, because even when they can buy again, their money is not out of control. So that opens up the door for FaZe to get some of those faster outer explosion plays, which they want to pick up that pace. That's the type of style that Kerrigan likes to play, the decisive in-your-face style. Oh, James, that Zeus not able to get in the position, flushed out by the Molotov, but he still got it. Still a chance for later, perhaps.
Wasn't that the exact same position on Pop
Yes.
Dog Ladder that you tried in the pistol as well?
Right.
So if at first you don't succeed, try again.
I mean, to be fair, that's probably one of the best spots you could position the Zeus to have a chance. Now he positions here on the other Pop Dog, the inner side.
And it is a position where FaZe have pushed down a lot of times as well, through mollies, through smoke. So understandable that he'd be taking these positions.
Now he's on the other ladder. He is trying every trick in the book to get this Zeus into a good position. Unfortunately for him, FaZe seem to just keep avoiding it, as now they're setting up for what looks to be an outer split. Cold rearing up Ivy. Rest lining up out by T-Con. Rain able to play from above the ladder room.
Going in, that flashbang actually does more harm than good to the teammate, but he runs out of ammunition, fully blinded, and that's them for the Trade's hands to add to the other arsenal of weaponry they had. He kicked up with his downrange, it's 2 kills before Brokey gets the flick shot. 2v2, a round that VP should never be close in. And they can't even win from this position. Brokey tries to flick into the frag, but misses it down onto Ivy before Kerrigan picks up the slack and puts this round to bed. Says that's how it's done, boys.
Yeah, that got a little bit dicey there for a second, but FaZe able to reel it back in, no problem. We are going to be able to see the buyback now, though, from VP. They have been fairly on point in gun rounds, but again, look at how much more limited their utility is. And again, that's going to give Kerrigan the option to run some of these faster outer plays if he so chooses. It gives them more flexibility on what kind of game plan that they can roll out. As we do see the smokes are coming out quick and outer, and look at how fast coldzera has found Olaf position.
Oh, Yekindar never had a chance. coldzera so quick. A player, remember, at one point was the best on the planet. And he still has that potential. He still has those maps where he will just come out all guns blazing. And we may have been very fortunate enough to experience one right here, right now. Rain, though.
Oh, wow. He must have hit a long-range rifle shot against James Opp that was perched on Cloud waiting for that angle. That was an insane shot from Rain. Meanwhile, FaZe just closing in on the outer yard. They got this one. Bomb, though, being planted at inner in the midst of it all. And now it looks like VP have to just save. Rain must have hit a crazy shot. I know we didn't see it, but just based on what I saw on the mini-map, that must have been wild.
So a save for VP. They have to back away. One of the two players, though, in a really awkward position. Buster out in no man's land. The bomb planted on B, of course. Kicker now wrapping around the back, and that's a big kill. That allows them the safety to save the AWP. And although Buster's died to the molly of Brokey, if Kicker can hold on to the AWP, that'll be a decent takeout. Now, he may not be afforded that luxury. but Carrigan coming in from one side and Twist from the other. Will he survive? It's going to be so close. It's the burst block to add insult to injury. Twist removes his head.
Of all the ways to not be able to save the op, that's the one. The burst clock to the dome. You hate to see it. So here we go. FaZe gifted another somewhat freebie, considering that VP have not quite too much of an arsenal. Let's just be honest about it. Scout, though, and James could maybe cause a bit of a ruckus. Same with a couple of Eagles out there in play. And speaking of which,
softening up targets. Cold Zera finishes off Sanji. We are into another position, though, where FaZe should have run away with this round, and yet they have to be very careful. Yes, they still have I'd say an advantageous position. Sure, they're a player behind, but they were able to juggle away one of those rifles. 2 players without Kevlars, Buster and James. Walking in, Yakindar gets the drop on terrain. That's another weapon that could trade hands. And suddenly, this round is starting to look very grim indeed for FaZe. They need a kill. Yakindar gets his 4th. He's on for the ace. Picking up the AK, using it against the oncoming T's. And Twist is going to try and take that accolade away from him. Up close, Yakindar takes the head off. What a time to bring out an ace.
brilliant play there from Yakindar, one of the newer players to the team, though he's been there for quite some time now, and he's been an absolute revelation to the team. Just being able to assert dominance, to be fearless, to be that tip of the spear when they need him most. And he comes up huge in a round that his team had no business winning, and that is a tough pill to swallow if you're FaZe. You are finally closing the gap on the scoreboard. You were finally on the heels of your opponent after a cold start. They were, again, down at one point, I believe 5-1. And to climb your way back and then lose a round like that, which puts you in this position for the final round of the half, that is grueling. What a play from Yakindar.
You are spot on. It was 5-1 Dust. So
every now and then, I make it work with numbers. Always a dangerous game.
Now the numbers will be dangerous for VP. Should FaZe bring it back to a one-round deficit to go through on the CT side? And now UMP, couple of AK-47s. It's a real bargain bucket buy-up, but Yakindar, of course, with the aggression, feeling the confidence after that ace in the previous round, is one shy of his 20. And we're not even into the second half just yet. Buster dancing with Carrigan. A dance to the death it ends up being, and it's Carrigan on the receiving end as the Dane now has to sit and watch the rest of his teammates try and clutch this one out. Yakindar shuffles Zera off his mortal coil, and it's looking like we will have the 9-6 scoreline, barring a miraculous clutch from Brokey or Rain.
Doesn't seem too likely, Vince. Seems well out of reach. They have no utility. They have no real intel. They have no map control. All they've got is 2 AKs and a dream.
Well, sometimes dreams come true. Is this going to be one of those moments they haven't checked down on the spools? That probably will be the beginning of the end. Brokey spins around and gets 2 kills with the AK. Not anticipating the fast flank, and Yakindar just takes off his head. That'll be it for the first half. We're going to cut to a break. When we rejoin us, we'll be live to see if VP can convert.
If you wanna be my love, only gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna know. If you wanna be my love, baby, gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna know.
All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to our live coverage of the DreamHack Masters Spring 2021. If you missed the first half, it was actually a bit of a roller coaster, Dust. It looked as though FaZe were really going to put the hurt onto VP, and they bounced back in with nowhere, with Yekindar picking up an ace and 21 kills to round out the first half. An unbelievable performance from him, and now they lead 9-6 going through to the T side.
A wild ride indeed, almost like the train has come off the rails. That's what that deserved, to be honest.
See, the
So
players were so
bad.
disappointed by
Yeah.
that someone just left their PC. They literally just said, screw it. They threw.
Man. Haven't left us with much to talk about.
So, second half will be coming up with VP 9 rounds to 6. At one point, it was 5-1 to VP, and it was looking
Yes.
as though they were going to just completely take over the first half. FaZe, to be fair to them, did come back. Brokey had a bit of a slow start, but he definitely picked it up towards the end. And now VP behind Yekindar, maybe looking for some entry work. We'll have a molly, and they have a couple of smokes and a couple of flashes.
Indeed. This is a big round for FaZe to try to claw back on the scoreboard, get themselves a nice, really hot start. They're trying to fight it out in the box halls, but VP are coming out on top. Quick flank, though, up the ladder from Rain and company, making this one dangerous, as now it's a 2-on-2. Bomb down in a precarious position.
James down alongside with it. Yekindar, though, last man standing. The man that completely put the hurt on FaZe in that first half. We had a crazy clutch from Coldzera in the first pistol, a 1v3. And maybe Yekindar can get another one here. Bomb in his hands. Understands that Spools very likely has a player behind it. Is the weakened Rain on 5 HP. Still tons of time at his disposal. Flicks into action, and Rain had some opportunities. But because of his low HP, maybe he just snatched at that one. And now it comes down to timing. VP, in the form of Yekindar, has to guess where Karrigan is coming from. Tries to plant the bomb safely. Gets it done. Backs away into Karrigan's embracing arms, and Karrigan will not miss, will not give him a second chance.
It's actually unreal that Yekindar did the one thing he couldn't do in that clutch. Obviously, he didn't know, but it's just so unlucky that he just chose the one wrong spot. You feel for him a little bit because he was certainly putting forward a fantastic effort throughout the bulk of that round to try to make something happen. But then Karrigan, as you said, gives him the hug of death.
Post plant, VP had opportunities to go in for a full force if they so chose. They decide against that option. Kicker down to only 400, dropping the bulk of these pistols, I would have to assume. And Coldzera already with the smoke down. Moses to be pressured in from multiple players, gets one alongside Brokey, who then doubles up. Should be another post plant, considering it wasn't a full investment. This may be good enough for VP. Any kills at this stage is a nice bonus on top, and they get it from James. This is where Kickert's lonely Glock, unlikely to really add too much into this round. He's not even interested in trying to fend off the
They got their
retake. He's
job
out of
done.
that.
The goal was to get the bomb down, and that happened for him. So that'll give them plenty of economy coming to this next round, except for Kickert, who, you know, gonna have only the 3600. Everyone else just spacing to overwhelm Cold a bit to get that bomb down. That was just enough. Now we will see the AWP coming into play for Jame. Rifles aplenty for everyone else. Of course, we do see the full buyout from FaZe, including an AUG for Kerrigan. Definitely one of the maps where you can make that weapon work. Scout only, though, for Brokey coming into this. No AWP on their side.
Kickert, slow peek up on towards the box halls. Bomb drop back on T-step side. And now he's taking that slow and steady approach, not needing to snatch at anything. They know they have a really solid purchase in. Molly tossed in towards the pop dog area. That Molly won't fully extend to range, so he can actually just hold in position. So
Right.
a decent trade for him.
Yeah, puts the smoke down as well to deter any further progression from VP down that ladder. Kerrigan, in the meantime, taking a good angle with the AUG here towards T-Con, knowing that Rain has his ladder room covered. He also knows that Twist will be covering that Ivy position just fine. The scope of Brokey will be in the inner yard with Cold Zera. So you are going to see FaZe putting heavy emphasis with this outer yard defense, while VP looking to charge at Ivy, so Twist will be tested. So will Rain, it looks like. Kickert trying to mess with him here in that ladder room. Twist now feeling the heat, quite literally, of the pressure here coming at Ivy. Will make those calls, and here comes the push.
Gap in this local forward side with a chance to push in, but be careful you wish for. Twist with a double headshot, forcing away the T's. And they needed every little slither of success they could get because the bomb is so very tentatively placed with 20 seconds to go. Buster's still alive. Kickert gets 2 of his own with the Galil. And now Brokey with the scout up on the side needs to start landing some shots. He's missed the first, and that may be too far gone into the round now. Finishes off the weakened Kickert and still has an opportunity to maybe clutch this one out, even though he lands the no-scope. Jame down to 8, and with 6 seconds to spare, they clutch it out.
And so FaZe begin the climb back, but VP hold them off at the pass. A big round to keep themselves out in front, and look at the repercussions. FaZe did not have that much reserve cash built up yet, so they're in a bind here. We did see that Brokey is going to have the AUG into this round. Scout passed over to someone who likely had a better spawn to maybe try to take some type of aggressive peek. As a timeout has been called to further discuss how they want to approach this round. Again, it's very important considering how fragile their economy is and how limited their resources are to work with in this round. They need to try to come up with a really good plan here.
Players deep in thoughts. It's only the first day of the DreamHack Masters Spring. You better believe that they want to put themselves in as good a position as possible to go the distance. VP already with a 2-round lead. Doesn't have to be reinventing the wheel with these rounds, especially you know that FaZe are really hanging by a thread in terms of a potential purchase. Just feel them out, probe where the weaknesses are, and then react accordingly. Seems to be what they're going for right now, Dust.
Absolutely. Just taking their time, trying to get some Ivy control. Also getting box hauls, just kind of leaving all their options open, making sure that no one's getting aggressive on the CT side. Meanwhile, FaZe, as expected, you know, trying to get forward on some of these angles at outer, trying to get the most utility out of some of these shorter range weapons. Twist being the solo scout here, just watching Ivy position, trusting in Kerrigan and Rain to have his backside. Again, we see this dance and ladder room, almost the exact same exchange with the exact same result, a bit of a stalemate when it comes to map control, but some intel gathered for both sides. As we do see Kerrigan is deep in enemy territory here in T-Con. Rain will join him. They're going to try to maybe pull out some type of bait and switch or crossfire type situation where that Molotov's going to push Kerrigan back a little bit.
Kerrigan moving up with a CZ, spitting out bullets, but he will be punished accordingly. And it's all VP. They said it would be slow and steady, and it's been ever so efficient. Clean, crisp take of the site, and it will be a 3-round lead. And again, to go back to a point that we were making earlier, this was a force. It's not as if this was up against some kind of an eco where FaZe are going to be bouncing back in with some AWPs and a really solid purchase dust. I mean, this was kind of a Hail Mary, and it's gone horribly wrong for them. They didn't even take a player down with them.
That's very true. Very costly round, especially considering that they did roll the dice on it economically. Meanwhile, money's starting to build for VP, and this next round should be an even easier time. So they will really be able to get their economy in a good place if they can get a clean victory in the next, which should be an easier time to do, considering the situation that FaZe is currently in. Still hard to say if VP are in full control of the game just yet. We haven't really seen a whole lot of full buy opportunities yet from FaZe to put their best foot forward defensively. But VP are again, kind of like in the first half, getting really good control of the situation. And they are popping off right now, fragging-wise.
Oh, it was absolutely Kindar in the first half. He finished the first half with 21 kills, and now you're seeing the likes of Buster and Kicker really come to the forefront. And it's not like James had a bad game. He's just not really been required as much. So the team carrying the bulk of the work so far. Kindar Molly towards the back of the site, up against USPs, and only one UMP alongside it. Kindar straight forwards, faking out the bomb, drawing out Carrigan into the open. Kicker will finish off the rest. Rain at least takes down Nikindar though. There'll be some questions asked from Nikindar to his teammates because Rain literally just wide swung the train, and there's 3 players towards the back of E-Box that should have had him covered. Coldzera putting the UMP to use. This is starting to get a little bit costly for the T's, all things considered, but keeping 3 players alive, well, that'll still be just fine.
Yeah, pretty easy victory there for VP, but that was kind of the expectation considering FaZe's economic problems, but now they're back to full buying coming into this round. This is where they need to focus up. You feel like a win here for VP would not quite seal the deal, but it would certainly put them in prime position to close fast, as it would maybe lead to yet another saving situation for FaZe, and they could jump up to 14 off of that. So this is pivotal for FaZe to stick around to get this one going. But again, that aggressive defense from FaZe is going to have to be the ticket, as they're, again, trying to put those incendiaries down, trying to take the space away from VP early. It's had mixed results so far, Vince, if we're honest.
Yeah, it definitely has. This is where you're looking for a Carrigan masterful switch around, or one of these players to really come alive. We saw it from Kindar a couple rounds towards the end of the first half. We've yet to really see anyone from FaZe have a huge moment other than Coldzera at the very start of the half. Apart from that, it's been eerily quiet, really. Nice frag though from Buster, dropping down the double peak and takes down Rain and loses barely anything in return. Jane on the fast wrap shuts down Twists and opens up business on Ivy. And even if they don't choose to push through there, that's going to be in the back of FaZe's mind. They have to send one of these 3 players to watch out for it.
Yeah, it's a dream scenario for VP to get a pick at ladder and Ivy basically simultaneously. You get a 5-on-3 and you've taken so much presence all across the map. You've made it so hard on FaZe to know how they should allocate their remaining resources here. They are trusting a lot in Kerrigan to kind of solo hold outer. They're doubling up on inner, and they're hoping that they're going to be in the right place at the right time, which they are, but can they frag out? That's the next question.
They need to. It has to be. It's do or die kind of situation here. This is a potential inroad back into the game, but Kickert is going to shut down Coldzera after he gets the first brokey on the fast flank, but James has it. He's locked it down, providing overwatch and bodyguarding for the bomb plant. And in doing so, the IGL of FaZe, Carrigan, has to dip out of there and try and hold on to his M4.
Yeah, I want to say the bomb planner had spotted the player and committed to the plant knowing James had him covered. So James knew that a player would be peeking that angle and was perfectly prepared. So another round goes the way of VP. They'll jump up to 13. Again, FaZe's economy in ruin still. And so VP have a very good look at a 14th round where there won't be much resistance that FaZe can pose. And again, it also opens up the door for them to get that early space. You know, we've been seeing FaZe dedicate a lot of their attention to using utility to get up close on ladder and T-Con. It's not going to be as easy to do anymore with their money like this. It alleviates some of the pressure in the early round now from VP. It allows them to take some of that space a little bit more freely. It makes it a bit harder on FaZe to instill, you know, their comfortable game plan. Again, there's a couple of smokes and an AG grenade coming into this. Kerrigan gets the 1M4 that's been saved. That's going to be it.
For me, this is a litmus test as well to see how VP would be coming into DreamHack Masters Spring. They've been on a bit of a rocky road of this last 4 or so games. Losses to Havu, Force, Complexity, and Liquid. It's good to see them bounce back in and look pretty damn good and sharp in the process. This round should be another gimme. They're just rushing straight out onto the site. Again, 4 players, though, on FaZe, congregating the back towards the site. They have Rain going in for the rotation over onto Ivy, but this leaves Kerrigan out in the open. And it's just more of the same. It's falling into place. VP are looking impervious to FaZe. This has been an immaculate T-half so far, and it doesn't look like FaZe can even get their foot in the door.
Yeah, they've been playing from behind pretty much the whole way through. And it's just not getting any easier. Obviously, this round we knew they weren't going to be able to put their best foot forward. We knew it was going to be labored at best. But they have to come out swinging next round, or it's game over. VP have just been playing really good Counter-Strike. 4 of their players are absolutely teeing off, and it's the 4 you'd expect.
It's been a lot of negatives and sort of downturns in terms of FaZe. We'll see if Brokey can hold on to his M4. He does. Can't quite trade up to the AK, though, after time. But I do want to just say that Brokey, who had a very slow start, he was 0-1-6 at one point, is now actually right up there as one of the top fraggers for FaZe. So fair play to him turning things around. Obviously, it hasn't been the case for the rest of his teammates, though.
Fair point. Some of these players have really never hit the ground, to be honest with you. Double op in play for FaZe. It's kind of last chance saloon for them. They're trying to put everything out there. Give themselves some chance to strike back. Again, they're trying to play these forward angles. Rain, though, has been often countered in ladder. Has not really had a chance to flex his muscles in this position.
Kerrigan tosses out the smoke, looking to try and back away in the process. Does force the tease away, at least. And VP mixing it up. They've been very aggressive so far, but this round just slowing it down. Allowing FaZe to maneuver themselves into only a few smokes and mollies left.
Exactly. Like, you nailed it on the head. They burnt so much utility. They're not going to have much for the retake now if it comes down to it. So you are going to see VP looking to lay the hammer on this inner site. Smoke comes in. Easily bypassed, though, with their own utility. They still have plenty to put into play. Plenty of Molotovs to cover the site and Z and just get in there and press. It's all going to come down to whether or not Brokey can strike with the op before the utility pushes them off any angles.
Yep, doesn't get a chance, and Coldzera, in doing so, is left all alone, baited out. Teammates can't really follow up. Great utility, dividing FaZe down the middle. Kerrigan at least tries to stitch things back together with his AUG, but he's been forced out. The bomb will be getting planted with about 20 seconds to go. And FaZe, they did have a rotation element in through Rain, but I think he's been recalled back to the rest of his teammates. They don't even want to try for that. They know they have to stick together.
Retaking with 2 ops, no utility vents. Only have one
this
kid.
Is dicey. This is really dicey.
I think that's why Rain came over. They needed that kid.
Saying they need the first kill, then Yakindar just instantly takes the head off of Kerrigan. Brokey at least returns fire, but that's all it is. It's consolation kills. It's stats padding. And it'll be VP taking a 15-8 lead, 7 match points.
Yeah, the problem is A, they didn't have utility, B, they had 2 ops, and C, they had to recall Rain because he had the only kit vents. They knew that if they let him flank alone and he died, their chances of having any hope at a defusal were gone. So they had to call him back, but that slows them down, right? And time was of the essence there, and they just could not find the frags they needed. VP continued to just play together, play at the proper pace. Again, they're finding good form on basically all of the players you'd expect to see it from. They might have 4 players at 20 frags or better by the time this is said and done, Vince. 2 already there and 2 very close. What a great performance from VP.
Oh, it's been excellent. Really. Things considered, there was a couple of shaky moments at the start, and James just drops down. Rain has been utterly outplayed in Pop Dog, and it's not often you say that. This is typically his playground.
Yeah, it's actually unreal how much he's been bullied in that position. It's just given so much more freedom to VP, and it's really made it harder on FaZe to rotate properly and have good intel. Twist at least able to strike back with his AWP over towards Ivy, even the numbers, but again, it's defensive spread thin in this situation. Kicker and Cold trade kills. Inner now taken. 3-on-3 post plant gonna commence. Or never mind, Bob doesn't even make it in.
Yeah, no flashes or smokes to precede that either. Because he didn't have any. It's just a couple of mollies and a HE left. So that's the bomb that's dropped in an awkward position. They've had to go pick that one up, and in doing so, they're allowing the flank to come in. Brokey getting a bit too overzealous. Because there's two AWPs back towards the CT side, they felt like they couldn't really play aggressively. And there's still time left as well. They don't have to fully commit to this. However, they have lost the bomb again.
Right.
Buster, 1-on-2, last seen on the B side.
I like this, by
Still
the
has
way.
to come up.
I like how Twist has fallen off and that Kerrigan's just going to cover his stairs with the Molotov. As soon as he spots something, he'll stop Buster from being able to claim the spawn, and he'll get the support he needs from Twist. Buster tries to make a nice little maneuver there. Doesn't quite land the jump. Kerrigan will stamp him out. Good discipline there from FaZe. Good composure as well. They're so far behind, yet they're able to work that out perfectly to at least stay in the map for a bit longer. But how much longer, Vince, is the question. They have just really struggled to get going here. Meanwhile, VP seem on cruise control. That's just one bump in the road. But I don't see it halting them, to be honest. Not what I've seen so far. But that double op still being in play for FaZe, it gives them some chances, perhaps. We do have a bit of a pause going on here.
It feels more like a bug against the windshield. Probably not even going to notice that. You've
That's
still got
grim.
6 chances, and let's be honest, VP up until that point, they lost the pistol. That was a huge get for FaZe. They converted both. It was labored, and then since then, it was just all VP. So yes, you've got a round, and that's great. You know, there's every chance that they do come back and prove me wrong in terms of kind of writing them off at this stage. But I feel like I'm going to need to see 2 or 3 really rock-solid rounds before I begin to believe in this comeback.
Yo, that's a fair position to take, Vince. It has often left us wondering throughout this game if FaZe could really pose a threat to VP. Again, VP getting that 5-1 lead, staying ahead the entire time despite some of the comeback efforts from FaZe. And again, they just maintain control of the match all the way through, though FaZe have done just enough to linger around. But they haven't made a bold enough statement, as you were kind of alluding to give you any real faith that they could actually bring this one back. But that could change, right? You win a couple of convincing rounds, you get yourself within striking distance, and all of a sudden, faith begins to get restored. But it's going to take those efforts first, as there are 7 map points in play here for VP. That's a long road.
Was nice and fastly dealt with. Apparently, it was a player, I think it was Brokey, changed his resolution and his game crashed. That classic that's still in the game all these years later.
Why did he change resolution mid-match?
Yeah. That is an interesting point. Maybe, or it was Rain apparently. Okay. Either way, whoever it was, 6 more match points. VP are up against double AWP'd up FaZe, not for the first time, but already a lot of utility has been expended right off the bat. You only have 1 incendiary left, and on a map like Train, every single molly that you can get your hands on is so vitally important.
Yeah, again, it really stops you from being able to like slow down faster attacks. Now, VP haven't really played. All right.
What they're playing for, Dust.
Yeah. I was trying to come up with the tie-in, but you've done it for me, Vince. You're nailing it today. You know who's not nailing it?
FaZe?
Yes. I can always count on you.
Well, we've seen some comebacks today, Dust. We saw an absolute bloodbath on Mirage between 2 Titans, and maybe FaZe can manage to have a bit of a repeat performance in terms of how the games have gone so far. still so early in the tournament as well. So many days action-packed Counter-Strike coming up. And VP looking to put an end to their first matchup here. 40 seconds to play with. All 10 players still alive, however.
Sure.
But it looks like they're about to explode out and B again.
It does seem that way, doesn't it? All the utility seems to be lining up that direction. Top flash to come through. Cold trying to hold the line, but has been traded out. Now on Brokey with AWP, trying to line up maybe a little bit of a collapse, trying to catch a foot of a bomb planter. Does get kickered on the way out at least. 3 on 4 now.
Nicely done, but they have 2 Molotovs, and there's no smokes in play for FaZe.
Ah, yeah.
The God Mollies are still in play, and there is no way to bring them down to earth. Now, Yakindar's throwing in a Molotov first. He was stuck back on the side. He's wasting so much time right now, and the other Molotov's been tossed down as well. But here come the CTs. They're spilling onto the side. There's no Molly left. There's no Molly left. FaZe have actually clutched that round, and Dust, everything considered, I thought that was a formality for VP to win the map.
Yeah, I'm surprised they spent both mollies early to not cover bomb. Yeah, you can't know for sure that FaZe don't have a smoke, but you have to consider it might be possible considering how low their economy is. And so I would have expected them to at least reserve 1 to try to clutch out the game with, but yeah, it just didn't work. Maybe they felt that they couldn't get out the site and they needed to be able to get outside to put the, mollies to use post-plant, but either way, FaZe do come back good again. Now they have full nade sets. They still have double op in play. They're still a couple of rounds off from endangering VP, though, you have to feel. But, they're starting to work on it. They're chipping away.
I'm not quite a believer yet, but I'm open-minded at this point, thus, because of the economic situation with VP.
No, I think that's a fair stance to take once again. Maybe if FaZe can get to like 12 or 13 rounds, all of a sudden you start to consider overtime being a possibility. You are going to see again ladder room being taken. This time Rain says, you know what? You can have it. I'm not even going to bother. Taking a more passive line through the middle of the outer yard instead. Again, putting a lot of faith on coldzera to be that inner anchor. It seems like VP won an outer split this time around, or at least that's what they're posturing up for. They may not commit to it. May just be looking to poke and prod the rotation. That's exchange. Move there from Sanji. Easy pickings for Twist.
These small mistakes will start to build up, though, into something significant if they don't put their foot down. coldzera shuts out VP. The B site is his house. And he's not welcoming any guests anytime soon, but James may be able to gate crash the party. The bomb's in such a horrible spot, and although he doesn't die to the op shot, he does get tagged down, and coldzera finishes off what he started, and he secures a 4K.
Yeah, it felt like Sanji's backhaul push was just like hoping to catch Twist off guard with the added benefit of maybe holding people in place to kind of make that inner side a little bit softer to attack, but it just never applied enough pressure to keep FaZe in place. They're able to rotate very quickly to help reinforce Cold on that inner site. Cold not really needing the help, though, getting 4 kills on that round, I believe, putting him up to 22, topping his team for now. And now they're at 11, and if they win this round, Vince, Money will actually be in a kind of a tough spot. In fact, it's kind of this round, 3 pistols, 2 AKs. So FaZe an easier chance at a 12th, and at that point, Vince, you have to start considering overtime as a real potential outcome. It's starting to hit that breaking point.
Yeah, we said we need to see 2 or 3 solid rounds back to back. We've had them. We've had moments from coldzera. We've had some pretty swift plays from the likes of Brokey. I'm beginning to believe that the comeback is definitely now on the table.
You know,
by no means a guarantee, but they've at least put themselves in the conversation.
I also start to get that vibe that like VP are kind of just lacking that adaptation. I don't know if you feel the same way, but it seems like we've seen the same pace pretty much every round. And we've seen them just like really struggle to get out together. Like some of their spacing has been kind of lackluster, I guess you could say. Like they just don't look nearly as tidy as I would have anticipated.
I think that's definitely a fair assessment. Yeah, they've had super slow rounds. They've just basically rushed outside of main, or if they've been on ecos down on B site.
Yeah,
there hasn't been too many B or C plans, as it were. And Karrigan's the kind of IGL, he's been around the block so many times. If he starts to make reads and tells, he is going to punish you for that. So at this point, maybe VP call a tactical timeout after this round, assuming they don't somehow win it, and try and get on the same page.
I feel like I'm watching Flipside Tactics 2016 right now.
Yeah, it is very, very slow. That's a big miss, though, from Brokey. That's actually a hugely costly miss, because that should be a plant coming down. Coldzera doesn't want to get overzealous. He knows he's playing to win the round. Not just denied a bomb plant. He gets white swung from Kickert. And maybe FaZe, after all the hard work, the blood, the sweat, the tears, are going to just trip themselves over some hyper-aggressive plays that were unnecessary, and that will cost them dearly. Rain, though, coming down towards the site, has no idea as to where that second player is. I think now he's sussed out some possibilities on the oil and deals with him accordingly and swiftly before Kicker tries to spin in for two. Rain will save the day, but that's 4 players that go down.
Maybe changing his res worked out, Vince. He gets the op back as well on his way out the door. A 12th round for FaZe. It came more labored than we expected considering VP's buy, but nonetheless, they get it done. And now they're 3 away from forcing overtime. VP, again, you feel like they need to come up with something else. They need to throw something out there, a new curveball, a new just play from the strat book. Something's got to give. They just look so stale. And now it's going to be hard to play faster if they want to, because the utility's back for FaZe to shut that down.
Karrigan feeling the confidence, pushes straight through, and Yakinda, that man that was the Reaper of all of FaZe's souls in the first half, has been doused down again. He's only added 6 kills come the second half flip. And they have felt that impact, VP.
No, that's a really good point to make, that he has cooled off quite a lot. And I feel like just in general, the team as a unit has, again, they just have not really gotten rolling on the T side here lately. I mean, they got some early rounds, yeah, sure, mostly due to just economics, but when the goings got tough, they struggled to shift gears. Again, that adjustment has not been there yet on the T side. Now they're trying to come to some type of outer explosion, but Twist has such a sick angle on T-Con right now and lands the first shot, no problem, and we'll be able to back off.
I thought he might get punished from the other 2 players towards main. Takes damage, but stays alive. Now he has been put down, courtesy of Jane. 2 players in main, and Kickert is hedging his bets towards the B side. Coldzera has the off angle. Instantly puts the bullet in the head of a weakened Kickert. But at least James is keeping this round alive. Maybe they can get it done right here, right now. The last round came down to Rain. Well, he's no longer there to save them, but he may not be required, because Brokey, with his AWP, puts down 2 more players.
Again, it's just looking like VP are starting to run out of gas here. And meanwhile, FaZe are building momentum. They're feeling it now. Their players are starting to get lifted up. They're starting to put in those performances we expect out of the skill that they're capable of. And now they're 2 away from OT. At this point, I'd like to see VP. This is crazy. This is only the first technical time they use all game long. Or is that the remaining timeouts? Never mind. Okay, they've called a couple here. I mean, I think they should take advantage of the fact that they've been able to be so successful at ladder room control, Vince. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I feel like they have often been able to either straight up kill Rain or force Rain to play the map differently, force him to play more passive towards site. I feel like they could really use that as kind of a launching pad to either run a fake or to actually straight up look to attack outer yard. They've also often been able to get up Ivy. Getting past that corner, though, into sight has been the problem, but with ladder room, they can maybe divert some attention. So I wonder if that's what they're discussing in a tactical timeout. You know, I feel like something does have to change, though. I feel like this game plan that they've been running is not it, Chief.
No, it's not. We've seen those adjustments made already from FaZe. Like, Rain is no longer playing Pop Dog, he's playing E-Box, he's playing the backside of the site. And VP is going to try and deal with that accordingly. It forces that second crossfire to be established on the site. Ikinda says, screw this noise. I've got a good spawn. I'm just running straight out of main. And I'm taking the head of Karrigan with me. One of the first times in a while we see VP assert dominance again, get into a good position. And there is a chance for them to now close this one out.
That's a big shot from Brokey, though, to slow things down. A second to follow it up, and Cold still has inner halls covered so they can keep this outer defense in place fairly stress-free, as we do see that VP do want to make that pivot. Coldzera, knowing the timing, will back off to play a safer position at Spools, but he still has inner well covered. And now we even see Rain deep into T-Con. They have so much space that they're taking away from VP. They just have to make sure they don't overextend. Is the only real fear at this point, as we are going to see VP slip in, kicker, huge deagle shot to get it back to even numbers, but now they've been found out. But again, maybe the defense might be stretched thin, as again we see VP pivot once more. They're trying to run interference and catch an opening. Can they find it?
James going to be so pivotal here. If he can get it caught on the twist, that could be the golden ticket, but he turns at the worst possible moment. Kikut's threaded another one, Deeg, this time onto Rain. The first frag was on a weakened Brokey. And it's a post plant. Twist. The kind of positions you expect him to excel in, but instead he loses his head to Sanji. And that puts it down into Coldzera. Kicked off the map with a clutch. Will it go full circle? Kicker one bullet away from death, and a headshot onto Sanji will be good enough. But he has no kit. There are kits littered around the site, but he has to go pick one up. That's valuable time in the process that will be lost. First kill goes his way. No idea as to where the last T is. And Sanji is the ace up the sleeve. Coldzera still needs to get the kit. There's probably not enough time. This is looking like it's going to be all she wrote for Train. And Coldzera sticks on the site, and Sanji wide swings him. VP, they made it a labored attempt, but they finally get it done. We'll be heading to a break, and when we join us, we'll have an interview lined up with one of the VP players.
I'm telling you now, I'm trapped in ecstasy. No way to come down.
If you wanna be my love, only gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna know.
A brilliant second map of Counter-Strike has come to a close, and it was a back and forth engagement again. We thought VP would run away with it. Similar kind of tale to the first map that we casted over on Mirage, but VP got it done. I don't think coming away from that, though, either team is going to be particularly happy with the way they performed. It probably should have been much more one-sided and a cleaner win from VP.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, again, VP have been so strong the last 6 months that it's just kind of expected of them to come out and be victorious. Meanwhile, we know that FaZe are struggling in this transition so far, right? You know, they have only played a couple events together with Kerrigan and Twist on board at the same time, and results haven't been there, and they haven't had a whole lot of time to work things out, you'd have to imagine, and they're still struggling to, I think, figure, you know, this roster out and struggling with their limited practice to get it operating, you know, properly. And with VP, you know, first game of the tournament, just a little bit of a slow start. You know, certainly they were able to get things going quickly, but just kind of struggled to get the finish, right? But at the end of the day, a W's a W. They'll move on in the upper bracket.
So, with that being said, let's have a look at the Group A results. Obviously, we have 2 streams going on simultaneously, so we've already had, I believe, 4 games have finished. I'm not sure if on the A stream their match finished. I think it was a 16-14 victory. So, here's how things are looking right now. Obviously, we have some best of 3s coming up later today, which will be elimination matchups. Na'Vi beat Mouse Sports 16-14 in the end, so a lot closer than I think a lot of people were expecting.
Those are some spicy upper bracket matches there, man. I will say that. For free. Na'Vi VP, a tale as old as time. It feels like at this point between those two, you know, CIS powerhouses, and it's almost an all CIS affair in the upper bracket, except for G2 sneaking in the international team there, coming through against Spirit, knocking out that CIS team from having a full-on CIS affair in the upper bracket. But yeah, still a very spicy group ahead on Group A.
Obviously, we will have some loser matchups as well taking shape, as this is a double elimination bracket, and I believe we'll probably have some of those games on the B stream. However, that being said, guys, it's been short and sweet, but we're just about ready to jump into our 3rd match of today's proceedings. So we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we'll be breaking down the start of the next one. Stay tuned.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com.
ground. Oh, it's like it will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Excuse.
Hello?
No clip?
Of course no creep.
Cheater. Go away. Nope.
А, больно вообще-то.
It's okay.
Our third match in the 10th iteration of the DreamHack Masters features Complexity and Vitality, two teams that have had a bit of recent history dust, and I think one of these teams definitely steps out as being, well, maybe not in recent memory with some of the results that they've had and some of the crashes and the burns they've had, but Vitality are definitely a team that for the longest time were up there in the top 5 teams, maybe even top 3, you could argue. Some of the best players on the planet in the form of like Zywoo, but they've had a couple of changes themselves.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting situations where, Complexity have had this 5 since October of last year now. JKS has been on board for quite some time. They've had Poison, back into the fold for a little bit now as well after he had a bit of extended period off. But the results have been just a mixed bag. Like, they ended 2020 pretty strong with a top 4 at Beijing and a top 8 at DreamHack Masters Winter. It seemed like they were on their way up, but they didn't qualify for Katowice. They were able to qualify for this event, however, and they were able to do pretty well in EPL, right? Getting a top 6 finish just, weeks ago in season 13 of that league. So they've had some positive, they've also had some negatives. I think in particular, some of their players have just not really gotten going, have they, Vince? I mean, it really feels like it's been like the Blame F and Config show over there. Poison just doesn't seem like the same player anymore. It's really odd that he's just struggled to have a recovery despite how potent he was in the past with the AWP. Hope to see him be able to get back on track because he was such an explosive and fun player to watch. Meanwhile, like you said, Vitality also in their own fit of things. They have been grim this year, Vince. Like, there really is no other way to put it. Like, they had a good end to 2020, a couple of big wins, a couple of titles, even like at IM Beijing and Blast Premier, but they have just crumbled in 2021. I'm talking like group stage exits, last place in a couple of events, including Blast Premier and even EPL. They were like 13th to 16th place. It's been just so dire. They have no map pool to speak of. And now they have a brand new player basically on the team who's only had 5 events under his belt in total, and Kyojin. So, like, I don't know, man. They seem to be in a really bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the previous games, Complexity are on a hot streak. They've won 4 games in a row, beating Mouse Sport, Sprout, and then teams that you probably don't know as much about. And then you look at Vitality, they've lost the last 3. 9Z, NIP, without device in it, of course, and ENTS. So you look at the two teams, and obviously Complexity are in a slightly better form, plus the fact that they only played each other a couple months ago, and Complexity destroyed Vitality. They beat them 16-2 on Overpass and 16-11 on Mirage.
Yeah, their most recent meeting did go Complexity's way in a pretty one-sided fashion, though. Before that, Vitality had beat them the last 4 meetings in a row, but that dates back to kind of late 2020, so some of those games have been quite some time ago. But yeah, Vitality, generally speaking, has been able to 2-0 Complexity, but again, it's been quite some time since they've been able to accomplish that, and as you said, Cole did dominate them in their last meeting. And yeah, hard to know what to expect, though. You have to think Complexity is the front runner. You know, their roster is more stable. They've looked a little bit better as far as like recent form. So yeah, Vitality have a lot to prove. I mean, we know that they have Ziwu, the guy's a monster, but outside of that, you start drawing question marks.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting situation, because if you went back in time, you'd think this game on paper would be an easy cast iron victory for Vitality. Well, that's just no longer the case. I agree. I think Complexity now are the favorites.
It's one of those things where, like, who's the second star for Vitality? I think that's the question we've been asking for quite some time, because Ziwu needs that help, right? And Shox can sometimes be that guy, right? And their coaching has always been very good, right? I mean, that's like another thing I feel like, you know, I think it's like Ecstasy, I think is how you pronounce his name, you know, has done some good work as well. And, you know, it's just now about slotting in a whole new player. Right? They've already had to rotate between like Masuda and Navera and figure things out. But yes. There's a scramble going on, folks, but everything's good. We're just looking to get into the veto here pretty soon, I'm sure. So we'll start to kind of figure out maybe what map we're going to play. Again, hard to read either of these teams' map pools, right? We know that Complexity often favors Inferno and Mirage. That's the maps that they seem to be really strong on. They like to avoid Train and Vertigo, so I imagine that that's a couple of the bands that Cole's going to be looking to do. When it comes to Vitality, no idea. Brand new lineup. They don't really play much Inferno. They don't really play much Train. So I imagine that those are two maps they probably don't want to play. But other than that, it's really up in the air. It looks like Nuke will be the deciding factor. And, you know, I'm a little surprised, but not too much. I feel like this is kind of that middle ground map that you normally see in a best-of-1 situation.
So I think, like, ultimately this was maybe expected, like more of a middle ground, as you were just touching on there. I think it would have been between maybe Nuke or Dust 2, with the maps that I had in the back of my mind as potential playgrounds. So on Nuke, this is a map where Kyojin, I'm really curious to see how he fits into the roles in Vitality, because there isn't a great deal known about this guy. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. First, though, we're going to have a quick look at some of the Group B standings and what we can expect from Group B on a graphic. So that'll be coming up in just a few moments' time. But yeah, in terms of Nuke, like predictions-wise, Dust, are you still sticking with Complexity here?
Honestly, it's like the beast you know and the beast that you don't, like kind of the mystery box when it comes to Vitality. The thing is, like, Complexity is 7-7 on Nuke since October when they got JKS, right? Are roughly around that. It might have changed since yesterday's matches, but their wins are against like really weak teams, Vince, if I'm honest with you, like Movie Star Riders, Vizsla Krakow, Sprout. Like, they don't really have any big scalps collected on Nuke, and they've lost a lot of games that were super lopsided. Like, they got absolutely battered by Furia, Nip, Mouse Sports, Heroic. Like, not even close in those games. But on the other hand, Vitality, we've talked about how they struggled a lot, you know, just throughout the entirety of 2021. Now they're, you know, scrambling their rosters. So it's hard to know how comfortable they can come into a very technical map with maybe not a whole lot of time to, you know, fully integrate Kyojin into the roster and figure out all the roles and, you know, get everything going the way that they want. So for me, it's a toss-up, dude. Like, I mean, I could flip a quarter and then we can guess off of that. But outside of that, I don't really have much insight.
I'm going to go with Complexity. I felt like Complexity, for me, had a good chance of winning before we even saw the vetoes. And for me, to be honest, coming into this, I feel like ZywOo is going to have such impact. And what we've seen lately with ZywOo is him even, you mentioned before about some sort of bottom placings. in some of those games, he was bottom fragging. He doesn't have that same carry as we saw previously. It's not to say he doesn't have it within him. I absolutely believe he could. But I'm starting to doubt a little bit whether he by himself can carry this team every single game as he did in the past. But we are live into the game now. So Vitality kicking things off on the CT side, a chance to prove to us whether they can get it done. And especially from this man, Kyojin, will be posted up close on top of Hut. Looks like Complexity are looking to explode out onto A in just a few moments' time, but Apex has already removed the head of Rush. Masuda stuck at the back of the site is going to have a lot of pressure coming his way, and he's going to pass it with flying colors with 2 kills to his hand. Bomb's been dropped down, can't get a third, runs out of ammunition, but he could have done enough for the rest of his teammates to now scurry back onto the site and get some serious power down. JKS, beautiful headshot, converts with 2 kills, and suddenly this just pivots around in favor of Complexity. Blame F is exceptionally low, and Apex on nearly full HP can maybe get it done. Spins around and punishes Blame F, who had the drop on him. JKS, no faking, goes straight in for the plant, and Apex gets aggressive, and JKS punishes him by landing a 3K.
Old Justin Savage coming up big with the hat trick and the clutch, known for that very trait, and he gets it done in the pistol. A very scrappy affair up until that point. So many exchanges breaking out very quickly in that upper site, but Complexity able to come out on top. They'll be rewarded with a pretty solid buy here, including a couple of SMGs. 1 AK for JKS and a couple of Galils in the fold as well. We do see the force up from Vitality, including the scout for Apex. Not the hand you'd expect the scope weapon in, but nonetheless, he will try to spurt out some shots in this outer yard. I think he did land one on Blame F, actually. Something did.
Yeah, he's been chipped down to 61, puts him in range of quite a few of these guns now. They have bypassed a lot of the dangers outside, though, with the wall of smokes. They got 4 of their 5 players downstairs already.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the bread and butter of this map, right? Outer control, very similar to mid control and other maps. Is kind of the foundation to launch into lower attacks or, you know, split upper through mini or heaven. So you just really want to be able to establish that early, and they're able to do so. But what a 1D from Shox. Hello. That's going to throw things into a bit of a mix.
JKS, though, he's fine. They get into the frags. He'd already proven the pistol round. He's a man on form and already 5 kills to his name. This round is far from over, though. 3 on 3. Some weapons have now been picked up. AK in the hands of Masuda, who put them in a good position in the pistol, even though they lost it, Vitality. MP9 for Kyojin, and Zaiwu with the Deagle, who is looking to try and take the mantle for his teammates, get back onto the side, try and rattle a skull or 2 if he can. Config, though, with the Galil. Perfect precision at the back of the site, and it was looking promising at one point, but Complexity, well, they've just shut this round down.
Yeah, it was, you know, a brief glimmer of hope until JKS decided to take her miss in the radio room. And dude, every time I hear Masuda's name, I can only think of one thing, and I bet you're thinking the same. Meshuggah.
Ah, the band. Man of culture, I see.
Yes. Swedish band, by the way.
Yep.
So, there you go. Tying it into all the Swedish stuff that goes on with DreamHack. Outer smoke wall again put into play. What is this from Vitality? Can we get a third-person perspective of this? This is great. Look at this totem pole of doom.
Unfortunately, I think it's going to get bypassed. They're hoping if someone runs at the back side of the fence, you can see their heads, but Kyojin can see nothing. Now, they went down secret last time, so it stands to reason they'd be going through again for the wall of smokes. It's almost identical to last round, actually, Dust.
This is, I guess, fun to watch, at least on X-Ray. But unfortunately, it's not going to really have any impact. I mean, I'm sad. Like, even the most neutral observer would have hoped that that quad high-low stack thing would have come into play.
Yeah, 2 players looking into lockers and 2 of them trying to protrude over the smoke. Kyojin, though, is going to hold in position and see if maybe one of the T's comes back out into the open and tries to get some sunlight.
You have to respect the commitment.
Yeah, especially with USPs, right? Like, you're probably not going to get much out of this round, so you may as well just hold in position, see if you can get something. Maybe a gun here or there, just a couple of kills.
Well, this round has really delivered, hasn't it? in excitement levels. To be fair, what was the expectation, really? Pretty slim. Looking for exits, but Complexity will not oblige, all backing up and just sticking it out in the control room.
I'm curious for as well, though, Dust, is do they go for that boost when they have an AWP?
That would be quite good. Quite fun. Would love to see it.
Might very well be that man on your screen. Well, not any longer. This is the new recruit, Kaijin. I was speaking more about ZywOo maybe taking that position. We'll have to wait and see. They don't have all of the trimmings they'd like, but this is a very healthy purchase for Vitality.
Yeah, sure, they got the op in ZywOo's hands. That's about the best you could ask for here. Look at BlameF moving with the swiftness, but there's a crack in the smoke, and Apex, no way! He was so... Okay, never mind, he gets it done.
It's 2 kills, and he's heavily wounded Config as well, who will bounce back in for the frag, but the damage surely has already been inflicted. There's Complexity hemorrhage on their endeavors outside. They've had a lot of success in that part of the map so far. JKS already out of secret, or Squeaky, pardon me, with the Galil. I think he heard the drop down as well from Hart, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, very possible. Config waiting for a push. JKS has actually crept into the upper site here through the squeaky door. So if he can catch a crazy timing, maybe there is still some hope for him. Complexity, but Kyojin seems to have silenced that. His first kill with the new team, making sure that this round goes the way of Vitality to finally get around on the board. It's Config with only 12 HP and BlameF not much healthier. Vulnerable targets that you feel like Vitality should collect.
Yeah, it'll be collected momentarily. Kaijin has the best position here to fend off Config at the very least. Takes him out of the equation. BlameF could be getting the drop onto Kaijin. Indeed, he does. That could yield a bomb plant as well. He's down to 1 HP. A Molotov. And nearly burns ZywOo alive. Wow. He has to fall out of heaven with 44 HP. Now, with 1 HP, BlameF is very unlikely to win this, but he's actually put this from almost an impossible situation to just highly improbable. There is a very small slither of an opportunity, and he's going all the way around to heaven. He heard a player get tagged in heaven, which would have been ZywOo from his Molotov, so he knows at least one of these players is up top. And in a 1v3 with 1 HP, you have to take risks, you have to take gambles. You're not going to win outright, but the fact that ZywOo has read that is just so mad and puts him down.
Yeah, you could see ZywOo was trying to play through that to maybe deny the plant, realized maybe that wasn't the right choice, and backed off. On the way to it really came down to this. That crack in the smoke, Apex plays it to perfection. It seemed like maybe it was even set up because there was some type of molly extinguish that took place right there, so maybe he was kind of had an idea that that could be an option. Either way, makes it work. Couple of big kills, substantial impact on the round. Vitality find their first. Complexity looking to strike back right away again, trying to set up that outer smoke ball as quickly as possible, keep that constant in play. ZywOo now the one guarding outside with the AWP.
Eagle-eyed on the approach, a position that Complexity have hit every single round. Understandable his current positioning. Nothing forthcoming as he watches the close angle. There will be a player now going in for the peak. BlameF late. Oh, all of that patience. The second he moves, the smoke start to plume in his eyes. So it will be the same idea, just a little bit delayed.
Just good this went from Cole, like knowing that that's a possibility, that an op would be there, not chancing it, just putting the smokes down, establishing that outside control as they've done time and time again, getting that foundation out you want on Nuke. You want to be able to do this on your T side. Give you that early map control, give you that ability to poke and prod multiple areas at once and keep defense guessing on how they should rotate. But ZywOo, he finds the dome of Config with the AWP. Opening pick to Vitality off the back of that will give them the edge here. They seem to have outer covered, but Poison gets a big kill on Masuda. Up to Kyojin now and company.
Shock's holding out on the locker. Molly up and over. He knows that's at least one player outside on blue. Can call out to the rest of his teammates, but he's effectively watching 2 completely separate angles. Has to have eyes in the back of his head. Watching ramp while simultaneously watching lockers, and he still gets the upper hand onto Poison, who is the outside component. Now Complexity using that brief weakness downstairs to try and impose their will. They have JKS also rummaging around from ramp room.
Yeah.
12 seconds to play with, starting to get down onto the site as Team Vitality likely will concede the bomb plant, but they're in good positions for a retake. Blame F up close in the double doors can hear the pitter-patter of multiple footsteps headed towards control room. And the other component is going to be Apex, who's moving through from Decon. He's had so much damage inflicted to him, though. And now Molotov has its way towards the Decon area, pushing him away. Blame F, good position, but it's JKS that snatches that frag away from him. Have they heard that Blame F opened up from the shadow position? Doesn't look like it right now. Still 3 players remain, and they're going to be shutting down Blame F alongside Rush for a successful retake, but that was looking so shaky.
Yeah, it was shaky on multiple fronts, right? On the one hand, you fear the worst for Cole because they literally had no time to spare when they planted that bomb. Any disruption from Vitality on that plant would have won them the round without the need for a retake. Cole had just enough to eke that out off that outside control. Though they were bleeding out numbers, I think it was just so key for JKS to be able to get into ramp room and give them that security that they could split that lower site and get that bomb down. But Vitality just kind of, you know, playing on the fact that Shocks had got them that man advantage with that kill onto Poison. And they just worked out the retake with discipline and able to get a second round on the board, 1 away from tying this thing up. Everything. Look at that pinky out from Apex. So fancy, so sophisticated. No response? Fair enough.
Just admiring.
Yeah.
Kaijin in his first official game as well should be mentioned for Vitality.
Again, and the other thing you have to note is that he only had 5 events, period, under his belt on HLTV before this event with Vitality. So he is a very inexperienced player when it comes to official match play. So it kind of makes me wonder what Vitality saw in him and what the expectations are for his future.
And
This is our first real look at him.
I feel like that's why there's maybe a bit of pressure for him as well, because he must know there's a lot of naysayers, there's a lot of people that will be very critical and be scrutinizing him, that he's not a known name. You're replacing RPK, like one of the staples of the French scene. There's a lot of other players that could have fit in with Vitality, but they've taken a risk, as it were, on Kaijin.
Well, the big question is, what about Navera? Like, that would look like a potential star player in the making, and they just let him go, basically. So there's a lot of, you know, ruckus about that decision. So, yeah, you're right. There is, you know, a lot out there, a lot of eyes on him. A lot of focus will be on his performance. You see the outer split once again from Cole. Rush with a big entry.
Going straight into the site, he's bagged himself too. Shock's trying to pick up the pieces outside, but instead he'll be picking himself off the floor. Config shuts him down with ease. And Complexity steamrolled the site. You were saying before about how refined and calm Vitality were. Well, Complexity having no chill in that round, showing no respect whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like one of the strengths of Complexity is they have a couple of players in this team who are mega flexible. You know, Rush has played so many roles throughout his career. I feel like he is underrated in his value as a player. Like, you know, he spent the start of his career and how he made a name for himself being like that star entry fragger for Optic back when they were making some noise happen a few years back with E-League and all the different events that they were actually starting to get some big finishes in. That's kind of where he made his name. He goes to Cloud9. He has to take a more supportive role because he's on a roster full of stars, and someone had to, you know, give up some space to make room for those players, and Rush was the one that was willing to do it and, you know, be a little bit more of a role player. He kind of does the same thing on this team, but he still has that entry power, you know, in his roots. He can still dig that up when he needs it. And so when this team is running some type of side split where they need to be able to, you know, poke and prod multiple angles at once, Rush can be that veteran player that, you know, will go get the job done, you know, no questions asked. And that just provides so much for a team to have a guy like that that you can just rely on to do his job and to not ask any questions about it. And so, yeah, Blame F also in his own right, super flexible. The man can call. The man's one of the best fragging in-game leaders in the world right now. And he also has the capability to be aggressive when need be, but also be kind of that, you know, assertive lurker and other types of strategies. So, again, that's one of the things playing in Complexity's favor is some of this player versatility that they have.
Let's see how fluid they can be going into round 7. Pause has come and gone, and Vitality now with an AWP, AK, and a bit of a mixed bag of weaponry, having to deal with another outside push. Complexity, as fluid as they've been, they've really liked this area of the map, and so far, other than Apex landing a quickfire double and getting a dink as well, they've had so much success outside Complexity.
again, it's so important to be able to establish it early because it opens up so many options later on down the road. You can throw so many different feints and fakes and set pieces with this outside control, and it's really hard to contest. You know, you either have to play aggressive or you just have to rotate lower and eat it and just try to make sure that you're really smart. The problem is that guessing rotations on nuke can be very difficult, and you have to be very quick with it. Otherwise, you can find a site very much overwhelmed. But this is a good crossfire they have right now in these back halls.
Oof, that's a big grenade as well. Touches down multiple players. Masuda cleaning them up alongside Apex. They've made the changes. They've adapted, but Blame F still slaps across 2 players and puts this into a 2-on-2. The bomb is in an awkward spot. They still need to go retrieve that with 35 seconds to play with, but at least they've got themselves back into this round.
Look at JKS. And CT seems to be aware of it, but it doesn't matter. JKS finds it between the eyes there with the AK, leaving ZWoo in a tough 1v2 with an op. Let's have... Oh, the spot! Oh my goodness!
It's such a good read from ZywOo as well. He was thinking about going down to B, decided to change it up, making some sound cues as if he's rotating out, just playing the time. He knows that some of these seconds are going to be spent going for the plant, now going down to the B side. ZywOo, a masterclass in not just game sense, not just clutching, but composure.
I mean, it just felt like he had the script. He had read ahead quite a while ago and knew exactly where to be. That is impressive. Like you said, the game sits in that situation. It's unreal. Yeah, a bit of a gamble. It is possible that he could have guessed wrong. That would have put him in a tough spot, but he capitalized on the opportunity, and that is what's most important, as they will take a timeout to kind of rejoice in that, maybe make Complexity think about it a bit more. As again, this is a very close beginning to this game. It's still very hard to read who truly has control of this match. It's still very much up for grabs. We've seen positives from both teams. But the one thing I would say is you can't rely on miracles like that too often. It feels like Complexity have often put Vitality in very precarious situations, and it's relied on heroics to battle through from the Vitality side of things. So I feel like Complexity right now are probably feeling pretty confident that their game plan is working. They just need to tidy up some of these, you know, in-round situations.
For all intents and purposes, that's a round that they'll feel like they probably should have won and had a lot of success in it in terms of outside positioning. Some aggression will be forthcoming from not just ZywOo, but he was also backed up by Shox. And with that forward positioning, ZywOo can just hold position and allow Shox to go for that rotation down towards B. Apex playing so slowly and devastating config from behind on Garage. So outside, a slightly different take, but more success from Vitality.
Yeah, they're starting to lay the hammer down in a round like this. Just so clean. They haven't even lost a smidgen of HP in a full gun versus gun round. That is impressive. They've spotted JKS as well here at the vent. Element of surprise has been taken away in that regard as Vent being
Shuts it down.
insane. No HP lost that entire round from anyone.
Statement of a round, a declaration. We were just saying how Complexity probably have their noses in the lead. Well, that round definitely is going to send a shockwave down the collective spine of the 5 of them. They just got completely obliterated, just outgamed at every single corner.
Yep. A way different vibe of a round, right? A lot of these other rounds have been a little bit labored. You know, a lot of close situations. That time we see Vitality with their first real clean sweep. Kyogen going for the SMG, knowing that Complexity are saving, trying to farm some extra cash. His money is still a little low. This is the round where Vitality can like really build their bank back up, really start getting control of the half. Just a deagle for Blame F. All that they have to work with here. And shouldn't really have a chance at even a bomb plant situation like this.
Should be Shox getting at least 2 or 3 kills from this position. They jump across, and he decides actually he's just going to fall back. With the AK-47, it is a big boost to a buy of this nature. The bait and switch has been put in place perfectly, and, well, Complexity never really stood a chance.
ZywOo misses the op shot, then just steps out and one-taps him with the USP. Having a smile about that. Easy pickings here for Vitality. Shox making that smart call to back off. All right, I'm gonna say this, man. I hope it's not taking us through, but Z-Woo's looking good, man. I feel like he's been on the health grind.
Hey, it does look like he's lost some weight. Good for him.
Absolutely, man.
He's looking
well
healthy.
done, dude. Absolutely. Gotta congratulate that. Speaking of looking healthy, Frag's not looking too shabby either, Vince. 9-2. Next to Apex is 11-4 right now.
Yeah, that clutch really feels like it built a whole ton of confidence for this ZywOo. Apex just getting them one by one as they peek out. Not even checking the box or the tight angles. Definitely an oversight from Complexity, but BlameF, as ever, just when it looks like things are getting a little bit too dire, he brings them back in and actually takes the lead in terms of manpower. ZywOo posted up with Kyojin, who does pick up a frag, albeit at the cost of 81 HP. But there's still a lot of time. Config decides to just go for the outright plant, assuming that they wouldn't have rotated through on decon. Correct assessment. They had it smoked off anyway. Both players on the double doors. But they're just being ever so careful, having BlameF watching ramp. Config on silo. These positions are looking very good for Complexity. They're going to have to make noise whichever way they come. They decide it's going to be through the control room windows. And a weakened Kyojin picked off from the backside. ZywOo gets one, but he's going to get sideswiped by BlameF. They never expected that ramp would have the Danish Mountain. And as it stands, 5-5.
The Danish Mountain. That's actually probably a really good description for BlameF, to be honest. The dude is an absolute unit. Like, he's the one guy that could walk into the Dallas Cowboys weight room and just, like, not look out of place whatsoever. They probably think, oh, is that our new teammate? Did you pick him up in the draft? Probably good lineup on the field, to be honest. I know this reference is lost upon you, Vince, but trust me, this is gold for the people at home.
Sprays through on Squeaky. Now, does he realize that there's been a vent dive already taking place? JKS is already down on the B side. Apex seemingly has a good read of the situation, but maybe I spoke too soon. He looks across to one of his teammates' monitors, looks back, and oh, I'm dead. It's going to be brutal for Team Vitality, just as they were starting to pick up a head of steam. They've been bested in the previous round. They're already a player behind in round 11.
Yeah, I mean, this is really key. Like, these two rounds from Complexity, particularly that last round, like you were saying, such smart post-plant positioning behind the silo. Just, again, they really do look like they are working the strategies well here lately, getting everybody back on point. Obviously, a tough period of time when they were without Poison, playing with stand-ins, trying to integrate JKS. It seemed like they were starting to weather that storm and starting to get everything back the way it needs to be. And yeah, like you said, Edge on this round, they had so much map control, so much pressure. Easy trade there for BlameF, and yeah, that is a surgical attack here from Cole.
What? On the ladder, no scope from ZywOo. Excuse me?
Nah, mate. Nah. Surely not. If that's how they win, imagine.
Well, they're still in this round. ZywOo still has 2 flashes. He's also traded his AWP to the AK, so he's putting himself in position to potentially clutch this. Now, Poison's watching the close angle from Hut, so if he wide swings, he's dead. He knows where one player is. Another flash down, proceeds the flashbang, and takes Rush with him. Poison's missed his shot. Time dwindling away, and this is where he needs Shocks to spring in as well, to help him out. Bombs planted in awkward position as well for the remaining 2 Ts. This is a winnable round right now, but a really important shot from Poison, who's got the wall bang position dead to rights, and even though he gets rattled by Shocks, the time has run dry.
You almost feel like the server would have imploded if Vitality wins the round off of that. Complexity, again, their attacks have been so precise, so efficient, good trading, and then ZywOo does something that you kind of wonder if the round was actually done with. Luckily for Complexity's sake, hold on in the end. Valiant effort. Again, BlameF, the Swiss Army knife of the team. I think those were the 2 key kills that really punched us through for Complexity. They're doing a great job of making it so hard on Vitality to cover everything. You know, when they get that opening pick, when they take that quick map control, they're making it so hard for Vitality to just make sure everything's handled. And so they just keep getting blindsided. Even if they have one spot, maybe they get one, they get instantly traded. And that's one of the dangers of Nuke. When you give up that outside control, when you're allowing your opponent to get control of Heaven, get control of Mini Garage, get into those back halls. It's so tough to figure out where you need to be and what you need to watch out for. So Complexity thriving in those chaotic moments.
JKS looks enthralled.
like he can't be asked. He also looks like he might be on the cover of like a modeling magazine. Go back to that. Tell me that that's not a magazine cover if you go back to JKS there.
He's got that sultry look down, doesn't he?
Looks like he's part of like a Hollister ad. Look at that. That's a Hollister ad in the making right there, 100%. Or Abercrombie and Fitch, Aeropostale, whichever one you know. You know what I'm talking about. Vince doesn't, of course.
No, I have no idea. I'm just sat here like, yep.
Fancy frat boy clothing lines.
Okay. Yeah, that's obviously what I dress in every day.
I'm not calling JKS a fancy frat boy, by the way. I'm just saying the way he was posed was perfect for one of those adverts. Here's where you asked us, how do you know about all those things? Use your imagination.
The player's looking ready, concentrated, focused.
I don't know why I do this to myself, Vince. I really just open the door for me to get memed on.
Yeah, that's why, like, people probably are wondering, like, why didn't Vince say anything? Because if I don't say anything, Dust just keeps digging himself further.
Signs of a great partnership. Just never helping your boy out. Anyway, I can't be saved, to be fair. Can Vitality's defense be saved is the real question, though.
Oh, Apex, we know he loves a bit of aggression. He's heard 3 players pushed down. Calls up to the rest of his team. Now he runs in as the chaos ensues, but
Lord.
Rush is just careful. He may have heard him actually run a bit prematurely at Apex. May have overstepped the mark. Shox now has a chance to wind back the years to take some heads with him, but Rush will deny him that chance. 7-5 lead.
And maybe we were wondering earlier who would have control this half after the early skirmishes. It seems like our questions have been answered. Complexity look like a well-oiled machine on this T side. They're getting good production out pretty much the entire lineup. All their map control is working. And they never let something slip between the cracks. I think it's the other big thing. Like, they have made such good decisions in these mid to late round small number scenarios where they're making sure that they're not getting flanked. They have all their bases covered. And they're just working things out according to plan. Really good bait and switches when they need to. Just, yeah, they look really well drilled. I'm sure somewhere Jason Lake has a smile on his face. Probably somewhere in the Complexity compound in Texas, I would imagine. You know that he's wearing his white button-up shirt, his blue tie.
He'd be excited about this roster, and why not?
I know that hasn't gone according to plan as far as the world situation, not being able to have them in the facility. Rush has been they've all having to live in Europe, and it's been tough on some of them, I'm sure, but they're grinding through.
Okay, Jin takes off. They had a poison. Well, actually, I think he dinked the first bullet and then finished him off. Sent a mass shot. Rush gets a 1-for-1 trade. Again, being very valuable outside. He has 6 kills, but it feels like each and every one of those frags has been very important and impactful. Maybe less so in this round because the rest of his teammates have fallen around him, and now he's down to 15 HP. There is time still to play with, and a slight saving grace is they still have control over the bomb. And with outside control, they maybe can go up into heaven. But I feel like Vitality will have a good read of the situation and be watching out for this play.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. They have the numbers to cover this time around rather than being behind, as has often been the case in some of these mid-round situations. So yeah, it shouldn't be a problem at this point.
Smoke affords them a wider angle of aggression, plus some flashbangs. Rush goes in first, but he needed Blame F to land shots. Didn't happen. Kajin actually got both frags there. From his perspective, that must have been pretty snappy. Instead, Vitality will be trailing by 1 round.
Yeah, he's starting to get his feet wet at this level of play, right? Starting to get tested a bit more and more, starting to maybe find a little bit of a rhythm. A couple of kills. The final dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's of a very important round for Vitality to keep this score close. In the middle of this half. But now they get rewarded this round. 2 rounds left to go in the half. They should be getting a freebie here. Should be in the keyword. Those Deagles can sometimes be pesky. But this is the easiest round Vitality has faced in quite some time, and they need to capitalize.
Nade lands by Config's feet, picking shrapnel out of his shins as he looks to try and push back towards lobby with the rest of his teammates. They do need some pretty brisk 1Ds. They have no flashes or smokes to precede the push. And Apex, who's been outside multiple times getting aggressive, is relaying that information for his teammates. They now know in a situation like this, likely will be either ramp it or trying to just brute force their way onto A side. ZywOo holds his position. They're going to be coming out slowly but surely. Going in for the first peek. ZywOo shuts down Rush, but JKS gets 2 Deagle headshots. He's been suppressed by ZywOo, who's still alive and can act as a foundation for the rest of his teammates to come in. And the fact that Apex is already rotating around lobby is going to be a huge passage of play that Vitality should be able to hold on to for the clutch. Poison down to 10 and Config down to 61. My God, do they need a magical moment from Config's Deagle right now. Apex is low. 1 bullet anywhere on him from the Deagle and he's a goner. He's slowly edging his way round towards main. But this is going to be more of a crossfire scenario. He needs the 2 players in heaven to do the bulk of the work, to do most of the lifting. Config connects the shot, but not enough for the frag, and they just have enough time for the defuse.
Yeah, they're going to be breathing a heavy sigh of relief at this point, as that round got way closer than it ever should have been. You have to say that Complexity at least maximized their opportunity here, like knowing that their best bet was to kind of like spread out together, making it very hard for ZywOo to find multiple targets. And then just hope that the Deagles can land, and JKS certainly did. So getting a bomb plan out of that situation was actually kind of impressive. But Vitality taking care of business whenever they were required to, and so they do tie this thing right back up at 7 apiece. So this could be a big statement round for Cole if they can collect it, get that lead on the T side of Nuke. That'd be huge.
Seven. The score. Apex gives Vitality the slight edge, the slight lead. Poison gets dunked on by the grenade. That box probably saves him the bulk of the damage, though. That looked like it could have been a horrific injury. He still continues to push forward. The Bulgarian is hungry. Try and pick up the slack. Try and get Complexity into the lead. Masuda may have a few things to say about it, but his speech is cut short abruptly by Rush's AK. As Complexity continue to spill downstairs, and they're going to have a B post-plant.
It's just Apex, though, man. He started off the round with the huge pick outside early, and now he's coming back around to see if he can finish the job, as they do have this 3-on-2 retake ahead of them. They do have kits on all of their players. That won't be a problem. They have some utility as well to work with.
Poison and Rush have to play in tandem, tag team each other in. Rush gets aggressive, but a 1-4 trade may not be good enough for Poison. The bomb is planted for his side of the site. Smoke out on their Jin around the corner, takes off the head of Poison, has a huge amount of impact, and Vitality will lead going into the break 8-7.
Feels like I've been living with somebody else. In the corner of my mind, I feel something getting stranger. Everything's arranging. In the corner of my
We return into the fray on Nuke with Vitality on a slight lead. 8-7. Kyojin has had some pretty important moments in a game that's going to be hotly contested, and certainly an intriguing one for the French scene to see what this guy can bring to the table. So far, I wouldn't say that he's necessarily blown us away, but he's been doing a pretty decent work job and having a good go of it so far.
Pretty neutral, you know, which I think is like a good place to be in this particular moment. See Vitality wasting no time steamrolling the back halls. Unfortunately, they got caught up a little bit there. Masuda taking a huge amount of damage, and Config is looking to burst some grapes in this control room side, and he's eating them all.
He's just stomping on Vitality with that USP. Could be going in for a 4K. Finally succumbs to his wounds, but the damage has been inflicted. He's done his work. Kyojin, try as he may out of Squeaky, has been found, fragged, and laid to rest. And it's seemingly like Vitality, unless Sharks can pull off quite a masterful clutch, will be going the same way. It's also quite indicative and maybe a bit scary that Config had a really quiet first half, and he's one of those players you expect to be near the top of the board.
Yeah, he's turned the USP into the Universal Skull Piercer. That right?
Nice.
I tried. I do wonder what it stands for, so I just made up my own thing. Did play that role in the round, to be fair. Had a couple of extra shots on this third one, but I mean, whatever. He still got the hat trick at the end of the day. And so we will see Complexity buy up off the back of it. Rifles aplenty, scout for poison. And Vitality rocking out the Glocks out, Vince. Never the position you want to be in, but sometimes you have to do it. As we are looking to see what Vitality... We are waiting to see what Vitality is going to do here. Is again just going to be on the Glocks. No utility, of course. No real ability to do much, as we are going to see JKS lay the smoke down on Squeaky Door. And this round is really just a formality, but we have to play it out nonetheless. It's Blame F looking to get a little bit aggressive with the AUG in the outer side. JKS and Rush have that upper site covered just fine, and you have to wonder if maybe Vitality are trying to have a bit of a timeout. As Vince has now rejoined us. How's it going, buddy?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hopefully the mic issues are all good. Blame F. Big shot on Davis outside. Hold on with the M4. Double spray is good. Bomb drop down. Again, it is Glocks though, so not really expecting too much. Poison making sure that he doesn't labor the spray with the USP. 9-8 for Complexity, but Vitality will be coming back in with a buy.
Yeah, here we go. Now we get to the entree events. We got past that starter. It wasn't what we wanted. Unfortunate, really. Does happen when you try to something new. But now we get what we want. And Vitality, I feel like, need to make a statement, you know, early. They want to, you know, keep this a close contest. Don't let Complexity just start spiraling, as they had a huge T side. And they're feeling pretty good about things, you'd have to imagine, considering how well their attack went. Did everything pretty much to perfection. It really took, like, crazy efforts from Vitality to stop Complexity. I mean, I feel like they could have gotten even a couple of more rounds that half if it wasn't for, like, some crazy clutch plays from Vitality.
Oh, no doubt. I think Complexity would have been well within their rights to get at least 10 rounds in that first half.
Looked like they were on pace to do so for sure for a moment there. Let's see if Vitality are setting up some utility for what looks like an upper execute from what I can see. Or at least feinting that as they put that outside smoke ball into play.
Only behind the smoke will give away any sound cues should Vitality try and push. And through the smoke, Blame F crunches into the head of Apex with the AUG. JKS now will be turning back around his attentions on Squeaky. Gets punctured in by Kyojin, but does repel that push. Great flashbang tossed in from Poison. Fully blindside Wu, who's still got a kill, albeit one and done. Shots. Big entry onto Blame F, but Config lays down Masuda. 1-on-1, 30 seconds. Bomb is dropped the wrong side of the site for Shocks, but Config comes out and he pulls off the clutch. Complexity continue their CT winning ways.
And the fact that Config is heating up is huge, man, because he has been the other guy next to Blame F the last 6 months that's really been doing the heavy lifting for Complexity. JKS, though, is having a screamer of a game, Vince. I feel like he's had a lot of impactful moments in the first half and had a big double kill there with the FAMAS at Vent to give his team a chance in what was a very grim situation. I feel like JKS has not hit the floor running on this team the way people were kind of hoping for, as he was like very much the star player of Renegades for such a long time, but definitely has still found ways to have impact when needed, and he's having a hell of a game here. Blame F, you hate to see that.
Yep. Just the sound of a distinguished Molotov in the distance. Apex 1-point trade does get bested now by Blame F. Config double spray, but 3 players to contend with. So Masuda will sneak through. I say sneak through, but Poison has just blasted him out of his boots midair with the AWP. Shox, who was making moves downstairs, has the sour news that he is now the only man standing, and there is a player just behind him who'll be making moves down in the form of Blame F. Now, time is on Shox's side, but everything else is against him. Rush puts down the M4 spray. Complexity put down an 11-8 lead.
Yeah, starting to build up the momentum. JKS, you can tell how excited he is about that based on his facial expressions. There's old Config himself. Again, big story for him on this Complexity team. Kind of like a second chance at a career, right? Unceremonious exit from North, struggles on Optic, brought onto Complexity, and has turned out to be the guy that they needed. Getting back to old form. Being that aggressor that can have so many positive values for a team. As he takes an aggressive angle this round as well here towards Radio. Another big buy round opportunity for Vitality. I feel like they have to get something going fast, Vince. Otherwise, this could, again, really start to swirl down the drain for them.
Yeah, we're getting into that territory where Vitality may just let this one slip through their fingers. After a solid first half performance with some pretty impressive moments, the consistency has been lacking. It's been few and far between. They have a chance now, though, to control their own fate in DreamHack Masters Spring by taking a stranglehold over the map. Shox kicks things off with authority, and Config, who gets wide swung by multiple Ts, can't actually thread any frags. This is more like it from Vitality. They're giving themselves a really good chance to settle it around.
Yeah, they kind of got gifted some opportunities, but it's up to them to take advantage of them. They've done just that. And now you're seeing everyone from Cole have to start taking more gambles because the initial holds didn't work out. And that's really their only way back into the round, is someone taking a dice roll and hitting some 7s. I think that's the number you want in I don't know. Not a dice roller. I'm a disc roller instead, Vince.
No Complexity will be rolling out of this round. However, looks like they'll be rolling in a little bit of money with an AWP and an AUG by their side.
Yes. So I'm not really a disc roller, I'm more of a thrower. Can't have those dirty rollers, Vince.
I was going to say, there is a... I'm limited
Stigma
knowledge,
against
but
rollers.
you actually can do the roll thing like
Yes. It's frowned upon by some of our community. I've lost like so much of our audience with that. But that was a nugget for some of our supporters out there. That's for you. We'll get back to Counter-Strike now. Don't you worry.
This game is getting tense, though. Getting to
Yeah,
that
I mean, that's a great round to keep it close, especially with Complexity's economy being in this fragile state now. This is actually the chance for Vitality could really close this gap, which is already considerably small, and really make this a tight contest.
The opening pick went the way of Vitality. In fact, opening 2 picks went the way of Vitality in the first 15-20 seconds. That was over on ramp, and that was outside. Now this time, Complexity have far less at their disposal, so they're going for a gamble outside, pushing with JKS. He's alone for the time being, but no one's playing inside ramp. They have Blame F watching it from the Sanctuary, or at least he was from Lockers. Now he's gone up into Heaven. So they've given that part of the map up, and wouldn't you know it, Vitality have pushed in. 3 players already scurrying their way down ramp. Having lost Apex already, it's going to be an issue, but surely Complexity can't clutch this one out.
Oh, AK collected though by Rush, but quickly stamped out by Shocks. That made you all of a sudden get concerned that maybe Cole could reel it back in if they could have gotten Rush out of there with that AK-47. That's a huge kill to stop that weapon from being in play later. But there is a possibility for someone else to come and collect it when they go for the retake. Config is still keeping eyes on lower. They had that AUG in control room. So there is ways in this round for Complexity. I think it really comes down to Shocks' lurking play outside and what he's able to accomplish with that.
Oh, JKS had a gap in the smoke. The flashbang forced him away at first, but now he gets seconds. Config, P250 needed the headshot outright, doesn't land it. JKS labored spray, may get punished. 20 seconds as a bomb starts to get planted. The last two fights could have completely changed the direction of this round, and indeed this map had they have slightly gone more in Complexity's favor. As it stands, the Australian and the Dane I've got to somehow try and chime together and clutch this. They have a kit between the two of them, and they have a HE, but the fact that Blame F is up on the top side of the site, I mean, looks like he's saving, and this round is actually done.
Not a bad call either. I mean, with their money being this low, being able to carry over an AK and an AUG is definitely a positive result. JKS, though, may not get the chance as he's being pressured here in this control room area. They're falling back now, and he has enough help to survive the explosion. So they will be able to carry over both these weapons. So some small battles won there by Complexity, but Vitality getting the ultimate prize, which was the round, and now it's within one. It did come down to Shocks in the end, as we were kind of alluding to that we were able to get in behind the back calls and kind of put a stop to this retake effort from Complexity. We're certainly threatening a positive result. Money's still not really there to buy around these two rifles. It'll be Eagles instead, but honestly, I feel like Vitality have yet to have like a truly stress-free round.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. There's constantly been threats, and now Config with the Deagle takes off the head of the Suitor. There is actually some team damage there. ZywOo takes a bullet in the back of the head from his teammate behind him. Now Config forcing that respect to be shown, to try and pre-fire him down. A Molotov tossed onto L allows him to filter their way downstairs, but JKS is waiting with the AUG. He's picked up two already. ZywOo puts an end to the kill streak. But Complexity take the lead again. We're almost in identical position to the last round.
Again, heroics will be required from Vitality side to get things going. Shocks, sniffs out Rush's position, but does not connect the bullets. Instead, it's Rush and Poison coming in. They'll also carry over 3 free AK-47s, and their money is building. And yeah, Shocks, that's probably exactly the reaction that everyone was expecting you'd have. Those are rounds you cannot lose when you're trying to come back. I mean, it just looked a little bit sloppy, not having the utility on the window, on the silo to flush those players out of position. You have to take care to make things easier on yourself with good utility usage and spacing, and they just did not have that. They just kept giving 1v1s. JKS in the back. What's that with an AUG? And he's laughing. Probably not. He's probably stone-faced as ever, but you know.
It's just a massive boost to the economy from Complexity as well. They were looking to put all of their eggs in this basket, and instead they got 3 players that can buy again whatever happens. Vitality still have tons of cash on 4 of the players.
Double up. Interesting. I mean, Config has been playing that ramp room, so certainly this is one of those maps where double op on CT side can be viable. No ops in play for Vitality. Obviously, ZywOo a very capable rifle, however, so they won't be hamstrung too much by that situation. See Blame F trying to be a bit more assertive in these back calls this time, push all the way up to secret side as Poison rattles off op close to the smoke, but JKS, one lands.
F waiting and anticipating the push is going to be forthcoming. Takes the first, Molotov's in. Love that he didn't re-peek. In a 5v3, why bother? And he knows there's crossfires being established elsewhere. JKS makes short work of the oncoming Vitality, who are now looking a little bit wobbly, a little bit shaky on this T side again. They had their second wind, but now the blockades have been put up from Complexity.
Yeah. It feels like the wind are well and truly out of Vitality sails at this point. I mean, you have to feel for them in that round. They had 2 players die through smoke spam, essentially. One by an op, one by JKS's AK. Then Blaine uses that disruption to kind of sneak in from secret, grab his own frag. Now Masuda and Kaojin having to try to clutch a 2 versus 4 with little time left.
18 seconds to be precise. They've been peaked from heaven. You don't expect another one to be on the vents, and JKS comes in for a 3K. You said he's not necessarily had the greatest of starts with Complexity, but this has been a great performance from him.
Yeah, it's not been terrible. I just think people anticipated he could be like a star player on this team, as he was on Renegades. Like, you had the star aggressors in BlameF and Config. JKS would be the guy on the other end of the spectrum, kind of fulfilling, you know, a similar star role, but just in a different capacity. And that hasn't really happened yet. But he's still been solid when he's needed to be, and he's having, again, a hell of a game here. There's still room to grow, right? I think the team was very shaky with the whole Poison situation. Now they have the roster back stable again, and now they can just kind of focus forward. And again, a bold statement being made by Complexity in this opening map. Their T side on Nuke looked so calculated, so well drilled, so efficient. And now they've come on the defense, and they've done what they needed to do. Meanwhile, Vitality, with their new lineup, with their new fifth, continue to look shaky. They need this full buy to work, as money is running low. If they have any hopes that coming back in this game, you have to feel. Big entry from Ziwu with a Galil at that against an op.
Straight outside, spots a second play on Credit Card. Will be calling that to his teammates as he drops down into Secret. A stampede of T's does get momentarily stalled by a Molotov. With so much time left, that's only going to be a brief reprieve for Complexity, but Rush takes off the head of Shocks. And Vitality instantly dip back into outside control. They're rushing up into heaven. They are so quick in here. They've thrown caution to the wind. There will be no stealth in this round from Vitality, but Rush has their number, and he has bullets to face as he takes the D, using it against Apex. Outrageous from Rush. He picks up the ace.
Rush better be cheesing. He better be smiling. I think he was smiling there for a minute, and deservedly so. So on the one hand, you're so impressed by Rush. His aim, his ability to pivot, his ability to, you know, switch up when he needs to. But when you're looking at the Vitality side of this, you're like, how do you just keep giving Rush this many 1v1s? You know, again, they just look so disjointed, Vince.
Oh my god, the grenade.
Oh my.
Outside gets carpet bombed. Kyojin still gets the first kill, but look at all the low plays. Iwu, Masuta, Kyojin all below 30 HP. Rush should be finishing that off from an ace. You expect him to be landing these shots. That's a weakened player that pushed in first. Masuta using one of his 9 lives, a Guardian Angel watching over him. Shocks perforating JKS, puts it into a 3-on-3 inside. Iwu takes the quality off the table, but not for long. 2-on-2, but look at the HP difference. It is vastly in favor of Complexity.
Yeah, 18 health combined between two players here. So they're trying to see if they can't find a way to sneak this round across the finish line. They have a lot of time. They still have bomb possession. They have a couple of flashes and 1 Molotov. And they're up against 2 ops. So, I mean, it's just still so hard to see them really back in. They have to make some moves here at control. Easy outshot for Config. Quickly traded by Masuda, though. Good spacing. Will get the bomb planted. Poison will swap over to the AK, and again, he has such a health advantage.
Yeah, and the utility as well to shine, and although Masuda got off the first bullet, 27 HP taken from Poison, the life taken on Vitality, and that will be 5 match points to Complexity.
Again, they have just looked the superior team almost every step of the way. And now at the most important moment, they've continued that pace. Look at Vitality here. They will be able to get the full AK buy and utility all across the board. So at least they're able to somewhat put their best foot forward, lacking the op for Zywoo. But again, Nuke T side and just knowing Zywoo's diversity, they still should feel pretty good about things as far as their buying situation. But again, they need to win 5 in a row to force overtime. They can afford no more slip-ups. They've yet to prove that they could really dominate around.
Yeah, even the rounds they've won have just been either individual performance really teeing off, or maybe a couple of lapses in communication from Complexity.
Yep.
Doesn't feel like Vitality have ever really taken control of this game.
No, definitely not. A lot of heroics required to get a lot of the rounds that they've been able to scrape together. That has to change here and now. They had the opening pick this round. They had it last round as well, and still folded. So, I mean, this is not some foregone conclusion that they're going to convert. As BlameF already catches Apex to equal the numbers as he's trying to sneak into the back halls, and now JKS looking to get aggressive inside Hut. Rush pushing through the bomb behind.
Dink finished off from JKS. From below, he strikes. He may be putting Vitality into the depths come the end of this round. Only 2 players stand, Kyojin alongside Shox, and what a moment it could be for the new recruit to have a magical moment here at the Masters. Kyojin though, 35 seconds alongside Shox to make that miracle come to fruition. And now it comes down to Kyojin, 1 on 3. Bomb not under control, will have to make some sound. Shoots to try and mask the sound. Won't really be helping him because he has to get a move onto the side. Smoke out affords him the luxury of having to contend with one less angle, but Complexity completely utterly collapse and control this CT side and take it 16-10. We're heading to a break. When we come back, we'll break down what we just saw.
Problems. A whisper in the silence is ringing inside the void in my head. I'm searching through the darkness, but feeling like there is nobody there. I wake up just to find I'm in chains, and you're there holding the key. No, 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 no. Fell for another one of your games. No, this can't be happening. No, 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 no. I'm shaking 'cause I'm frozen. I need some holy water to wash away this poison. You got me trapped inside a nightmare. I knew it when I fell into your arms. Nothing is right here, and I'm shaking 'cause I know it won't be long till I'm deeper and deeper falling in fear. I'm screaming out, but no one can hear. I'm trapped in my nightmare, and if I don't wake up quick, this is the end.
I started speaking slick with my tone. I talk too sweet to repair. Should've known that you would be gone when you gave into my spell. Trying to find your feet on the floor, but you're suspended in air. Scratching for a way out my clutch, but you ain't going nowhere. You're shaking 'cause you're frozen. You need some holy water to wash away this poison. 'Cause there's no breaking out. Trapped in my nightmare. I know it when you fell into my arms. 'Cause nothing is right here. Now you're shaking 'cause you know it won't be long till you're deeper and deeper falling into fear. Keep screaming out, but no one can hear. You're trapped in a nightmare, and if you don't wake up quick, then this is the end. Closer, the end's running near.
I feel the pressure and it's popping my ears.
Thought you could trust me, once again you failed.
If there is a God, hope he can hear me out.
You won't melt the ice, you won't break the chains.
I promise I won't get caught back in this again. I've learned my lesson and I won't take it light. Just save me from this life.
Trapped in my nightmare.
I know it when I fell into your arms.
Nothing is right here. Now you're shaking 'cause you know it won't.
Great performance from Complexity to take it pretty convincingly in the end on Nuke. Even though it was a fairly close first half, it was anything but once Complexity got their hands on the CT side. And I was just impressed that it felt like everybody was performing decently at the bare minimum. Everyone was pulling their weight. We had crazy moments left and right. And honestly, I come out of that game thinking that Complexity far exceeded my expectations. I already thought they'd win this game, but they made it look seriously easy on that CT side.
Yeah, absolutely. Their T side looks surgical on Nuke, right? They seem to always have a good understanding of the map control and how to play off of it and how to make sure that their spacing was always perfect, their timings were on point. Again, they just look like really well drilled, and I think that's what we've been waiting for, right? I mean, they finally got the lineup fully back together a couple of months ago. They've had a couple of stumbles, but they also had a really big finish at EPL. So it seems like they're maybe back on the upward trend, and we'll get to talk to Rush to see, what's going on and see if that trend's going to continue or not. So hopefully we're going to have Rush joining us here in just a second. There he is. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's up? Not much. Just feeling good after a dub.
Yeah, I mean,
Can you?
that ace you got, man, was kind of crazy. Yeah, we can hear you fine. That
Okay,
that ace
perfect.
was insane. It was really impressive play, and we were just talking before about your CT side there on Nuke looked pretty much flawless. Like there was maybe from your perspective a couple of things that you want to work on. You're also on a pretty solid win streak right now. That's your 5th win in a row in all tournaments. You've been looking really good. In terms of the future of Complexity and where you see yourself in terms of like the world stage. Do you think that this is a team that can get into the top 5, top sort of 7 teams like fairly soon? And if so, what do you think you need to change to get there?
Yeah, I mean, being on the top is always the goal. I think we've had this roster for some time now, so I think we're getting to the point where we kind of need to do that. That's our expectations. I think the biggest problem is like our consistency. Like even though we're on a 5-map win streak, if you look at those wins, it's not versus like the greatest teams, like in the top 10. A lot of those games we played that went 3 maps with teams that we probably should win 2-0 normally. Props to them for playing well. But I think that if we just find more consistency, then we can get to that point where we're top 5, top 3, like every event. Like the best showing we've had recently is a top 6 at EPL, which I think was really close to making the next stage to make top 4. But I think we still have to do a little better. Even though it looks good on paper, I think we can still do better.
Yeah, I guess like my question is that, one of the biggest factors that you had going for your team, prior to Poison having to step out for a couple of months was him, right? He was so impactful with the op, and it feels like he's still trying to find his footing again these last couple of months as he's rejoined the team. Do you feel like things are progressing in the right direction for him, and do you feel like he's getting back on board? And I guess my follow-up to that would just be, how has that impacted like the team overall, trying to, just get everything back to normal?
Yeah, it seems like we're finally stabilizing a bit. We've had a plethora of problems in the last 6 months of just like Val getting sick, and then you have to deal with that, and then playing with stand-ins, and then when obviously White going even further back when Owen left. But I think we're finally stabilizing. This whole year's been kind of nice for us. I think that the last 3 months, especially, we've been growing a lot as a team, and our sports psych Edward is helping us a lot.
So, like, what was the biggest thing that you guys kind of did maybe like recently before EPL that you feel was what kind of allowed you to kind of take an upward trend? Like, was there a particular adjustment, a particular focus area that you were able to kind of break through on that allowed you to start getting some better results? And, if so, what's next?
I think it's because we had a lot of time to practice. We had like 3 weeks to pretty much play nonstop. So by the time we played, we were kind of itching to play. And we always do a lot of good preparation for the teams we play against, whether it be a lower tier team or a higher tier team. We always do the same preparation for anti-strat and everything. So I think that doing that doing that every time helps us a lot. So our analysts and coach do good work and our agile bin, yeah. But I think in general, just putting in the work and finally getting to play matches is good for us. And right now, it's maybe a little too many matches. We're playing like a lot of BO3s the last few days, and it seems like it won't stop for a while. But I'm glad that right now it seems to be only 1 match per day, which is I'm thankful for that.
Mm-hmm. Well, the questions I've been asking so far have been like bigger picture about Complexity overall, but I wanted to ask a question kind of targeted just at you individually. Obviously, you're kind of in this weird spot where you've been living in Europe for ages now as a North American. So I'm kind of curious, like, how that's been for you and how you're handling it, and just it seems like that's a tough burden that you've had to take on, and just kind of curious your experiences with it.
Yeah, when I joined Complexity originally, I knew that I'd be moving to Texas, which is somewhere I'd never lived before. So it was already like I was moving away from home then. And to me, it's no different to live in London, where I'm living now for the last basically like year. I mean, I've been in Copenhagen and Serbia and stuff, but basically I've been living in London for over a year now, or in Europe, I guess. And I think it's no different for me. It is kind of weird that I've been in hotels, and I think I finally found more of a stable environment for myself and Justin. But before this, it was kind of a little unhealthy because it was kind of just like small hotel rooms. But I think I feel better now about the situation I'm in, and I'm always happy to be here as long as we put in the work and win.
Well, I appreciate your insight, Rush, and I'm glad you're able to come and have some words with us. But we'll go ahead and let you go. Congrats on your victory, and good luck the rest of the tournament, man.
Thanks, man. See ya.
So there you have it. Rush with some very interesting answers. Always appreciate the honesty. But here is Group A standings as it currently resides. After all the results that we've had, Gambit against G2 in the upper brackets alongside Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. Some really great matches there. And now here is Group B coming up in just a few moments as well. So we can just jump into these potential matchups in the upper bracket. And it's going to be Astralis up against Complexity. That was a game that we were kind of interested in, Dust, and potential upset there, but Astralis got it done. And then obviously we have Pain and Heroic coming up on the B stream in just a few moments' time.
Absolutely. Looking like we're about to get done here with these opening matchups. But before we do, Vince, I think we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you our last best of one of the tournament. Stay tuned.
To happen, empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us. And I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes! Nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
If you wanna be my love, baby, gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna know.
3 best of ones have come and passed, and now we're heading into our 4th. It's Pain and it's Heroic that will be doing battle. On paper, I think we both viewed this as maybe being the most one-sided of the games. And we haven't had like any complete and utter blowouts, but we've had a couple of fairly one-sided games, and obviously we had the absolute barn burner to kick things off today. Do you think that Pain realistically have much of a chance here, Dust? Like, do we come into this with Heroic, who are in really good form, Caden in particular looking crazy good, and think Pain could maybe dethrone them?
It's hard. It's really hard to make that pick. I mean, it's actually shocking how well Heroic has taken to this new lineup and how quickly they've done it, right? I mean, you know, late last year into early this year, yeah, they had a series of top 8 finishes, and they were looking pretty good. They even won like DreamHack Open Fall. They took 3rd at the last season of EPL Season 12, and they won Cologne. Like, that's back in like August, though, so you're going really far back at that point. But then here in February, they had an opportunity to pick up 2 players, like, you know, that were really hot prospects in Denmark, you know, Shush and Refresh. And they get those guys on board. And within the matter of just a couple of months with a brand new roster, basically, I mean, 2 changes is really big. They've taken a top 2 at DreamHack Masters Spring qualifier to get here. They win EPL, and they are like catapulting up the rankings. I mean, it's actually crazy how successful they've been in such a short amount of time. Now, you look at Pain, look, they've been good in what they've played in, but they're not even competing in MDL. They're not even competing in the North American side of EPL. They've been playing like ESEA Advanced and very small cups. They're really the only like thing of note was them winning DreamHack Open January. Like, that was a pretty big victory for them within the region. But we know how much this region has struggled. The best teams aren't even in the region. They're playing in Europe. So this is a big test for Pain, right? This is a big next step up, considering the fact that pretty much all of their play has been against North American teams, right? We haven't seen them get to take that chance to actually play a European team in such a long time. Some of these players have done it in the past on previous teams, but yeah, this is their first time stepping onto international soil in a meaningful way, and it's hard to predict in their favor.
Especially when you look who they're up against, Heroic. Their one loss in the last 2.5 months, 2.5 months of constant games is Gambit. One of the best teams on the planet right now. Every other team
wild.
in the last 2 months, they have completely savaged. Actually, barely losing maps along the way. There is a big discrepancy. However, Vetoes, maybe that's a slight saving grace for Pain. If they can get it,
no, it's
a
not.
good map. I'm trying to build up some positivity.
The thing is, Heroic's map pool is just too deep, bro. They're boasting really good records on Inferno, Mirage, and Vertigo in particular. Their nuke has also looked pretty good. They've won it all 3 times they've played it. So, I mean, their map pool is just so large at this point that it doesn't matter in a best one situation where they wind up. Like, you know, they're going to get at least one map that they're good on when you have like 4 or 5 maps that you're very capable of playing. So, yeah, I don't really see too much way in. Like, the only thing that Pain could hope for is, you know, their map pool is also pretty good. Like, they can play some nuke, they can play some Vertigo, they can play Inferno and Dust 2 as well. But again, they've been playing against way lesser competition than what Heroic's been up against. And it will go to nuke, which again, within the North American region has been very strong. 80% win rate for Pain, you know, since they've been together as a team going into late last year. So yeah, I mean, they're going to feel personally comfortable playing a map like nuke. But I mean, Heroic's won all 3 times they played it with this lineup, and again, they played against way higher quality teams, so definitely come in as the heavy favorite.
Yeah, and typically their performances on Nuke aren't just wins. They're like pretty comfortable, convincing wins against some of the best that the world has to offer. So yeah, I definitely go alongside with you on that one. Although Nuke on paper, in terms of stats, looks pretty good, like overall, it's not really blowing me away. However, you look at Pain, you look at a team like this, they do have some players that I think we should probably highlight and talk a little bit about. Safe in particular is one of those players that I think you put an AWP in his hands, he can actually do some really impressive stuff. Big Azera is another one. Those are the 2 players that when I've been watching, these 2 have really performed very well.
No, I think you're spot on with that. Those are definitely the 2 heavy lifters on the team. If they have any hopes at winning, it would have to be those 2 guys. There's also a couple of guys in this team that are experienced, like a PKL, like a Nekus. They've been on a couple of different international, you know, competing teams. You know, it'd be like LG and different teams in the past that they've played on. So there'll be at least some kind of veterans on the team that can kind of help out some of these younger players understand, you know, the transition. But yeah, it's just one of those things where like you have 2 guys that can perform on Pain versus Heroic that has no weak links on the roster. Everyone's performing at a very high level right now on this team. And yeah, it's going to be so hard to see. This might be the most lopsided game of the day.
Yeah,
Or it
I
has
think
potential to be at least.
I think on paper this is the one that we thought would be the most likely to be a bloodbath, right? And Nuke doesn't exactly change my opinion on that one at all. But with it being a best of one, you know, first game of the day, I should say, and I suppose technically first day of the tournament. Maybe there's a couple of inroads if heroic, you know, ifs and buts and all this kind of stuff. But let's be real, they've been consistent. They've been consistently great as of late. As you say, no weak links whatsoever on this roster. In the past, the man on your screen right now, Cadian, may have had a couple of off games here and there, but his form recently has been stellar.
No, it's actually kind of unbelievable, you know, the level that he's taken a step up in with the AWP throughout this year, hitting kind of career high form, I feel like, at this point. Like, he's always been pretty solid and sometimes underrated. Definitely never like a big star name, but still, you know, quietly solid, I feel like is a great description. But lately he's been absolutely popping off. So that's great news. Also, Tessis, like, he's always, when you watch him play, had like the crazy good aim. But early on in his career with like Optic, when he had the chance there, he didn't really impress that much. But he has been on point for this heroic team. That's for certain. And then you have Stown, who's been like a staple of the team for quite some time. So, yeah. Brilliant. Gotta run that HUD,
Hello.
baby. Hi, we're back.
Here we go.
Now we're back again.
Let's do it. BKL, waiting. That push, and it's safe. It's actually holding the line on ramp alongside Ha Zhao. They've dropped the bomb down. Heroic have been completely stalled, and PKL goes back in for more outside. It's looking good for the Brazilians. Shush alongside Testis have got to try and rummage together through main. And because of all the bloodshed was spilled so early on, it does give them a bit of time to play with here, Dust. They can play some mind games.
It's about the only thing going in their favor right now. They need to find some picks. They need to find them quickly. Otherwise, this could just be an easy pickings round for Pain, who are, you know, almost on for a team ace at this point. Only Safe would obviously not have a chance to crack at a frag this round. Next needs to find one of these guys, and it'll be off to a good start for everyone. Bomb down, obviously, in a very tough spot, as Shush and Tessis are trying to form up together and see if they can't somehow crack this one back open. But again, chances are slim to none.
Tessis, headshot percentage, by the way, is always one of the highest in any server he plays at the professional level. And that's where you want the headshots to come in situations like this, in the pistol rounds. His Glock is letting him down so far, gets triple swung. His teammate's gone down, but Tessis still alive, still kicking, but not for much longer. Pain do claim first blood.
Off to a good start with that pistol victory. Definitely what you want to be doing as the underdog, especially on your CT side, is getting things rolling as fast as possible. Really good shutdown here at the upper site. That ramp early on. Just a great little kind of bait and switch though, as Argyle kind of playing that corner position and just, yeah, winning on all fronts. Can I get one of those? Would appreciate it.
I'm down as well if you're handing some out.
Yep. Whole PC would be even better. Powered by your i9. Would love it. All right, I'll stop pandering now. I do need a new PC, so, you know, Intel, give me a call.
Hit them up. Argyle will be hitting up some players in the side of the head, but actually it's only one. Just gets the frag onto refresh, charged down by the Glocks. That's a SMG that trades hands. It could have been worse on the side of Pain. At least it's not one of the rifles. But a post plant comes into effect. Pain have let this round get dangerously close to going in favor of heroic. Now, surely they get a move on here, Dust. Like, this is where you need to start getting rid of some of these angles. Cadian will be the first to fall. That's more like it. The site's been dealt with from Safe. Burning alive. And gets put out of his misery with the MP9. Picks up yet another one. So Pain, the Brazilians, pick up a 2-0. But the fact they lost a player and conceded a post plant ineffectively against Glocks, that's not great.
Yeah, it provides for a very early buying power here from Heroic to have done that with basically no investment. I mean, that is the dream scenario if you're Heroic. It allows you to get onto the AK full utility buy immediately. And again, there's a lot of heavy hitters on this team with rifles. And they have all the roles well covered. So they'll be able to strike fast here against the 99 from Moss collection. There is the AWP for safe out early, so that is kind of one saving grace, I suppose you could say, for Pain. Again, they got the first 2 rounds, so good start.
Cadian already whittled down to 37. Molly forces out main control. Puts more pressure for the time being on the rest of the A defenders, but Big Azera can just hold the angle with the FAMAS. Smoke up and over. Will be blocking away Squeaky, and I suppose the narrative and storyline here is that there's no real expectation on Pain. It's all on Heroic. Everyone expects Heroic to walk this game fairly easily. How much homework have they been able to do on the Brazilians? I guess time will tell.
Certainly. As we are seeing Heroic just kind of spread the map outside smoke wall in play, also trying to maintain some presence towards radio room and keep that ramp room as an option, or at least force CTs to respect that area of the map. As now they are starting to collect towards the mid-round here into lobby area. They have refreshment that being sent through. Solo, he's been flashed, he's blind, PKL spots him, but while bullets were exchanged, no fatalities were delivered. As now we are going to see this upper push coming any moment now from Heroic. You have to feel, unless they decide to pivot here last second, but time is running low. They need to make a decision soon. Looks like upper is going to be the target.
Certainly seems that way. Shush is making a lot of noise. This may very well proceed the Molotov towards Hut. They know exactly what's coming up, but how do they hold the line? Molly's tossed in, flashes, smokes. Everything that Heroic have at their disposal has been tossed onto the side, but more importantly than the utility, it's the headshot that gets collected by Tessis. PKL is smoked off. Can't help Nekis, but it's all a ruse. It's all a bait. They're shimmying down to the B site. 5 seconds to play with. Will there be enough time for the plant? Yes, there will. It goes down successfully. Nekis, though, takes off the head of Shush. And with Cadian on low HP, this is still doable for Pain. They're not out of this round just yet.
Yeah, they have a couple of flashes, a couple of SMGs. They have the kits, but they need to start working something out. I mean, they just look so... Wait. Are they just really settling for this?
I think
guess
they're going to
so.
save, yeah.
Huh. A little surprised, but I guess they just didn't fancy their chances there and wanted to make sure they carried over weapons. I mean, their economy is not the best, so somewhat understandable. They just didn't feel like they really had any anchor points to use to give it an attempt. They're just so out of position. But that really just came down to Refresh kind of being the silent hero there. Well, his lurk outside towards the back halls kind of gave Heroic the cue that they could go for the fast vent drop with that upper take. And all the scrambling, Pain obviously rotated. I mean, with it being that late in the round, you want to rotate because you feel like that's the commitment. But they just, because of it, Heroic able to slip underneath them, quite literally.
Yeah, their finances were in such dire straits as well that it affords them a little bit more sanctuary, but Cadian takes that away. Zyph, nice shot. Locking down outside. Smokes have already been deployed. They can't snap at this slight advantage because Heroic is still keeping their cards close to their chest, and there's still so much time at their disposal.
Right. Yeah, definitely can take their time here. The thing is, they don't really have too much map control other than Refresh. I think he's once again gotten lower and gotten into like a sneaky position. And so they might be able to once again try to work out some type of lower split, kind of similar to the previous round. The problem is there's a flank coming through radio, and timing is going to be everything. If Refresh has lower sight under his control, and again, I think they might try to vent dive.
Biggest error. Just hold in position, waiting for a second and third player to show themselves. Decides to take the shot. Make sure we secure this round as fast as possible. Refresh, last man standing with the AK. Has to slowly maneuver his way up on the vents. Now, fortunately for him, the vent has been popped, so no sound cue will be forthcoming. Even if he gets the first kill, I was going to say, even if he got that frag, still 2 more players to deal with and not much time in which to do it. 3-1 lead for Pain, and that's a great bounce back after a pretty rough second round.
Oh, absolutely. You're also starting to kind of feel the worst when Refresh had that lower control, and you're thinking that maybe they were going to get exposed again, but Heroic decided to try to commit, and again, that radio push just came so fast in behind. Gave a lot of routes to victory for Pain, and they do capitalize on that. Still a buy up here from Heroic, though it is limited. Shush on the Deagle, Galil for Tessus. Looking to maybe pick up the pace a little bit here as Heroic seen a lot of utility dump very early, but they've been stuffed by some counter incendiaries. Now they have to kind of just sit back a little bit more here and figure things out, but they burnt a lot of utility already, Vince. They have no smokes.
Yeah, exactly. They're putting all their eggs in that basket. Tessus, though, just charges straight through with the Galil. That's one way to isolate Payne's ramp and potentially B site from the rest of the troops. Not much utility, doesn't end up mattering. Safe, great shot onto Cadian, but we saw them save from a similar position before. And it seems like they're already pulling the plug and backing out of here. Heroic will be holding on, and they will be picking up their second round.
And it's huge for them to have won this round clean, right? Because they had bought down to their bottom dollar. They did have a couple of players like lacking superior firepower, and they're able to come out with potentially 4 players, saving all the rifles. So, again, huge for Heroic not only to win, start closing the gap on the scoreboard, but to do so in such a fashion where they get to bring over everything.
Signifying the end of the round, and Payne's 1-round streak comes to an abrupt end. However, with the save guns, they do have some options available to them, and they have gone for double ups here, Dust.
That is true. That's the adjustment they're deciding to make here right away. Again, a map where it's certainly viable to have one outside, maybe one towards upper or ramp room. Definitely can make use of it. It does come back to haunt you in retake situations, however. Depending on if you can swap over to a rifle that's fallen or not. So that's something that could be factored in, but again, very quick outer pressure with Refresh kind of leading in charge behind the utility wall. He's being spammed through, though, and Nekis will collect. Not sure if there was a gap or if he just got lucky with the spray. Either way, a big kill, but Stown has reeled it back in with the frag of his own.
4-play-4 as incendiaries and mollies are being tossed from both teams into key choke points. Shush taking away the equality for the time being. Tessus already making moves outside, had the right idea, but the timing works against him. Very unfortunate. PKL will make the most of that opportunity, though. But Heroic still have outside control, still have the opportunity to just push down towards B site.
The problem is that was a huge piece for Heroic because that was going to be map control for them, right? That was going to be the heaven threat. That was going to allow them to have multiple angles of approach, leave a lot more options open. Now they're a bit more funneled towards these back halls into lower sight. Again, though, even numbers still will favor the Ts. The CTs will be spread thin. No one's actually playing towards the lower side right now. It seems like they still have the op on ramp, and they have the other 2 players playing upper side. So they're going to concede this bomb plant. They're going to have to play for a retake again. The thing is, they've been timid on their retakes, Vince. They haven't even really committed to one yet. So I'll have to see what they want to do here. They do have plenty of kits and utility. But again, retaking with that op can sometimes be difficult unless you can find an angle from ramp into the lower site towards the back silo or something along those lines. As Cadian will make sure that they're covered to get this bomb down. And so, again, it'll come once again to Payne have the retake. I feel like they have to go for this one, surely.
Yeah, there's not really any reason not to. They have the right cogs in the wheels. They have utility, tons of utility, actually. Kits, like, there's no reason they wouldn't go for this. 2 players coming through from Secret. PK will be joined by Nekis. And Nekis just slow peeks it. There's no avenge frag potential whatsoever. They were divided, they were conquered, and they've been fragged. Cold. And now it makes every bit of sense for Harjao to save. It just feels to me here, Dust, I don't know if you'd agree with this, but
they look shook.
Like Payne are almost respecting Heroic too much.
Yes. No, exactly. I think you're right. I think we kind of used the word earlier, timid, like they have been. They need that killer instinct, I feel like, on some of these retake situations. I mean, yeah, you don't want to be reckless and just like walk out one by one and die, but at the same time, you have to be willing to commit together, bite the bullet, and pounce as a unit. I mean, just walking out slowly like that and giving Heroic favorable 1v1s where they have angle advantage is just not going to cut it. And so hopefully that's an adjustment that they can make as they play more rounds, as they get a rhythm. Maybe they can start building up some confidence to start working together a bit better. Again, though, this is their first test against European talent. And they, again, get, you know, dealt one of the toughest opponents they could face as well early on.
PKL getting one, but unfortunately there was mollies and smokes all around him. Nekis don't make it the element of surprise. Don't necessarily expect 2 players to be in main, especially when there's a Molotov down there. Almost feels like there was only enough room for 1 player. And that could afford him Safe passage with the CZ. That smoke's not great, but Refresh just checking his angles, being ever so careful. And that saves his life, and that just secures the round for Heroic. Again, I don't see Safe really going in for this. He's in an interesting position, actually, boosted back on the forklift box. Right. So could get a frag if someone peeks him from heaven, but I mean, the round is over. Let's be honest here, it's done.
Yeah, Heroic are looking feisty, Vince. And one thing that we have to talk about, as this has already been kind of spread around on different news outlets and things of that nature, is that this is Hunden's return to the coaching role for Heroic, obviously serving an 8-month ban, I believe it was. Definitely was out for quite some time.
It was 12 and then brought down to 8.
Right. So, you know, he has been kind of out in the wild, waiting for his chance to try to, you know, make a return, try to have a second chance at his coaching career, try to redeem himself a bit.
DreamHack, it's not an easy group. Every match is like biting nails, and it's gonna be huge wins for us if we manage to beat all of these teams, because right now they're in the top tier scene.
Am I crazy, or are you hearing that too?
I was like, Dusty changed accent there. Oh, it was an impressive impression.
I actually lost my mind there for a second. I thought that maybe I had like something opened up somewhere else by accident.
No, don't worry. If so, we're both crazy together, so it's all good. Well, actually, that's terrible.
Yeah, I don't know that is actually a better scenario. Because if there's two crazy people at the mics for a prestigious event like this, then, you know, brands might be tarnished. But we'll try not to do that.
Heroic with the round lead. Will be making moves outside again. It has been a hotbed of a lot of contested bullets. But for the most part, the Danes have been reigning supreme. Only one smoke landed outside, and that could be putting a bit of a dampener on things as far as Heroic are concerned.
Sure, given a window of opportunity for Payne to have a better look at outside control, but there's only one smoke left as well from Stown, so that's not really going to give them the comfortable cross. But they could maybe use it to block off like Big Garage and then still try to do some type of upper split as they have Mollied off top hut, and they are indeed putting that pressure on the fight. Now they are just crossing, and they can just win the fight, Vince. I guess that works too.
Yeah, they've just been so on point when it comes to these 50-50. Like, they've just been leading in every single of them. Nekis, though, is going to try and take the initiative, play aggressive. We were talking before about maybe this is where you just unleash your players. Payne are very good individually speaking. By no means bad players. But we're just seeing every single conceivable angle being covered by Heroic, and when Payne try and play aggressively, it's just met with fatal force.
Welcome to Europe. Heroic is been giving them the tour. And I feel like Payne has not gotten to really experience things that they've wanted to thus far.
Hey, let's be honest, it's been a tour of the back of Heroic's hand so far.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you got 3 rounds, but you have to take into consideration that's after the pistol.
They got stuck in all the tourist traps, right? Like you're walking around, some guy puts a bracelet on your hand. You're wrecked, of course.
Well, looks like they'll hold on to Big Azera's M4 at least. That's a slight reprieve. I'm trying to look at the positives here because it's been pretty rough as soon as Heroic had got themselves stabilized, economically speaking, and started to get these rifle rounds through. Time after time, Big Azera's exit frags there on show, but ultimately, when the best thing that you can show in a round is Payne getting exit frags and saving one M4, that paints a pretty bleak picture.
Certainly. Still some hope for them. Still a lot of rounds left to go here. Once they get their economy back in the next round, they could still put up a fight to keep this one close. Almost caught down there with the CZ. Definitely had a crack at him there, but with 13 HP, Stown will still find the kill, get the 5-on-4, and I mean, they're taking a lot of map back, Payne. Safe getting that push through radio room into lobby, getting some good intel, as it is a very, again, outside-heavy approach here from Heroic. It started out with kind of Refresh doing it alone with utility support, but now he's starting to get people behind him for trading potential. Looking like they want to try to creep up heaven, Vince.
Well, Safe will be the guardian of heaven for the time being. With this P250, though, unfortunately, they'd like to have the M4 because he is going to be pivoted in from multiple positions. Now, he may have just heard a couple of footsteps to his left-hand side. And if Refresh doesn't check this angle, Safe will be the favorite to take this kill down. The timing, the positioning is so tentative, but finally finds Refresh and deals the fatal blow. That's another rifle that will trade hands, but Tessis has already made moves into heaven. PKL using that smoke and gets the drop on him. The timing could not have been sweeter for Pain in this round.
I'm not sure how that could have happened. You'd expect Tessis to kind of keep tabs on that. He was trying to get some information on the upper site, sure, but he should have been able to get that one. And now Stown caught. And this is looking quite grim for Heroic. They're down to a 2-on-4. Make that just Cadian left, and it's been a clean sweep from Pain after that initial entry from Stown. And my goodness, maybe that's the spark that Pain needed to get something rolling on this CT side. Maybe that will wake them up from their slumber. Just a great catch from there onto Tessis and just spiraled it into a victory. Yep. Couldn't keep his composure, though.
Oh yeah, he's a veteran. He's been in positions like that multiple times. Like he knows all too well. That's not really, we said that about this before in the game on Train, that you win a crazy kind of weird, wacky round like that based off timing. That's not something that you can just emulate time after time and win rounds off.
Right.
You know, like Heroic still outplayed them, got outside control. Safe though, big frag. That's the bomb that drops down with him, and he decides to relocate and just keep himself alive and keep that player advantage intact.
Yeah. Good discipline here. Shush still trying to look for an opportunity over towards mini side. Does get that kill onto PKL. Now that forces the defense to be a little bit more stressed out. They have to worry about, heaven control being taken again. They have to worry about someone peeking from mini while also having to focus on Hut and Squeaky. They're actually going to double up inside Hut. This is not a bad call. Take the fight to Heroic, and they will get Stown off the board. That's a big catch. Nekus looking for more here. Gets caught by Katie, and that's where the overextension comes back to haunt you, perhaps. As now Heroic had the edge right back, but still a lot of time to play with. Bomb still in their possession on the back of Refresh as well. They can start grouping up together and looking to close this round out in their favor.
You're just seeing how chaotic this is as a result of Heroic just poking and probing multiple areas of the map at once, where Pain never feel comfortable. The reason why Nekus goes in for that push is because they've lost outside control. For all he knows, they're already going up in heaven and his position is compromised. So I can understand why he's done it. But Heroic are just the masters of this. They're the masters of out-positioning you in your most vulnerable, weak positions possible, and then making the most of it. Safe gets one, instantly traded. Really important there to get that one done. And although Biggest Error comes good with that frag, he's down to 5 HP, and it's a post-plant. Also, Refresh heard him drop down into the vents, and now he knows 100% he's last seen on Decon. So it just feels like Biggest Error, even if he tries to fake as if he's gone back towards the vents, he has to take a while here. He had to really sell that fake. Refresh has no reason to look away from Decon. And Heroic are just schooling Pain right now.
Yeah, you get that feeling that every round that Pain wins, while it does chip away at the gap that's on the scoreboard, they still have yet to really get like that confident victory that you feel that they can actually replicate. I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier. Like, if you win a round based off of some type of crazy, like heroics or some type of awkward timing that just Heroic gets unlucky with or something along those lines, that you never can feel as though that's going to keep on happening. So we need to see Pain make kind of like a statement round. I feel like that's what they're lacking. And this could be a really nice little bait and switch play with the op and the M4 up close on outside. This is an adjustment against Heroic's outside dominance we've been seeing round after round. And I think it's a good call from Pain. If this works out for them, this could really set them up nicely.
That's a big if, though. Refresh is taking damage. Safe takes a little bit. But
Again,
this
though,
is the switch to that bait.
Yes. The snake in the grass is Nekus. Will he be the stone left unturned? Or will he get checked? If he gets checked, it's all over.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
But they can still just burst out to Squeaky. They've taken one, although Shush gets headshotted down to 5 HP. Tess is smoking off main. And now they go for the vent dive. Not for the first time. B-site will be the final destination of this round. The bomb is under control of Tessis. Smoke affords safe passage across. Hard Zhao may very well dunk the grenade onto Tessis, down to 49 HP as he now stands, but it's still A doable scenario for Heroic in this 2v4, plus the fact that all 4 of the CTs are all one-dimensionally pushing down ramp together. Really important frag has gone the way of Safe. Styles, can you hold the line with a spray? They so nearly lined up for him. I could see a way in which he pulled that one off, but instead Pain get their 5th.
Yeah, you do thought there was an alternate universe where that does actually work out, and you're having another Man the Myth the Beast moment in a DreamHack event, but this time Styles instead of Cold. But to no avail. Pain handling that round very, very well. This is that confident round you were hoping for. Can they build off of it now is going to be the next thing we have to keep an eye out on. Still buying is going to be Heroic, though. If they lose this round, they might look to take a save, and that's where perhaps we could see Pain really start, you know, putting a little bit of heat on Heroic, actually starting to kind of pressure their lead. But they need this round. They need that follow-up. Take that next step in their progression on this map.
Yeah, if you don't, you're just looking at financial ruin. And Heroic leapfrogging to a potential 10-5 half, which is as good as done at this stage, because their CT side is incredibly strong. So again, outside, wall of smokes, afford safe passage downstairs. Safe, different angle. Hasn't really played at the back of A site as of yet. He's typically been outside or posted up around ramp. So that could catch Stown off guard. That could give them the advantage.
And that is what they're hoping for. We're seeing that bomb creep its way in. Nekis is getting into a really great position. If they were to push out, they may not anticipate him playing this angle. It has not been used yet, and it's very powerful. Very hard to clear when you're also trying to focus on ramp side as well as just on the floor in the dark corner. We might even see Heroic pivot a little bit here. They have some upper presence still. They're getting picks, but now we're seeing the response. It's traded back and forth, though. Still hard to tell where Heroic are if the bomb is down, so they had to kind of commit to lower side at this point, but they have advantage.
Oh, those are the shots Safe has got to land. Stown, who was the player he was looking at for the longest time just outside of lobby. His look position is everything for Heroic. Safe misses one too many shots, but now Harjao, the second AWP element, is going to try and clutch this one out. Cadian fakes the bomb and gets the frag, even though Harjao had the angle. How has Cadian pulled that off?
I think people have been asking questions about that out of Cadian all year long. Fancy has been absolutely just popping off when his team has needed him to, and that's one of those situations where you have to applaud Heroic and their efforts to battle back, but you also have to, you know, really realize that that must be a tough pill to swallow for Pain, who are, you know, trying to take a crack at Heroic, trying to, you know, scrape together the comeback and put that pressure on Heroic. And now, wait, what? How's Big already down to 28 HP?
I can only assume that was a shank from a teammate at spawn, but I did not catch that either.
That, I mean, it's likely to win round anyway, but, I mean, at least give yourself a chance.
Yeah, I suppose is in terms of like rounds where you'd want that to happen is pretty much this one. There's such a lack of investment. If you get right clicked at spawn from a teammate and you know you have M4 and armor, you're probably a bit tilted about that.
Fair. This round seems like a formality from Heroic. Bomb already down. 5-on-4 post plant. Pain just chilling. Can't for the life of me understand why. Just go out there. Go swinging.
Yeah, especially if you're like a little bit nervy, right? Like these are the throwaway kind of rounds where just get your aim in. Just see what happens. I don't really understand. Like unless they're just treating it as like a mini timeout. You know, they're just not getting on the same page for the next round. But I think they still have 4 timeouts available, don't they? I can't remember them using one so far, so...
I don't know, man. It's been a bit of a head scratcher at times for me. Again, I get their inexperience. I get this is their first, you know, trip abroad for some of these players. Perhaps, you know, their first time against European talent, and they're up against a team that's been hot and heavy throughout the year, and the pressure's on, and things have not been going well. But you have to start to question just how timid, like, they're being right now. This is just not it. Can't afford to be doing that.
Yeah, if you fall into Heroic's game plan and you let them play their game, you are going to get beat by them. If the best teams on the planet get beat by Heroic when they get to impose their will, you don't have much chance. PKL just got knifed. That just happened. Didn't see it, don't know where it happened. He just got a shank. As if it wasn't bad enough already, Dust.
I don't know what to say. It has been a very odd couple of rounds with Big Azair taking like weird health decline at the very beginning of the previous round. Now someone's getting knifed. Now it's looking like Heroic are on the verge of a flawless victory in what is a full buy round. This is like Pain's chance to fight back. And, I mean, good God, as soon as we change to someone, they're already been headshot, just straight blasted. I mean, this is grim. Someone called the authorities.
Yeah, this is you know, we said coming into it we thought it'd be one-sided. The nature and how some of these rounds have played out, it started pretty close and competitive, but this last sort of 5 or 6 rounds has been, I suppose, the decimation, the bloodbath that we were expecting. It's been difficult for Pain. I don't even know in terms of the last round what we can hope to see. They got 5 SMGs against us, so that maybe this is the round we see them get aggressive.
Gotta do something, Vince. I mean, it's last round. You got a bunch of MP9s. Playing standard has not paid off. Playing timid has certainly not been it. We'll see what they come up with here. It's just going to be the full Pain train of Heroic into Secret and into lower sight. Only one player left behind. It's going to be Stown, who's still kind of playing that lobby area. Everyone else is either already back halls or, you know, towards outside position, looking to do just that. There is one MP9 in the vents. We're seeing lobby aggression from Pain as well. Stown, though, is basically kind of the one to listen for this. Let's hear one player jump by, spots another, frag. Does get traded back. But still grim situation for Pain.
Oh, Nekis catches KD with a grenade out. So that's another trade. PKL now comes out. Tesses 2 big entries with headshots.
Oh,
PKL down to 2 HP, still holds the line. And we'll be dicing Shush into a grave. Refresh, though, right back in with his own. Oh, I like this off angle. I love this. 1v1, you expect the player to be making a beeline for one of the sites. Instead, he's actually waiting in main. I like the idea, but Hard Zhao, he's not biting. He just holds position. And our Refresh realizes it goes in for the plant over on the Heaven side. Does he just play at the back side of the site, or does he actually try and take the initiative here? This is a susceptible position to just being wide swung from Heaven. Now he spots himself, Hard Zhao. It's all down to the 50-50. Does he guess right in the direction? He does, and he caves in the head of Hard Zhao. Heroic will lead 10-5 going into the second half.
If you wanna be my love, baby, gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna know.
It may have started pretty close between Pain and Heroic, with Pain picking up the pistol, but as soon as Heroic got into business, well, it was pretty damn one-sided, Dust. Every bit the 10-5 score, in all honesty, had Pain have not won the pistol, we could be looking at like a 13 or 14 round half.
No, that's definitely a fair assessment. And so you feel like Pain need to get something going quick. Have any hopes of coming back into this one here as they're trying to go for the heavy outside pressure early. They are all out here looking to scrap, and they've found first blood. Looking to kind of just throw interference all across the map right now. Still not quite sure what their end game is. That bomb is making its way lower in the midst of it, but they are getting absolutely ripped apart by Testis once again on the ramp.
Safe and Hard Zhao remain with the bomb. It's still yet to get the bomb planted down. Hard Zhao would do well to try and force this, but unfortunately it's Safe that has the bomb. So he still needs to retreat, and Safe and Hard Zhao are putting up a real fight here. The last stand is good, but Shush is just a little bit better. Heroic take the second pistol.
That is quite grim for Pain, because you feel like now all the weight was on their first buy. Without a victory there, this game is over. They have really no more lifelines left.
Yeah, they're definitely past the safety net. No harness at this stage. Another slip and they will fall into the lower bracket. Shush up on top of the hut, won't be called into action just yet. There's Pain are trying to bypass most of this. They've already got down onto the B side, but Hard Zhao gets hard cleared. The bomb's now spilled out. Nekis at range with a Glock of all weapons. Best Cadian in order to get that one real quick. And PKL nearly gets one onto Shush. However, the round itself is falling into place again.
Indeed, it seems like it's starting to settle in Heroic's favor. Refresh finding Nekis will certainly continue to put it in that direction, as Safe is left all by his lonesome. No bomb in his possession. Only the time to work with as an advantage on his side here. He has, again, been able to get an SMG at least, and he might be able to get the jump here onto Shush outside. Indeed, he does find that headshot, gets it into a 1v2, still has some time, but again, this bomb is being well guarded by Stound and Refresh, the two rifles on the team. Have pretty much all their bases covered. Now they have an indication on where Safe will be approaching from. Though, again, he has a lot of time to try to throw some trickery in there, try to create some mind games, try to play some multi-dimensional chess that is higher than the 3D variety.
The problem is they can flip that virtual board the second they tag it. With no armor, no chance, and, well, he just gets wrecked the second he comes around the corner anyway. So Heroic will lead 12-5, but that's a really good round from Pain. They didn't really have any investment, so they can come in pretty hard now.
Yeah. That is the one silver lining, I guess you could glean from that. But they were able to, you know, get some frags going, at least get something. This is it, though, you have to feel, Vince. They need this round to work. If not, they're right back to low econ.
I said before that the safety harness, the safety net was gone, and I think they're already plummeting. They're just desperately trying to hold on with their fingernails to that wall. And Cadian stamps on the fingers. PKL spills out again. Tessis has the lineup, even with a flash, still sprays in for 2, and tons of damage onto Hard Zhao and Nekis. 2v4, but Pain, they're going to be limping towards the site.
Yeah, they just look lost. Like they've been cast out the turbulent waters in their travels to Europe, and they have yet to find any type of lifeline. The only lines they're finding are the clothesline as they plow into it at full sprint. Just Hard Zhao left now at 3 HP. This is definitely a different tone of match than what we've seen earlier on in the day. Certainly a different vibe to it.
We knew that first game was going to be a tough act to follow, Dust, and unfortunately, Pain haven't really been able to turn on the afterburners. They've stalled one too many times, and Hard Zhao pretty much just playing to maybe get a bomb plant. He knows his days are numbered, so at least try and get something out of the round. I don't think he'd want to just hold on to the AK and try and save here, because the rest of his team are basically in poverty. So tickles the bomb, tries to draw up the players, just going to hard stick it now. Does get wide swung, and so at least he dies before time, but you're already eyeing up an 8-round deficit, and Heroic are just fast-tracking to the finish line.
Man, does seem to be the case. Just hard to really add much to this, Vince. I mean, it really just has been a very straightforward, dominating game from Heroic. I mean, it could have even been worse, honestly, had it not been for like a pistol victory from Pain in the first half. They just look absolutely outclassed through and through.
Yeah, they looked like they were respecting Heroic too much in that first half, and where honestly I think a way that you beat a massive favorite is to try and take them out of their comfort zone. It just felt like Pain were falling into Heroic's mind games way too much. Tessis and Stout, easy pickings, and although Safe comes out with a solid 1D, it's not really making a big splash. To drop in the bucket. Hodge out, try as he may even get a headshot. Won't be coming on to Cadian, but instead he drops from Silo, and Heroic are 2 steps away from securing their first match at DreamHack Masters Spring.
Seems all but inevitable at this point. We'll be hard-pressed to find another option on the board, really, as far as what we're going to be delivered here in these next few moments on the broadcast. Heroic just a couple of rounds away from progressing in the upper bracket. Last chance saloon here for Pain, as they've, you know, obviously scraped the bottom of the barrel to put together what buy they could, which is a really good one. Full utility, full AKs, everything that they could hope for, but they need to somehow connect the dots and make it work. I feel like there's a little bit of a gap in that smoke that could be a problem.
1-for-1 trades, kicking the round off, round 20. Maybe is where Pain start to turn their fortunes around, especially if Save continues to land entries. Although the bomb is down, it's easily retrieved from Big Azera. They've got smokes onto main and heaven. They need to make the most of this. Momentary weakness. They have clawed their way back into this round, and now grenades are doing a chunk of damage to both Big Azera and Safe. The two of them combined only at 37 HP.
Yeah, you could tell Heroic had some set nades they were going to use for an upper retake if it came down to it. They were able to deliver them just fine to soften up these targets on their way back in. With still plenty of time to spare. They have kits available, as well as still a little bit of utility left to go.
All 3 players now are just a bullet, a tick of the Molotov, a bit of shrapnel away from death, but they've done a good job of staying alive a little bit longer. Now Cadian comes in to clean up. 1 kill, traded out instantly. Tessis can't get it done either. Pain, stick the landing for the first time in what will feel like forever. 6-14 the score.
The problem is they lost so many players along the way that it's going to be hard to replenish everything, but it looks like they should just have enough to get the same full buy. Problem is like they need to win this one too. They need to follow, otherwise you're going into potentially the last round of the game with nothing to spend. And Heroic will be at map point, which is like kind of an easy way of closing. Flip side of that is if Pain can win this round, they're likely will get to 8 because Heroic has also tapped out their money, so definitely kind of a 2-for-1 deal on the table here for Pain. But they need to connect the dots onto this one. Problem is consistency has been an issue. They've been able to have little hints of brilliance here and there, something that's been strung together.
Does get the drop onto TKL and can back away relatively unscathed. Doesn't even take a point of damage. That's a big pick for Heroic again. Well-placed incendiary. Forces back the tease for a few more moments, but there isn't a lot of utility behind this. It's mainly centralized on Refresh and Stout.
Yeah, that's very true. Trying to see Pain just slowly creep towards this upper site. Shush and Refresh, though, have some super sick angles. That could be a real problem to deal with. There is no Molotov to push this player off this hut position either. He has been spotted, but again, he's got coverage elsewhere. And now they can just bait and switch it up. Shush slides over. It's his man. Still alive, still standing. Finds another. Oh my goodness. It's all falling apart. Shush! With the auto shot, he wrecks them. That is devastating. Oh no, Vince, not like this.
Well, if there was a knife in their side, Shush has just twisted it so slowly.
That's a very grim mental image, but an apt one. You have a way with words,
match
Vince.
points. And Payne down to a Tech 9 and 2 Galils. Grenades now blowing open the doors. They're looking to try and rush in. Could be rushing to loss. Refresh. I thought the Molotov had actually finished off Neckett, but that won't be the case. Instead, it's the bullets that deal the fatal damage to him and save through the smoke. Tank down to 44, so this round isn't really faring too much better. PK at least has something to write home about, though, as he moves downstairs and has a bit of decent control for his troubles.
Yeah, the vent dive has certainly failed. At least they were able to trade it back evenly, get back into a 4-on-4 situation. As you said, PK at least able to get some presence towards the lower side as well. But that's really all they have. And honestly, a lot of rounds have looked like this from Payne, where they just kind of sit, wait. They don't really seem to have any purpose or like any real idea what they want to do. They're just kind of hoping that maybe Heroic overextends, gets aggressive, and they can punish them for it and then build off of that instead. But as far as constructing a game plan together, they haven't had that. And now, look at this. They have one smoke grenade. That's it. I mean, I just don't see where the path to victory is going to lie. I mean, you have to be able to go out with confidence and space well together and trade out. And just, I mean, what was that smoke even going to do? I don't know. They just look so lost, Vince.
It feels at this point it has to be Boris making mistakes more so than Payne making plays. And PKL does make the most of a momentary weakness over on ramp side. Still alive, still able to put down some bullets. And spits venom towards Tessis. The bomb was dropped down, though. So one of the two Ts has to go back and pick it up and hodge out. Well, he's got fragged out from Shush. 15 seconds. PKL's going to pick up both these frags. And there is Refresh. And there is Heroic taking it 16-6. We'll be breaking down the plays and potentially getting ourselves an interview with one of the winning players after this short break, guys. Stay tuned.
Was it over before we met? Or could you love me again? 'Cause you're the memory that I can't forget. Something more than regret. If we go back in time, can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. We've always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You said it's over for a reason. If only words give me that meaning. You wanted never to believe it. Think we're addicted to that feeling. Lately I'm dreaming about you and how you can take me right back to where we started. 'Cause I'm going crazy without you. I need you. Just let me right back to where you are. Can we go back in time? Can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. It's always been the same, playing ourselves Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this.
What we thought on paper would be the most one-sided game ended up pretty much being that way, Dust. And it's sad to see that, you know, Pain didn't really ever have a shot in that game. They had the opening pistol. We thought, okay, maybe there's something here. And then Heroic just started to get themselves rolling. And they never looked back. It was very straightforward.
I mean, you kind of nailed it on the head. I mean, throughout that game, you never really saw Pain feel comfortable. They looked very timid at times on some of their retakes in the first half. They, you know, absolutely just were outclassed. I mean, again, they came in with very little experience, international competition in particular, you know, and just, again, looked like they were just in too rough of waters. But it looks like we're going to have an interview coming up, which is nice. Always good to get some insights from players. Looks like we're going to have Refresh from Heroic joining us here in a second. Oh, never mind. He's just right there right now. Perfect. How's it going there, buddy?
Hey guys. Yeah, it's going all right. What about you guys?
Look at this guy, just so kind. We're doing great, man. We just had a great time watching you play that game, and I bet you also had a great time because you didn't really have to work too hard at that one, able to collect it pretty quickly there. Was that kind of what you anticipated, or did you expect a bigger fight from Pain in that matchup?
I think I expected more individual plays. It seemed like they were a bit nervous or scared, maybe, because we know that they have strong individuals with great aim, and we were like kind of ready that they wanted to do something crazy, but it never really happened. So in that sense, yeah, but tactically, not really.
Right. So my follow-up question is like looking a little bit bigger picture. This team really came together only recently, right? Like you and Shush just joining the team back in February, so haven't been together for too long, but you've already come out swinging with the victory in EPL. What do you owe to being so successful so fast with the new lineup?
I think a lot of stuff goes into it. I mean, first of all, the team me and Shush joined was a really good team. They had their up and downs, so the potential was there. And I think the whole setup in Heroic is really good. It's a nice organization, a nice team to join. There's a lot of I don't know like confidence into the team that we like we know how to play and they believe in us. So yeah, it's just a great place to play. To be honest.
Now I know like throughout your career, and this is the same for Stown, you've played different roles and you've played together on teams in the past as well. And so I feel like there's like a lot of familiarity and versatility there. Do you feel like you were able to very quickly figure out like, okay, this is the role that this person should play and everything just seems to work out well? Or was there like some adjustments people had to make the team work?
I mean, overall, the roles in the team fits like perfectly between me and Shush. Like joining the team, and the other guys also had roles matching them. There was a bit of adapting period for me and Stown because we changed a little bit of roles. But in the big picture, it fitted like really well. So I mean, that's I guess one of the reasons we clicked so fast.
I was just curious as well. Like, obviously, congratulations on the win. I probably a bit easier than you were expecting. You said before that they didn't make as many individual plays as you're expecting. But on the psychological element of things, when you are the firm favorites to win the games, I think most people have expected you to win that game today, and kind of in the fashion that you did. Does that weigh heavily on your shoulders as a player, knowing that everything that you do is going to be scrutinized and critiqued even more? If you do lose to Pain, there's going to be a lot of people that are very surprised and maybe a little bit more sort of like harsh with you in that respect.
Personally, I don't really bother the things where it doesn't matter. Like what other people say around you doesn't really matter in the big picture. And I only focus on what's going on in the team, and yeah, we would be heavily disappointed if we lost this game. And that's what matters to me: our own expectations, our own goals, and stuff like that. I mean, people are always gonna trash talk other pros or other players or other people. So in that sense, I'm kind of not tolerant to that hate. I mean, I have received my bit from the esports world, so I'm kind of used to it. So no, not really from an outside perspective.
I think that's a really great answer, actually, a really mature answer. We won't take any more of your time up, though. Thank you very much for joining us after the game, and best of luck in
Thank
the
you very
future as
much.
well, man.
Thank you, and you too as well.
Cheers.
What a
That
nice
was-
guy, man.
Yeah, super nice guy. Super nice guy. And a great win for Heroic. And I really liked his answer about the no pressure and just focusing on yourself. I think that's something that a lot of people could take to heart and actually listen to. However, speaking of taking things to heart, I'm going to go and get myself a quick break and a little bit of a food and maybe a bit of drink. And I suggest you guys do the same because we have a best of 3 coming up very shortly. Stay tuned.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love.
And the games keep on coming, but with the caveat, we're no longer injecting ourselves into best of ones. I can't even speak anymore, apparently. We're now getting into best of threes.
It is
instead.
important to get that back on track. You do need to speak
Yes.
for the rest of the day, so let's get that going.
Indeed. And we have a best of three. I can learn to speak again during a best of three. It's going to
Appreciate
be
it.
Spirit up against Fiend. Fiend just got clattered, absolutely destroyed, but it was by Gambit, so fair enough. They are one of the best teams in the tournament and in incredible form as of late. There is an element of uncertainty, though, I know, Dust, when it comes to some of the players on this team. For probably a lot of people that aren't from the Bulgarian region, you have three of their team that a lot of people are going to recognize, but then it's the other two that maybe have a few more question marks about them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like Victor, Dreamer, you know, Bubble, like some of these guys have been, you know, playing in the Bulgarian team for quite some time, dating all the way back to like the old Mortal Kombat team and several different, you know, teams that you've seen kind of throughout the years coming from that region. So indeed, you'll definitely see a lot of those names still up and playing. Well, they've brought in kind of these new players, right? And I think the one that's like kind of left off the page a bit has been Red Star. Like he's actually been playing very, very well, only 19 years old. Seems to be a guy that might be an up-and-comer from that country and gives them a little bit of added life, I guess you could say, to some of the veterans on the team. Again, they haven't had like really any big, impressive results just yet other than qualifying for this event, so I think they still have a lot to prove, but at least making it to this stage is certainly an accomplishment in itself. But now they're going up against a team in Spirit who has been absolutely, you know, hot. They just barely missed out against G2 in a game that went into overtime on Train. They had some very heavy hitters on that team. You know, they're off the back of a top 4 finish at Katowice, as well as a victory at DreamHack Open in January. They're, you know, beating some of the best teams in the world at times, so they definitely come in kind of just on a different tier, you feel like, than Fiend.
Yeah, they're definitely in a different tier. I don't think there can be really any kind of bones about that. Spirit are pushing top 10, and Fiend are like 50-something in the world, I want to say. They're definitely down the list considerably. So that doesn't lie. The stats don't lie. And as you said, Spirit have been in some hot form. I think they just took their foot off the gas a little bit against G2, and they're ultimately punished on Train. That's a best of 1. Now we're in best of 3 territory. A team would need to be more on point over a longer duration in order to beat a team like Spirit in a best of 3. There can't be any like sort of fortune that you get both pistol rounds, you convert a couple of rounds here and there, and you got to 16. This is going to be a marathon if Fiend want to pull this off.
Yeah, again, and eliminations on the line. It's a best of 3. It's going to be a lot tougher, you know, to pull off a result. And again, you're going against one of the best teams. So let's take a little bit of a look, though, more directly at this team.
The group which we are placed right now for the DreamHack, it's not an easy group. Every match is like biting nails, and it's gonna be huge wins for us if we manage to beat all of these teams, because right now they're in the top tier scene of CSGO, and it will boost a lot our confidence playing next matches versus opponents like this.
So I think Victor's kind of hitting the nail on the head there, that it would be a massive, massive, you know, surge in performance form, that feel-good factor if they could take down some of these teams. They've already played Gambit, who, as we already said, probably one of the best teams, if not the best team alongside Heroic. Now they're playing against Spirit, who are no slouches themselves. I think they've got maybe a bit of a raw deal in that respect. But let's jump into the vetoes, Dust. Best of 3s now coming at us, and having a look at the collective pools of both teams, they both don't really play Vertigo that much, so I'm not surprised to see Vertigo gone. Now I'm not really sure where the bans kind of fall into the picks. I'm not sure what we're going to be expecting here.
Expect an Inferno pick from Spirit, I feel like. That's probably their best map aside from Dust 2 as far as win rate goes. Had some wins against some really solid teams as well. I could also see them maybe want to play some Nuke. Maybe Overpass is another option. They actually do go with the Overpass pick, so fair enough. We do see Fiend taking up the Mirage, so your favorite map is going to be up first there, Vince. I'm sure you're excited. As we do roll through the rest of it, Nuke will be our decider. So we got a little bit of familiarity in Mirage. We're going to get a chance to see Overpass played for the first time, at least this tournament, obviously, not for the first time ever. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And then we have Nuke at the end, which is kind of familiar to us. We've already seen a couple of games on Nuke today here on the B stream, so a lot of Nuke action. Can't say, you know, I like to see new settings, you know, and so I'm glad we at least get some Overpass later.
Oh,
It's a
Overpass, my
shocker
favorite
to
map.
me we have not seen an Inferno yet. Isn't that mind-blowing to you? Like, it just seems like the classic map, and this is wild that no one's actually let it all the way through yet.
Plus the fact, of course, you know, Mirage, as we're kicking it off, is the map where Spirit earlier went 19-16 and lost against G2. So they played it today. Oh, I've just been told the vetoes may have been mixed up. So I'm not sure if that's the maps we're playing or if it's just... First map's Vertigo, apparently. So it's completely different. Okay, scrap everything we just said. Vertigo's the first map. Cool, let's go. Maybe we do get Inferno Dust. Right?
Bruh. I'm so confused. Oh. Okay, so it was just the teams, like, pick the other map. That's all it is. It's the same maps. It's just the picks were mixed up.
Okay, cool. We're ready to go in game. Let's get this underway. Mirage is first. Scrap the Vertigo thing. It's
Get
Mirage.
wrecked, Vince.
Let's
Get
go.
wrecked. You're having a bit of vertigo, it seems like, mate. Like, this is an ad. This event is brought to you by Intel. Oh, I was nailing it, bro. I think I had that.
Still trying to get them to send you a processor.
Yes, 100%.
I rate
Oh,
it.
yeah. No,
Respect
PC.
it.
I'm going all the way.
Okay, right.
I'm being
Yeah,
greedy.
aim high. Aim high.
Yeah. Aim high, settle low, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Right. We're into the game. We're going to be kicking things off on Mirage. Fiend starting off on the T side. And Spirit now will be waiting in the wings of Shadow and Sandwich. Crossfire in. Some die young, who started off against G2 so well on the pistol, will be picking up the first frag. Mia with 2 and Dreamer now 1 on 5. Bomb in a horrible position as the Bulgarian tries to make a move in, but all that he finds is Mia. Not a single point of damage inflicted to Spirit.
Correct.
Yeah, that could be an indication of things to come. We said before that the previous game was going to be a pretty one-sided
I'm sorry.
affair. This
Were you
could be as
expecting
well.
more from me there? I feel like you were.
I was giving you enough room in case you wanted to expand on Wrecked, but I mean, you're not wrong. Short and
Yeah.
concise.
No nuance required on that one, I don't think. Deco now in play here for Fiend, looking to just spill out of the Palace position. That's a... Okay. That was kind of neat. We'll talk about that in a second, but hold the phone. They might actually sneak this round away.
Yeah, they still have 2 assault rifles in play though. Mia, Sumdai Young, both have them at their disposal. Sumdai Young just navigating himself around the flashbang, not being affected by it. Magic's now picking up the pace. Still on 16. One of the remaining 4 Bulgarians is very low. Make it 2 now. Victor behind the smoke. But Mia has been found and he has been put down with authority. Magic's has a good idea as to where one of these T's is. The right distinction that he could be in the smoke. Finishes him off, but now his teammate's gone down alongside with him. This is a really costly round. Not just will Spirit lose this, but they lost multiple rifles, all the Kevlar, all the grenades. This is a horrible start for Spirit.
Yeah, that is a yikes, Chief, if I've ever seen one. Just, you know, looking to take it round. And that was so odd because they did a Palace spill out, but they threw a smoke from middle that landed on the balcony to give them cover to run out of the Palace into sight. It was really just different. Like, I don't think I've really seen an eco strategy like that. Makes you wonder why they couldn't just throw that smoke from inside Palace, but it was just, I don't know, it's kind of nifty. It's definitely something to look at if you want to do a little demo review to see that eco round strat.
Do try this at home, definitely. Bring that into the pogs, into the matchmakings.
Yes.
Spirit bringing a very rough purchase into this. Understandably, want to try and bounce back as soon as possible. Red Star taking point for his teammates, closing out these angles. The bomb just behind him in the hands of Victor, and they have Dreamer that will be coming in behind them. He's just watching down an underpass for the time being. Bubble is making noise out on A. Fast rotation, all designed to force away the B defenders. They tried to shut them down in the back, and now Red Star spills out onto the side. Big headshot onto Dexter, who, lest I remind you, dropped 35 kills against G2 in regulation on this very map earlier today. That was when he picked up the AWP, and Red Star, they line up for him. Gets a bit of a freebie on the second frag. I think Magic's may very well have been shot through the wall, through Sumdai Young. Doesn't really matter, because Fiend are good for a second round.
Yeah, good on them to collect against Spirit, who did go for the 4 spy. That means they should be gifted kind of a freebie in the next round, where Spirit will have to tap out and take on the full save. And so this is a nice little start from Fiend. Again, a team of players that some are recognizable, some a little bit more of a fresh face. Never have really made like a big, bold statement with like a really crazy run in an elite level tournament, but they're trying to get their start here in this lower bracket elimination best of 3, and they're off to a good start here on Mirage. Again, able to make a 4 spy work in round 2, put a halt to Spirit there. There is a FAMAS that's still going to be in play for Spirit coming into this round. But outside of that, things are looking very positive for Fiend. I also have to say, I do dig their logo.
Yeah, I like it as well. It's nice.
It's
like
pretty
a little,
solid.
What is it, like a flame thing, or?
I think it's a Fiend, mate.
Yeah, like a Fiend, but like kind of a flame head, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Chopper's going to try and cut them down to size anyway. Victor, in the meanwhile, sprays him out of the round. It's only USPs with the FAMAS. So can't really expect too much from Spirit. And also keep in mind against G2, it was really when they established their economy and got an AWP in the hands of Dexter that their fortunes turned around. So up until then, probably don't expect too much from them. Got for an interesting stack back in CT spawn.
Yep. And it's gone. Wanted to see it unfold, but it just didn't happen, and the MAC-10 will actually just got ripped away from him there. Bubble, what are you doing? Let your MAC-10 farm that money. He just wants kills on the board. That's his first 2 kills of the game.
Even without the MAC-10 picking up all the kill, he's still going to have tons of cash already. Victor's up to 9.5k, and I'd expect him to maybe hold on to this MAC-10. This is a bonus. You've got tons of cash in the bank.
Victor just absolutely rents on his kills. But here is the full buyback here from Spirits. Rifles aplenty. No AWP for Dexter, as you said, dropping that 35 bomb in regulation with the weapon against G2 earlier today. A big part of why that game was so close was his impact. So we'll be limited in his ability to play to his fullest potential into this round, but certainly still capable with the M4. So you are going to see again Fiend looking to kind of just load up on one area of the map fairly early on and just try to put that quick pressure. Bubble just relentless right now. But he got pushed into no man's land, but still somehow comes out on top with Magic's help. To the grave, rather. Magic his system into the coffin. I thought he was going to get a little bit more out of that. Looked like he actually had kind of broken free, but only good for the one.
It did invest in this round as well, as Mark comes out second best against some Die Young. They did drop the MAC-10. They upgraded to the AK. They still got plenty of funds, of course, even if they were to lose this 2v4, as is looking more and more likely with every step on the map. They do have the heavy hitter of Red Star. Just the M4 as opposed to an AK, though. This is where he'd like to get a crispy headshot, just to entry into the site. M4 makes that a much more difficult endeavor to ask from him. A Magic's bit of an off angle. Last seen posted at the back of the site with an A1S, and now with an AK, he's waiting for that first head to show itself, and he rips it off, snatches the life away from Red Star. In doing so, the round falls into place. An exquisite 4K from Magic's, showing you how to hold on to that B site single-handedly.
So right back to winning ways. His Spirit, once money was in their wallets. Fiend taking a tactical timeout here really quickly. And not, you know what, I don't blame him. Like, you know, you lose your first full buy round. You have 4 timeouts to spare. You might as well put it to use. A lot of teams will just kind of forget they exist. Or at least it kind of seems that way from an outside perspective. But they'll go ahead and call it here and now. Take some time to talk things through. Knowing that they have plenty of money to buy back into this.
Having a look at the Fiend players at the moment, knowing that they are 1 loss away from elimination. It's a best of 3 this time. Chopper trying to keep himself awake, it seems. I mean, understandable. They started the day really in the long game.
I know that feel. Kasich from NA, my call time was 3:45 in the morning. So I can. But we've had some great Counter-Strike today, and that's made things a little bit easier. It's its own caffeine, as we do see some Die Young able to strike first here with that aggression out in middle. And so again, Spirit getting the good times rolling now that they have weapons in their possession. Putting that smoke on connector, trying to put the Mac controller Fiend to a halt here, forcing them to get bogged down. I mean, look at them on all fronts. They're just being absolutely halted. Really disrupting this default is Spirit.
Yeah, and then you look at how much is left collectively. They got tons. They still got 3 smokes, 3 incendiaries, actually 4 incendiaries. So they've only used a small amount, and they've done so much with it, plus the opening pick.
Yep. We're seeing that Fiend are now looking to make their final decisions here on trying to do a bit of an A-split. But again, we saw this a lot against G2. They get that forward ramp angle, which allows their op to feel confident to just focus on connector. And that's going to mean that Dexter's able to just start teeing off with this op. That's 2 already. Okay.
Dreamer. Good headshot onto Chopper. Opens up some business onto A site. And they're not sure as to whether there's a rotational element coming in. All the way around from CT. Both players that were on the B on middle now having a peek through on connector. One of the 3 is now known. Keep them busy, and at bay, Bubble misses a really important shot. And Dreamer feels compelled to peek out as he was mollied off. He knew he had to pick someone off on the cross. If he had any chance at clutching that, Bubble left him in a horrible spot. Spirit, though, they've picked up 3. And this is that moment I was talking about, Dust. They've stabilized, they've got an AWP. This is where they have a significant power spike.
Absolutely. And the Fiend was just in a tough spot there, right? I mean, you're in one of those situations where you don't have any utility, and there's such wide choke points on that A site. And if you don't have the smoke to block off spawn or jungle or stairs, or just, you know, limit what angles you have to be responsible for, you got one guy covering a planter, and there's just so much he has to worry about. And while they did get the bomb off, just holding off the retake at that point is just not possible.
You have a MAC-10. He's Bubble about to unleash some aggression, I wonder. They're all congregating just outside of the A play, 3 of them on ramp, leaving Dreamer in Palace.
Well, you can see what this is, right? Limited utility. They have to try to get the most out of it, so they're just going to do that standard A execute, probably smoke stairs, jungle, CT spawn, just try to get out there, trade out.
It helps with an opening pick. Some Die Young gets mollied out and finished off by Red Star in transition. 2 players tagged up, but they have the advantage. can put an end to this Spirit win streak. The bomb gets planted down. Mir a little bit too slow on the approach. Damage inflicted to 3. Still 3 incendiaries. Still 2 smokes and 3 HEs. They can cordon off some of these areas. In terms of a retake, it doesn't get too much better than this. The only downside is all 3 of them are moving through together. This is a one-dimensional retake all through on the CT side. And they've expended so much of their utility. DreamHack down to 3. Crossfire is good from Red Star. Takes off the head, but the last tick of the molly finishes off Dreamer. So much time has elapsed, though, on the fuse of the bomb that they have to just pull the plug. They have to save. So Fiend will get the job done.
Yeah, sometimes simple works, right? I mean, they knew that they didn't have the utility to do some type of elaborate, you know, early round map control into some type of mid to late round set piece and have enough utility to spare to work out all those different areas of that type of game plan. So they just decided to commit to and execute, and they're able to get the clean entries, right? You know, I think they traded 2 for 1 in this site initially, so always a step behind with Spirit when they were trying to go for that retake. And you could see that, you know, the cogs were turning. They had a good idea about how to use their utility to clear out some important areas, to limit the angles they had to cover as they came in, but they still just did not have enough time to work it all out, and they did not have the man count to trade as efficiently as they were hoping for. So a big catch there for Fiend to take the lead back here. Economy now fragile for both sides, Vince, so that's something that could come into play depending on who takes this result. As Fiend back to kind of just, you know, the slow spread default.
Going back to what worked in the last round, perhaps an A-sided hit. Are they pretty much going to go for this? They've got no other players around middle or on B-App, so as far as they're concerned, they may be getting flanked right now. Time of the essence, and they decide to push the button, to put the foot on the floor. The accelerator has been maxed out. They're getting up close, but Chopper pushes them away with his M4. Red Star falls to his wake, and there is the return fire, the return frag. Now bomb site has been taken control over. So many smokes and all the key choke points. They needed Victor to stay alive, though. Him overextending and dying just gives Spirit a golden ticket back into this round. They do have Mardo slowly just edging his way back around towards middle, and that could be the main difference maker. The bomb is planted for short sight, but he needs his teammates to hold on for dear life. He needs them to survive so he can get into the perfect position. Now he's in that position. Now he's in that opportunity to strike, but Magic still checks, still destroys him, and nullifies any hope of Fiend clutching this round. Dreamer, big headshot, maybe can get it done, but the verticality of the double boxes proves to be too tall a task, and Spirit, well, they bounce right back.
Yeah, you can tell that their retakes are really well drilled on what utility they want to use when and how they want to pave the way together as a unit onto the site. Just so well constructed. And again, they just also come in with the better individual form, the better skilled players, and just they have so many boxes checked as far as advantages go coming into this matchup. And while we have seen some great rounds from Fiend, take nothing away from them. They've had a couple of like really nice just working together, pushing a site, playing the post plant well, but that push from Victor into CT spawn is such a head scratcher, Vince. I can't for the life of me understand what the goal was there. I felt like they could have just played out the 4v4 a bit more standard and had a better chance to victory. I don't know what, like, I can understand like pop flashing the check spawn for a bit of a read, but he just seemed like he committed for it so hard instead of just backing up in the site. Just a little bit questionable, as you said. Very punishing overextension. Now they have to do more with less. A Galil and a Deagle for Bubble and Victor. And again, utility is sparse.
Yeah, those kind of audacious wide swing peaks might work against lesser teams than Spirit, but Spirit will punish you for that. You have to be on your A game against a team of this caliber. You just cannot take your eyes off the ball because you're going to just get battered. They do go in for an early boost into window. We've not seen this play yet, but Dexter,
oh,
he
man,
decides to back out. The timing's not on Team Spirit's side this time around, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, when he backed off, Sumdai Young kind of slides at the position to cover that angle. So it seems like they are still aware that that is certainly a possibility. Now, whether or not that they have their crosshair at the right time is a different story, but at least they know that that is a vulnerable area that they need to kind of pay attention to. And you can see that Sumdai Young is every so often checking that direction. Meanwhile, we do see Chopper slide into Sandwich, which is such a powerful position for CTs in early and mid-round. Sometimes it's not get checked or Molotov, so seeing as Fiend already had limited utility as it is, I doubt that they are going to be able to clear that spot out without just taking a straight-up fight. But they do get the opener.
And it's that man, Ma. up in window now. Two of them explode towards jungle. Dexter is isolated completely from Chopper, who's stuck in sandwich. And should they choose to wide swing this angle, there's not much the Chopper's going to be able to do about it. Molotov, the back of the side, Chopper gives his position away, and Dexter gets caught out in the open. He was forced to go on toll booth, and the price has been paid. Spirit will concede again.
Big round from Fiend. Just being able to slice and dice through the map, really, like you said, put Spirit in situations where players are kind of isolated and, you know, a position that could normally be very powerful for Chopper wound up turning out to be his demise just due to being cut off from his CT spawn player and with there just being so much havoc being created due to that window room control that was being taken by Mar, as well as getting the frag that he got into Sum Da Young, who was like the one guy that was kind of covering that. So once he goes down and Mar's established superiority over there, it forces the rest of Spirit to scramble because you're constantly worrying about being backstabbed. So they can never really set Chopper up fully in that position to succeed. As you could, like you said, Dexter just always concerned that he might get flanked. So good job there, creating multiple pressures and misdirection on the Fiend side of things to keep the score close, keep it a, you know, tight contest. Definitely nice to see. I mean, you know, you come into this kind of expecting that maybe Spirit can just have their way with them in a similar way to what Gambit did earlier, but no, they're actually maintaining a lead through and through. And they're keeping Spirit's economy very fragile. Having to come at this with 2 empty knives.
It's interesting as well because the core component of Fiend that many of the older viewers, especially the Bulgarian fans, will relate to was the Dreamer, Bubble, and Victor element of this, going back, as you said, to Mortal Kombat, G-Play, E-Frag, these kind of teams in the past. What they were kind of renowned for is on their T side, they were just hyper-aggressive. I remember on maps like Inferno, they just rush every single round. So it's cool to see that they have a couple more strings to their bow. Obviously, they're going to have evolved since then. But they don't mind slowing it down. They are quite one-dimensional, I've noticed, though. When they hit sites, it's pretty much the 5 of them that push in together. This time, Dreamer was caught in Palace, and that's putting Chopper up against the world, so it seems. He's looking like he may get peeked by Red Star, who just instantly Ferrari peeks his head clean off. And although Dexter comes out good for one, the bomb has been spilled. The T's have swarmed on the B site. Magix and Sum Da Young in no position to fend off this post plant. This is looking rough again for Spirit.
Yeah, Fiend are starting to really find some big openings. And again, it's kind of the new player, the 19-year-old Red Star, a guy who, you know, has played on some other teams here and there throughout his career, but has never really had a chance to get on the big stage, right, and play against some of the elite level teams on a regular basis. I mean, he's only really been around, I don't know, like since 2017 or so wasn't around kind of the first, you know, 4 to 5 years of the game. Been on a lot of different teams. I think B Pro is probably the most notable team that he would have been on. But again, not a guy who is, you know, super well tenured. He's never played in a big LAN. He's never been at a big event. And so this is, you know, that opportunity for him to take that next step up, you know, in his youth and kind of show he's capable of. And he's been tearing it up in some of the smaller online cups that Fiend's been playing, and as well as the Voivoda team from before that this team kind of morphed from. And he's having a lot of impact here early on Mirage against Spirit. Again, one of the top 10 teams in the world right now, you have to feel, based on the recent results this year. So not bad.
Well, this is the map pick of Fiend. So far, has been going pretty well for them on their T side. I believe there is a technical issue that has came forth and unfortunately stalled the game out. 6-4 leads currently to the Bulgarians, with Spirit on the back foot. Already lost this very map, of course, earlier today against G2. And by the way, as a score update over on the A stream, Gambit and G2 are doing battle in the best of 3. Gambit absolutely destroyed G2 16-8 on the first map, as we are ready to get back underway here.
Yeah, G2 looking to kind of continue their streak of success this year. So, like you said, off to a flying start against G2 on the other side of this bracket. So we're into the big save here from Spirit. Just the 1 M4 from Sum Da Young, trying to play a bit of a tricky position here behind the default boxes. Does find one, and actually mirror combos with them for another. Causing a bit of a ruckus, but Chopper gets busted.
Did also land a headshot with the USP onto Bubble, who's down to 36, but this is where the lack of Kevlar, the lack of real firepower grenades should be the difference maker in favor of Fiend.
Yeah.
Also, a low Sundar Young has to peek out and do all the damage himself. This will be a bridge too far, and he just wants to save the A1S if he can.
A little crafty way to do it, too. Jumping across, making sure he can't be spotted. Now looking for an exit frag here and there, but as you said, tail between legs, backing off with the M4. Letting the fight another day with this weapon, as the money will be back for Spirit in the next round. But Fiend, though, again, quietly have been putting together a very impressive half. You know, coming into this, the underdog, have been able to string together several rounds here lately. I think they've won, you know, 3 or 4 of the last 5 or something along those lines. They obviously had the 3-0 start. Folded a couple of rounds, so have a bit of a back and forth there with Spirit for a time, but now they're, I think this will be their 3rd round in a row, so starting to clamp down. Again, Red Star has been popping off when they've needed him to.
Now, this is the moment where I thought that maybe the dominoes were going to fall into place in favor of Spirit when they got those opening 2 picks. And there's a headshot from Mia right here onto Bubble. A 3v4, it stood at that point, and then Fiend just stormed the site. The rest fell into place. However, Spirit do have a buy, but it will be without an AWP on Dexter.
Yeah, he's only had the op once so far this entire game, I think. Maybe 2 rounds at most. So definitely has not been able to really fully flex his muscles yet in this map, but again, still potent with the M4 in his hands, no doubt about that. But Fiend look to try to continue their momentum here, trying to once again go for this early B apartments pressure. They've done this a couple of different times. They've had a couple of good results. Meanwhile, Spirit looking to get aggressive on the A ramp, open up some flanking options. But look at the vulnerability that was created because of it. Dreamer catching Dexter off guard there by Jungle.
It has a compounded effect as well. It's going to stall this rotation by both players that little bit longer. Sundar Young, who wanted to be pushing all the way around the back, now has to be pushed back towards the A side, as does Chopper. This now puts more pressure on the remainder of the CTs on the side, but Magix and Mira passing that test with flying colors. Magix finally goes down to the hands of Victor, but they may have done enough. As Chopper, it's a bit of a labored spray from his perspective, but does get his man eventually. 2v3. Victor, alongside Bubble, have finally got themselves onto the site. They have a little bit of control in a post plant, but Victor is a bullet, a tick, and that Molotov away from death, dropped down to 6. His teammate of Bubble isn't faring too much better as there's shrapnel all around him, replenishing the smoke on towards Market, but then he gets wide swung. Chopper goes in, as does Mia. Spirit hold on. It's at the cost of 3 lives, though, and as we just touched on before, it's not as if their economy's in great shape. That is still going to hurt them.
Kind of a shocking way to the results. I mean, when you consider the fact that Spirit were committing so many resources to that double A ramp push, and then Dexter gets caught because of it by Dreamer inside Palace, then they commit so hard to flushing Dreamer out. You know, they're pinching him. This means that the B side's very vulnerable, but Magus and company do just enough to allow them to work together, get that kill, get themselves into a 3-on-2 retake situation, and then clean up from that point forward. So it was a really odd round, to be honest, but Spirit do come out on top nonetheless. Now they have a double lock setup coming in. So from 0 to 2. And look at the speed of Fiend coming up mid so rapidly. But Mir maybe catches him off guard, this underpass aggression.
But one of the ops has been dealt with. Already Dexter's down. Bubble took him out of the equation, and Mar in the back onto Mia.
It seems like they knew that he had jumped down there. They must have spotted it because they had 2 different players watching that side of underpass from both angles. So he just got skewered.
Spirit in real trouble. Oh, those 2 ops not really worked out for them. Maybe I spoke too soon. Magix with the secondary op has already put down 2 frags, and he may be going in for more. Tag down to 12 HP, but still alive, and now Chopper is moving in to help his teammate out. Red Star, over on the A side of the map, has been dealt with swiftly. Did Mar hear footsteps? Does he anticipate a peek? It seems like he will be backing out of there, and his teammate of Bubble, who's still healthy, has the bomb, and he's already moving onto the A side.
Yeah, he can plant for connector as well to allow his teammate to just hold cat position and still have a good look at the bomb for post plant. They've cut off the jungle rotation with that Molotov as well, so they're basically funneling the CT through spawn, which is being watched by Bubble with an op. So this is well constructed by Fiend. They have all their bases covered.
There's no flashes or smokes either. They only have an incendiary, and Bubble, who picked up the first kill onto Dexter in the round, will not be slowing down. Some Die Young with an incendiary put down onto ramp, but again, this is where the bomb position on the plant is so tenuous for Some Die Young. He doesn't even have time. If he wanted to try and stick the bomb, he's going to get found out by Bubble on the approach with a P250. And Fiend have put Spirit on the back foot again.
Indeed they have. They're grabbing really firm control of this half right now. I think at this point they've won like 4 or 5 rounds in a row. Really starting to dominate on their T side. Spirit again on low economy, so likely a 9th coming from Fiend with little resistance that's going to be posed. So that would be that 5th round in a row if Fiend can capitalize here. At least 5 of the last 6 rounds going their way.
You've seen Spirit with Eagles in so many tournaments over the last 6 to 8 months do so much damage, and that's why we have lightning fast Deagle work from the likes of Mia. Just a hit and run, steals the AK, makes it their own. Problem is that only Some Die Young has Kevlar for his teammates. But that first pick is huge. Bubble, I don't think he actually caught a glimpse of him. I thought maybe he could see him through the smoke, but does get the second player and has the clarity to just pull back and anticipate a potential push.
Yeah, exactly. When you see that one guy, you know that your team that you're up against is on some type of low buy. You have to anticipate some type of crazy antics like that. So he backs up, gets his teammates to buddy up with him, and now they're able to clear out that A aggression, leaving Dexter all alone at Firebox. There's a USP to his name. And not much hope to really be able to accomplish much here. She looks to strike quick, but unable to finish the job on Victor. Takes down to 18 HP. So this round is, as we expected, going the way of Fiend with not too much trouble.
Mia at least puts down Victor, making this a little bit more costly, but his teammate, his partner in crime of Magix, has been dealt with accordingly. Mia with another brisk headshot on to Dreamer. Lack of kit, lack of grenades will be a concern, but he's already made this way closer than anyone could have feasibly predicted. Has no idea as to where these two players are, and at this point, it doesn't matter. No kit equals no win. He has to back away. He will be saving an AK more than likely and made this more costly than the T's wanted, but it's going through into the last round, and they have more than enough funds to buy. They don't really care about that. The saved AK is probably more of an issue. Bubble goes down with the ship, but Fiend pick up a 9-5 lead.
Yeah. It seems like nothing can stop them either, man. Like, you bet your money that they find a 10th coming into this. It just seems like Spirit have struggled to be able to put a stop to these early picks from Fiend. They're also not able to get those retakes really working, despite the fact that they look really organized in how they approach their retakes. It's just the frags haven't really hit. Their timing's maybe just been a little bit off. Meanwhile, you're seeing a great performance out of Fiend. In particular, Red Star and Bubble have been popping off. Dreamer's done his job when he's needed to. And again, they're going to keep that pace up. They're going to keep Red Star, you know, testing things early. Spots this player hopping around. Not able to find the opportunity just yet, but still holding that angle, looking for a fight. And his teammates are gathering up, looking like they're ready to pounce, Vince. Just leaving Dreamer as that solo lurk on the A side, trying to hold people in place.
It's two-pronged as well. Either try and draw away some CTs, or if things get hot and heavy over on B, he can just be that lurk element. Oh, that Molotov down onto Chopper is going to force him out of position. Chopper, at what point do you want to peek? He throws down the smoke instead. HE will be behind. He's going to take a lot of damage from that HE. 16 remains. Very well played by Dreamer, who finishes off Chopper in the smoke. That will draw away 2 players to CT side, and a third is now maneuvering their way away from the site. Dexter will be punished elsewhere. Chopper is doing so much work for his team. Or pardon me, Dreamer's doing so much work for his team. And because he's done that much work, he's opened up that many opportunities. With 40 seconds, they can rotate from B, even though he had a bit of success, and head back over onto A. But Sumdai Young has already moved in towards the toll booth. Gets the freebie onto Victor through the connector smoke, and then smokes himself off CT so he can go and head for another peek. This is putting more pressure onto the rest of Fiend. Beautiful deep work from Bubble. Does extend their favor, but Mia so sneaky. Like a snake in the grass, just shows up and pounces. Pivots back in for more, but gets fragged from Mar. A beautiful half of Counter-Strike from Fiend will see them lead 10-5 going through to the second half.
You move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war.
$10-5 the score. Fiend lead. Do not adjust your screens. They have come out. They have looked the better team of the two. Spirit just don't really seem to have shown up so far, Dust. And I don't know if it's a case of, being tired. I don't know if it's maybe the remnants of that performance against G2 that's in the back of their minds. But Dexter in particular has been the biggest surprise. From hero to zero, it would seem. 35 frags against G2 in regulation. Only 5 in the first half against Fiend. And they've lost the first player.
Yeah, only had the Apple once like that half, though, so never really got to get rolling due to the economics all the way through that half. And now, as you said, they're trying to recover after suffering the opening pick this round. But Bubble is relentless with this USP, stamping them out on for the quad kill here as Choppers let the All Bias lonesome with the Glock at A ramp with the bomb. That's about all it's going for him, Vince. And, well, Red Star giving him a little bit of a mercy kill. Not letting him have to suffer too much longer.
This was the choice of Fiend, but never really thought that they would come out this strongly and really make Spirit look like an ordinary, mediocre team. Spirit has been on a real upward trajectory, maybe not to the same heights as a Gambit, but they've kind of been in Gambit's shadow. They've been right alongside with them. A lot of DreamHack Open finals between those two teams, and typically Gambit had their number. So I'm very surprised to see a performance of this nature. Take nothing away from Fiend though, Dust. They have been really solid so far.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're definitely connecting their shots really well. They're able to play an effective, like kind of aggressive, scrappy style with like a lot of misdirection and pivoting when they need to. So they definitely earned their lead. It is going to be a full save here from Spirit. Seems to be finding a 12th round here pretty quickly. Start getting some mid-aggression here from R and company.
Oof, big dink. Instantly around the corner from Sundai Young. Nicely done, but unfortunately there's no one there to finish off the damage. Magix has snuck his way down on Shadow already. Not that he can do too much with this position, in all honesty. Get a P250 or a Deagle, definitely would have been a lot more enticing prospect. Victor is watching into Palace from Stairway. And in the meanwhile, Mia is moving into Palace. So this could just come down to timing. If Mia slow peeks this, he's going to get his head ripped off, and then Magix won't be able to do too much from Shadow. There we go. First peek comes into play. Magix wants to get up close and personal, but Victor nicely held with the FAMAS to pick up both.
Not too much trouble at the office for Victor. That round, pretty easy collection of frags against those Glocks. Spirit, though, now able to full buy the AKs across the board, as well as full head armor, decent nade sets. But again, Dexter, so limited in how many chances he's had to put an op in his hands throughout this entire game. And if this keeps up, he may never get one. If he keeps winning here, Spirit's money will be low going to the next round without a victory. Lot of damage dealt to him this round already. I mean, you feel for the guy. He's been absolutely getting wrecked. And that one wasn't even really his fault. Just kind of gets caught on the timing.
Yeah, spammed through the smoke from the org and then just dunked by a HE afterwards. He has been having a real rough go of it this game, Dexter, and I don't think it's a coincidence that his rough time is highlighted and shown in the overall scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, he's really been the front runner on this team since he's joined alongside Mir as far as just putting in the big performances. Certainly, Matches and Sundai Young are very capable. Particularly Sundai Young, again, a guy who's been hyped for quite some time from the region, definitely has that potential. But yeah, you're right, Dexter can be so impactful. That's why he was picked up. This might be a problem for Chopper. Mark catches him as he was getting up on top. The boosted position there. That's a big catch for Fiend on the opening buy round from Spirit. Already a man down. Wow.
Mia just shut down instantly, and he was the bomb carrier. I think that if they're going to be putting the bomb in and fully committing to that, they'd have a secondary part in there to just follow up and avenge. They have got the avenging frags a little bit later on. 2 kills come in quick succession. Molotov is well placed. Bubble has no smoke. He has to cross into the open. He gets aggressive, knowing that he stays in over, so he may as well take as many players with him. And through that aggression, he saves not just his life, but he also secures Fiend to 13th.
Yeah, he had a teammate kind of backing him up as well to trade him out if he did go down. So there was a little bit of calculation behind that push. And as you stated, he didn't really have that many options, you know. Might as well just force your way through, and it winds up netting a huge benefit for his team as they continue to, you know, sprint towards the finish line here of Mirage. They are showing no signs of letting up at this point. Just seems like Spirit are, kind of like you reminded earlier, just seem out of it. Just don't seem like the same team we saw earlier today against G2 or the team we've seen throughout this year collecting big results.
When I saw Chopper like earlier on, just kind of trying desperately to wake himself up, it just seems like they couldn't get up for this fight. Like it was a case of maybe just assuming they were going to have a fairly straightforward time and taking their eye off the prize. And I'm not sure what it is, but whichever way you spin it, Fiend are destroying them, dismantling them, proving that you have to admire them.
Yeah, and the problem is elimination best of 3. So, I mean, you don't get that chance. Like, you're something that's already gone when you lost that overtime game against G2. And what a surprise it would be to see Spirit knocked out this fast and to be done it by Fiend. I mean, that is just kind of crazy.
Well, we do have Overpass up next, assuming that Fiend do convert from this point, which is looking more and more likely. Overpass is definitely a super solid map for Spirit. As Magix, well, he's going to get dunked off that grenade. It actually bounced off him and he was on low HP anyway. Fiend, they're not taking their time. They're on a fast track to this second map. And it doesn't seem like Spirit can slow them down.
Last chance is here, Vince. They're going to have to go at it again, and still Dexter, no op for this man. It's going to be the AK armor utility for all players. See the dying embers around that really had no way to go but for Fiend. So here we go, last chance saloon for Spirit when it comes to Mirage, or at least that's the way it feels based on their money and based on how the game has gone so far. They are trying to once again get that quicker mid control with a couple of their players here. Mar's been testing the waters, that connector, and he's done so successfully already just the last round or two. These nades, man. They're just so well timed, and they definitely reap some rewards.
And look who it is. It's Mia, who's one of just the outright best players, and Sumdai Young, who had a great performance earlier today, even though they lost. It was really him and Dexter. So you couldn't really pick too many better targets to land the tactical nuke onto. Puts
Right.
Mia into a really bad spot. I mean, you can't really use him as an entry anymore. You can't really use him as a second guy in anymore because one shot, even through a teammate, still finishes him off.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The only thing that Spirit's gained so far is like a little bit of map control here by having that player coming through underpass, but they haven't been able to penetrate connector or ladder room or anything of that like. So it's not as if they've really gotten so much, and in the meantime, like you said, they've had a couple of their key players go down already. They just look disjointed now. They're running out of time, and they need to be able to find a way to just brute force their way through despite all the shortcomings. This is your moment. This is the last chance here on Mirage.
25 seconds. Time itself is beckoning. The sands of time slowly ebbing away. Mark suppressing the frag with Chopper. Spins around for two. Good effort from Mar, but they still get onto the site. Maybe this is the beginning of something special from Spirit. A lot of cash in the bank balance of these three players, but it's more Victor and Mar that may be a little bit of a question mark. The way Fiend have been playing, they will back themselves to win this retake, though. You better believe they're going in for it. Good flashbang. Forces back all three players. They're all together, clumped together as a unit, but so are the T's. Effectively comes to a 3-on-3 all around the CT boxes. Bubbles on 20 frags already, make it 21 and 22, and then spins in. Can't quite connect the kill onto Dexter, who sprays in with the AK, and may very well have secured the round, even though he doesn't get all the kills. Time will do the rest for him, but Fiend, making that a punishing round, you look at the economy of Spirit, even after winning, still not great.
No, still never going to get that op for Dexter. That just seems like that's never meant to be. Nice jump here from Bubble getting a read of the situation. They ended up spotting that boost, but just did not expect that third player to be there. And time becoming the problem in that retake for Fiend, but still so much work that Spirit have left to do. They are still so far behind on this map pick to Fiend. Again, this elimination best of 3, so a lot on the line in this game. We're once again seeing them try to put that mid pressure on early here. This time it's Mir solo, and okay. That's a big headshot on the Dreamer.
Big headshot and a big moment of the map. Mark on Sandwich. Knows there's multiple players over Tetris. Oh, that's an awkward angle. He really needed a teammate to help him out, but that smoke he was put down on the side actually cordoned off Victor from helping his teammates out. Bubble, who's had an extraordinary performance, is still alive, albeit on 49 HP. And if Fiend did concede this round, very likely you are looking at a save and Spirit into a position where maybe they can start to claw their way back into this.
Yeah,
Fiend aren't interested. They're looking to save here, Dust.
Yep, but will the op be able to transition? Mir is kind of at that spot where he could cut this op off for making its way into kitchen position. Some Young also kind of in that area, but no, they will slip by before Some Young or Mir look to take a peek at that window, so looks like they will be able to rotate those weapons over into the next round. Spirit don't really have the money to chase either, so they have to just kind of sit back and see that those weapons will save, and they'll take the round, though. That's a great prize, and with this Fiend, I mean, look, they have 2 weapons save, and Dreamer does have some money to spend, so they actually could feasibly kind of buy back into this. I mean, they also have a couple rounds that they can blow on the way to victory, so I wouldn't be shocked to see them maybe buy around this a little bit. At least, you know, drop some pistols if you're Dreamer. Get some deagles on some teammates. I think he's already bought himself a pistol. Not sure if he's bought anyone else yet, but I wouldn't be shocked to see him spread the love.
Chopper's eyes just look knackered to me, like super tired. I'm not sure if he's not feeling well or what, but every time I see his camera, he just looks like he's a tired guy to me.
I can relate, Vince.
The thing is, for us, we're just doing the talking. His like mechanics, his muscle memory, his decision making, some calling has to be so on point, and that's a big player if he's not feeling 100%. Like, look at his eyes. He just looks wrecked to me. He looks so tired.
Tell me more, Vince.
Not putting it down to him, of course, just an observation. And the fact that Spirit are currently 14-7 behind.
No, you're
Down, but
definitely
not
attacking him personally.
Brilliant.
Why don't you just go ahead and drop the LA News in there as well? Worked out well for me.
Why would I say that to a CIS region player?
I don't know. Why not?
There's gonna be some people that just don't understand the reference. Like, wait, what? What's he
Trust me,
talking
no one's forgotten that. Trust. I don't only hear about it every time I make a post anywhere. Trust. Anyway, Fiend. This is a tough round to ask of them, but they do have a couple of rifles, including the op on Red Star. They have a couple of armored deagles in play, so still, you know, a chance to throw a couple banana peels out there for Spirit to slip on. But you'd fancy Spirit's chances to at least find the 8th round here and keep the comeback mounting.
Dream is going to try and peace out with his deagle. Bubble with a spray. A lot of damage to Magix and a bit to Chopper as well, but ultimately he was all alone because Dreamer was smoked off. Dreamer now tries to line them up. There was a couple of chances for Marv, but he's missed out too many chances with the deagle. Second time of asking doesn't fare too much better. Red Star with the AWP at least takes Mia, but it's a pardon gift. And that's all. But that's maybe all that Fiend need. The saved AWP bolsters their buy into the next round considerably. And they didn't fully invest into this round anyway.
Nope, they could even go double op if they want to. The money will be there from Dreamer to pick that up if they want to go that direction. Obviously, Mirage, one of those maps where double op can be very effective. Lots of different long angles you can take. Lots of different aggressive moves you can make as a CT opper as well to really get the full dynamics of the op into play. This time we do see a bit of chasing going on here from Spirit, trying to see if they can't hunt down Red Star's op. He is going to get pushed by Some Die Young any moment now. All going to come down to timing. Looks like Red Star should have the edge in this. Indeed he will. No one else nearby, so the op will carry over. Spirit will jump up to 8, but still a long path to travel. They have to be perfect to win in regulation. These 8 more rounds in a row are going to be required. One slip up means they can only play for overtime here on Fiend's pick.
The plot thickens. One thing about Spirit is, although they have had definitely an upward trend in the last 8 to 12 months, and you have some experienced players, I'm looking at Magix and Dexter maybe as some of those more unknown elements when it comes down to these nail biters against teams that you're expected to win against. Some players really rise to the occasion and some go completely absent. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. Grenades tossed out onto middle, another smoke to replenish onto short. Good control by Fiend, who have typically been fighting mid quite a lot, and very well placed grenades for the most part as well. But this time Spirit have done a good job of actually navigating their way into middle control without taking any damage.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this has not been costly. We are seeing some flashes at middle to distract the fact that it's actually an A ramp push from Fiend. It's also kept Spirit at bay at the back of middle to give this like more time to set in, Vince. It's actually a really well-designed aggression from Fiend based on that flash timing and based on how quickly they're actually moving through T-spawn right now. And no one is watching out for it. No one seems to have the idea, and so a bubble could really blow this round up before it even gets started. It's all going to come down to timing, though. A game of milliseconds is Counter-Strike, and not sure who the clock will favor. As now Bubble starts to pick up the pace.
Oh, he's going to get 2. He's going to get more than 2, potentially. I thought he was going to go in for the wide swing. But actually, intelligently just backs away. He knows he's got the not to position, especially if they push B side. He just needs his teammates to get a kill or two, and they should be done, but they're all crumbling. They're all being dismantled, and Bubble's flank means absolutely nothing. The flank is only as good as the defense on this side, and the defense was just non-existent. 8 seconds, bomb planted. Bubble must be livid at his teammates for letting that one slip.
It's probably like, bruh, what do I have to do? Everything was going so swimmingly.
Yeah, you can see he's talking to his teammates like, all you have to do is survive.
Yeah, I will say this, though. You have to put respect on Magic's name for not coming back. Like, he knew that the way out of that sticky situation was not to come back and try to, you know, put himself in a 1v1 against that flank and potentially fold and then make it even worse, but instead just commit to the apartments and stealing that B split. And, I mean, he got his entry when he needed to. So, I do applaud Spirit for that particular maneuver from one of their players there. It was a calculated decision to not risk falling back for the 1v1 and instead committing to the B attack, and it worked out well.
Bubble does not look happy.
Yeah, look at this mini map. Like, watch how Mage's up in B apartments just never fell back and just kept going with his team. That was really well done. And yeah, I'm sure he wasn't happy.
One thing they have to make sure is they just put that round to the deep recesses of their mind. Just think, right, doesn't matter, we're still in a great position. Because if you start getting tilted, that's where you can throw rounds, throw leads like this. Bubble is a good way of dealing with any anguish or any anger. He just spins back in for 2. Single-handedly, just taking his team and forcing themselves across the finish line potentially. But the work's not done just yet. It's still a 3-on-3. And with Dreamer on just a Deagle, this could still be a rough ask from Fiend. Spirit are still well and truly in this. Dexter, finally with the AWP, has picked up 2 frags, but while they have him dead to rights, the timing on that smoke push could not have been sweeter. And Bubble, who's watching into Murder Hole, is basically just leaving Mar all by his lonesome.
Yeah, he smokes Ramp to kind of cover his backside a bit as Mir's trying to come up through stairs side. Now, Mar has been chipped away at 12 HP, but he's buying time, and Bubble will use that to sideswipe Mir, putting some Young in a 1v2. Gonna try to force the plant, but could get peeked from spawn by Bubble. Bubble holds back, though, waiting for his teammate to set the flank in so they could just work this retake out together. Giving the bomb plant up, not a big deal. Just make sure you don't get some Young 2 1v1s.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Respect Sunday Young. I think the Molly's down just to make sure he doesn't get pushed.
Okay.
Plus he can see over the Molly as well. It's just wasting time. It's biding time. That flick across from Sunday Young, but Bubble. He's a man on a mission. This guy is unbelievable right now. He doesn't miss.
Yeah, he's having a game. Near 30 kills at this point. Around that Fiend really didn't have the best chances to win considering their firepower coming into it. Still found a way to victory, and Bubble's been a big part of it. And yep, I mean, I think that tells it all. I don't need to say anything. Sometimes, you know, they say a picture says 1,000 words. I guess video says 1,000,000. Is that? I don't know.
Yeah, that reaction kind of fully encapsulates what I'm sure is going through Spirit collectively right now. And speaking of Bubble, by the way, in the previous game, albeit again, the caveat has to remain, it's against Gambit, he was 9-17 in that first map. What a turnaround in performance from this guy. He's too shy of 30. And in some of these rounds, he's quite literally done everything for Fiend.
Yeah, one of the veterans of the team. Not often one of the ones you expect to do the heavy lifting, but he's out there getting it done. As another kill has already gone Fiend's way to kick off this round right now. Early 5-on-4 for them, so plenty of time to toy with Spirit, who, again, still just have struggled to really kind of get past that initial mid control and actually really start to put that threat consistently on connector or catwalk and really formulate some good splits. They've been really struggling to break free in some of these rounds. They've only really had like one convincing take in recent memory. Here they go.
He's out for Magix, drops down, dead as soon as his feet hit the ground. It's looking like this may be all over. Chopper, 1-on-5, can only get 1, and Fiend pick up the first map. Spirit are in trouble. We're coming to a break. When we come back, we'll be breaking down what just happened on Mirage.
song. Sounds like some fucking janky Michael Jackson.
I haven't muted.
Probably for the best.
Decimation on the first map, and in all honesty, Dust, I didn't want to write Fiend off completely. I thought that they may have a chance with some of their players. We talked about Red Star and obviously the 3 core players, but I'm truly shocked at how comfortable they made that look there. And honestly, a couple of slips and a couple of glimpses of brilliance from Spirit, that could have been like a 16-7, 16-8 scoreline.
That's kind of a fair assessment. It did really look like Spirit just came into that not their normal selves. Again, we saw them play against G2 on the very same map not that long ago, and they look far more impressive than what we just saw there. Dexter went from dropping 35 kills in regulation to being fairly absent throughout most of that game, only having to op maybe 2 or 3 times the entire map. Obviously, economy dictated a lot of that, but just generally speaking, they just, I don't know, they just didn't look as sharp. They looked, like you said, a little bit out of it as far as energy levels went. It just did not look like the same Spirit I'm used to seeing throughout the course of this year and even just earlier today. And meanwhile, you look at Fiend, they came out, heavy, man. They were aggressive when they needed to be. They weren't necessarily reinventing the wheel or doing anything tactically impressive, but they were nailing the basics and they were fragging out. And they were always, making sure that they weren't giving away people for free. When, they were able to come in, they were always making sure their trading spacing was perfect. And I think the other thing was on their T side, the fact that Dreamer could just solo pressure A so well opened up so many opportunities for them on either side that they decided to attack. And I think that was a constant theme as well on their attacking side.
Yeah, I think Dreamer definitely deserves some plaudits. His Palace looks in particular were really, really good. There's one round that sticks out towards the end where he killed Chopper on Sandwich and then gets his second kill and single-handedly keeps 3 or 4 players of the CTs over on A while his teammates just wreck on B site. And it was really cool to watch, actually. I think it's maybe a demo I'll go back and watch again.
Yeah. And there was another round where he did something very similar, and then because of the kills he got, they actually came back to A and won the round off of that. So he had impact, whether it was to give them a slight to take or to cut off rotations. I think he won 2 rounds by himself almost single-handedly in that first half. So again, just a fantastic performance from Fiend. Really can't say more than that. Again, Spirit kind of asleep at the wheel while Fiend were firing on all cylinders for the most part there.
Let's have a look at the Group A standings, both the upper and the lower bracket. Of course, this is a double elimination bracket, so you lose one game, you are not just done. However, this best of 3 is an elimination match, so that can't be said for this one. Gambit obviously go through against G2. That game is being played right now. First map was 16-8 to Gambit, and I believe they are leading on the second map. And Na'Vi play VP later this evening. Obviously, the winners of those games will meet each other later on. In terms of the lower brackets as well, let's have a quick look at those. Fiend against Spirit, obviously the game that we're casting right now. Fiend have the 1-0 lead. Mouse Sports and FaZe will be playing later in the best of 3 after this one.
Yeah, that'll actually be able to be watched a little bit later on today, right after this best of 3, basically. So definitely should be a fun game. That's going to be devastating for one of those organizations, man. Mouse have been on a little bit of a downfall since Kerrigan's departure, and now Kerrigan gets to play against his old team alongside his new FaZe squad. So that definitely has some cool storylines to it. So definitely want to catch that a little bit later on.
Oh, absolutely. And, FaZe didn't look great in their game earlier on train against VP, who really showed up in the second half. But we did see moments from Cold Zerit in particular, had some really, really big rounds. So I'll be curious to see how they fare against Mouse Sports later on today. As you say, though, that's a pretty big org that's going to be parting ways. But that's the nature of a tournament like the DreamHack Masters Spring. This is a stacked tournament. Most of the best teams in the world are taking part. So we're always going to have to say goodbye to some good teams in the first day.
No, absolutely. As we might be saying goodbye to a team here in just the next 30 or 40 minutes, Vince. If Fiend can keep up on Overpass to pick a Spirit, this might be a 2-0 series, and Spirit would be leaving the tournament in kind of shocking fashion, considering how well they've been performing lately coming into DreamHack Masters. And, you know, you think of the top 4 at Katowice, the win at DreamHack Open January, being able to place top 4 in the most recent Blast Premier Showdown. You would expect them to at least, you know, have a good shot at making playoffs, and that's just not happening. But we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you Matt too. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be back in just a bit.
Always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
On historic Counter-Strike grounds, Dallas, Texas, DreamHack Masters carried on the legacy of the game we all love. In a city where history had been written, once again, Masters would be crowned.
I don't think that we had a lot of pressure when we were going into Dallas. I think that we were feeling pretty confident in our game, and we were just looking to start off our trophy run.
Team Liquid were here to prove they had what it takes to win.
And the SG is gone, and Naf is out of it. That's Nitro. Oh, the sack! He could do it! Just needs one more bullet! Oh, this is so close! Nitro! He wins the round! Absolutely beautiful!
Winning the group meant Liquid advanced straight to the semi-finals.
The bomb is right there, so that's like the only thing going for him. One more headshot. They're gonna fight down.
I remember the game against Furia was a tough one. They were already like a pretty good team back then. They were still unproven on LAN.
Yeah, oh, but they're jumping up. Oh, Elise!
And I remember it being a really close game against them, and it was a really like hype game too. I remember the crowd going crazy during it. I think the crowd support helps us a lot, especially when you're having a game that's really close. And it gets everyone really hyped, because when you're getting like those like 1-degs and you keep on like going for more, you get like a spray down or something, and the crowd's just going crazy for you. I think that it really, really helps.
After beating Furia, the Finnish surprise ENCE was up next.
I don't think that we were surprised. ENCE was already like a good team at that point in time, because they made us to the finals of Katowice. So we already knew that they were like a good team. They were a top team.
As to where the rotation comes from, but they'll see it now. Sergey, that's aggressive. Jumping in, just gives Elise the goal.
Well, in the final, like, you always want to make sure that you don't like think it's over until it's actually over, because as soon as you start thinking that, then you're not focused on the game.
Doing so allows 4 players to hold towards top of middle. That's working out fantastically so far. The leads with a 3-man spray down. Nitro will chime in, and
even when you like break their economy and you're super far up, like in the game that we were against them on the 3rd map, we still need to like make sure that we're really in it, and they can come back at any point in time. And they were a really good team back then. Yeah, they were a hard team, so it was a really good start win for us.
he can sense players on the other side. It's going to be a kill for Twist, surely. He gets the first. Twist is tagged, but he's got the kill. And Liquid have it. They've got the championship. They've got Masters.
In a close and tight affair, Liquid managed to please the home crowd and beat ENCE to become the masters of their dreams.
DreamHack Masters Spring must say goodbye to its first team in its 10th iteration, and it may very well be Spirit, a team that many would have thought could have even gone the distance at least quarters or semi-finals, and they could be our first team relegated, eliminated here, Dust. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, especially considering how well their year has gone so far and considering what we saw earlier against G2, where, yeah, they lost, but I mean, not by much. It went to overtime and definitely had their moments that looked very, very powerful, particularly Dexter with those 35 kills in regulation. And just to see a completely different team show up on the exact same map against an inferior opponent, if we're honest, and then to have that happen to them. Now, granted, Fiend played excellent. Bubble, popping off. Dreamer, having massive impact. You know, they were definitely getting great performances out of pretty much their entire lineup. I mean, Red Star, obviously, again, the new youth on this team that has really revitalized, you know, the core of this team, the veterans that are on board. And yeah, that they played a good Mirage. What can I say? But now we come to Overpass where things are a little bit more technical. You know, the strategy needs to be a bit more sharp. And we'll have to see who comes out on top in this one.
Yeah, Overpass definitely heavily favors Spirit as far as I'm concerned, but it was more that performance that we just saw, a couple of those key components going eerily missing, that does make me a little bit more concerned if you are a Spirit fan right now. Good to see Overpass, though. First time casting it today. I'm still amazed, as you are, that we haven't seen Inferno today, but I'm sure we'll get that tomorrow, if nothing else. We are jumping into the game very shortly. Obviously, in terms of the sides, with this being the choice of Spirit, I'd expect them to be starting on the T side. So it's very possible that Fiend, if they can get off to a really good start on their CT side, can maybe make this a little bit more uncomfortable than maybe we were first anticipating.
Oh, yeah, certainly. It's not as if Spirit have had a ton of reps on Overpass in their own right with this 5. It's been one of their lesser played maps in comparison to maps like a Dust 2 or an Inferno or Train, for instance. So we'll see.
Oh, Victor's got boosted instantly the second he decides to peek up, but still holds his ground, holds his nerve. Chopper's sent cartwheeling out of the round as a fast rotation coming in, and Dreamer decides he wants to just back away. It's important that he stays alive, even in a post plant. They have the player advantage. They also lack a kit, by the way. That could definitely be an issue. They all went for just Kevlar. That means no grenades on the approach, no kits either. So as long as they stay together and just unite as a 5-man roster, they should be able to close the gap, but it needs to be quick. Victor and Bubble picking up the pace, taking heads, taking frags, potentially taking the round. But Magic's still alive, just about by a slither of health as he tries to peek in, and Victor sends him packing. Fiend, success again in another pistol.
It's insane how fearless Victor was despite getting gooshed early, and he still gets 3 kills despite having virtually no health from that point forward. It's like he was untouchable after he got dinked initially. That is bonkers. The guy literally took a lap around the entire map, got instantly smacked, and then just still got a 3K. Like, what? Any explanation, Vince?
He just hit his shots, innit?
Yeah, we definitely should switch roles in the future. I definitely should be play-by-play. I feel like your analysis is just
What
too
do you
good.
mean? That was world-class analysis.
It was. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think we should switch. I think that's what's been holding us back this whole time.
All right, go on. Play-by-play this round. Show us what you got.
Do you really want me to?
Yeah, do it.
Fair enough. Well, we're going to see Spirit here looking to get some short B control against the actually, you know, fully decked out Fiend, of course. They have rifles across the board. Scout for Red Star. Chopper and company, though, with these AKs and Gleos could be a problem, but not a Dreamer has anything to say about it. He absolutely blindsides him here. Imagine the short pipe. And that was, you know, my attempt at it, and it didn't go so well.
You harsh on yourself, mate.
It's like a 6 out of
Solid
10. I give myself like a 6 out of 10.
6 is still above average, right? Meanwhile,
Depends what
Dexter,
you're talking about.
1 on 3. That's the bomb. Ooh, that's a big headshot onto Red Star. It's actually put him in close enough proximity to maybe pull this one off. Just as we were thinking that maybe Fiend were going to start with real venom again, there was a chance, but it has been doused down, and Fiend take the 2-0.
Yeah, that force-up didn't quite pan out there. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't a complete force-up. I mean, they got the bomb plant. They definitely, you know, had reason to try to go for that one, and just did not pan out. Absolutely backfires. That's going to set them back. They'll have to take a save this round. They'll be able to buy in the next, but it's going to be the 3-0 start you have to imagine for Fiend. They'll be able to rotate over all those rifles yet again. Just a bunch of Deegs. 1 Glock. 4 Deegs, 1 Glock. That's a video.
Dirty Deegs as well. Molotov for Chopper. Interesting choice. Out of all of the utility that you'd probably want to go for, having a molly instead of a flash or HE or smoke, that is a intriguing decision. I'm curious where he tosses that in.
That's a good point. Calculated decision to get that. Maybe it's to like flush out a particular angle to feel like confident to come in for a quick plant. Looking to try to buy the bathrooms here, but Mar with the FAMAS will ring out onto Mir. Only good for the one. Dexter quick to trade with the Deagle there. We're seeing the CTs shuffle pretty quickly through connector. Oh boy. That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's pretty grim, especially as Red Star obviously is going to be feeling himself when that AWP comes through. Bit of money in the back pocket. Well, they have the FAMAS, and it has stick another kill. Dexter trying to pivot round into a third, but won't be coming up. Chopper gets the drop onto Dreamer, and that is rough.
I mean, a commentator there, but to be expected. Spirit did not have much to work with. You'd like them to get the most out of the opportunities they were given, but again, you couldn't expect much at the end of the day. But here is their chance to come out swinging, Vince. They should be able to come up with the full buy once more. An op for Dexter. Finally, the man gets the sniper quickly. Looking for some fast short control. Red Star. Oh! What?
How's Red Star managed to live through that?
No way. No way!
Oh no, Spirit are getting styled on right now as if it wasn't bad enough already. Just
I need a
straight up
slow-mo of that.
styled.
I need a slow-mo of that from Red Star. The man jumps around the corner. His teammate absolutely saves him from getting rinsed by the first player out short B. And then he hits a no-scope on a guy. And then has the composure to walk away from that moment and then get a second kill inside connector. Like, huh? Also, I just screamed like someone that still hasn't, you know, hit that age yet. So that was a good moment for everyone. I hope they enjoyed that.
Rest in peace, headphone users, of course.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out a way to explain without being vulgar, and that was my best chance, you know. So don't fire me, please.
Oh, Chopper's just got the arduous, impossible task of somehow making this into a positive situation. Maybe if he can take more players down with him, it will give them something to be, I don't want to say happy, but content about. But honestly, he may just try and hold on to this AK. And that's the other issue, right? It's not just the audacity of Red Star to go for that play and land those 2 frags. It's the fact that they've only lost 1 player. And that was an exit frag. So Fiend's economy is building. Spirit have been utterly smashed for the opening 3 or 4 rounds here. And we were thinking, okay, yeah, sure, Mirage didn't go well for you guys, but you've got Overpass in the back. Well, apparently that's not so sure
Okay, let's watch this.
Oh,
Wait.
Mia was fully flashed. No, was he?
He was shooting at something else.
I thought he was flashed at first, but if he's not, then what's he shooting at there?
Bro, we'll never know. A ghost. Oh, I'd be cheesing too, Red Star. You got to. And now, Spirit back to pistols at best for most of their players. Just Chopper with the AK that was saved over. Oh, Jesus. It's getting rinsed through the door. Luckily, it was no damage.
Well, you can't say the same for Sunday yet. Rinse through the smoke. Oh, and he's just had his head removed.
And scene for him.
Chopper does get one of his own, though. I'm a little bit surprised. Chopper's. I still rate Chopper very highly as a player, but the way that things went pretty poorly for him on Mirage, a little bit surprised he didn't drop that AK across to Mia, because Mia's the kind of guy that can just change rounds. Like if you're thinking of a raid boss, Mia's your guy.
Yeah, it does seem like a fair assessment. So we are seeing Team Spirit still look to try to gather up. They're trying to press the bubble there with open arms. And then for able to find one. Chopper quick trade with that AK that was confirmed. Dreamer now taking up the location that was left behind, able to find Dexter.
Yeah, unfortunate there on the monster play that his magazine just ran dry. That Molotov missed. Don't think it makes too much difference though, because Dreamer still wide swings with the M4. And he picks up a 4K in the process. Great round for him. Spirit trailed by 5-0.
And they're on this kind of like buy save rotation at this point. So, I mean, they need to get rolling quickly, or they could be in for a very quick series. They come into this one, Sunday Young having to go for the MAC-10 just to be able to afford a utility set. Other than that, though, they have full AKs and head armor for everyone else. They need to just have something go their way, you have to feel. Like, something's got to give. And meanwhile, we're seeing Fiend kind of abandon B, and look at how aggressive they're being on the A side. They completely thwart any hopes of getting playground control. And they slow down short B progression while just getting so much forward space at A and so much intel because of it.
What do they do with this intel, though? Because the fast play from Spirit completely negates all that information they just got. It's all well and good that you know you're not playground, but now it's like, oh, but they planted B site. So it has zero reward for it now.
I don't understand why Dreamer's playing that position is my problem with the play. Like, if you're going to go for the dice roll and try to be super aggressive at A side with a lot of resources committed to it, and you're kind of understand that worst case scenario, you're going to be playing a retake on B, you can't just have one guy stranded out there. Like, he needs to be playing passive towards Graffiti, towards Heaven Window, something, you know what I mean? Like, give yourself a chance to still play a 5-on-5 out if it comes down to a heavy retake, and instead they just left Dreamer stranded, and now they have to just save 4 weapons. That was definitely a miscalculation, in my opinion.
To try and take a positive out of it, though, I do like that Fiend, while 5-0 up, decide something different. They want to try a different look, be a bit more fluid and adaptive. Sure, it didn't work out for them, and I completely agree with what you're talking about there with the Dreamer's position. But at least we know that Fiend have that up their sleeve.
Yeah, again, I don't mind that. I just think that Dreamer has to play a different spot if you're going to run that.
Like back on Graffiti or something, like passive?
Yeah, exactly. That or hold short B, and then your teammates can shuffle through, you know, connector to help you out from squeaky door or something like that. You know, like just something where you could still bail your player out. You know, you didn't really have that set up.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the pistol, that's exactly what he did. He actually played B alone, and the second that they got a kill, he just fell back onto Graffiti.
Right. It might have been one of those situations where you just feel like everything's going your way and nothing can fail.
Yeah. He just got a 4K the round before, right? From Monster.
So now you've been forced a bit to bring the respect back a little bit. As we have a triple short B push this time from Fiend.
I like it.
They seem to be craving aggression.
I love that. I think Overpass is a map where you can totally get away with it, but it needs to be tempered. You can't just go aggressive all the time and not have a default. Red Star, though, make sure that he gets the pick, and that's what we're talking about. If you're going to be on your own, get a pick, fall back, wait for the rest of the team to arrive.
He was playing a safe angle through and through for all the rounds. So there's a lot more care paid to that guy being trusted to anchor on how he was positioning himself. Now they have a 5-on-4. They have everyone here ready to go. They're forcing Spirit in just such a tough spot. I mean, everyone's here ready to go before the bomb even thinks about planting. Now it is down, but again, Fiend ready to go out swinging. They have plenty of smokes to block off some key angles as well. Having this up close spot could be huge.
Oh, Magix. I thought he had that kill. The only thing that I would say that Fiend maybe would prefer is if they had an incendiary. But that's, you know, that's nitpicking. And the fact that they took down Magix up close so quickly just really allows them so much more luxury. Now the smoke's starting to come down. Beautiful headshot from Nia. Now they're going to be spraying through the smoke. The bomb timer is getting dangerously low. Dexter's holding the line. Dexter's still alive. They go for the defuse, and Dexter locks it down. A 3K to Dexter. And finally, we're seeing what he's capable of in the best of 3.
Well done from Dexter. That smoke was just like a smidgen off where it needed to be. It gave him the perfect read on where someone had to be, right? Because it wasn't dead center over the bomb. There was no guesswork had to be done there from Dexter. He could line it up perfectly and able to make it happen. So maybe finally we're seeing Spirit show some life. Show that they're still able to contend. Kind of a shocker I'm even saying that, just, you know, thinking, you know, coming into the series that Spirit would be the clear favorite. Now all of a sudden I'm thinking to myself, can they even fight back? And that's just kind of a weird spot for them to be in. Some Young buying a P90.
P90. Gotta be either like a connector control play or maybe like pushing short B or something. Curious.
Yeah, especially with the amount of money that they have, I couldn't really understand why you would do this. Maybe it's looking to spray and pray holding W on this B.
50 bullets of doom and misery. He's got the kill onto Dreamer. But it's at cost of both his life and Mia. Bubble, who was a savior in the last map for Fiend, has gone down and proven that maybe he is mortal yet. Magix is watching short. No one's going to be forthcoming from there on Fiend. Their two remaining players are both filtering their way through on the A side. Moving into Graffiti. Victor taking point for his team. There's a molly to greet him, and that molly, well, that's a hand in the face. There is no safe passage, and they will be pulling the plug and saving.
Yeah, Bubble just getting caught kind of with his pants down, pulling out a nade and cycling his weapons just allows him to get pushed and pulled, and that kind of killed the retake for Fiend, I feel. Had he been able to get a second kill and stay alive, much different story. So Op and M4 will get carried over. Money has finally run dry for Fiend. Spirit's comeback is starting to gain momentum. And likely another one to follow, just based on the economy that Fiend will be coming in with this next round.
Well, Spirit mounted a mini comeback on Mirage, and it still fell short, ultimately. Obviously, this is at the start of the match as opposed to towards the dying embers. Additionally, on the T side, and Fiend actually haven't forced behind these two guns, so they are going to be looking to try and make the most they can with Red Star's AWP and the M4, and it's still in the hands of Victor.
Right. A boost play, try to get the most out of this weapon with something gimmicky. Smoke blocking his vision, but oh boy, Some Die Young not being phased by that. He'll put it right to his brain.
That shot looked like it may have been on from Red Star. Maybe he was a little bit too late to the punch. The bomb, by the way, incidentally, was dropped back at spawn, which is a bit unorthodox on overpass.
Oh,
so
boy.
back goes Chopper. Grenades coming in. Actually missed, though.
This boost looks destined to fail. Like, look at Mar. He's ready for this. He's like, hey there.
Hello there.
What's up? And you're gone too.
Team Spirit are just walking into trap after trap after trap. And Fiend, with 50 seconds to play with, now have the advantage. They've picked up the AWP from the fallen Red Star and making it work, trying to rummage together through on Monster and Short simultaneously. Now the grenades will start to find their way towards the site. Dexter alongside Magic, they're dealing with the threats. Magic sprays in but gets picked off by Dreamer's Deagle, who's really showing up in this map. And there's another one. 3 Deags and 6 rounds to Fiend.
Not the round you want to be losing if you're Spirit. You're already a map down. You're struggling as it is on Overpass thus far. You finally start to gain a bit of momentum, and then, you know, this clutch from Dexter starts to get eradicated by a play like that from Mar. Just really tough day at the office here from Spirit thus far. They're still able to full buy here, though, and they do have the money of Fiend in a very vulnerable position, so they can still really make this comeback a big reality if they could just, you know, clap back with the victory here and put Fiend into some type of safe situation. Once again, heavy short B control early on here from Spirit. Again, though, Fiend got a lot of early intel with the aggression at A, so they can have that third player at B comfortably positioned.
Bubble dancing between flashbangs, not being affected by any of them, but putting down the pain. He actually misses out on that frag. The
Chopper's
Bubble
one health on
has
that grenade. How is Chopper still alive, man? It gets hit by a grenade dead on, somehow gets away with 1 HP. And you feel like if he would have died there, maybe Red Star and Victor fancied their chances, but with it being a 4-on-2, they get the heck out of there. They have no idea how weak Chopper is. That's wild, how it started and how it finished.
Yeah, I'm just somewhat bamboozled by the fact that Bubble didn't get more than 1 kill On Mirage, he just
same.
couldn't miss. He was just landing everything, and that's a kill I feel like he has to get.
Yeah, he was so close to getting it too, and if he gets it, he gets away, right? He was already kind of towards sandbag, so he likely would have been able to escape in the short B and then set up the retake, so definitely a big moment in that round.
Well, timeout has been deployed. They're in another awkward position. They didn't go in for a force last round. They had, oh, actually, pardon me, they did. It was the round before that I was thinking of. So a similar territory with an AWP and a rifle. Around $3,000 across the board. And I'm not sure if they'll go in for a buy here or not, Thus. Maybe Deagles again.
Yeah, it does seem like a very distinct possibility. Don't want to get too crazy here. You still have a chance to pull off a really big half. So no need to force the issue. Not just yet.
Spirit deep in conversation as to where they should be headed next. They've had a lot of success. They do actually force, by the way, behind those two weapons. Had a lot of success over on the B side.
Aggression once more here from Fiend. This time they didn't have that initial incendiary, so Spirit able to spill out into Playground. They also have a couple players come up connector, maybe looking for some type of split onto middle and start putting that early A pressure. This time staying away from that short B. More balanced approach, Vince, for the start of this one.
I think there's a bit of a correlation between Fiend getting a little bit less aggressive and maybe timidity's coming in here, and a bit of shyness is showing itself, because when they were aggressive, they were taking control of the map, they were taking those early fights, the aggression was really working out for them. They had a couple of duds, you know, I'm thinking of the 4-player stack on Playground, but again, that was mainly due to Dreamer's positioning. Right. Now they're playing way more passive, and they're allowing Spirit to dictate the pace of these rounds again.
Yeah, but they do have that op tucked in a good position, and they have like Mar and Victor in like this really nice staggered kind of space here towards the middle. So they have a couple of nice things going on. The timing again though is, oh my goodness, he liked his chances to line up a spray down, and now Mar is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he knows he's on borrowed time. He throws down the incendiary and just hopes and prays for the best. The bubble couldn't get there quick enough.
Again, someone surviving on 1 HP and haunting their opponent because of it.
Last time Chopper, this time Dexter. 15 seconds coming up on the clock, though. They're making moves over on long. The bomb is headed towards B. Incendiary could actually do so much work here. Unless they can smoke it. I don't think they have a smoke.
Can't.
I don't think
no,
they
they're
can do
screwed.
this. They have to push through the Molotov. They have to push through the flames, and the round is going to be over as a result. Team Spirit have thrown this round away. Time itself works against them.
That is unbelievable. Oh my goodness. The lack of one smoke lost them around. Wasn't guaranteed even if they would have gotten past that incendiary. They might have still got caught on the cross, but of all the ways to lose, that's a tough one.
Oh, that one hurts. No doubt at all.
That lower gut pain.
They were just building themselves back in. It was after a tactical timeout. They were poking and probing on B, banana short, like, and then that happens. Like, how do you just ignore? How do you move on?
You just hope that Dexter keeps cracking the op. I mean, he's up to 8 kills right now. He's been having, you know, some good impact here. They're able to once again start establishing some of that split A pressure. They have Mars severely softened up now already as well over on B side. So they have a couple of things going their way. Again, the thing is, they're just like struggling to get quicker control of, you know, long A and restroom, because they know how aggressive Fiend has been in the past on A. Like, they've conditioned their opponents that way already. So that means Spirit have to take extra care in how they, you know, progress this map control. But it seems like A is the intended target, Vince, as they're starting to kind of gear up for that very push.
It all went so well on A site last time around until they decided to hit B without any smokes. Doubt they'll be making that mistake again anytime soon. Molotov lined up, 40 seconds to play with. This time, all 10 players still residing on the battlefield. No early casualties, only minimal damage to Mar. 30 seconds. There's still utility on both teams. The bulk of it finds its way into T's though. They line up. Victor's doing so much damage. Look at all the health bars of Spirit as they deplete below 40. And although he's died, it's an easy cleanup. As Fiend get out the mop and brush and just sweep away Spirit. It's too easy for Fiend.
Vince, if you took the team name and player names away, I would think I was watching Flipside Tactics at a DreamHack Open event in like 2017.
Yeah, it's a bit slow. It's a little bit slow.
Even my dog's upset. Yes. Continue to bark. Yes, keep doing it. Yes, please. Don't stop. Yep. Just keep commentating. Go ahead, buddy. Yep.
Oh, Spirit. Mia nearly just burned alive. 100 to 6 HP. Not too sure where that was around Connector or Playground, I believe, but Spirit are having a real rough go of it right now. And it's all as a direct result of that Molotov down on short. Things really started to slip away from that point forward. Bubble going in for the peak. Oh, Dexter, that is a beautiful headshot onto Bubble. Victor stands where his comrade just fell, hoping that maybe catches Spirit off guard, taking some damage. It's where he did so much in the last round, Victor. And this time he's not up against AKs, just against Deagles, just against armorless players. He will not miss his opportunity to get some sweet ADR to his name. Mia and Chopper, lowly Deagles. 6 HP, collectively not even hitting the 100 mark. And 35 seconds to try and traverse the murky waters of Overpass towards the A side, where 2 players wait for them. That's going to be Red Star. Joined alongside him is Mia. Or Ma, pardon me. I knew that was going to happen. Mia and Ma, of course. And speak of the devil, he's going to dispatch 2 players. Lightning quick.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Just making sure my house wasn't being invaded.
That's a good idea.
It never is, though.
Why do you sound disappointed by that? Never is, of course. Bloody hell.
It's a blessing and a curse to have a dog. On the one hand, you know, early alarm system. On the other hand, disrupts your broadcast. But hey, it is what it is. Couple rounds left to go in this half. Vince and Fiend don't really show too many signs of slowing down. They've had a couple of bumps in the road defensively, but all in all, they have been similar on Mirage, dominating the server.
I just can't stop repeating that Molotov onto short play dust. I have to believe that Spirit have that in the back of their minds as well. And if they do go on to lose this, for me, that was the moment.
Bro, they have no utility this round. Like,
yeah.
What?
Absolutely. No one's dropped to Glills. No one's dropped to SMG. Like, but they have got the first pick, though.
That is the one thing going their way. The thing is, Dreamer has a very dangerous off angle here at monster position. It's all got caught. Could be a problem, so we'll re-smoke this very oh, that smoke bounced.
Oh, that's not a good
poorly.
smoke.
He doesn't know it either, does he?
I think it's still just about covered the angle he was hoping for, but
are they really
you can
leaving?
see there was a slight gap in towards the short pipe, and they are leaving Dust. They're actually
have time
relocating back up. They do have enough time, but they're going to have to be very quick, and this is where some angles may go unchecked. And so far, it looks like it could be the correct decision. No one's budged a muscle from Fiend. However, now Red Star is seeing multiple players come up. This is where the rotation from B to A needs to come in. It's all about Red Star. Can he get a kill or two before he inevitably goes down? And it's almost certain that he will. His angle is rough. 15 seconds to play with. Team Spirit again, taking their sweet time. Flashbang up and over. Red Star gets one. And this is where the rest of the CC is spring into action. Victor with the spray goes down. And this time, Spirit's late decision does stick the landing. But my God, was it close.
It does. They had like 6 seconds to spare when they got that final kill. So if they would have been slowed down just any longer, there may not have been time to plant the bomb, and they could have lost off the clock once more, as they've already done. Well, one, certainly this half, and they've also had a couple other rounds that really did come down to them just being too slow. but they do get that one through. They come into the final round of the half, fully decked out with utility this time around, so a lot more options to work with here. Again, we're seeing... Oh my god, they just keep getting dunked on by Nade utilities, bro. I mean, how many rounds had to come down to this? Oh, the boost. That's the second time Sunday Island's caught that boost. He's cheesing.
The thing is, though, even though they've got the first kill, and the buy from Fiend is rough, because as you highlighted, so many players have been wrecked by early grenade damage, this is where the Deagle, this is where the AUG and the M4s become that little bit more potent and more powerful. Like, it doesn't need to be an insta-headshot anymore.
Yeah, they're just so out of position, though, on most of their players. I mean, now they're seeing the utility or hearing it, so they might start making a rotation. Red Star actually doesn't go check that he gets 2 with the Deagle. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. That is massive.
The last 2 players, 50 or below on the health bar meter. Some Die Young getting aggressive. Dexter trying to maneuver in, trying to get the off timing maybe. Not slowing things down, but picking up the pace. Some Die Young puts the AK to use. May not expect the second player on the site, but Bubble shows his hand and Fiend lead 10-5 at half time.
On historic Counter-Strike grounds, Dallas, Texas, DreamHack Masters carried on the legacy of the game we all love.
The first map half ended 10-5 on Mirage, and Fiend were able to pull the trigger and put Spirit down on that map. We are living through the same story here, Dust. The question remains, though, will it be the same outcome?
We shall find out here shortly. Hopefully that 80s montage music that we just heard will somehow fuel Spirit into playing some better CS. As look at this from Fiend, bro. They are bypassing literally everything Spirit have set up, and they're doing so at a swift pace. If they plant for bank, and have control of bank and dumpster, and they still maintain some control of long, they are going to win this round, probably.
Very likely that'll be the case. Dreamer, though, as ever, is lurking, but his Glock lets him down. And alongside that, even though it's a post plant, they've already lost 2 players. Also being encircled by Chopper, who's down in the recesses of underground. Making moves back in. Big headshot from Bubble. Tries to get a second, but the flashbang skews his vision. Chopper needs to get a kill here, and he drops down. A 5v3 suddenly into an even landing, but they are tickling the bomb. Now going for the full defuse. Mar knows this is this impossibility, and they get the full defuse underneath Fiend's noses. Spirit take the second pistol and give themselves a real chance at bridging the gap.
Indeed they do. You have to give big props to Dexter playing Guardian Angel there throughout the midst of that defuse, getting so many frags that his team required to stop Fiend from preventing that round from going their direction. As you said, they may have started to build the bridge they need to come back over to winning ways. They are going to go ahead and get those M4s and everything out, but we do see the full buyout from Fiend. Galil's on 3 players, AK for Victor, Deagle for Mar. They don't have any utility, really, so they're going to have to brawl out and just hope they can win some quick aim duels. They don't really have what they need to clear angles and make things easier on themselves, though. Just that one Molotov, one flash, no smokes to execute A with. That is a real problem. So a buy like this is so risky for that reason.
It's risky, but the reward, that carrot that's dangling just in front of you, is, you know, if you do get success, you reset the CTs and you are in such a commanding position. Now, Victor will be traded damage-wise, while Mia chips in for 2. Beautiful headshots with the A1S. Is still alive, albeit low. Bubble, Galil on point once again. This man is balling out of control. He had some slow moments, but he simply cannot miss with his Galil. He does damage to some Young as well before Victor takes the bomb and runs towards the B side of the map, but he's only got 12 HP. Surely this is not a possibility. Post plant, very probable if he just pushes to the site right now. But as soon as he gets that plant down, it's looking a little bit grim for him. He should be picked off instantly. Don't face him one by one. This is madness. This is lunacy, Spirit. But they get away with it. Magic's just about holds on, but a post plant and killing 4 players, they may just run it back.
It's possible. Like you said, that carrot that was dangling is still very much there in a situation like this where you've forced all these rebuys. And they went for, you know, the more expensive weapons on a lot of those players. So, you know, you got one Silence M4 down, a couple of FAMAS also thrown in that mix. So, yeah, definitely very costly for Fiend to have to, for Spirit to have to rebuy all of that. These rounds have been way too close, I have to feel like, for comfort in your in Spirit's camp right now. But they're slowly chipping away at this lead, and so it may not matter. You know, if you can just get yourself in position, and then you get that confident win, all of a sudden you're sprinting towards the finish line for a 3rd map. So still very much in the cards. But again, Fiend comes in now with a superior buy. When it comes to firepower, issue is they don't have that much utility. So they're in the same boat as the previous round, basically. They're just going to rely on brawling and hoping that they can win their fights with no added, you know, supplements to get them there.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like a case of rinsing and repeating here. Does put more strain on the economy of Spirit, though. Again, keeps Dexter away from that all-important sniper. And if they break this one down, and Fiend are in great shape again, can they do more? Punishment, damage, pressure being applied. Keep in mind that Spirit are playing for their very tournament lives. They lose this, their safety net is gone. They've already lost today against G2. This is an elimination match.
Yeah, and again, they came in certainly as favorites in this matchup. Oh man, Mir getting caught out already at long A. The defense is being thinned here. Dexter, labored spray, only good for 1, so Fiend stay a man ahead. Chopper has been able to rotate into the site with the SMG, and time is starting to hit that critical point. But still a tough ask of him here.
So unlikely with an MP9 that you spray down. It would have to be a case of them getting in each other's way, which they nearly did, to be fair. But now it's an MP9 alongside an AK. Sundai Young, though, is putting bullets to faces with the MP9 and actually gets both Bubble and Victor. Now the wide swing in effect as Dreamer picks off Sundai Young. No idea as to where Magic's is. And Magic pops up. It's another 4K in terms of Fiend, but this time no bomb plant to supply another buyer.
This is actually unreal how many times Fiend have gotten this close to a round victory and then still wind up losing the round. I don't get what it's going to take for them to get across the goal line at this point. Like, they have been gifted so many favorable situations in these last two force-ups, and yet they still cannot sort it out. At the flip side, you have to respect the composure from Spirit to, you know, be down 5-10, to keep going through these very strenuous rounds where it takes so much effort, yet they, you know, they just keep holding on. They keep pushing forward. And now they're a couple away from tying this thing up, and now Fiend, as you noted, finally have to concede now that they were unable to get a plant, unable to carry over any weapons, and unable to taste victory in this half.
Well, at least that's what we're assuming. I can hear some guns being picked up in the back, and I think I heard a Tech 9 or something there.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's
a
see.
mid-approach would make sense, like some upgrade. Okay. Wow. I mean, I guess they just never want utility. Or not.
They do have this run and gun style that's very entertaining to watch for Fiend. I feel like they have this no fear approach. It's the complete opposite to what we saw Pain go for against Heroic earlier. You're the underdogs, and it like they froze up. Even Refresh said it in the interview. Felt like they were nervous. I don't think you could say the same about Fiend. They have not played with any nerves. They played fearlessly, to be honest, and it's one of the reasons why I think they've been so successful today.
Sure. I mean, play what you know. Don't force yourself into different parameters if they don't comfort you. But again, you just have to feel like the lack of utility, the lack of an op is going to maybe come back to haunt them if they can't. Did they just try to go for triple boost? I think Chopper may have spotted that. So that could be a problem. As Fiend may have already been kind of found out here. Now some jump spotting going on here at APC. Has been spotted. Red start doing some damage, and now they start pouring in, but great counter incendiary here from Spirit.
Good smokes being tossed in as well, forcing Mia back. He's not had a great game so far. Still down on 7 frags. A player you really expect to shift through gears soon. Chopper doing the damage with the MP9, but Red Star with the Galil answers back. The retort is short-lived. And Almar with the AK gets down instantly. Finally, Spirit have a round to be proud about. They've withstood the storm of 4 spies, and now they have a chance to build up a good CT half.
Bro, if Fiend force again. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I would have lost the next sanity. What a crash. They've done it, Vince. They've not fully bought.
Yeah, just ekes enough money in the back pocket with round lost to get a
This
good
is the round
buy
they
into the
win, of
next
course,
one.
too, I bet.
Very
This is
possible.
what happens. They kill Dexter, they get his op, they pick up that gun from some Diog and they win the round. Calling it here.
Let's see if Mystic Dust is correct. If he has achieved clairvoyance.
If I did, Vince, I don't think I'd waste it on this.
That sounds like someone, something that someone that was clairvoyant would say there, Dust, to cover their tracks.
All right.
We shall see if your prediction ends up being correct. They haven't picked up some Dai Young's weapon just yet.
You want to bet a boot on it?
I've learned my lesson.
Boot eating? Okay, okay. Just seeing if it was out there.
Especially when
Like
it
a pie bet
comes
from
to
Moses.
CIS teams, let's be honest.
Yeah.
CIS region
like-
teams.
It's the equivalent of a pie bet from Moses.
Yeah.
You just got to know when to fold them.
It's never going to end well.
Yeah. This flank, though, from Mir is looking tantalizing. Straight being run through the blender.
Oh, it's all fall apart. They got the first pick, and then since then, turns out Dust isn't clairvoyant. Feels bad.
Shocker, really. Didn't see that conclusion coming.
But exactly, of course you didn't. You're not clairvoyant.
You want to take this one on your own? Keep this up. Might take a step outside. Might have a technical issue. Would be a shame, really. You know what else would be a shame? Fiend blowing a 10-5 lead.
Well, they're on track to do it at this point, for sure. 5 rounds in a row, albeit 2 or 3 of them were very close, down to 1v1, 2v2s. I think Fiend will feel a bit hard done by that they've yet to add any rounds in their T half.
Yeah, dangling Karen trying to be a Mirage. But now they're back to buying ways after a save in the previous round. And again, they keep making these, I mean, other than that one round that was super clean, they've made some of these rounds difficult on their opponent, but Mir not letting this one cause too much stress, opening up with 2 kills very quickly. Dreamer is able to respond, but again, it comes at a heavy toll. Still a man behind is going to be Fiend here. Spirit looking to get forward on the bathrooms area. Has some good intel.
Now, this was my concern really coming into this map, that we know that Spirit have a really solid CT side. Would Fiend have enough up their sleeve, enough versatility to read and adapt to these set plays? And so far, take out the equation those 3 rounds that were super close. Once things have calmed down a little bit, they do seem completely out of their element. It's like Spirit are just a level above them. Now, they are slowly crab walking their way out into the site. Bubble has taken the head of Dexter. Now, Chopper can line up the Molotov. Toss towards the site now, trying to stall away this as long as possible. And the molly extends to Dreamer. He tried to force the bomb plant down and paid the ultimate price. Even if Victor's able to get one, there's only 8 seconds to play with. He's about to get sideswiped from short, and Sun Dai Young gets Spirit into the lead.
Indeed, they have won 6 in a row. No victories yet since we swapped sides here for Fiend. You can see the frustration starting to build on their faces. Headphones are off for this guy. He needs a moment. They've actually also burnt all their timeouts now, Vince. So if they can't collect themselves now, you feel like they may never be able to do so, considering that they've started to kind of exhaust a lot of their options and their extra talking time's about to be taken away.
It does feel like that gas is starting to run out a little bit on fumes now. And although Bubble was quite simply out of this world on Mirage, and he's having a good performance here, he's not quite carrying as hard. And it feels like on this T side, they just need like a big entry fragger. I don't think we're going to see a tactical masterclass.
They need to stop spending money, bro. That's my big beef with this. Like, yeah, they're not fully buying, but they keep doing just enough to where they're not going to have utility going forward as much as they probably should. Like, that's my one real critique of how they approached this half thus far, as they have just been way too aggressive with spending, I feel.
That was such a strange decision from Mia. Like, even if he thinks they're pushing short, surely you have to respect the thought process that they could be in connector. He just walked out and got killed by 3 people sat in connector waiting.
And now Matches has done it too. Couple of Deagle kills. AKs and M4s now being collected. Sun Dai Young going for a risky push now to try to see if he can save the day. But it's caught by Victor, and Fiend might win in the most craziest of situations. The one round you'd expect them to fold is the round that they now have a 5-on-2 post plant.
Rest in peace, Streamer. Never knew what hit him. Does feel like it's not really that important, though, all things considered. But if Fiend were to lose a couple more players, that's where the next few rounds get a little bit more tenuous and stretched out in terms of their money. They know they can't throw weapons away here. Now, the money for Spirit's not exactly ideal either. You look down towards Mia, you look at Chopper, like both teams will be relatively happy with just saving at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for a team that's just won 6 rounds in a row, because of how some of these rounds have played out, that reserve cash was never really built up except for a couple of their players. So yeah, as you said, saving these weapons means everything, because a couple of their, like, one of their players probably needs a drop here. Like, Mir probably needs, you know, someone to give them something. But, and what that creates a scenario where a Fiend can win again here and now, Spirit would likely have to take a save. And that would be where this comeback effort could be put to a screeching halt.
thing is, we used this
big round here
analogy before about rounds like that kind of being the outlier. You know, they're the exception to the rule.
Right.
You don't expect Spirit to go in for those kind of crazy peaks again. Like, surely they're going to be a little bit more careful now that they know they can't just run away with this.
Well, that's one side of it. The other side is how many rounds have been this close, you know what I mean? Like, you feel like maybe something would eventually give for Fiend, considering the fact that they've gotten themselves in a lot of, like, 2v2 type situations throughout this half. So that's kind of the other side of it, I feel like.
Slowing things down. Fairly standard, static beginning, with Mar watching for a potential push around Playground. Nothing's forthcoming. Spirit have been a lot more passive when it comes to middle pushes. Haven't been too interested. It's mainly been Connector and Short B, where they've shown their hand on the CT side.
Yeah, we're gonna once again feeding these, like, you know, heavy-handed approaches up long A to try to bypass some of the mid-action that Spirit might be trying to play. And Dexter appropriately makes his own adjustment by putting his op in that position. So the mind games are kind of going back and forth here on positioning right now. And as we get to that moment where we need to start making some decisions on where they want to commit, seems like A is the target.
Held by Mia, gets two, just one by one. Fiend need to get on the same page.
That is pitiful. You cannot do that. We'll see if their three remaining players can try to scramble it back anyhow.
Victor with a beautiful headshot, but he also was dinked in the process. Two players now low. Dex has missed his shot. Uncharacteristically, he's dropped the bomb down. There's the deagle, and he cleans up. Two of them were low, and Spirit dodge a bullet. Quite literally, the smile on Dexter's face says it all. But Fiend, that was sloppy.
Went from missing a sitter to that with the deagle. What a 0 to 100 real quick moment from him. But yeah, as we were kind of discussing, this is just Fiend. They just don't make use of their utility. They're just out there dry peeking, and they're not placing any utility on the site. Their spacing is just abysmal. It just blows my mind. Like, this is not the same team that looked way more a cohesive unit not that long ago.
Just straight up aggression. And they've been pushed back. And they've been pushed back without any health being lost on Spirit. That's a desperation play if ever you've seen it. Another flash into peak doesn't yield a kill for Spirit, but it certainly does for Fiend at the cost of Red Star's health. 3 of the 4 a sneeze away from death. It's only Dreamer that's healthy.
Man, this is kind of like what happened to, like, Dexter and company a few rounds back, where they were the ones, like, walking around making things happen with 1 HP. Victor's done it himself that one round. But yeah, the thing is, they just have, like, a weird spot where they don't really have much control. They just keep taking these random fights all across the map, and somehow Mars just won a big one. But again, they're so low on health, and that needs to finish him off, shouldn't it? What?
Down to 9, barely scratched him. Did look to me as well that he was probably going to get finished off by it, but suddenly this round gets a little bit more interesting. Magix tries to transfer the spray. Red Star is there to deal with it. Thwarts the aggression before some die young. Puts Red Star down. It's another close round. Another one that Fiend could have won. But it seems like this will slip away just as the previous ones have at the start of the half. Mars still in with a shout. But his aim has got to be perfect. 9 HP means no room for error. Still needs to pick the bomb up. Still needs to go in for this plant, and may very well just get wide swung. No, he will be afforded the luxury of getting the plant down, but he won't live to tell the tale. Some die young will get Spirit a 2-round lead.
Only 1 round this entire half thus far going the way of Fiend. Despite having a dominant CT side performance, incredibly lacking. While some of the rounds have been close, some of the rounds like this one have looked very disjointed. They need to tidy up their spacing and utility usage so they have any hope at keeping the 2-0 dream a reality. Map 3, which would be Nuke, I believe, is very much looking like a firm possibility.
Yeah, I mean, this T side, it's got a lot of close rounds, but it hasn't really shown me enough to feel like this is doable. Dexter Gonna try and put this down. I'm surprised he re-peeked that. You have the advantage. Could have fell back, decided to go in for more. I get he's confident, he's feeling it. Earlier today, he was basically just a bastion of hope over on Spirit, but that 1-for-1 does give Fiend some options now.
It does. It spreads the defense then, 2 to each site. Makes it a bit harder to kind of cover all their bases. Red Star trying to bring that up the mid, spots the jumping chopper, and puts him in the dirt. Mir caught as well at long A, and the problem is, look at the money of Spirit. They very well may have to concede if they lose this round and just let this go to a tie before they can purchase again.
Oh, the all-power first on the entry? That's lunacy! That's madness! And then they put the bomb out as well, and Magix is just going to clean them up. 2 kills go his way. Even if Team 2 hold on to this round, that is so sloppy.
They need to take a hard look in the mirror, man. Like, you cannot keep playing this way and expect to get good results. I mean, yeah, be happy that you won the round. Be happy that you have a great chance to tie this game up, but they still need to make some adjustments if they hope to be consistent and actually close this out in regulation. As you said, just so much sloppiness on how they space out, how they peak. Just their lack of utility usage is mind-blowing. But Bubble able to save the day once again, as we saw consistently on Mirage, we feel. I do still feel like Spirit have a great chance to force a third map here. They are playing perfectly. I mean, there's been a couple of things here and there that's been a little bit, I don't know, like questionable. Like you were mentioning, Dexter kind of going for that extra peek there. But all in all, they've been playing well. So definitely fancy their chances to stay ahead. But this is not the round that's going to happen, you'd imagine.
Yeah,
if you're Fiend, you need to win this round comfortably, man. Like, that's the ticket. You got to do it. Can't lose anyone here, you feel.
Yeah, especially when you're up against, like, you know, 5.7s, P250s, 2 Kevlar. This is where you're opting for a pretty straightforward round. Also builds up that economy, gives you pretty much any buy you want for the next 3 or 4 rounds, going through into the last rounds of the regulation. For me, I wouldn't be surprised if this went to overtime, the way that things have been setting up. There is a boost in play, but Mir decides better of it and pulls back. And because typically Fiend have been pretty aggressive on their hits, they're already sending 4 players away from B and sending Magix out to go on a fact-finding mission through short. He gets culled, though, by Victor, and now the smoke's being tossed in towards Heaven. Molly onto barrels, and they'll look to try and spill out onto the site. They didn't leave enough time, though, for Spirit to have fully rotated back onto the site. So they have a player to contend with in the form of Dexter, who's down in the water, but now he has been put down. So well played by Fiend. He said they needed to get it done cleanly. They've done just that.
Yeah, doing what the doctor ordered there. Being able to come in, dominate the site, not lose anyone along the way. I'd recommend, Fiend, got this money, maybe buy some grenades and use them. Just a thought. And so we'll be tied up here, 13 apiece. Again, I feel like that vibe of OT being a very big possibility definitely resonates with me as well. Just the way that it's been kind of going currently, thinking just the overall half, it does feel like that's a real possibility at this point. A lot of close rounds. That just seems definitely in the cards now. But 5 weapons carried over, plenty of money to buy utility.
It's a bit unfortunate there on the timing. He was looking towards short pipe. The second that he looks away, he gets peaked. Typical on the flank. 13 to 13, though. Could not be any closer. And although the CT side has boded a lot of rounds, again, if you have just joined us, the first 3 or 4 of the rifles were exceptionally close.
I didn't think it'd be this bad. Utility low for Spear, and they have one guy on MP9. If they lose, they're right back to saving, are basically force buying to survive the rest of the map. Like, they would have to force, but they don't want to give Fiend map point for free. So they're actually in a really dire position, Vince. Despite how well they've played this half overall to get to this point, these last few rounds that Fiend have been able to fit through has actually put them in a really prime position to win. Spirit need to win this clean.
Man, it's he's completely alone. There's no one there that can avenge him. The best possible possibility there is he gets like a 1-for-1,
Right.
and that's still not ideal with everything that you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right. And now you're seeing like the split push theology here of Fiend. They've put that pressure on A. They're continuing to press with those couple of players. They still have presence though outside Monster. The bomb coming that way. They're trying to throw a big fake here. They put that smoke on Bank. They're testing the waters at A side. They are causing a huge ruckus. Both A defenders are now stuck, and they're starting to send some Da Young over as well with that MP9 towards Dumpster. So their fake has panned out. It's just the one player at Monster side. It's going to be some Da Young with this MP9. Dexter might catch fish on the transition, though, with this op. That's a big shot to land. That frees up some of their resources. Oh, they're coming back.
They're going to A after they've just seen Dexter there. 20 seconds? What is the thought process here? Now, they've taken Dexter down, and there wasn't over-rotation, so I suppose in that respect it's worked, but they still need to get across to the site. There's 6 seconds to go. Dreamer looks like he will get this plant down just in time. A real head-scratcher of a round that I'm sure Spirit have rotated so many times they're dizzy off this. They've got motion sickness as they try and come back onto the site again. Post-plant positions looking good for Fiend. They got the AWP in Red Star's hands, and Spirit, because of their lack of economy, they have to save, but just that was a risky decision.
Yeah, that was definitely the road less traveled by to get to victory there. The Colt Robert Frost a little bit. Never thought I would use a Robert Frost reference on an esports broadcast, but we got there in the end, Vince. There we go. 14-13. Spirit just have to keep buying all that they can. They don't want to give Fiend map and series point for free. They have the 2 M4s saved over. They can't afford that much around it, but they'll do what they can. Or will they? Will they chance it and just maybe get P250s only and just fully rely on the M4s? And kind of... No, they do drop an M4 over. It's easy for some Da Young. Yeah, I mean, they didn't really go all the way in, to be fair.
Yeah, it gives them enough to work with, but not really anything exceptional. They're going to go for the boost as well. It's a boost up you haven't seen them go for as of yet. Doesn't work out. This boost, of course, is designated to look down towards the short pipe.
Right.
But Fiend didn't push anyone B. This is one of the only rounds where they've not really hit B whatsoever.
That's very true. But at least the intel being gathered by Magic's being in this position with the M4. He also has the option to quickly transition through blue if need be. Victor and company trying to clear out this very position to make sure they can safely maneuver where they truly want to be. And so I'm not even sure what their intention is, to be honest. They're just trying to look for opportunities here. Everyone's going to gift it to them. And indeed, they do catch a couple of kills out towards middle. Mir quick to trade back. So I know at least one more player on the side. Now Maj is able to get a kill on the opposite end with that boost. So they know that 2 players are short B and that one's A, and they have bomb in their possession still. So they know what they're up against, but will they suspect this off angle? Doesn't matter really, does it?
Red Star's fortunate that Mir was already tagged. That was not a headshot. A chest shot at best. And now some Da Young coming up through the bathrooms will be joined by Mage. Oh, never mind. Magix has already gone down, and Red Star will make the rest of Spirit disappear. I've got to give a lot of props to Fiend here, you know, Dust, because after they started losing that many rounds in a row, a lot of people's mentality would have already fractured. We'd already be a nuke.
It's very true, Vince. Slowly but surely, despite some sloppy play at times and some struggles, they have found themselves at the finish line. Now, can they just cross it? They're up against a double sniper setup, but one of them is a scout. Limited utility, not a single kit in play for Spirit, so retaking going to be tough. They've also taken a lot of utility damage here early on. Chopper and Dexter are almost all the way gone, and they haven't even spotted a T yet.
You said earlier about using utility that Fiend were seemingly a little bit too shy to use it in the past. Well, the grenades are doing the talking for them. This round is still far from over, albeit on low HP. We've
Oh
seen
my.
that Fiend have made some very slow, odd decision-making towards the latter ends of the round, and Sundai Young does connect the shot, but he's forced back.
Yeah, he got tagged a little bit on his way out as well. That's the first time that Anglo's been taken all game long. It's a very good position to take with the sniper. Usually can catch people off guard the first time around. Didn't that time, but hey, Dexter able to commit with the op, and so now they know they're up against double sniper here on the A side. 4 on 5 though still, so favoring Team Spirit. Bubble. Chancing it perhaps.
Surely, if you're going to peek this, you jump.
Would you flash?
Peek. Don't
or flash?
slow peek it.
Would you flash him? Maybe?
Either
Unfortunately,
a flash or you jump peek. Like that, just like that. If they know Dexter's on the bank, it forces out the shot and it forces him back. Really well played by Fiend, but Sundai Young is still putting down the pain, still putting down the suffering elsewhere with his scout. They will be going for the plant on the backside. They know that a wraparound play is coming to fruition, and Dreamer tries to take off the head of Sundai Young. He started the round with a scout, and now he's upgraded to the AK. 3 of the remaining 4 players for Spirit, though, are exceptionally low. Victor getting aggressive, misses his opportunity, goes back to back. They line up, nearly sprays them both down. It leaves Bubble in a 1-on-3 with the orb stuck on long. It's not looking good, and to make matters worse, he's missed his shot, and he's been put down. Spirit have enough time for the defuse, and we're going the distance.
we're going to overtime, Vince. I'm convinced. Vince, I want you to read the message I pasted you on Steam. Read it.
He said OT and map 3, calling it now.
What's the timestamp on that?
He did call that 15 minutes ago, to be fair.
Yep. I want everyone to see it.
Well, let's see if that comes to fruition. There's every chance it may. Spirit with a big round, that last one. Not a great buy, and now they have a much better purchase, including a couple of AKs, all the grenades they could hope for, no scout in play, and Dexter is taking long control for himself. Not up on the flower beds where Sundai Young was in the last round, but just behind them, and a good grenade touches down onto Mark.
Yeah, so this time it's the utility damage going against Fiend. As once again, they're looking to kind of creep out onto middle and try to put that A pressure on. No B presence this time around at all. Dexter able to have free reign with the AWP up middle thus far. Mir kind of backing him up from this up-close bathrooms position. As really all the eggs of Fiend are in this A basket. They've even pulled their connector player off and routed him back to middle as well. They have just enough utility to smoke off bank and dumpster and try to flash their way in. But it's about Dexter's op. That's the problem.
Need to avenge.
Brilliant.
They have avenged. 1 for 1. Mia, though, using this chaos to try and cultivate some carnage and takes the head of Dreamer. While Bubble tries to wrap around onto him, he gets shut down in the back, and it's looking like overtime is here. It has arrived. Red Star has to try and pull off a 1 versus 4. Won't be happening. We're going to cut to a quick break while the players have a bit of downtime. When you rejoin us, we'll be live into overtime.
You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. Everything's better when we are together.
desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Or to find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there.
Elimination match has gone into overtime. If you have just joined us, Fiend lead the series 1-0 after victory on Mirage. The 10-5 lead has been brought back into an overtime scenario here. And I would say in terms of momentum, in terms of the current sort of performances, it's probably slightly favors Spirit Dust, but there were a few issues that we witnessed, especially on that T side.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more there. But again, I just want you to reiterate the Steam message that you received and the timestamp on it for everyone in chat to.
Clairvoyant Dust was faking his misprediction earlier.
Yeah.
He did call overtime was coming about 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And
he said a map 3 as well.
There you
So
go.
Dust has spoken. He knows all. Who's winning this
Double
round,
up.
Dust?
Doesn't matter. I've already cast my lot out there. No more required. Hey, look, if I get the map 3 right and the OT right, I think I've done enough.
Well, Fiend aren't done just yet. They
Nope.
still have every chance to take the second map
Double
and
op on
eliminate
T-side.
Spirit early on.
Double op and no grenade. Okay, man. It's not no grenades, but you get what I mean. They've really sacked that, even though they have plenty of money.
Yeah, that is really confusing considering that you have 16k, right? So
You should be buying all the grenades.
money's not really going to be an issue.
Unless they just threw like a ton early that I didn't catch, but it seemed like only within the last 10 seconds they actually start throwing some, so maybe I'm wrong. Either way, Red Star has a great angle right now. He's been able to get really forward on middle. We do see that there is this chance, though, for disruption from some Daeyoung.
Also has a secondary up.
That was
He has
a jump
missed his
scare.
shot, gets punished. Some Daeyoung going the cross. Takes out Victor. That peek through the Molotov of Bubble is so courageous, and he gets the reward. Reaps it for his teammates. Going for the post plant now comes into play. Chopper already into bank, but needs to wait for his teammates to arrive as they scuttle their way through. It's not a great smoke onto Dumpster, but with Red Star taking out Chopper and a Molotov on bank to greet Magix, it's looking good for the Bulgarians. Grenade up and over. Second one coming in as well, but Magix has lost his life. And the battle of overtime seems like it will have the Bulgarians taking the lead again. Dexter putting a few more bullets down range and taking some plays with him. But the time is way too low, and Ma pushes him out. 16-15 to Fiend.
Convincing victory there from them. They just seemed to really catch me off guard. When he took that peek, he was not expecting them to be split like that and won that up close. And just really good trading from Fiend there. And they never really looked back after that initial exchange, jumping them up to 16-15. Cool nades coming into this round. Double op still in play. This time Spirit only had a single op set up. Look at Bubble.
Yeah, this is a really, really aggressive angle as we saw from Red Star earlier on.
Right.
In the round prior. They got the early intel. This is maybe why they run with 2 ops in the first place. They're just basing it off spawn, perhaps.
I think that when you have 16K to spend on all your players, you can kind of afford to do this. At least early, see if it works. This is the one thing they didn't really try on T-side. And oh, bubble catches Magic's in transition. That's a big opening pick. Might force Fiend to reconsider their game plan here as they're starting to reroute that bomb back this direction. Sunday Young trying to trap between 2 positions here, able to step out and find Mar. Bubble pushed off Sandbags with the Incendiary, and Spirit may just recover yet, despite that opening pick going against them.
That was a really grim spray from Mar. Should really have killed Sunday Young. Out on Monster. Instead, though, they walk out into the open, and Dexter's there waiting. Was anticipating the connector peak. And makes the most of it. So although Fiend did pick up the first frag courtesy of Bubble, things have gone horribly awry. Since then, 30 seconds to play with. 2 of the 4 remaining players from Spirit are situated on the A site, but one of which is Dexter, and the other is Mia. A powerful duo, a tag team you don't want to mess with. But Red Star spots Mia as he peeks out too far. Dexter holds the line before he's sprayed down. 2-on-2, but a fast flank is coming into play. And down go both Red Star and Dreamer.
Hey, Vince.
Yo.
What was Red Star doing there?
I think he was hoping for like an off angle with the AWP because of how low the time was, but it did look a little bit odd.
Yeah, that was a really risky spot. And he would have looked like a genius if it worked, but because he didn't, it looked a little bit questionable. Either way, another tooth and nail battle breaks out, leaving us even. Quad boost now, maybe it... Never mind. They're like, never mind. That would have been cool, though. Hadn't seen that yet. No one's really been playing Heaven, though, I feel like, for Spirit. So probably not netted a result.
Yeah, the issue as well is like the longer you stay on that boost, the less map control you have. And if Team Spirit had decided that was the round to push middle, it would have just absolutely destroyed them. So the second it didn't work, they pulled the plug. Victor, aggressively maneuvering out of Monster, draws out the smoke, making those sound cues, and then just pieces out of there. It's actually pretty well played.
It was. I'm sure they were hoping to kind of launch off of that, but that counter smoke really kind of took that option away. And Spirit continued to set up accordingly on the A side against this Mir Dexter combination on A that has often been very solid at holding off any type of aggressive maneuvers from Fiend on this side. And then spotted is Red Star. Great angle from Dexter. He'll collect a second. Oh my goodness.
One by one, Fiend meet their demise to the hands of Dexter. No flashes or smokes to deal with the AWPer. And 33 kills come up for the star player. Now on the flower bed. Getting aggressive into bathroom. Gets thwarted. That could have killed down as well. And Victor's gone back in. That was way too close. Somehow, Spirit nearly lost that round.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That got way closer than you would have expected considering how the round was playing out once Dexter got those initial 3 picks. Fiend made them kind of sweat that one out a little bit, but still Spirit are going to get the job done when it's all wrapped up. Still need to find a couple more, though, as we transition sides in this OT. Again, it's at MR3 16K, race to 19. 18-18 split means another overtime will be required to decide things here on Overpass. Again, map 3 would be Nuke if Spirit can finish this thing off here on Overpass on their pick.
Now, when it came to how sided this team, or this overpass, pardon me, has been, both teams won 10 on CT. 20 of 30 rounds away the CT side. And Fiend were far better on their CT side than their T side. Mar, with the AWP, sprays down 2. Even while flashback, Bubble misses a bit of a sitter up close, but he's not completely punished as Victor comes in and tries to dig him out of that ditch. 2v2, Red Star pushes through the smoke and I think it's nailed by Dexter, who's still alive and takes down Mar with him. 18-16, 2 match points.
That was a bit of a slobber knocker over towards that B site. Everyone just kind of throwing haymakers, but Spirits are the ones that connect a bit better. And so they will now push themselves to map point, a chance to force Nuke into play. We'll get 2 cracks at it before a second overtime would actually have to come in.
Star with some aggression, misses his shot. Feels like it may be the beginning of the end of Overpass. Nuke the next destination if Spirit win one of the next 2 rounds. And that will be a crippling body blow to Fiend, I'm sure, confidence-wise. They know they had every chance to put this match to bed and eliminate Spirit. And they were unsuccessful.
That's a fair point for sure. So we are going to see Spirit now kind of back off here to set up for some type of B set piece. Now Dreamer does have an angle that could be tricky unless an position. They pop flash through. They do get that pick on the Dreamer. Bubble now stranded at pillar.
Bubble comes out swinging with the M4. Mia onto Victor. Ma instantly back, and Bubble is holding the line so exquisitely. It's giving Fiend a chance. But it's that man Dexter who's been involved in so many clutches. He doesn't know exactly where Red Star is. Last seen on Heaven. Keep in mind he pushed the smoke last round, but Red Star drills into him with the AWP. We go one more round. Do we get double overtime? Well, Fiend need to win for that to happen.
Yeah, that was exquisite from Bubble, as you said, just dancing around that pillar, buying so much time, fragging out, giving Dexter a run there, putting his teammate into a 1v1, and Red Star able to come up with it there.
It's a P90 again. Some Young did this before, just a straight up rush onto B site. He did get a kill last time around. He went 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Molly's down, tons of flashes, smokes, Molly's, everything being tossed in. This is where the P90 is going to bridge the gap. This is where it's going to start spitting out some fire, spitting out some bullets. It's all chaos ensuing on the site. But it's Ma with the AWP that stands tall come the end of all the confrontation. There's going to be a second round, a second win, a second overtime perhaps, but not if Dexter has a few things to say about it. Red Star
We are back. Hello, ladies and gents. Hopefully you are doing well and we're ready and raring to go for map 3. It's going to be Nuke and a very close game over on Overpass. Went to overtime. Unfortunately, Fiend didn't get it done. I think we're probably going to repeat a few things that we said just before about Fiend being a little bit scarce when it came to utility usage and Dexter really teeing off and basically that Nuke was going to heavily favor them now. I think we both agree. We thought, to be honest, like I'll be completely real about this. I thought this would be a fairly simple 2-0 for Spirit going into this game. I mean, no disrespect to Fiend at all. Spirit have just been that good as of late. So the fact that we're even going to Nuke is quite a surprise for me.
No, I think that's a fair assessment. I had the same kind of feeling going into that series before it kicked off on Mirage, and I think now that we're going to Nuke, I think something is going to be very similar. Right? I think Spirit, the more proven team on Nuke. I think that they look like just a better overall functioning team. I think that throughout this series, Fiend have looked incredibly sloppy and been heavily reliant upon just like brute force fragging and individual plays. And I think Spirit are just again the better team.
Okay, so we're going to be jumping into that third map very shortly. Apparently the players are ready and they're raring to go, understandably. It has been quite the long day for these players, for sure. There's the Fiend guys on your screen. I believe that's Victor.
Yes. You've nailed it. That's someone's forehead?
Just somebody's forehead.
I mean, a little bit hard when it's that zoomed in.
That's Bubble. Yeah, the last guy was, I'm pretty sure, Dreamer. This is Red Star.
Red Star, yep.
Yep.
Nailed it.
And this is Ma.
Yes.
For those of you that aren't into the Bulgarian scene, I've been very impressed with Red Star. You did say before about how he was one of those players that you were looking out for, and I think he's lived up to that so far.
No, I think that's fair enough. Again, I just think the overall team just looks disjointed at times. Like they just seem like really questionable with their decision-making, utility usage, or lack thereof, and just again kind of feeding their opponents one by one, just being a little bit too keen on just taking duels without giving themselves advantages before they go into them. And I think that type of brawly style can work on some maps and can work when your individuals are just popping off and maybe your team's a little bit slow to start. But on a map like Nuke that we're coming up to, a lot more technical, I think it's a lot harder to get away with that type of play. I think that could really come back to haunt them on a map that they're very, very unproven on. They've won their last 3 games in a row on Nuke, but they've all been against smaller teams like Isaac O'Boars or, Galaxy Racer, Nordivan, like some of these teams that just aren't on the same level that, we see Spirit playing on an in-and-out basis. So I think considering that Spirit have been in better form lately, they seem revitalized after that victory on Overpass. They're the more proven team overall, and generally speaking, the better team on Nuke. I mean, I'd find it hard to point to one advantage that Fiend has coming into this game, other than the fact that Red Star's been playing really well, and Bubble has also been right there next to him, having really good impact throughout the series. But this is a team game, and a couple of individuals aren't going to necessarily carry you through.
I can see the players are warming up currently for Nuke. Understandably, elimination beckons. We have already seen both teams lose today. It was Fiend getting battered by Gambit 16-5 on Dust 2 earlier today, as Bubble seems to be rallying the troops a little bit. And we did get the joy of actually watching the Spirit match against G2 on Mirage, the very first game of the tournament for us. It was an overtime. It had everything you could possibly ask for. We set the bar very high on that first game, and now we get to go full circle and see if maybe, just maybe, Spirit can hold on and potentially move one step ahead in the tournament.
Indeed, we should be getting this thing underway any moment now. As you said, so much weight upon these players' shoulders coming into Nuke, as it may be their final appearance on the servers of DreamHack Masters, and it would certainly be a tough pill to swallow to exit in the very first day of competition, especially for Spirit. One of those teams that comes in as one of the front runners of this group stage, a team you expect to make the playoffs, just considering how well they've performed at Katowice and DreamHack Open January, winning that event. I mean, since Dexter's been on board, they have been really impressing with, consistent top 4 finishes in every event they've played in.
So here we have it, the Nuke fly through, Dust. I think we're just about ready to delve into our third map. Oh, that's a...
Won't say I called it, but I did.
He did call it, yep, to be fair. 20 minutes, well, actually, no, more like 30 minutes before it happened.
Yep.
So
Writing
what's
was on the wall.
What's your gut telling you here then? That this is
Spirit.
going to be Spirit winning?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I have to go alongside with you on that one.
I'll even go bolder. I do not think that Fiend will get past 9 rounds.
Ooh, you don't think they'll get past 9 rounds? That's quite a bold statement, the way that they've been playing today, but sure. Okay, I see it. I understand. They're going to be starting on the CT side. We'll see if they can post up some respectable scores. We get into the action. 4 players from Fiend rushing straight towards ramp. Magix is here waiting with the Glock. This is where the Glock can shine, but Ma goes in for the crouch peek and takes off his head. Chopper now at range is waiting for the CTs to push through. And they decide better of that incursion. When you've got the player advantage, you don't have to keep pushing.
Why not?
Because you might walk into a pitfall.
Fair. Just playing a bit devil's advocate, Vince, trying to have a little bit of fun. As things have kind of taken a little bit of a slowdown after that initial exchange. Dreamer, though, getting caught there at the secret doorway. So now it's back to even numbers. Doubled up is going to be Fiend on that very secret position. Look like we are going to see Team Spirit split the upper site through Squeaky and Vince. Bubble is kind of keeping an eye on this from Big Garage. But again, he has 1 player already on lower site and 2 on ramp room, so upper is wide open for the taking. It's all going to come down to the retake now with no kit, no utility.
Yeah, they did the exact same thing on Overpass as well. They just like going for the Kevlar. They want to stand and fight as much as possible. They are getting up close quickly. Bubble gets a white one by Sunday Young and Mark. That was hopeful. Mia's put them both down. Victor comes in with 2 beautiful taps, but that ultimately will not be good enough. And Spirit, although they lost the first player, they take the first round.
Yeah, that was a bit of a head scratcher from Mar. Didn't seem like he needed to commit to the jump down that quickly. Maybe get a little bit of information first, maybe set up the retake. But at the same time, they did have to move fast out of kit, and so that does make it a little bit more understandable. Either way, it's not gone well. Spirit, just really good collapse on that upper site, really good split push, handling the early aggression well, and finding a way back into the round very quickly. Now they're looking to come up upper as quick as possible, and they are wasting no time laying down the hammer. And this was a bit of a force buy as well from Fiend, so this is looking quite grim.
A force buy, and they also had a couple players like Victor at the back of the site that were in good positions with their SMGs, but still couldn't really do much. Some Young tagged down to 19, but he will very likely escape out of this round with his life. And Spirit looking good to 2-0 the opener of Nuke. Fiend on the back foot. Now, as a result, their force buy, they can pull the plug and save these 3 deagles. They got 2 smokes, a flash, and a bunch of Kevlar, so it's not too shabby. And I doubt that Spirit charge in, knowing that they could just gift wrapped away a couple of ARs or potentially one of these SMGs. So I think Fiend will be able to hold on to these weapons.
No, understandable. Yeah, so 3 rifles being able to carry over the expendable MAC-10s, also going to be able to come into play in this next round to try to farm some extra cash against a Fiend squad that does have to full save here, or at least only go upgraded pistols without any armor. Try to maybe buy a little bit around the weapons that were stayed over from the previous round, just try to go at it again, basically. That's a D what's going to happen here, except for Bubble. We'll just stay on the USP only.
Victor on top of the hop with the CZ. Definitely a powerful and potent weapon at this kind of a range, but not too sure it'll even get pressured or tested because 2 of the... actually make it 3 of the players from Spirit are making moves over on ramp. Banking flashes and mollies towards the ramp side. There is a smoke also put in there. A slight gap in that smoke, though, could afford some luxury of Fiend to rattle a couple of heads with the deagles. But this is where maybe Victor's position is going to become a bit of a nuisance and a bit of a terror across on Spirit.
Yeah, there is a Molotov that could, a couple Molotovs that could still be put into play, maybe flush that position out, or Victor will just do it himself by dropping down to this Tetris position. That's a really good spot to play, though. I mean, it definitely can be really powerful, but last time Spirit hard cleared it pretty quickly. They are going to run to the stack here. They are going to start sweeping out, letting the MAC-10s go first, the more expendable weapons, and they are going to be fruitful. Cleaning house will be Spirit. No problems at all. Taking care of business in round number 3, as to be expected. But here comes the full buy from Fiend, Vince, and this is where they'll be able to finally put their best foot forward, see if they can't start putting some rounds on the board. With it being Nuke, you want to get that solid CT side. It may not be as lopsided in the defense's favor as it has been in years past, but still a map that you really want to at least come up with 9 or 10 rounds, you'd imagine.
This is a morale-making round on Fiend. Typically, their T sides have been lackluster, and it's been their CT sides that they could really get behind, such as the 10-5 lead on both Mirage and Overpass.
Right.
So if they concede this and they go down to 0-5 kind of scoreline, you're looking at this and thinking, well, Spirit's best side is yet to come. This is getting grim already. This is a really, really important round so early in the map.
That is a fair point to make. A chance for Spirit to get off to a racing start here on the elimination map, but also a chance for Fiend to play some catch-up. Bubble drawing first blood early here inside lobby. That was some ramp room aggression once again. This time it nets him a benefit rather than being a curse. Now they're going to back off to more standard roles. Red Star finding a great timing there onto Dexter on the Heaven Peak. Very quick 5-on-3 here for Fiend, Vince.
Yeah, so important as well, because Bubble had started off in 0-3 and he'd missed a couple of shots that you expect him to land, especially the way he's been playing today. He's been excellent. So good confidence builder. I said it was a morale builder for Fiend, and so far it has definitely yielded a lot of success. Chopper's still up on the main roof. Maybe tested by the garage player if he's not careful. They've already pushed downstairs. The remainder 2 Ts, Magix and Mia, making moves onto connector. Timing not favoring Magix. Mia probably won't fare too much better either. So I said, this is one that Fiend needed for realistically building economy. That means losing as little players as possible. Well, it's very possible they don't lose a single player here does. This has been an excellent result.
Yeah, the aggression worked out well for them, you know, pushing up through radio, getting that initial pick. Red Star finding a timing as well with the op over towards outside. Got up into that roaring start of the early 5-on-3, and they just never look back from that point forward. But still plenty of money in store for Spirit as we jump into the next round. This time everyone will be AK'd up with full utility. Chance to put a bit of a reset on Fiend with the victory here, but a loss would mean a save and a chance for Fiend to tie things up. So definitely a momentum shifting round potentially ahead of us here, Vince, as we are going to see Spirit just kind of set up as normal for the outside smoke ball, it looks like.
The classic. The meat and potatoes set up on Nuke. Outside
I could go for
wall.
some meat and potatoes right now. Stop, don't mention food.
Same.
Yeah. Triple smoke outside wall in play. No one playing behind it though, so a bit of a feint being thrown out here by Spirit. I can respect it. Now setting up for the upper flash explosion with the side of Molotovs.
We haven't really fully fell for this, but they can't see a single thing, and Bubble's burning away behind the vents. Gets 2 before he falls. Red Star flicks in onto Chopper, and then Mia instantly retorts. The bombers are dropped in out in the open, so someone has to go and pick that one up, and Red Star is just slowly edging his way towards Hut, and Dreamer with a parting gift with the M4. Fiend actually hold on, even though they took all the flashbangs and all the Molotovs on A site.
Yeah, kind of one of those like robotic telegraph type of set pieces where I feel like that outside smoke wall, because there was no follow-up pressure, Fiend never really felt too pressured to have some type of response to it as far as rotations go. They were able to kind of just hold their ground at upper, and like you said, they were able to find their footing through all the utility being waged against them and came out on top in a big, big way, not really showing any signs of weakness on that upper hold. And now we have to see Spirit do more with less. A little bit of a halfway approach by here with a couple Tech 9s and a couple of AKs trying to put that early pressure on Rant. Dreamer fades back and deploys the smoke for cover. Will provide some sanctuary, but Bubble has been taken out already, so Spirit getting a little bit of a foothold in this round.
A moment's reprieve. I'll be hoping extends into a round. Mar falls back, knowing that he is joined by Dreamer, but they don't have too much in the form of cavalry. And Mia, who's just been wrapping around, slithering his way onto the site. Make short work of Dreamer. Will Shadow go unchecked? Mars just shot way too early. He didn't want to secure the guaranteed frag. He snatched at the opportunity. And I don't think he would have been checked there either, Dust. The way they were moving to the site seemed to me that that would go unchecked completely.
This is going swimmingly for Spirit, Vince. I mean, just around that, you feel like they shouldn't be winning. Instead, they come out on top. They're going to collect 2 free M4s. They're forcing Victor and Red Star to save, and the money to buy around these saved weapons is not very high, Vince. I mean, Bubble and Mar, less than $1,000. Dreamer really has the cash to spare to put up a good purchase. And so right when you thought that Fiend were knocking on the door of a comeback and maybe even taking the lead over, Spirit holds them off with just some aggression with that limited firepower, and it panned out, Vince.
They've been fairly methodical. You know, you kind of mentioned that they're reminiscent in some parts, the flip side from, you know, some of the DreamHack Open events, and obviously the point there being that they were quite slow. I like to see that Spirit have really mixed up the pace already on Nuke. They've played the aggressive rounds. They've got up close and personal. They've crushed in. They've held W, but they're not too scared to also throw in the grenades and bide their time. Execute with 10-15 seconds to spare.
Yeah, you get that vibe from them that they're definitely just going to be the more diverse team in this game as far as like how many pages are in that playbook and what type of adjustments they can make given whatever they encounter. So you are seeing Mir, again, try to put a little bit of a pressure towards this outside position. In fact, it's the full-on triple smoke wall again, and it looks like this time they are going to follow it up, but Mara is playing that aggressive secret position, spots that player up on top of silos, forces him back, however. They'll use that to put that pressure actually now on Big Garage, and maybe even try to wrap around on Red Star, who may not suspect this, but does realize its potential and decides to back off, but he wide swings out, looking solely at the secret cross, and it cost him his life, Vince. A big opening for Spirit, evening the numbers back up.
Yeah, corroding that defense that little bit more. Dreamer now purchased down in lockers, trying to safeguard this push up in heaven, but he's missed the timing. Already 2 players above him. Now, if he goes unchecked, he can still be a nightmare and a nuisance and can still have some impact. Mar elsewhere, laying down the law onto some Die Young, and Dreamers making moves around the back. That Molotov will give Mia's position away. They now know that heaven is occupied. Mia gets sprayed in the back, and Dreamer wants to go in for more, but gets down by Magix. That meets his demise, courtesy of Bubble. Although there is a post plant, it's instantly met with Bubble's M4. Fiend will pick up a third.
My goodness. The flank on the flank, Vince. The heaven backstab. Just didn't see that one coming. Cost Spirit the round, really. It sets up everything else afterwards as well. The kill, and then all of a sudden you have to shift your focus to heaven. It unlocks that extra choke point for Fiend to come funneling through to answer back with a round of their own. Momentum now becomes the question. Who can shoot together some rounds in a row? Who can take control of this half? It's been a bit of a back and forth these last few rounds. Still a very tight race. Double op in play for Spirit on T side. Did not anticipate that coming into play, Vince.
Yeah, that's definitely an orthodox. CT side, sure, but T side, this is odd. They made it work though. Chopper with a secondary AWP. Puts it downrange onto Dreamer. Ramp is open. Bubble tries to close the gap, but he only has a flash and a smoke by his side. He's very susceptible to getting overrun in this position. And indeed he will. And that's huge for Team Spirit.
Indeed it is. Already a quick 5-on-3 here. They're also getting some good map control. They have ramp already. They still have outside presence. Red Star trying to pick his angles here from Big Garage. Does get into a nice spot to kind of hold the mini cross. But if he takes the wrong timing and swings out the wrong way, could still wind up getting stamped out here. Meanwhile, Victor trying to make sure they're not getting flanked from heaven, which they do have to be, you know, troubled by because of them losing that ramp room control. It's always a possibility that they could be getting wrapped around. And Spirit can just take their time, Vince. They don't have to commit to anything. Looks like they will be gathering up towards ramp, though. Whether they commit lower or heaven ramp, different story. It's still in the cards. Either option.
Either option is available to them, but they are running out of time in order to make that decision. 30 seconds. They may be forced into an uncomfortable spot as a result of this. They will be hitting B. Mars smoked off. Victor on the double doors. They've made a good read. 2 of their 3 players over here, but a secondary smoke has now been put in place. May pop flash into a peak. The flash that bang does more harm than good, and they've lost red start. More smoke's going down. Will be planting within the smoke. Chopper can't really be found for the time being. They put some speculative shots through the smoke, and they give their position away in the process. And although Mara is laying down some pretty spicy shots with the M4, there's 3 more players to deal with. And let's be honest, the chance is very slim indeed. Magix puts the final nail in the coffin, and Spirit, well, they'll lead again by 2.
Indeed, they will, and money will be back in the bin when it comes to the perspective of Fiend on this CT side. Can't really come back into this one with too much resistance, and it's going to be just another opportunity for Spirit to continue to build up this lead on their T side. Again, these more surgical, more calculated strikes that Spirit are able to dish out on the attack, which is a stark contrast of what Fiend has shown, have been very effective. Again, this coordination. I mean, Mar certainly put up a nice little effort here. A little bit of sloppiness from Spirit there, perhaps, but they were so far ahead that it was going to take something crazy for them to slip behind too much.
Team looking like they will go for the force, including 3 pistols. And you can kind of just rewind a little bit of time and go back to when we were talking about the importance of getting control of the economy and putting Spirit in an uncomfortable position. Well, these are the kind of rounds now that if Fiend concede this, for my money, you're looking at least 10 rounds on the T side for Spirit. And that may just be too far gone.
Yeah, it's definitely in the cards for Spirit to have a big half. Just the way that they're playing right now, you expect them to at least hit that kind of 8 or 9 round marker. You figure that this one should be a 6th. Money will still be in a really grim spot after this as well, so it really is building up to that level you were talking about, with 10 rounds being in the cards. As this round is gone by the wayside fast, as we kind of expected. Not really a whole lot to work with. I mean, the fact that they're not getting anything done and they're not able to save all these weapons, this is just looking like dire straits for Fiend.
I think it's also the ease in which Spirit are just pushing outside. Like Mia in that round just runs all the way outside, gets 2 kills around Heaven and Lockers, makes it look super easy, and there was nothing. There was no kind of resistance that was shown, no confrontation shown from Fiend. They just gave it up.
Yeah, it's a fair assessment, Vince. There's a little bit of analyst in you yet, buddy. You're not just that play-by-play robot. You got got some thinking action going on up there. Some critical skills. Who would have thought?
First time out, and it's Spirit that call it quite interesting. You'd think that it'd probably be Fiend. Trying to figure out as to the current situation, I suppose, in terms of economy.
Fair point. Could be just trying to make sure that they have a good read on what they might be up against this round. Make sure they make the correct decisions not to slip into any traps or take any unnecessary gambles or just do anything at all that would give Fiend the chance, basically. You want to come out with this one with no trouble at all. And it really shouldn't be. I mean, with it just being USPs, the 1 PT50 on Red Star, this should be maybe the easiest round Spirit to play all day.
These are the kind of rounds as well where I would almost like to see Fiend go just for something ridiculous. You know, like you got USPs, you got no real economic investment into this.
Right.
Unless they just want to treat this as like a full-on timeout, maybe just chill out as well. You know, just really not think about too much things and just turn your brain off for a few moments here.
No, that's fair. I think all of those are valid ways to approach a round like this. Zavam will indeed go down rather quickly here from Spirit, as one would expect after that entry from Sun Da Young popped off so early on in the round. What we're seeing Fiend do is try to approach Lobby from a bunch of different angles at once and maybe see if they could pop off an exit frag or two. Does seem to be what they have in mind. But Chopper getting on the roof is basically kind of annihilating those intentions.
Yeah, and I mean the intentions were for the most part fairly weak, regardless. Like there's not too much. Even if they swipe in multiple angles and they even get a drop on a player, it's USP against full Kevlar and AK. So yeah, they came in. They at least got a kill. It wasn't by their hands. It was by the bomb that actually finished off. It's 7-3 still, and maybe there's a buy around the corner now for the Bulgarians to try and pick up for themselves.
This feels like the round that Fiend must put on their side if they really want to pose a threat to Spirit here on this map. Again, a loss here means you're back to low economy, and that is where all of a sudden a double-digit situation for Spirit is just going to be so likely. They're trying to get a little bit aggressive towards outside here, inside the smoke by Red Bin. Now, Chopper seems aware that this is possible. You see him throwing that spam through. He has tag bar up a little bit. Another round where there's no kits in play for Fiend for a retake either, Vince, if things come to that. Surprised not to see at least one person take a FAMAS to make sure they had at least one hit to play this round.
Yeah, that's been a reoccurring theme on each of the three maps. They definitely do fancy themselves when it comes to trading. I feel like they're a team that is kind of prepared and kitted out for just standing and trading 1 for 1, 2 for 2. The problem here is that when Spirit have been looking like themselves, they just win the trades. They have the snappy aim. They have the better players. So even in that respect, it seems like Fiend is second best.
No, I think that that's definitely been an accurate report on how things have played out so far in this best of 3, as we do see Spirit looking to test the waters here in these back halls. Mar trying to play that little bit of a headshot angle on the stairwell here, see if he can collect something. Aggression in lobby is successful, catching some Die Young there, but Magix is able to get that counter on. Now Dreamer, he has a great position. Goes unchecked here, only good for 1 though, Vince. I am shocked at that result.
Yeah, that had to be a minimum of 2. Honestly, the positions of Fiend, I feel like if the roles were reversed and Spirit are in those spots, they win the round.
Yeah, probably.
Like, actually, I think that's indicative of the second map. I said going into this that psychologically they've got to be burned by what just happened. And those are the kind of moments where I feel like it shows itself at the forefront.
Yeah, you definitely expected that crossfire that Bubble and company had there on that lower railing to be fruitful, and to turn up only 1 kill between them all was definitely not what one would have expected. And with that being such an important round, considering their economy and considering what's on the line and the momentum of Spirit, you have to feel like the win is well and truly out of their sails at this point. I mean, they are that type of team, though, that will just keep their head down and keep grinding and keep trying to, you know, take fights and, you know, not let it discourage them from playing their style of Counter-Strike. But it just seems like Spirit, as each round passes, are getting more and more comfortable, more and more confident, and more effective in their game plan. And now there is no, like, weak link coming into this half. Everyone seems to be performing where they need to.
Well, it took Spirit a while to get here, to warm up all the troops, but they finally got the gears shifted. And Victor, speaking of warming up, wants to get a bit aggressive. Wants to heat this map up, and in terms of Fiend, they cannot be leading going through to the second half. Both previous maps, they were leading 10-5. They're not going to be at a deficit, whatever happens from this point forward.
And it's always the CT Sour they did it from as well, Vince.
Yeah, exactly.
So definitely a lot of things kind of piled against them at this point here. But they do have that 1 AK on Victor, who, again, is definitely looking for something aggressive. Didn't quite find it yet, as no one was really showing presence. And Red Star has been absolutely close-lined. He's been given the free haircut.
That must have been a crazy shot from Chopper, because Red Star was airborne as well.
Mm-hmm.
He still got just tagged hard. Mia follows up onto Dreamer and Mar behind the smoke and maybe pull off some heroics, but again, you just look at the rest of Fiend and they have nothing to really play with. Victor, though, makes use of his AK, and now smoke's being deployed while 3 of the 4 players from the T's are downstairs again. And Fiend will be taking the gamble. Need a pick on the cross. Don't get one. Finally do, but it's at the cost of Victor and Mars' lives. And Bubble, like an elephant down the vents, could be heard from a mile off. And Dexter will punish him.
So the story that this map is telling us is continuing to be written the way that the audience was likely expecting it to be scripted. Back to the buy-up, though, should be Fiend. Really their last chance to put a big effort out there on the server and try to get this defense rolling. You feel like without this, it's just a bridge too far to come back from, especially considering how their attacks have struggled throughout the day. And considering, again, how much more difficult Nuke is to make work with that more brawly playstyle without the right utility coordination. So, do or die, it feels like at this point for Fiend.
Dexter just strikes me as just like a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. I swear every time the camera pans to him, he's just got a smile on his face, regardless of whether they win or lose. Good to see. Keep the morale high. Mark dispatched with haste, and Dream has been Molotov'd off. He can't really avenge his teammate. He got one kill, but he was hoping to connect the dots and maybe spray Spirit out of this. Spirit already delving down stairs, a different take, a different avenue down there, but it may very well be the same result. And Dexter, speak of the man, 2 kills in quick succession before Red Star will put an end to his kill streak. Victor should get the drop on Mia, shuts him down from behind, 2-on-2, but Sum Young's down to 30.
At least his retake is not one-dimensional. It's coming from multiple angles at once, and Red Star's found his man, but so has Chopper. Chopper seems to have a read on where Victor is coming from, though, and backs off and gets the fadeaway jumper right onto Victor's face. And that's 10th round for Spirit. And I like the pacing change, Vance. I mean, we've seen them play relatively slow on average throughout the ball for this series. You see them just to make that snap call to run it down their opponent's throat in ramp room and waste no time getting a bomb plant and lower. That's just really upset for someone whose team just won the round.
Shows how into it he is, though, how important this game is. Elimination was looming for Spirit. Keep in mind that Fiend had match points, not just map, but match points over on Overpass.
Right.
So maybe just releasing the pressure valve is Magic's. He's playing well here. 13 kills to his name, 12 on Chopper and Mia. Chopper had a very rough first map. The barrel of the gun will betray Mia, and he gets finished off by Red Star. Magic's aggression, spotting players behind, where 1 pushes, 2 will follow. And they do significant damage and force back the Fiend. Red Star pushes out of heaven, was not anticipating Sum Young to be on the side, which is somewhat surprising considering they know that Magic's was in hut earlier. Maybe a lapse in communication there? I'm not too sure what happened.
Certainly possible. Also just could be that they just are starting to run out of that mental juice. You know, these people have played a lot of Counter-Strike today. You know, this whole best of 3, one of the maps going into overtime. Obviously played a best of 1 earlier today. Then they had to kind of wait around for their opponent. Definitely takes that stamina when you're a team on day 1. You have to just kind of keep playing for your tournament life every step of the way. Spirit have had the kind of opposite, where they started off cold and they've just warmed up as the series has gone on. Their composure has grown. Their form has increased. And they seem all but destined now to just kind of waltz into tomorrow as the victor. It just seems so hard right now to see how Fiend finds a way back in. They keep having these rounds where they're on, you know, multiple FAMASs, limited utility, and this is a map where utility is what you need on CT side to stop those fast pushes, and they don't have it.
Oh, and if you don't have the utility on the CT side, best of luck to you on the T side of things. Which will be coming up next. Already, 2-for-1 trade. Aggression, Bubble, getting his 7th kill. The one map that he hasn't really performed on so far. Not that anyone from Fiend has. And Sum Young moving it a step closer to being a 12-3 half for Spirit. Bubble and Red Star stand against them. FAMAS and M4s in hand. with no grenades. And they have been outmaneuvered. They're sticking together at least so they can try and pincer in as a united, cohesive force. But Spirit, not for the first time, getting success down on the B site. Post plant will be coming up as Bubble is hearing from his own perspective. Planted safe, but it gets wide swung from Sum Da Young instantly afterwards. And now it's down to one of the star players of Fiend in Red Star. Statistically, their best player in the last 3 months. But as good as he is, the fact that not even the control room window has been smashed just yet didn't yield well, and Spirit will take a 12-3 halftime lead.
A whisper in the silence is ringing inside the void in my head. I'm searching through the darkness, but feeling like there is nobody there. I wake up just to find I'm in chains, and you're there holding the key. No, 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 no. Fell for another one of your games. No, this can't be happening. No, 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 no. I'm shaking 'cause I'm frozen. I need some holy water to wash away this poison. You got me trapped inside of a nightmare. I knew it when I fell into your arms. Nothing is right here, and I'm shaking 'cause I know it won't be long till I'm deeper and deeper falling in fear. I'm screaming out, but no one can hear. I'm trapped in my nightmare, and if I don't wake up quick, this is the end.
I started speaking slick with my tone. I talk too sweet to repair. Should have known that you would be gone when you gave in to my spell. Trying to find your feet on the floor, but you're suspended in air. Scratching for a way out my clutch, but you ain't going nowhere. You shaking 'cause you're frozen. You need some holy water to wash away this poison. 'Cause there's no breaking out. Trapped in my nightmare. I know it when you fell into my arms. 'Cause nothing is right here. Now you're shaking 'cause you know it won't be long till you're deeper and deeper fall into fear. Keep screaming out, but no one can hear. You're trapped in my
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. Spirit had a phenomenal first half, their best half of the day by far. And even with Fiend typically leading, it wasn't enough to put Spirit down when they were at their most vulnerable and weak. Fiend, very aggressive to the side, not a huge surprise to see them rush straight in, but they're rushing into a dual Beretta, and that's from Sum Da Young. Victor gets 2, doubling up instantly. They're not taking their time about this. The bomb is getting planted straight away. And Chopper, who had an excellent first half, joined by Dexter up in heaven, and Mia, who is just flanking around the periphery of main. There is a smoke down in his eyes, so he has to wait for that to clear out. And this is where Dexter or Mia need to have a big amount of impact in these next few moments. Dexter witnessing Chopper getting gooshed down to 5 HP. He himself is also come under fire, under duress, down to 24. Mia at least gets 1, but they decide to just pull the plug and save what they have. Making sense to me. They got 2 Kevlar, does bolster their buy into the next round, and when you have a massive lead like this, why not?
Exactly. I think you hit it spot on there. Just a rapid attack from Fiend where they're able to get the opening exchange to go their way one of those situations where you can run that quick upper play because you know there's going to be no utility to stop you. It's all going to come down to aim, what angle you choose to peek first, and they got it done.
Into round 17, we'll see Spirit with Mag 7. Sundar Young, he's played a lot of different weapons today. 290 obviously earlier on, Nia with a deagle, getting one. Don't peek him one by one. Whatever you do at this kind of range with a deagle, he wasn't too far off punishing 2 or 3 more players there. That could have gone horribly wrong for the Bulgarians, and that could have been GG. As it stands though, downstairs now been taken control over.
Indeed, they are putting that pressure into the back halls. Chopper still has control of that window room area, though. He does still have that support towards ramp room, which is going to be Dexter with that scout, who's still looking for someone to give him a little bit of a look from radio, but no one is going to oblige just yet here. In the meantime, the rest of Fiend looking to just continue to work this outside control, maybe even start pressuring Heaven. Dexter will now shuffle over with Chopper to try to cover this ground. All going to come down to timing of the peak, and Chopper caught through the glass by the Galil. Sundar, though, interesting angle with that Mag 7, evens it right back up. And so this is still a hotly contested round. No one really has control, and Dexter knows that he's threatened from Heaven and will get away. This is a very smart maneuver from him. Now they spot Victor jumping down.
That's some really good game sense from Spirit to just make sure they don't get pincered fully. And Magix now gets the drop onto Victor. And even though those players at the back of control with Silo, no one watches out for him. Sprays labored, but Dexter gets it done finally before Molotov's there to greet him. HG behind that can actually seal the deal. That's right on him. The touchdown from Bubble. But again, Fiend just about limp into the round and make it theirs.
Yeah, if that nade happens to miss the mark, you actually kind of fancy Spirit's chances maybe to steal that one away. They definitely did a lot of work there. Now they're setting up for potentially a nade stack outside from what I could tell. So that could be a little bit of shenanigans coming out into the next round, despite the fact that they have nothing else really to work with other than maybe a pistol here and there. Fiend, like you said, to limp across the finish line, but it comes at a heavy toll. I have to do a lot of rebuying, which is going to limit their economy going forward long term. Indeed, there is that outside nade stack, and well, you hate to see it. Mar, though, loves to see it.
Well, as accountant, he's licking his lips. 3 kills with the Mac 10. Yeah, may very well punish him. Lots of damage inflicted with the USP, but Mar will scurry away with 18 HP to his name. Knowing that Dreamer was on the flank. So 4 of the 5 kills did come at the hands of SMGs, and Spirit have a decision, and they've decided to go for the buy.
Yeah, looking for it here now. They will have the XM from Sundar Young to play that hut squeaky door type of position. You'd have to imagine one of the few maps where that gun is quite viable. So no shocker there in that regard.
Already finding the Fiend way of attacking on the T side very entertaining to watch. May not be the most efficient, but every round is aggression. Every round is in your face. Sometimes it's going to backfire, such as that. As Chopper punishes Red Star, pivoting out of the smoke ahead of the rest of his teammates. A 2-for-1 trade, favoring Spirit, but Fiend have brute forced their way downstairs already on B side.
Right, yeah, the bomb making its way in with time to spare. They don't have to force the plant right away, and now Mar on the lurk outside catches Mir and Sundar Young, and he's having a brilliant amount of impact in this round. He's individually turned the tides of the entire round, but finally caught by Dexter. Magic's putting some nice shots downrange from control side of the decon. Bomb will get planted. Oh my, that was so close.
Victor has no right to win that fight. Now, the fact that that's Bubble and not Victor, Dexter knows that Victor is somewhere close in the vicinity. If he's not behind the site, he's probably Shadow, and he has a molly for this. Does he toss the molly in? No. He anticipates this being in control room, but survives on 5 HP. Victor was so low from that earlier fight with Magix. He's brought up with it.
Man, that was a tense round. It started strong for Spirit, but Mar was making some big progress towards turning that around. Ensured the bomb plant, was cutting off some rotations, putting that into a tight numbered situation, but Spirit clutch out the 1v2, but Magic certainly had a huge impact with the damage that he dealt on his way out the door. Problem is, it was so costly. They buy back and they had the inferior firepower despite the victory. Okay.
Young and Dexter both trading kills.
You kind of need another smoke out there.
Yeah, it kind of goes back onto what we were, bringing up. We're trying to bring this narrative into play about how would the utility be from Fiend. At times it was a bit of a head scratch on overpass. Nuke is way more punishing. Chopper with the most audacious wide swing with the massive more weapons, and he gets the kill and just pieces out of there, no problems.
Just moonwalks out of there, man. Why the hell not? It's one of those games where it's when you feel like you can do no wrong.
Every trade, every decision, every peak goes the way of Spirit. How the tables are turned for Mirage. And Victor, well, first-class delivery service for an AK straight to Chopper's doorstep.
Last chance saloon coming up for Fiend. Spirit now approaching map and series point, and money has run extremely low here for the Bulgarians.
Deep in thought now, our Fiends, knowing that their tournament life is hanging in the balance. Bubble looking concentrated and dialed in. Some Young looks like he wants to be anywhere apart from on the server right now. It's like, come on, guys, can we just finish this off, please?
Yeah, it's kind of roughly around like 9 or 10 p.m. for most of these players. I guess 10 because most of these guys are CIS region, so starting to get to that point in the night where you want to start taking your nightcap and hitting the sack.
Yeah, and their first game was what, like 10 hours ago? And it was an overtime?
Yeah.
So understandable.
Yeah, something like that.
Just human after all. And Mart sprints down towards Secret. Chopper, different angle, same idea. Hold ramp with everything that he's worth. And if he is successful against 4 players, even if he just gets 1 or 2 kills, that may be good enough for his teammates. Will there be flashes preceding this push? There won't be. They don't get punished. Molly straight down. Cords off one of the areas, can focus his attention elsewhere. They don't check for that re-peak, and the bomb's been spilled out. Chopper will be able to call out to his teammates now. Young gets the upper hand on Tamar, and everything is just going pear-shaped. Everything going wrong. To make matters worse for them, there's an incendiary down there, so they're stuck. And because they're stuck with 5 players left, for all they know, they're being flanked from lobby. They have no idea where they're about to get hit from, and now they find out. Red Star with the Galil spinning around for 2, but Spirit now have 9 match points of their own.
Yeah, that was just a brilliant play. Putting that incendiary down to allow the safe re-peak, making that re-peak way less risky. And then fading back after that. Somebody letting off the back calls. Dexter coming in as well. Just, again, one of those games where Spirit just looks so on point. Just completely outclassing Fiend left, right, and center. And now we come into their final effort with some Deagles and Mac 10 and Galil. And oh boy. The vent dive, he's been absolutely wrecked.
First 2 maps were back and forth. Pretty close affairs. This has been anything but. And Spirit looking to just turn the screws. Put this to bed by nowhere near as solidly as they were hoping for. But as long as they get it done, that's all that counts. I feel like they haven't played even close to their A game today. And yet they still should be maneuvering their way into safety. For at least for 1 more round. Chopper has his head removed. Bit of awkwardness from his perspective. The bomb's now been dropped down. Mia has his eagle eye trained towards the ramp side. Just tapping, playing with his food. Beautiful headshot onto Red Star. And this should be all she wrote. Unless Mark can pull off the miracle. But miracles do not happen. 16-6. And this best of 3 is done. We'll be breaking it down and bringing an interview after this break.
She's gone. I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like this. It will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
A grueling best of three comes to its conclusion, and unfortunately for the Bulgarians, it is goodbye from DreamHack Masters Spring. They had their chances though, Dust, and I think for many people they weren't expecting that to be even a close best of three, yet they had match points when it came to overpass. Now that being said, we have one of the star players, one of the successful players from Spirit with us. I believe Dexter is here for an interview. Hello Dexter, welcome and congratulations on the win.
Hello guys, thank you.
It was great to see. I said before that you're always smiling whenever the camera pans to you, which is really cool to see, like whether you're winning or losing. But the question for me, Dexter, is today you lost Mirage twice against G2 first in a very close game, and then against Fiends. What are your thoughts on Mirage and what went wrong for you today?
I would like to say, like, when I started to play this map, I have some. I don't want to say problems, but the mindset was difficult, not like against G2. I was a little bit sleepy, something like that. Yes, I saw if I will download my demo, I will understand how many situations I could play better. I could play without some mistakes that I did in Mirage. I understand that I need to work on this map. As you can see, this work helped me a lot against G2, but against in my last Mirage, I have some problems with like moves on map, and also I did bad economy. I don't do economy like I always do, and I don't have open a lot of rounds of city. That's bad. If I wanna be more impactful, I need to fix these mistakes, and that's gonna help me. After the interview, we will have some break, and after I will start to work, guys. I will not gonna stop my work on this map.
Wow, okay, dedication there from Dexter. Now, if we take a look at the bigger picture, it seems like as soon as you came to Spirit, you guys have been very successful, winning DreamHack Open January, coming top 4 at Katowice. I mean, it seems like the transition has been really easy for you guys. You know, what do you owe that to? Like, why do you think it's been able to be so successful so quickly?
Actually, I don't know. I'm just trying to work as much as I can, and I see that my teammates are doing the same. If you join FPL Hub, you will see how many my teammates playing with me FPL games. We always playing against each other, and I understand that's motivation from all of my teammates. We're working a lot. When I see some commentaries about our games that we need to work more, I don't understand these guys because I see a lot of professional teams that are not playing FPL when they're in bootcamp. I see all of my teammates here. I see all of them in hub. I cannot say that someone is not working here. When I see people hating us and say that we need to work more, I don't understand them. Guys, if you will join and see the hub, you will understand that we are finishing our scrims, have someone have break, and all of us joining FPL and playing games. Especially, you can see that from our bootcamp.
Well, make sure you watch out for Magic. He almost fell over there. Why don't you tell him to, you know, watch out. Don't fall on that mouse arm. But yeah, I guess the final thing I'll let you do is, you have any like shout outs or, you know, anything like that you'd like to give before we let you go, as we let you get your break before you start going back to practicing?
Yes, guys, thank you for your support. I will try to do my best. We will try to do our best. We are practicing a lot and we will try to win this tournament, of course. Yes, we lost our first game, but we will fix our mistakes and try to do better from game to game. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your support.
Well, thank you, Dexter, for coming on and sharing some words with us, man. Have a good one. Wow, what a guy. The most positive human I may have encountered in quite some time in CS. Everyone's like all jaded and like, you know, goal. This guy's just out here fired up. So that was awesome.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see, actually, and I wish him all the best. And obviously, we'll get a chance to see more of his games. However, for today, that's me and Dust done, but we do have another best of 3. It's going to be Tea Time and You Me that will be taking that away after this break. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Back in Sweden for the second time in Malmö, the third DreamHack Masters kicked off in late August. everybody wanted to test their strength in this world-class competition.
In 2017, I was in a really weird state of mind when it comes to CS. But yeah, in general, the G2 super team had a lot of pressure on them.
Going undefeated through the group stage, G2 gained confidence. Now, the Brazilian powerhouse SK Gaming waited in the playoffs.
They were like the best team in the world, literally at this time. And I remember that we should have lost that game.
Very good now. Apex has been playing like an absolute beast. 3 in total, all headshots, of course.
We knew that the task we've just made was probably like the biggest step of the tournament, you know?
One pistol's here, but that's given it up. Kenny hits the first 2 shots. Of course he does.
The semi-final was really exciting to play because, first of all, everybody loves an IP. So it was really exciting for us to play against the crowd. I personally enjoyed that a lot.
Let's go, Ninja!
We never let the game go, you know, which could have happened, but we never did.
In the grand final, G2 faced a somewhat unexpected opponent. North, with newcomer Valde showing off his strength.
Back to pistols for the north side of things.
The flank for Apex not quick enough. Valde comes charging through it, and North winning a critical round here at the grand finals.
We didn't have a beef, but I would say that it was a pretty cool matchup to play, and we are really happy to destroy them every time we had the opportunity to destroy them.
Just 20 seconds flash into the middle. A great setup here. Body gonna get one, and Shox will follow it up close range. 10 seconds left now. 9 seconds. Flick comes in on Valde, dropping the bomb. G2 Esports have played an incredible tournament, just 1 kill away, and it's gonna happen. 16-9 as G2 are your DreamHack Masters champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's another game that we have to go through in the lower bracket. It's really cutthroat here at the moment because we've lost 1 team already. We've had to depart from the team that kind of came in through as a dark horse. You know, there was this story coming in with Fiend where you had to consider them as a potential contender, and then there was that worry that there was going to be an upset. But no, unfortunately, the Bulgarians are cut short, and so now we set our attention to a different game, FaZe and Mousesports. Of course, joining me on the desk, as always, is Tea Time.
We're doing things a little bit differently this time.
Yeah, every so often it seems like you're just being cut off. They just want more and more time spent on me, and I guess that's going to lead me into a bit of a discussion on where I think things are going to go for them in particular, because there are so many different caveats to and facets to this FaZe Mousesports game. Of course, you have this whole storyline with Carrigan leaving the team after they just brought in A-Core, you know, star AWPer for Mad Lions. Then there was this whole issue of were they going to implement him in time, and then Carrigan just goes off. You know, it's like twists a colon. But then we have now the additional discussion to think about, where there is Mousesports moving away from the old Carrigan game plan, and that's a little bit of a worrying sign, I think, coming into this. I know that we had this discussion between the two of us about where we thought vetoes were going to go for this particular game, and you know, I went through like 5 different variations. I wasn't sure because they decided to throw the curveball of picking into Overpass or having Overpass go through in the best of ones.
Look, I was already confused enough about where this game would be headed when I first saw that FaZe over the past 4 or 5 series have picked like 4 different maps first pick. And I was just wondering, okay, this is just Carrigan doing his little thing where he's like, oh, you know what, I can just pick whatever I want. I'm going to pick into your weakness, that classic Carrigan maneuver. And then suddenly we see Na'Vi versus Mousesports earlier on today in the first best of 1. Mousesports just comes through with Overpass, their permaban, and I'm just thinking, okay, all right, now we really have no idea where we're going with this. But you know what? It's our job to guess. It's our job to figure things out. And I'm sure we'll get to that in a bit. But before that, Michael, I've got to start asking you, what are you feeling about this? Because for me, the big one to watch out for is going to be Acor, whether or not he can perform up against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think that was always the worry, right? Is how does he fit into this team? Because, you know, Mouse Sports already had its stars, and Acor was kind of postured up as this star AWPer for Mad Lions, and it was a bit of a concern that he wasn't going to be able to get the space.
Well, why don't we actually just take a look at the groups as well and how they've been going. Of course, this is Group A, and so far we've had a couple of back and forths, nothing too upsetting despite the best of ones that we have had featured. Still, taking a look at things, we have had the upper bracket come through pretty nicely. Fiend, of course, having now been eliminated from the entire tournament as of the previous series. G2 has been knocked down as well, so they will be in tomorrow's lower bracket match. And right now, all that is left in the upper bracket is to see which of the other two CIS teams will be going through. Quite a CIS affair so far, but we're going to see the lower bracket as well in just a second. Michael, what are you feeling about this one?
About the upper bracket or the lowers? Because
hey man, I get scared about all your feelings, Michael.
Yeah, I know. We're going to have a lot of discussions about the whole thing. But I guess in terms of the upper bracket, I do worry for Na'Vi. I think they've been a little bit too inconsistent. But so have VP as of late. You know, they had their highs, and it seems like they're dipping a little bit. So getting a bout of consistency, because I focused on the upper bracket there, because the lower bracket, we're going to be talking about Mouse and FaZe the whole time through anyway. So figured I'd just, you know, slide in my 2 cents where we got it. And yeah, I mean, you could already see it's been quite cutthroat down here at the bottom, with Team Spirit being the victors. They set themselves apart, and now we have to focus whether this in-game leader swap up and change around is going to see success for Mouse Sports or FaZe Clan.
And I think this might actually be the most even series we've had practically all day long between Mouse and FaZe. Both of them are having their own struggles. Both of them are having an IGL who perhaps hasn't completely integrated. We haven't seen FaZe have the meteoric rise to success that we maybe thought we would. I definitely did. I predicted FaZe to be top 3 in a couple of months. That hasn't worked out too well for me. But at the same time, you know, Dexter was this IGL from Renegades. Everyone's talking about how, oh my God, he's just come through winning every single tournament in Australia. That's got to mean something over there. It did, but we still don't know exactly what so far. And, you know, obviously adjusting to a new region, everything takes some time, but this is going to be a big one. Let's take a look at the vetoes, though, because it's finally time for the moment of truth. Michael, I know we pretty much agree on what we think should be happening early on, so, you know, forgive me if I take that one away from you. I do think it should be a Mirage ban, but it ends up being a Train ban from Mouse Sports. And Vertigo, of course, the only obvious one being taken away by FaZe.
Yeah, the only certainties coming into this was going to be that FaZe ban Vertigo, and whether or not there was going to be some switch up in the bans for Mouse was going to be the question. But going into Mirage, we thought that might have been vetoed away in the first round, because, you know, if Mouse Sports are committing to this leaving Overpass open, I feel like that's just the game plan. So they're throwing that curveball in again, and Nuke. Okay, I think we were in agreement about this one as well. You know, we thought the Mouse Sports were going to float that direction. Where we go from here is still yet to be determined, because I thought it was going to go to Train. So the fact that it's gone already is, I really not sure.
I had it going to Dust too. I personally thought they'd ban out Mirage. I've been watching a couple of their. Oh, okay, all right. Mitter, you know, sitting over there, just getting his tweet ready for the next time we see them on Overpass. Of course, it has to get there first. Mirage is one I'm more than a little bit concerned about. We haven't really seen all that much from Mouse Sports in terms of consistency on the map. They have shown us some good showings. The last time they faced off against FaZe, of course, they started off playing Mirage against them as well. They lost 16-13, but Mirage is actually one of the maps where I personally think Acor might be slightly weaker than on other ones. And, you know, the discrepancy between Brokey and Acor can really come into play, especially when you consider that on T side, he's AWPing more often than rifling. So I don't know what I think about this map being floated through.
Yeah, I mean, the fact we go to Mirage and it's a map that was played the last time that they were against each other. And I think one of the takeaways from that game was that it seemed like Karrigan had a read on some of his ex-teammates and where they'd be positioned. You know, you'd see these opportunities arise where FaZe would just be able to burst into sites and have explosive moments. And that's because they're being inserted into a position where Karrigan maybe just doesn't expect them to have eyes on it at a particular time. It felt like they were being hard read, and whether they've taken something away from that and actually developed as a result is going to be the next question, because we're going to fly straight into game number 1. Mirage on the table, a rematch, and there's that rivalry already brewing. It's the new IGL going to lead them to victory, or are FaZe going to find themselves with more success with all this star power?
I mean, look, there's so many rivalries in CS that seem to be heated moments, heated split ups, but this is probably one of the most friendliest ones you have. But even then, it is one of the most intense because Mouse Sports has always, for the past 3 years or so, been called a budget phase. Now they've even lost their in-game leader back to phase. The question is, can they actually come through and triumph? Now, one thing where I will say is that for Mouse Sports, a man on the screen right now, Rops has always been this ridiculous talent where they can't always seem to rely on him. But the question is who shows up with Rops? And I feel like that's going to be the magic question for the entire series. While FaZe Clan, mate, you've got Twist, Coldzera, Rain, Brokey. Dear God, what more do you want?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw some of the highlight packages, but we've got some storyline VTs or some videos that have been made. I think it's Jackie that's doing the narration, so shout outs to him. But he sort of leads you through, and he's been talking about the Rops and Frozen duo. Mr. Cool and the ice cold man himself alongside him. Those two are the power duo, but then having the addition of Acor is where you expect that third star to rise. And it felt like the last time, and albeit at kind of its infancy, when you would expect more difficulties to happen for Mouse Sports, Acor didn't feel as though he was being a dominant force. He felt a little bit timid in the way that he was approaching some of these rounds, and maybe there is going to be a bit more leverage and more liberties taken.
Well, action's about to start. Frozen comes up with a big one, going for more, will not be able to connect. It's a whiff that leads Coldzera to a longer life. Rops, meanwhile, still around on stairs. A man behind him, that's Rain on the hunt, but can he find anything? There's 2 people, 3 even, right around the corner, and Dexter will overwhelm Twist to fall. Coldzera to be the last one through to the grave. Mouse Sports start things off strong, but now comes the hard part. Now comes anti-force spy.
Yeah, it looked like easy pickings there. The USPs holding at longer distances, and they weren't able to get close to that jungle position. Those fights are so crucial at the start of the execute, and not being able to set up so that they could siphon off rotations. Mouse Sports were just in great positions to start that one anyway. So, like you said, the difficult part comes from mitigating the anti-force buys, and this was something that hurt them in the best of ones, that they did lose a crucial round to end up losing the games, forcing them into this lower bracket. Hoping that they can avoid this time around. Frozen. Backstab on Karrigan is solid. Oh, but okay. Timing through the smoke. Brokey's found one. Frozen's still trying to keep things under control, but Brokey in response. So it's into a 3-on-3. And while there's damage done onto Brokey, those 2 kills are going to really segment both of these site players. And BMAS, that's a crucial fight to win. Still no possession of this bomb. FaZe haven't made any progress thus far. And those rifles are so far away that they're not really recoverable to try and cascade things out of control.
And with Dexter being the only person on the B bomb site, this is the best possible decision they could make. Make it a 1-on-1 for the Deagle if they want to go over there. Obviously, they don't know what's going on exactly, and Mouse Sports is starting to cheat a player over, but instead they reconvene down in mid. Bemis is pushing completely into A main, so they at least know that that isn't a possibility. But now that the smoke has bloomed to block off the short cross, this might be a call to start going back to the B bomb side. Bemis as well, pushing through. Where do they go? Looks like a boost could be in the cards for them, and they seem to have found the one route which is completely uncontested. 30 seconds on the clock, though. And Acor, he is watching. Do they get the shot, though? They go in! Twist has done it! And now it's back to a 2v2. Beam is still on the bomb site with a Molotov as well. But if he goes down, this becomes nearly impossible. Now a gun recovered as well. Brokey, I don't think he was able to quite spot out Bemis. And as the bomb's being planted, the people come through and the deny is there. 12 seconds, but Twist gets another 10 seconds on the clock. He's got to go for the bomb plant. Now going for a safer attempt. And Dexter with an MP9. Twist is very low. Twist! Oh, you could see it right in your mind. You could see it coming through. Lots of damage dealt. A bomb plant found. And if they don't go for another force buy, I would be very surprised.
Oh my days, how close does that have to be there from Mouse Sports? Talked about them falling victim to the Deagles in a previous series. Now coming straight out the gate, FaZe have that star power. Rain is very capable as well, but it's Brokey and Twist that make it oh so contestable. You could see just how close they were to winning out that round. It shouldn't have come as close as that. And immediately we're sent into a pause. Like you're trying to keep things under control. I think Mither was very vocal on Twitter about them losing some of these rounds that they know they really shouldn't do. And that I think that's one of the trends that we've noticed with Mouse Sports, especially since the leadership swap, is that there have been these issues where even when they are winning, it feels like they are losing a lot of these rounds that really impacts the economy later on, only for them to be this swing moment where when they finally lose, they're sent straight into an eco straight afterwards. They don't really feel like they're in dominant they're not in dominant leads in spite of maybe winning 5 or 6 rounds in a row sometimes.
It is all about that money on the CT side, and in the current metagame, that just isn't really excusable anymore, fortunately or unfortunately. FaZe Clan ends up being one of the teams that benefits the most from that. Obviously, the kind of eagle power they have. This is the thing about FaZe Clan, Michael, that it seems like they're basically playing the game and building their roster on cheat mode, because it's like, okay, the one young guy we had, the one guy who's just an FPL star who wasn't even one of the big standout people who everyone's watching out for, like, Rops was or Zaiwu was. He was just a guy who everyone knew, okay, he's got mechanical skill, but now that you're going into it, maybe he performs, maybe he doesn't. Today, he's one of their best performing fraggers. He seems to show up every single time.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is doubting that honestly, even if that weren't the case, right, where if we didn't start to see a separation from the pack, you wouldn't be surprised to see anybody at the top. And I think this is what was being discussed the last time these two teams faced off against each other, is, this is a story as well of FaZe trying to bring some of the older generation back into the limelight again, right? The fact that we lost out on coldzera for such a long period of time, where it didn't feel as though he was stepping up in these clutch moments. He's being called upon a bit more recently, and he's been finding a lot of success in doing so as well. So we're getting some return to form from some of these veterans, even if there is some newer talent sprinkled in there, little Brokey in there alongside the veterans.
I mean, you also have to consider coldzera versus Rops is this really potentially iconic matchup that should start to come up. Slightly similar play styles, I would say, not quite the same, but they're reputed for the same things, which is that, hey, the guy is ridiculously cool under pressure. The guy is absolutely fantastic in a clutch round. He's good at, being slightly separated from the team and playing in the mid-round. Great decision-making, fantastic secondary calling. And now Robs is secondary opping as well. So you're literally basically the exact same thing which everyone said about coldzera a couple of years ago. So even that matchup is so incredibly interesting when you get down to it. You've got the A-Core versus Brokey, both younger oppers, but very different styles. Robs versus coldzera, to me, that's a big one that maybe people don't talk about as much.
Yeah, who's got the better read on the game, right? Especially if you're going to see Karrigan utilize coldzera in the more traditional way, the ways that he was being touted as the highest impact player of the old SK team.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be interesting watching that develop.
It does, however, seem like when you're comparing rosters on face value, the difference then comes in where you're looking at twists. And we saw earlier today in the best of one, Twist didn't really have the best of performances on Train. He had his moments. He had a couple of decent, secondary op rounds as well when it came to CT side, but numbers weren't great. And you've got to say it like it is. The question is, does that X factor, does that difference maker come through and overwhelm the side of Mouse Sports? And I'm very curious to find out the answer to that one.
Yeah, something Karrigan said in the interview after the series they last played against each other was that, the idea was to jump in and throw whatever strat book they had out the window and start from scratch. And that maybe leans into that conversation we were having earlier where, you maybe thought FaZe would just skyrocket out into the world, flap their wings and fly. And,
I was ready for it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of other people were as well. But Karrigan wants to do things his way, and Mouse Sports are familiar with his way. So even if they are trying to implement these different facets, even if Karrigan is making adaptations, there is going to be an element where, I often talk about players leaving teams, joining other teams, and having the read on their ex teammates. I think Mouse Sports are going to have a little bit of an edge in that the way that they adapt is going to be led into the way that they think Karrigan's going to run things as well.
Well, we've got to wait to see. This time, Mousesports aren't having to face off against a full force buy, but one that is still plenty deadly. Carrigan doing the old Carrigan thing, dropping an AK for twists.
Good man.
Indeed he is. Good man to drop it to as well. Graceful setup from FaZe, yeah.
Yeah, keeping cool. They saw how close they brought it last time around, and they're hoping that they can bring it a little bit closer this time. You know, less armor, but a little bit more firepower.
You also have to feel so bad for them having to purchase head armor in this one, because you just don't know exactly what's coming for you, even if the Eagles are quite likely. You just don't want to risk it.
Yeah.
Robs is going to be the big man right now, though. Very important position, playing around with Frozen, and as the flashbang will start to come through, Robs will peek out. Robs will get one, but not two. Rain overwhelms, and Frozen with a smoke will at least delay the push for FaZe. Trying to get in one on the backstab, but is not able to do so. The trade favors the terrorist side, but with 35 seconds, the clock takes the blue team.
Oh, head spotted in the connector as well. Coldzera tagged down. They have to be able to read into where Bemis is positioned. He's sandwiched right between both sides, and quite literally that. Bemis, one kill's not going to quite cut it. They can look to try and get this bomb planted. Acor looking to deny, in fact, pushing forward, and it's Dexter at a distance. 13 seconds, a one-on-one, and Twist needs to close the gap, get his hands on this bomb, start to get it planted, and Frozen knows it.
And Frozen's just not peeking. He's playing this perfectly. Now Twist goes for it, but it's in the open, trying to get the kill, but it is unsuccessful. Even falls after time, and that's going to be crucial. Let's not forget, Carrigan spent a lot of that money earlier on getting him an AK-47. So now when you go into the buy, it's actually going to be Twist again who's left a little bit lighter. Now, of course, Carrigan being the man he is, will dropping the gun again, but even so, if you're on the Mousesports side, you can't be feeling too good about that either.
Yeah, it's a really passive approach as well from Frozen at the end there. You know, had an opportunity where he could have taken the fight, but just not sure if that was going to be the case, right? You don't want to give Twist a chance. Either way, it's another close round that Mouse somehow gets her away from. Robs, though, aggro in Palace. Coldzera is prepared. They started a man deficit.
Not quite your turn yet, Youngblood. I swear, someone like Cole's got to be thinking that every time he gets a big one. Speaking of, Acor from the stairs rains down. Nice little shot onto Brokey as well. Now FaceLand have got a pretty gaping hole in their middle side play. Carrigan's the only player there, and that too with a Galil. But Mousesports are instead doubling down on the bomb sites. They're comfortable giving up mid.
Yeah, and this progress that they've made over towards B is going to be everything. Look at where FaZe are positioning. The bomb's heading its way over. They've still got Carrigan kind of lingering in through middle, and he's going to realize that that's free real estate. Problem is the actual apartment is not.
Dexter does get one, trying to back off, not much HP to work with right now. He's just acting the second for Frozen. Frozen falls though. Rain waiting for the push, knew it was coming. And now with 35 seconds left, once again, FaceLand have control of the bomb site, but can they get it planted safely? Acor right in the market, Molotov at the door. Smoke at the window, they're locked out for now. Bomb plant secured. Not much utility to work with afterwards. Rain doesn't want to reveal his position, but will he peek this out? Acor holds the angle, waits for the crossover to benches, but Carrigan playing from the corner of the bomb site. Off angle, will find one, turns around, but it's actually still Rain to save the day. They get away with two, and FaceLand just with that have broken the Mousesports money.
Yeah, big 1-2 punch in the 2v2 as well there from FaZe. Just playing off each other and having a pretty good read as to how Mousesports were going to approach it. You thought that the aggro B setup was going to be enough as well, but the fact that Rain doubled up was just so big for the side. Gets them enough room, and with Carrigan making his way into the site as well, Mousesports just couldn't fend for the control. And this is what I was talking about earlier, you know, the rounds where it should have been easier wins. You know, the anti-force buys are never easy, but they're where you hope to make some money. As soon as Mousesports lost that round, they're back into pistols themselves.
Well, can they come through with those pistols? Not a stack, but it is Bemis to fall. Robs, meanwhile, thinking of backing off. Nothing really much to be gained here. I wouldn't be surprised if they did just start moving back if they don't get a kill soon. Acor tagged up heavily, still trying to contest. Not successfully, though. Brokey keeps them at bay. Frozen's waiting for them. Oh, God, that is an ambitious flank. Maybe he just exits.
Yeah, it's containment.
Okay. Suddenly comes through. Okay, really not expecting that one. As they're starting to go through some more, there will be an opportunity for rain to fall, but Ian still comes out on top, a little bit more prepared than Broken. Smoke not there to cover Dexter this time, while Frozen is whiffing shots.
Okay.
Taking mercy on Carrigan.
I liked the idea to contain them. You know, we talked. I think we've had this discussion fairly frequently. You know, you don't hold the site too well. You've got pistol and armor. You can bring that forward to the next round. You know, you can think about greener pastures. Maybe go for a stack. Maybe go for something different. But after they contained them, they weren't quite satisfied with that. You know, Dexter got the 1 kill, and then all of a sudden everyone just, you know, took off the brakes and started creeping their way forward in first gear.
You start seeing red, don't you?
Yeah. Give me some of that action.
I feel like we talk a lot about anti-eco kills in the Counter-Strike world. We really need to start talking about the Force by Hunters, where you're on a D, or say, you know what? Let's go for it.
Yeah.
It's perhaps not quite as egregious. I'm honestly not even exactly a mistake, but definitely in the vein.
I think it's just always interesting to note it because we've seen the game move more and more economic and more conservative, right?
Yep. For better or for worse. Frozen falling.
Perfect
Also
flash.
falling. There you go. Indeed it was. You've got to say one thing, that early on today when they were playing against Nabi, Mousesports had some really, really good-looking utility on overpass, and start on CT side in particular. You start to wonder, will we maybe see that as well later on Mirage? If they're feeling comfortable in going for this, they've obviously gone for some efforts to extend their map pool.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, what is going on?
Yeah,
we're focused on Acor, and you know I'm happy we are. Come on, man.
He has one of the best movements.
Yeah,
in the game,
he actually does, and that's the worst part. That's why the
Like,
disappointment is there.
It's him and Alexei, I think.
Essa tagged up there as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Big time Kazir. Better
Acor
Kazir than
would
I
be
am,
up
and I
there.
spend a lot of time on that.
Fair enough. Acor would be out there, but he can't land his shots. So, hey.
Can't even make the Mirage window jump. It's crazy. Only good movement in knife rounds, apparently.
Now, though, comes out the AWP, and we've got to see what exactly he can get done with that. Earlier on, we saw a nice spicy shot onto Brokey. Still, one thing that I do find interesting is that FaZe are also opting to go for the op on the T side. Brokey generally can be slightly more aggressive with it, rather than the supportive style you'll see from Acor on that T side. So, you know, looking forward to seeing how much of a contest comes through. Brokey does have a really good spawn, but instead chooses to delay it. So not going for a faster peek. And okay, all right, there we go. That's the Acor we know and love.
Yeah, a little nice, a little smoother. Just practicing, warming up into it. We'll see if the heat's enough, though. You can see they're working off of minimal stuff. They don't have a kit as well, so going for some aggro plays would certainly go a long way. But Acor's up high, and he had nobody to support. Twist is doubled up.
That's massive. The kill on the Robs just makes it so this A bomb site is so insecure from the Palace attack. Bemis is out in the open. Anyone from Palace can just chuck him out like that. And this looks to be just a waterfall coming through with Brokey covering off the flank later on. Not quite the flank, but just the stairs angle later on with the AWP. Bemis, though, smoke in front of him has faded. Twist still inside connector. Dexter will not be able to see him in this angle, even if he comes to take a peek from short. 50 seconds and FaZe have shown no problem in slowing down, but Twist right now going for more will get 3. All of them practically entries.
Oh dear, and it's Dexter. A 1-on-5. Not looking likely. Bomb's gone down. You could see air of frustration to it. And it just seemed like Mousesports had no idea what the possibilities were there from FaZe. I wonder if this came from a hard read. You know, this is where the minutia starts to come into factor. Because I talked about how maybe Mousesports would have some understandings about how FaZe Clan would approach these rounds. And sometimes it can come down to just minimal bits of utility being expended. Just taking a pause to see if Dexter gets away with this one. He might do.
Yeah. Would be quite important. Flashbang at least lets him get him back. But has been spotted out. They know where he is. Brokey holding the angle. Rain as well. Just waiting for the opportunity. And Rain got mid-air. Dexter. 4 kills on the retreat. But FaZe's got plenty of money, so they're not feeling too heartbroken about that one. Dexter saves the gun. They don't have enough for a buy around it, though. these entries, man.
Yeah, I do just worry, because I think Mouseport seems to have an indicator, and it felt like they just get caught completely off guard, and it almost felt like either a misread or a miscall. Being alone in that position where Acor was with the AWP is really just confusing stuff as well, considering it was fairly early into the round as well.
You generally expect Robs to have started coming out a little bit earlier, and I do think that was just a case of, you know, ooh, nice shot from Frozen, okay. Robs might actually be able to get one over here as well, making things a bit interesting. And picks up the AK. He's got armor, so keep an eye out on him. Bomb still not picked up by FaZe, and they left it behind to go around their exploration mission. They've got 2 AKs now on Mousesport's side. This is suddenly getting tricky. FaZe Clan, they were the ones dishing out the pain on the force buys. Now Acor and his Deagle are in the perfect position. Oh, call from Palace, though.
Yeah, Bemis with a headshot angle. Gives up his position, though, and Rain's going to track him down. Frozen, hands on that AK. The couple that they have, boost over the smoke? Yeah, seems so. They find one from it as well. 2-on-2, no kit, but these players are low, so Brokey has to get aggressive. He peeks in with the AWP. Frozen now left to clutch, and I don't know if he's even going to consider it. You know, they have a bye next round anyway, but there's now been time where FaZe can reposition.
Surely he backs off, but no, he's going for it. This is such a difficult round to take away, and Brokey will save a precarious situation. Of course, Rob, if he'd just been a little bit faster to take down Twist, it would have been a 5v3, very different. Can't really blame him just walking forward at that stage and his teammate trying to keep him distracted. But you could see FaZe Clan definitely getting a little bit iffy. Now, double op setup pulled out. Robs, of course, is the one who wields it on Mirage.
Yeah, nice time to call a timeout. We talked about the high impact that we expect to see from players like Robs and Frozen. You know, him alongside those two alongside Acor have some of the higher statistics, at least on this map for Mousesports. But we've seen some really high impact stuff so far from the FaZe Clan side. You know, we talked about the entries, and Twist has been one to deliver a lot of those as well.
Twist has been very, very solid so far.
Maybe is there a correlation? You know, good hairstyle, good at Counter-Strike. Feel conflicted. Had a lot of hairstyle considerations recently myself, so.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But have you gotten better at Counter-Strike? That's a big question.
Probably not.
Unfortunately, you have to keep an eye out for Rumps. So he's found one good nade going forward, but you know, FaZe is already backed off by now. Playing with a disadvantage early on is not something that FaZe Clan has had to contend with too often so far.
And it's that rivalry. You know, you talked about the Rops Cold Zero head-to-head. They've battled it out quite a few times already at the start of this one. Now FaZe setting their attention towards middle. A double up setup's going to be a little bit tricky to navigate. They've set 3 players over towards B momentarily. They're hoping that Dexter can move into a rotationary position. They're prime. They're prepared for Rops to get a bit inquisitorial as to where they're positioned. You know, are they making their way up the connector? Because that's a bit of a vulnerability.
I mean, they should have an idea. Dexter's about to take the peek as well. Smoke comes out, so they know for sure. Bemis has cleared out A main. Robs has got to be the player who shows up and steps up. Dexter, however, will have the first chance, but pulls out a nade at the worst possible time. Carrigan down in sandwich, not brought down, but Bemis will be the one to fell him. Robs backs off, opting for a more defensible position. In a 4v3, they're comfortable. The flashbang goes out. It gets Rain completely. Bomb is dropped, and Bemis will finally fall, but the bomb being so far away, Robs can go for the shot. Brokey reveals his position, and Robs instead chooses to be defensive. He's waiting for FaZe to make a mistake, and it seems like they might just be doing that. They have to get aggressive as well, and they know it. And as the peek comes in, Robs will get 3 with that one. They look like they were doing everything perfectly. You're going for the double peek. Yeah, guys, we've rehearsed this. We've done this 1,000 times. But no, not against Robs, you haven't.
Man, so cool, calm. As soon as he spotted out the players as well, took a much more passive angle. They needed the additional position. And that's basically the only way that he wins that fight. Keeps himself alive because they were prepped for that trade.
Also, just all the micro adjustments from him. You could see he's always in CT spawn. but just the awareness to understand the difference in duels when you're in the advantage, that's massive. Even Bemis with that one flashbang, I've got to give it to him as well. Not a player you generally would be calling out for, you know, super cerebral micro plays, but obviously, guy's a bit of a beast as well. And that flashbang was very nice to see. Missed shot though from Robson. This time Carrigan tagged in the smoke, but not quite brought down. Peeking in again, but that's another op on the other side. Out of the frying pan into the Bemis. Twist will fall.
Yeah, Carrigan was hoping to distract, but now he's been finally dealt with. After losing 2 players though, do FaZe still commit to this? They've been slowed down, stagnated. Acor's out in the open, so he's very vulnerable. The Molotov forcing players out, but still no FaZe Clan members peeking forward, so they don't know what's up. Bemis, the Molotov finally fades away so he can take back the position, and he snaps Brokey down.
God, he's so good. He's so good. Frozen's got another. Bemis now gets 3. And that's such a tricky position to play. It's so difficult to get a multi-kill unless they're swinging onto you. But Bemis avoids a Molotov, backs off, dodging an off, goes back up through the smoke and gets that kill. Even that first one, that's no joke either. But oh my god, this replay, it just tells it all.
Oh my. It's such a weird round as well, right? Because Carrigan was out middle by himself. You know, he was getting attention thrown at him, bullets flying everywhere. And that's where that call goes to move through the smoke palace, only for Bemis to be on the receiving end of that. So a little bit hectic and chaotic from both sides, it felt like. And now FaZe are back onto pistols. And now a potential for Mousesports to creep back into that lead, where FaZe kind of brought it so much closer. Flashbang good, Carrigan gone. And this time, I don't think the pistols are going to see as much success.
So I'm just going to steal this round away to talk about something very commendable from Mousesports earlier on. The first time they went for the double up, obviously this was completely overshadowed by the fact that Robs actually, you know, got that beautiful collateral. But Mousesports only had 3 smokes bought into it because they didn't have the money after the double up setup. And when there was 50 seconds of the round gone by, just a minute left on the clock, they still had those 3 smokes. And that's so impressive coming out from a team to be able to have that kind of, you know, composure to keep their smoke, keep their utility for the late round. It's just wonderful to see. Yeah. I really like that. Robs, meanwhile, though, has spotted out a player in the crack. Come on, you can't hit this one. Robs, oh, you... Okay,
doesn't need to.
Go.
Oh, need to hit that one, though.
Would have been nice. Dexter on the sideline, waiting for it. They still clean it up. Not a single player lost, just as you like to see.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. And Rob's picking up the secondary AWP. You know, he's really just enabling Acor to go for the peaks that he wants to go for, right? And I think one of the questions that was answered almost immediately with Acor's integration was that the big thing about Acor, or rather Rops and Frozen, as these star players, is that they're very low resource star players. You know, it doesn't feel like you have to throw a dedicated support alongside them to do the things that they want to do, because they're just tricky players with good mechanics. And a lot of the fights that they find advantageous, and a lot of the places they find themselves in the late round, almost comes off of instinct. But just being able to be a bit more liberal with it, they can even act as supporting elements for Acor. Hasn't had the best of games so far. Rops is kind of stealing the limelight with his AWP. You know, the secondary AWP where, you know, Acor doesn't want to go somewhere. Yeah. Now Rops is finally getting all the attention.
And this is the interesting thing, which I actually don't think we'll have time to talk about, because we'll have to wait. Seems like FaZe Clan might be making a move slightly faster than normal. The run boost being set up. We're not going to see a rotation with the CTs come through. Instead, they're looking to reinforce, be a little bit more dexterous, even backing off just to check in case someone's coming in through the jungle, in through mid, as the smoke will dissipate. Nade won't do too much damage. Oh, big kill from Rain, though, in the meanwhile.
Yeah, looking to speed things up over towards that B-bomb site as well. There's some attention being drawn. You can see Frozen still a little bit concerned about which direction, but it's a feign. The bomb's making his way up connector, and Twist has found an opening kill. That's BMAS, a problem player so far in these rounds, but Rob's gonna go unchecked. They don't know that he's up close with that AWP so long as it's been that BMAS has been alone over towards A, and this time Brokey's going to flush him out. So a 4-on-2, the 2 players left of Mousesports on the other side. See if they can get something going. Flash play in, the Rain just ready on the lurk.
Such a nice peek from Brokey as well. Robs was just waiting patiently, because while he jumped up, he saw the gun barrel from Brokey on the stairs. So he knew that, okay, the peek's probably going to come through. But even though Robs has, what's generally considered the advantage where you're the left eye peak, and you're probably wondering, hey, he has left eye, why doesn't he see Brokey? It's because of how far away from the wall Brokey is. So that gives you an advantage as well. So distance actually supersedes which eye you're peeking from if there's enough of it. Brokey comes through, sees the shoulder, takes the man down. Acor, careful, careful, careful. You've not had a lot of impact with the AWP, but you still want to save it. He hasn't had that many opportunities to get a duel early on, but maybe that'll be changing in the next round. Mousesports still with the good wallet in their back pocket, though, will be able to pull out a full buy.
Yeah, that angle distance effect actually playing a factor as to why Acor even survives. He caught a bit of the shoulder just as he was jumping up and was like, oh no, I gotta get out of here. So it keeps his hands on the AWP. That's certainly good, especially since they've been moving towards that double AWP setup, but not going to jump into that again because they want some additional funds in the back pocket. Maybe Robs as well. Not wanting to steal the limelight away, not gunning for the primary AWP position.
Oh no!
Makes contact with him so it doesn't go through.
That could be big, actually. They're not going to have any information of the mid players from FaZe because of that. Instead, choosing to reinforce his sights once again. This has been a decision Mouse has made many times over so far. FaZe not really being able to exploit it too much.
Well, again, more slow stuff here from FaZe Clan. I think as well, the last time these two faced off, Frozen was being very aggressive, pushing underpass, kind of changing things up, especially in towards middle, but far more respectable, I think, from him, understanding that FaZe Clan would be anticipating it this time around.
Oh, he might be getting aggressive now, though. Has had a couple of nice shots over there, particularly with the Deagle that we saw earlier on. Smoke is perfectly timed, and as he's waiting for them to push through, he's instead chosen to give up ladder room. Rox has to be careful, but Dexter will be going down. Meanwhile, Frozen spotted out long range, can't get the spray, and as the contest comes through from the side, gets two? What in the world is that? Frozen's not done yet, shooting for more while Bemis settles the score over in Palace. Cold Zara will take him down, and Frozen to follow. 30 seconds, and Robs will be the next casualty. The victims of war increase, and Mousesports will have their names on a cross as their bodies populate a very, very quick graveyard, really.
Yeah, who's stealing from who here? Because it felt like Frozen just had those two quick kills, and it felt like absolute thievery, only for FaZe to answer right back with 3. And it was, labored efforts, some missed shots over at the A bomb site that felt like it made that difference, right? The fact that BMAS loses that duel, it keeps the attention over towards middle as well. The site has been cleared out. And things just kind of crumble out from underneath Mousesports. Of course, they do still have some money in the back pocket, but this is now moving back into that territory where FaZe are looking to win out the half pretty well here.
God, I can't believe he got that too. I'm just saying, that's
Yeah, it was instinctive as well, right? It wasn't like shots were flying back at him before he made that flick.
Yeah. Some pretty crazy stuff. Still not crazy enough, or maybe just too crazy. FaZe Clan will take the lead, and Mousesports are at the end of their money. If they lose this one out, it becomes a much easier 9-6 for FaZe Clan. Robson, meanwhile, he's also got some movement. Going again over towards the ladder room. We didn't see him get a kill from there last time. Missed a shot onto Karrigan. Now, though, even the opportunity doesn't look to present itself.
Well, nade. BMS will peek behind it, trying to use the smoke as cover. Agro saw success with this peek last time around. Time a double swing could happen? No, it actually drops towards Sandwich as well, so he is in for a world of hurt. They may not realize that he's so close as well.
I mean, they must know. They must have seen it by now, or at least heard it, if nothing else. Acor turns around. That's a smoke flash coming in. Will miss the shot initially, but it's from Palace where Cold comes again to overwhelm. How many times will he win that same duel over the Sandwich? Frozen, meanwhile, mollied away completely. Might be melted pretty soon. Long shot, though, will not land, and Rain overwhelms Dexter. Force back, they've got to save. They have to save. Or will they? Oh, they lining them up! Oh, he's got 3! Dexter just managed to completely break open the round on his own, and he's done this before, but maybe not quite as expected. 30 seconds on the clock. Brokey, 1v2. He can definitely clutch things out, but with Dexter trying to fell him through a smoke. It's not going to be easy. Dexter will get the 4, and this is insanity. Michael, the last time Mousesports and FaZe Clan faced off on Inferno at the exact same round score in the first half, Dexter did the same thing. It was an impossible situation. He came through with a 4K to win the round.
Yeah, you can see everyone on Mouse Sports was at 11, towards that top end. B-Mouse, Frozen, Dexter, all tying things up between themselves. And now Dexter's just come out of nowhere with that when it looked like an opportunity, you're right, where they could have moved to save. Dexter had a clear exit strategy in mind, and FaZe get caught with their pants down. Man, that's big stuff. And considering he's a low performer.
And Cold finding Rob's mid-air, this time not able to get away with the movement shenanigans. Cold had the best spawn possible, and I don't think Rob's quite could say the same. Bemis, meanwhile, again, an angle that hasn't always been faithful, but this time it will be. Gets 1, gets 2! Frozen, still finding a way.
Yeah.
Inside the smoke.
That mid position so heavily contested. I can't believe how successful Bemis has been in those one and done angles typically. Dexter trying to be tricky once more. Oh my god, the timing's working wonderfully for him.
Done, but he's so indecisive about where to watch, and you can see why. Now Bemis is left in a 1v3, and seems like his decision for the B-bomb site should be apt, but with this much time, FaZe Clan, they're gonna go scouting. Cold might be lulled into a false sense of security over here. Doesn't see anyone. He's making the call. And as he drops, Bemis will still not reveal anything. And Bemis, he's trying to play around the pillar. He's done so perfectly. Cold will be able to see him now. And Bemis is looking for the swing. Goes for it, but Cold will take him down. And with that, we've got to go to a break because this one needs a breather. We'll be back with the second half very soon.
Then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know your baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know.
It's a game of mist sprays and 4Ks. Mouse Sports and FaZe Clan going into it in the second half. Who can take it away? Neck to neck so far. Question is, whose neck is going to be chopped off? Michael, Yumi Cassidy on the microphone with me as always. Michael, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about this so far. I mean, I don't know that Mouse Sports are, though, because it felt like they were kind of letting things slip towards the tail end, and FaZe were getting a lot more success. Straight into the pistol, though. Faster play in from Mouse Sports. A little bit more of the same from what we saw from FaZe, and Rain holding it down with Brokey. Rop's able to get a one trade, but still Rain in position. And he's been so tricksy. Look, jumping off the ladder as well. Finally, Rop's tracks him down.
Oh, that grenade from Karrigan could be massive, but he doesn't even need it. This takes away Dex's life like that. Rob's now left alone, 1v3. Bomb so far away from him, and they're just clustering around and connected. They're not even going to give him a chance. No peek from CT. Even Twist has rotated all the way back to jungle. They're saying, if you're coming at one of us, you're coming at us all. It's so difficult for him to get this one now.
Yeah.
At this stage, maybe a little bit of extra money. One more kill, $300. You can haggle with yourself internally as you contemplate your fate for the rest of the 50 seconds. Rob's peeking out. Spots out one player. He does have the time to go for a wraparound or at least threaten it. Meanwhile, nice, clean headshot onto Karrigan.
They don't want to be giving him
And
those.
this is where, but this is where things get tricky too. He's circling around from the back, and they know this is a possibility, but at the same time, they also know he can just wait it out. This is a game of chicken, and he's isolated out the duels perfectly. Robs could actually get this done. Chris, however, has a word, and that is no. No, thank you.
Yeah, a good adaptation there from FaZe as well. You could see there was some indecision there from Twist. He was well, twisting around in jungle fairly frequently about whether he was going to be wrapped in from the front side of jungle or whether that flank towards window was going to occur. But eventually they make that communication over that they need to just hold into different positions. So one player starts jump spotting outside the connector, so Twist has an easier time holding down towards one angle and denying the potential clutch there from Rops. It was going to be difficult regardless, but the fact that he brings it close, that still instills a bit of worry there for FaZe. So into a forced buy round here from Mouse Sports, and this was something that did feel like it plagued them on that CT side, hoping to do a bit more of the same to their opposition.
Right, Frozen is the one wielding it. I think Robs might have just been the one to drop it over, which is why we're seeing that come true. Baseline on 4 Pharmacists. Also one of the few teams that seems to be really good with them. Twist finds the first, Dexter the full. Frozen, of course, the raid boss is still alive and kicking, but he's very far back, so his attempts at engagement aren't going to come till later on, so you're not actually going to have the luxury of picking up the AK once it's fallen down the same way you normally would if the first man in is taking it through. That's one of the reasons why you sometimes see them give it to Dexter as well, rather than anyone else. But now, Rain, creeping and crawling over in, the belly of Palace. It seems like he's been very good there, but not this time over. No, no, no. Robs takes him down. And things are getting tricky.
Oh, Twist with the backstab. The timing is great, and he gets it too. Or Frozen and Rob are moving in, and Twist has gotten another. So far, so good. Twist on for the ace. Rob's trying to, again, 1v3, same position, different weapon, and more firepower on that CT side as well. They're not going to be as timid, as tepid. Just want to give the fight right to him, and head spotted out. Twist finishes it. Ace on the anti-force buy, FaZe double digits. Rops is pointing to a scout here in the 3rd round. I don't know if I like this.
I mean,
yeah, I'll wait to see the results. But even still, it just weakens their first gun round. Of course, there are opportunities in middle where you can maybe spam somebody through the wall. I mean, you could get an opportunity where FaZe just think it's an easier round. And hey, there's a tag onto Twist, so maybe a bit of fruit of labor.
I mean, look, there is the argument to be made that, hey, the Deagle plus Scout combination, long range, lots of long range angles with Mirage as well, and maybe get a kill or two, kind of, screw up the CT economy and get a bomb plant in. But that is very best case scenario. You know, it's not one of those. Also, he's not Serson or Chris Shea. You know, he's not one of those players who you see a scout in their hands.
It feels like the scout is their identity almost. You know?
Yeah, exactly. You know.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Well, minute chewed off of the clock now, and posturing up for this B bomb site.
I had to do that, Michael. I'm sorry about that, but hey.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a bait and switch, it feels like. And it might be Karrigan teed up for a bit. You know, Twist was set up for the ace on the FAMAS. Karrigan wants a piece of the action, but Brokey may just steal it all away. He's gunning them down with the AK. Karrigan just there to support. They've got their hands on another weapon, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be too much damage. Bemis, 2 kills. Frozen all alone, though. And, oh, okay.
Oh, big kill. Can he go for more?
Dear.
Gets another tag. Twist was low, but that wallbang is not quite enough damage. Still has time for the bomb plant, but Rain with the grenade lined up will start to chuck it out. Bomb should be able to go down, and indeed it does, and indeed it is. A 1-on-2 that's entirely doable. Now, looking to swing out wider, goes to the back of the bomb site. They might not be expecting this little bit of movement. Rain, however, underneath the smoke, gets his sight line and takes away the man himself. That could have been very different had the scout killed Chris. And look, he was on 30 HP. That wallbang comes through. If it's on the head instead, if he's just a little bit to the side instead, completely different round.
Yeah, I feel like I eat my words a little bit there. Just the fact that, you know, we talk about the misinvestment, but the fact they get a bomb plant down, you know, that helps mitigate the potential additional costs. And they can move into full buy territory. You know, they would have had a lot of funds on everybody, but Robs, you know, he would have missed out on some utility.
Look at that shot.
But yeah, I was surprised he came out on top of that one. You know, it felt like he was falling away, and then boop, straight through the edge. And the dirt is gone. FaZe, 11, 7 rounds here for Mal Sports, and we'll see them set up in this default once again. I'm hoping to get a bit more impact out of Acor. It felt like the last time, the times we've seen him out, you know, he has been a bit more passive in the way that he's approached the game, especially when we compare it to Madlines, where he was pushed into a star role.
Hell, I mean, he's just comparing to Rops.
Yeah, even within this game, yeah.
It feels strange, like, it on the CT side especially, it almost felt like Acor was the secondary opera, not Rops, but of course, Man's got his moments as well, and Rops is having a phenomenal game so far. Still, FaZe Clan heavily in the lead. This is going to be the big round where it's make or break as far as economy is concerned for them. And Mal Sports have got a lot of map control, sure, but not really any sight lines established. FaZe is playing this very, not exactly defensively, but very passively for sure.
Almost feels like a repeat of what we were seeing from FaZe on their T side. Just these slow approaches, late round smoke onto short, and Brokey's found a kill on the AWP. Lurking presence from Frozen. They wanted to converge on this B bomb site. Karrigan's close to the smoke, so as the Spade, he's right in front of him, kissing him with the bullets instead, and BMAS is there to trade things out. Brokey alone on the site momentarily, and they can't make their way up of short yet.
Acor, massive kill though, 20 seconds, but he's turned around. Cold Zero will still fall. Brokey's the one to get it though, as he will have to pull out the 1v2 to take it away. Of course, with the trades, you could say it's a 1v1, but even so, Brokey, big run coming up from him. And this is very reminiscent of old school Counter-Strike to me, Michael. This is not the CTs getting aggressive early on, apartment control already. They're holding angles, and then they just go in when it's that 40-second mark. Brokey takes a peek with the op, gets that kill, gets that information, and off the back of that, then FaZe adjusts the rest of it. It's very old school, and I love it. I have to say that. I absolutely love it.
Well, it almost feels like the same strats being used against each other so far, and Brokey has been far more impactful thus far with this AWP. Look at the stance he's taken in this round. Deeper into the apartments. Frozen's already beat across, so he's going to have to do a minor flick. Instead, picks up Bemis from behind and able to adjust, but Frozen bests him.
It's still Karrigan who's isolated the duels, made it so Frozen's teammate couldn't come back through, and with the jail smoke being chucked forward, that one's slightly risky. Doesn't have the one way, but Twist has only one way out of there. And it's to take down Robs, which is exactly what he does. Karrigan looking for a frag, comes out and takes out Dexter. Acor left all on his lonesome. 1 versus 3. No bomb, no utility. Not looking good.
Well, another 1v3. And Mouse Sports have to hope to see some damage or success in. I mean, you don't hope or you don't expect him to really pull away with anything. He has a lot of time to consider this one, but unless he finds somebody, you know, looking the wrong direction, brings it to the 1-on-2, it's not going to really happen. So as he moves through, I mean, if he gets tempted into this, it's a surefire duel for Twists. So much damage. And pulling out nades? Okay.
Oh my god.
Nade would have finished him off, actually.
A little bit labored,
Yeah,
and they
awkward.
don't actually pick up the AWP, which is surprising. They don't want to go into the apartments to recover it while they were waiting for it. I was actually watching up for that. I thought for sure Rain would go through, but decides against it. Rob's not looking too happy right now. Of course, we can't really see much of Twists other than those big shiny teeth.
Oh yeah,
that
he's
pulled out,
he's
so
too
there's that.
close to the monitor. He needs to just move the webcam back a little bit so it's not quite so dramatic. But maybe.
Did you see Bit, by the way?
Yeah.
Did you see how Bit plays? Dear God.
And then when he'd die, you know, he'd lean back fairly heavily, and then you'd see just how close he was. You know, we got the stark contrast.
Yeah.
I think something we haven't touched upon really has been the battle of the IGLs. You know, Dexter trying to implement into Mouse Sports, and then Carrigan mustering up the old vets of FaZe. Dexter's been doing quite well this game. You know, he was in a lot of solid rotation positions. We saw him with that big 4K moment that found another round on that CT side for Mouse. And Carrigan is kind of creeping back into this with the CT side victories that FaZe Clan have been doing. And it almost feels like Carrigan is being set up for a bit more success on the CT side. You know, we've seen Cold taking fights. We saw Brokey as well kind of baiting for him. And it seems like Carrigan is trying to be a bit more elusive as to where he is positioned. And that may be that change-up that Mouse Sports haven't been able to isolate yet.
Dexter over in mid, looking for a flick, but is not really able to find it. And this is where Brokey just packs off, not really too bothered. Twist is there with the cover fire to make sure that they can't pick him off in transit. But just to touch on the point you're making, there is one thing that we still have to keep in mind. Even if Carrigan's giving himself a little bit more space to be elusive, he's still generally the one who's playing these off angles. So it seems more like a bid to maintain normalcy for the Stars while he is still assisting in a different setup. Because, you know, obviously, putting Brokey into that spot in jail, sure, he might just get 2 or 3 kills because he's not expected, but would you really not rather just have him on the, you know, place where he can duck in and out, dive in and out? Meanwhile, though, I would talk about that. Mouse Sports has lost all their players. And another one bites the dust. Hey, call. Nice shot.
Yeah, it definitely plays into the strength that I think Carrigan will have coming into this game about the tendencies of these players. You know, he doesn't need a scouting report. He is the scouting report.
Yeah.
He felt like he had a relative... I mean, he had almost a 2-year tenure with Mouse Sports, right? But it felt like he effectively raised Rops, right? It almost... I think it was used last time they were around, but like, why did Dad leave type scenario.
I like to think of it more like a, you know, student graduating from the sensei and having to face off against him later on. Brokey, however, in the meanwhile, not quite able to land that shot. Looked like it might have been nearly on point. But a much more heavily A-sided commit from Mouse Sports coming through over here. They are on the verge of elimination in this map, at least. You don't want to go out without a fight, at least. You know, get your morale up. Last time they faced off against FaZe, it was a much better result than what potentially could come through with how things are looking.
Well, FaZe wanted to go for some connector control. Carrigan did miss a smoke, so still missing out on some information towards mid. Bomb's still down here for Mouse Sports. Person to recover that will have to be Frozen. And they're slowly wrapping around this A bomb site. Twist still in a very contestable position.
Such a strong spot from Twist, though. He's got himself 1, makes it 2. Now Coldzera is the only one left, and why wouldn't you want him alive? Even doesn't need to really pull the trigger. Will hear Beamer's running away from him. You can't really run or hide from the big band Cold. Carrigan inching forward, AWP at the ready. And Bemis is being choked down before he even knows it.
It's just a big-time collapse on that A-bomb site, and no one even picked up that bomb, so Bemis is trying to hightail it out of there, and hello, Brokey. Knock, knock. Get out of my apartments. 15 rounds for FaZe Clan. They are looking to push this one into the second map with a victory under their belt. Of course, this is our map pick coming into the series, so we would have expected that they do relatively well. And they won last time round in this particular matchup, right? I'm hoping to be convincing about it. If there's any shifts up here from Mousesports pacing-wise, they've been relatively slow in the approach, but FaZe are instead the ones that change things up. Twist in their face, and the flash is perfect. First kill in, Acor can't adjust in time, and Frozen is alone up of short. They'll know that this is a possibility, but they've been gunned down from the very get-go here on Mousesports.
It's the beginning of the end, and Frozen will indeed be a sign of things to come. Perhaps Dexter alone, 1 versus 4. He saved out a couple of rounds, but this doesn't look like it. Not a single round on their T side, and Mousesports will have to go to the second map with their heads down. We have to go to a short break, though. We'll be back with map 2 very soon.
If you wanna be my love, baby, gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna know.
Welcome back. It's the DreamHack Masters. We've just had Mousesports being knocked out and knocked down a little bit harder than we expected versus FaZe Clan. Now, question is, Michael, how are you feeling about the next one? Mirage wasn't really looking all too good.
Yeah, the T side just never really came to anything to too fruitful, right? We saw some nice attempts at clutches, but nothing ever really bore through. And a solid effort there from FaZe. I mean, Twist seemed like a monster throughout the entire T side half. And then that CT side, it still continued. You know, he was a hard player to ever best in some of these duels, in spite of, I think, some good performances from Mousesports. Now moving into Nuke, though, I do worry because even coming into this veto ahead of time, we understood that FaZe had been, you know, Train, Nuke, Mirage were kind of their first pick territories. So when we saw this matchup in particular, you could see that there was already some crossover where FaZe were going to be a bit more comfortable. And, you know, every time we see FaZe, we're seeing improvements when it comes to the way that they're supporting one another. I can only think that that makes things even more difficult now for Mouse.
Look, Mouse isn't going to have too much of an easy time, especially when you consider which players we're turning on. And when you compare that to how exactly FaZe actually plays out Nuke, for FaZe, Nuke CT side in particular just comes down to the movements and triangulation between Karrigan, Brokey, and Twist, because Brokey and Twist on outside can lock it out completely. Their communication is so good. And then on the A bomb side itself, on the upper bomb side, you've got coldzera and Rain. We've already seen Cold and Rain are looking really tricky with their footwork, which is exactly what you need on the upper bomb side. People who can kind of, you know, really figure out the timings around utility. So you already know they're on point in their form. Brokey's looking, you know, all right. He's not looking the best, and he's generally an important player when it comes to Nuke. But at the same time, where the hell was Acor? So, you know, there's not really that much contest there. So when you look at it on paper, it was already going to be a bit of a dicey 50-50, maybe 60-40 to Mousesports. Mate, those odds are out. Those odds are out.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the difficult positions you're going to find yourselves in as Mouse, is that, you know, Dexter coming into this roster, he wants to try and accommodate where these players are going to be on the maps, and you know, that leads to a lot of comfort positions. So it almost feels like the homework can be far more isolated on limiting the effectiveness of Acor in particular, you know, not giving him the opportunities to heat up, because we know that he has a pretty high ceiling in that regard. I think this is a good map to try and experiment with something that maybe Mouse have been working on, and getting Acor into some more interesting positions, or even positions he likes to play, but throw something slightly different in terms of flash utility, or maybe a smoke where FaZe will have to start questioning what the setup is, because if it goes into some of the comforts of that this map can offer for Mouse, then I think that only plays further into the FaZe hand.
And look, at the same time, we've had some criticisms, we've had some things we've talked up about. I also have to ask, look, Bemis was losing out every duel to coldzera. Frozen wasn't really having his best things, but we've actually got to go to a small break, and when we're back, it'll be the game again. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
You ready? Huh? Hey, boy, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yo, the saga begins. Begin war.
Nuka. He has been amazing so far in this game. He's put it into a 1v1, and Zephyr needs to lock him down. The flash goes out. Still plenty of time to play with. Oh, into it, and Swisher lands the headshot.
Oh my goodness.
Sometimes I feel out of touch with myself. Feels like I've been living with somebody else. In the corner of my mind, I feel
Welcome back. It's time for the reckoning to see whether or not Mouse Sports can maybe give themselves a slightly longer lease of life in the DreamHack Masters Spring 2021. I'm T-Time, joined by none other than Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, we've had a bit of a fast one so far. Talk me through Nuke. I know we already had some talking points coming up before, but now it's almost time for the action. Mouse Sports are going to be starting off on the T side. What do they need to do to have a better T side than Mirage? Not
Yeah,
too
I
hard, in
mean,
all fairness.
we just have to set a lot of attention on Acor, right? I think when we've looked at teams that have played out Nuke, and when they've had the star level abilities of their AWPers sort of hindered, it always feels like like you're being weighed down to an effect, right? And I don't want that to be a part of the Acor legacy coming into this team, because it feels like he has a high ceiling that he can reach with the pieces that are there. You know, I talked about how Frozen and Rops feel like they don't require too many resources to see success, none that they can't sort of implement themselves, but that opens up the door for Acor to try and be a bit more impactful in a lot of these rounds. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if that develops and whether they're going to get him online fast enough.
Well, it's also going to be interesting to see what exactly is going on with Group A. So we're just going to quickly chuck over to the brackets and see how things have been developing so far. Upper bracket, naturally, not much has changed from earlier on. We do, of course, have some more results coming in, but, you know, everything's pretty much basic. We're also going to look at the lower bracket in just a second. I'm pretty sure Gambit and G2 is over, isn't it? But just a couple of things here and there. However, we've also got the lower bracket, which is exactly, of course, what we're sitting down over here and casting the elimination matches, the real matches that everyone cares about. But as we can see, of course, so far, we've had G2 dropping down, so it is confirmed that Gambit did, of course, beat them. FaZe up 1-0. We already knew that one. But Michael, G2 awaits whoever wins this one, actually.
Yeah, wouldn't that be quite a fun storyline as well? I mean, we already talked about the FaZe Mal's rivalry. Then we go back to FaZe and G2. So, I mean, that's always a fun one to look at just because Nico is such a strong personality. I think it's fair to say community-wise. So it'll be quite an interesting one whether they get all that way and whether it happens to be that, you know, FaZe look that much better now that Nico is gone, because Karrigan, you could see the fruits of his labor so far.
Well, I mean, look, FaZe obviously needs to get past Nuke first and foremost. And Nuke is obviously a map where Mouse is much more comfortable on, a map where they've had a lot more success on, a map where, hell, that's one of their two first pick materials, Vertigo and Nuke, both depending on who, of course, they're facing off against. We didn't talk about this too much in the Vita phase. It's a bit of a disadvantage they have when FaZe Clan already permabans one of their first picks anyway.
Yeah, and that we knew where it was going to go from our mock vetoes, so FaZe will have prepared extra for this one as well, understanding that the first pick potential was fairly limited.
And I mean, the man on your screen right now, Rops, was having quite an impact on the CT side of Mirage. No one really had much of an impact on T side, unfortunately. Karrigan big braining out everyone on their own CT side, making things a lot more difficult when it really got down to it.
Yeah, it's always going to be hard coming into a game where you anticipate your opponent's movements so much so, and that was always going to be the main issue, and how much variation had come through from Dexter's implementation, and how much of that would actually be kind of taken forward. I mean, we even see from the likes of FaZe, coldzera is being put in more supportive roles. Karrigan's being teed up. You know, there are some minor things that we can see in that respect. And we're still seeing the high levels of players like Twist and Brokey having these star moments, and even the more tricky positioning players like Rain and Cold activated as well. Karrigan seems to be doing a good job of activating all the pieces he needs to thus far, from what we've seen in the first map at least.
Can I just say, Twist has got some of the nicest glasses I've ever seen. But time to head into the game. We can talk about Twist glasses later on, as you can see on the screen right here and now. We're going to be resuming in just a second, and now. Slight technical issues perhaps coming up, but we are resuming over here. We, of course, have the odds from our partners over at 1xBet. Mousesports not looking too favored to win this one out.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle once again to see how well the Cool Brothers play out here on Mousesports. We talked about the Frozen Rops combo. Statistically, they're the best two performers here for Mouse as well, so they need to see activation as well. Already fast play in from Mousesports over towards A. Nobody home to really contest here from FaZe. The smoke segmenting, and Dexter will find Rain through the gap.
Meanwhile, Brokey's able to do the same. He's taken another man down, so if you thought that smoke was intentional, I suppose there are those mistakes coming in. Karrigan gets a goosh to the head with the smoke himself, giving out the one-way for coldzera. It's time to go for the retake. All three players coming from the same angle. Question is, can they take down Frozen? He's lying right underneath them, gets himself the first. coldzera pushing through, but Twist and Brokey are the ones to get the frag. Acor Bemis left alone, trying to fight back. Acor now in a 1v2 would really like to redeem himself for that previous map, but redemption will not arrive, and the round win for FaZe will be there, even if Mousesports do get the bomb plant.
Yeah, really solid stuff there from FaZe on the retake. You know, it felt like they got caught out by just how quickly paced that was from Mouse, but already in positions where they could turn that into a retake arrangement, muster up their forces together, and with the gap in the smoke, you know, that's a bit of a misstep there from Mouse to allow that fight to happen. It actually ended up being a troublesome angle, because they would have wanted to get into more secure after plants as well.
Cool. Of course, like I mentioned before, it's him and Rain generally on that upper bomb side, so I'm quite looking forward to seeing how Mousesports chooses to try and attack that. And outside is no less well guarded when you consider Twist and Brokey generally do hold hands and combine their forces for it. Long range against the Eagles can always be dicey, but he's able to clean it up nicely. Brokey, meanwhile, mixes out the timing on two players, and that could be dangerous. He hasn't actually seen the second one at all, so information has not quite been relayed. There are two players down under. Karrigan, meanwhile, does get Rops down and out. And Mousesports are falling apart one by one.
Yeah, not really finding too much into this one. Karrigan already there to meet them over at B. And he is a not-so-gracious host. Yeah, come on, Frozen. Delaying the inevitable. It's a second round for FaZe, and it's clean at that. The pistols reap no rewards. And now we move into rifles, where we will start to see some of the built-up progress here for Mousesports, and whether there is going to be any. You know, we want to see Acor activated nice and early. Of course, T-side ulping with it as well is going to slow the rounds out here for Mouse. And he should be relatively uncontested at these longer ranges, unless Brokey gets hyper-aggressive, which we've seen a bit more of a passive approach so far to this long position. Unlikely that he's going to be met with any particular scopage here from the CT side.
That is such a ridiculous word.
Yeah, I feel like I've kind of forced that one.
Maybe just a little bit.
Leaning
Mousesports
wall
need
of
to
smokes,
force out
though.
a victory, though. And that might be coming in through that wall of smokes. We'll have to wait to see what they're looking to do. No one in Garage to really be contesting. because they have instead chosen to go down. And this is something Twist really likes to do, and I have to commend him for this. Twist is generally very fast to rotate back down under. He loves to play this position, but that can make it predictable sometimes, so you've got to be careful. Carrigan, Brokey, both of them as well, looking to first go for the lobby pins before they retreat back into the lower bomb site. Just get as much info as they possibly can, because everyone from Mousewoods is waiting underneath. Robs will fall, and that's a big kill to find, but that should be when they pull the trigger for this lower bomb site.
It's all about drawing attention away from Twist as well. Brokey gonna try and be the first one to face, and long-range duel. Brokey wins it on A-Core. They knew Twist was there as well, so they flushed him out, and Brokey gets nothing further for his troubles. Long should be able to go down in that smoke, and Rain and Cold are close together.
This retake's going to be so difficult. No Molotovs, no kit. There might be a kid on the floor. Yeah, there is one right there. But even so, without those Molotovs, it's so difficult to retake into this. So many small angles where someone can be nestled away. And Mousesports, they're just playing it passively, waiting completely. Rain dodges bullets, doing his best Superman impression. But the bomb is sticking away. Flashbang down below. Cole's arrows backing off. Rain has to go for it. Gets the first, but can't get more. And that has to be a read coming through. Dexter just pre-fires Twist's angle, takes him down immediately, and that's what I said. Twist really likes to play that one, and sometimes that can come back to bite you.
Yeah, and you can see how prepared they were as well to get aggro towards lobby. They knew that where Rops was likely to be positioned, so already we're seeing some of the preparation and isolating players into the mid-round. Good thing that Brokey was there to kind of sweep up some of the pieces, but Mousesports do get a handle on it nonetheless. Pistols, Deagles, we've seen them see success on these particular rounds. Well, it's noise made, so Brokey just pops his head up. Rifle gone. Had the chance to maybe recover that because the trade wasn't going to be too available. But taking a more passive approach. Ramp control does work its way into the Mousesports camp. And they have the opportunity as well to move towards the heavens. But look how they've grouped up.
The bomb. Oh, Bemis will find first. So Bemis right around the corner to keep A-Core defended. For a second, it looked like they might have found the timing where Bemis was looking over the hill, but not quite there.
Yeah, nothing really going their way this particular moment. Look over B will lean them that direction. Cold will ask for some backup. Yeah, I'm really thinking it's B. Just still not really convinced. Not wanting to make too many steps either. Could be still working about.
Are you sure, Cole?
Ah, you've got it right.
Cole just turns around and tells him, I beat Liquid twice in a major, all right? Come over here when I tell you to. Of course, Twist's not part of those legendary Liquid lineups, but can you imagine Cole just turns around and says that to Twist sometime? Oh, not quite
snaps at him.
Yeah.
You be quiet, you young blood.
We'll find one shot at least. Dexter goes down in the meanwhile, and he's a good old containment, but the team seems to be able to back up pretty safely. Not really too much threat. Bemis finally puts him down, and with that, Mousesports will keep 3 players alive. Of course, T-side economy, pretty robust in general, but good to build it up where you can.
Something that Mouse have really needed to fix, I suppose, in their play. I think it's been talked about as well, the losing rounds where they really shouldn't. And it does feel like that has plagued them so far in the transitionary period. But that's also one of the harder ones to deal with, especially with so many teams being that much better in those rounds as well.
Yeah.
That's been just isolated as one of the weaknesses. Smokes outside once again here for Mouse. Not going to be the same wall. Through the fake cross smokes. The red container, now the leaning. A little bit of variation thrown their way.
No utility left on phase. They're going to have to get aggressive, and they only have one flashbang to do it as well. They don't have kits either, so you're really looking.
I'm just going to correct, because it was actually a molly smoke thrown red container by FaZe. You know, trying to fake out that there's somebody pushed up outside red, but nobody on Mouse is going to really read into that because there's nobody out there.
That was one of their few Molotovs. Acorn, nice shot coming out on the Rain. As Bemis goes through for the quick entry bot. We'll find one. Carrigan to fall. Caldera on the flank. Could be big, but Robs is expecting it. And Brokey is the only one to get a kill so far. Even a Molotov at his feet means that can't really contribute too much more. And Twist in his retreat spots out Frozen. We'll be peeking into him. Nice little double tap. But even so, CTs at this point not feeling too good about that one. Like you said, they used their only Molotov, I believe it was, for that. Maybe they had two.
I wasn't sure if it was their Molotov or if it was one that was thrown by Miles, but the smoke was thrown to sort of fake out, I think, that there was somebody trying to keep themselves alive. Just doing the math, there was still 2 smokes on Miles, so it didn't really make too much sense. I was like, wait a second, why is that one there?
That level was my favorite.
Yeah, nor mine. Apparently needed for an esports certification. Yeah. So we'll have to see how that
That's why we're on the B
develops.
stream, That's why we're on the A stream.
Yeah, I've still
That
not
makes
been
sense.
certified myself.
Yeah, damn, man. Like, machine spawns, come on, guys.
How much
Yeah,
sugar's in the drink? I need to know.
Well, FaZe Clan are going to be needing some sugar if they keep losing out some rounds over here. 2 guns saved up. Do they force fire around it? No. Conservative is the approach they go for, despite how successful they have been in the past. Okay, Brokey. Nice attempt at the run boost. I feel like it's almost as fast as you get up on top yourself, but now he's flashed off, backs off, and that'll be it.
See, these weapons have too much impact.
Ooh.
Another position where Brokey, I mean, if he's spotted, he gets the shot, sure. So even if he had gone down, Carrigan was in a position as well where it would be hard to expect him. So they would keep control of ramp. He's got his hands on a rifle himself as well. Reigns wants a dual hit as well. And so suddenly this becomes a full buy potentially here for FaZe. This is very tricky stuff. A 2-on-3.
And it's Bemis and Dexter to try and save the day. Now, one saving grace is that, no kit, but hell, that shouldn't be a saving grace when you're playing a 5v2 when it comes to guns, at least. Bemis and Dexter just waiting away. Dexter has to be so careful, and they don't, but Dexter's got the first one. Brokey looking to peek out. Dexter with a 2K, though. Will drag them back in and back home. Brokey. Now it's back to the same mission he started the round with. Save the op. But goddamn, Mousesports. Goddamn, you can't keep playing with your fans' feelings like that.
Yeah, it's a deadly double from Dexter there that secures the round there for Mousesports, but it's a 3K as well, where it feels like Dexter is stepping into the limelight a little bit as well in some of these crucial moments where Mouse do feel like they have potentially dropped the ball. He's the one to pick that one back up, put it back in its container. I'm trying to think, like, where else would you put a ball?
Generally.
It's like, yeah, no, tennis balls come in like a tube, so I was kind of going with that one. Cole up top though, legged, but he finds the kill on Acor.
That's massive. Early on, Robs is forced onto the op instead. I'm sure he's not too unhappy with that, with the performance we saw in Mirage, but even so. Let's not forget, Acor had a terrible first match, so when he's going for those kind of confidence peaks, it's really important for him to get a kill. Or, at least get away with a leg shot. That still makes you feel good about yourself. On T side of Nuke, you really need that confidence, honestly. One of the maps where people have been straying as far away. Dear God.
Do the mind games run that deep?
Surely not.
Did they know that Cold would ask to be boosted up like that? Because that nade, oh my God, it could have killed him. Maybe should have.
It's a nade Mousesports throws fairly often on Nuke, so I'm not sure, but hey, one can believe. Ryan, waiting now. He's the healthy boy. And with 40 seconds left, he's going to need a lot of that vitality assault coming through. 35 seconds on the clock. Mousesports looking to commit Frozen with a flashbang prepped up. Rain looking to get himself a multi-kill. It's needed. Flashbang from himself goes out, blinds himself. What? Rain is still alive. Coldzera goes down. Rain to follow through. Carrigan dropping down onto the bomb side, waiting for them to start pushing into it. And there's a flank coming in, but Brokey is now alone as Carrigan swings out and falls. But Brokey says hello, pops out, peeks it, betting a shot, but Rups on the op will still get it done. A one-on-one, a situation where it felt like Rain had the key, and when he fell down, you could see It all crumbling away. There was just a chance delivered by Brokey.
And you can see just how surprised FaZe were as well. That smoke fading, and then there he is, primed with the AWP. It could have really turned that one around. Oh, so close as well. I know the bullet that we see isn't indicative of where the bullet actually goes, but it was like right next to him. There was a world where that could have gone his way. Mousesport's having a pretty good run of things though, up to 5 already here on this T side. And nothing really all too big here from FaZe. They've got the shotgun. It's really been the Deegs that have been more difficult to deal with. Not this time around though.
At least not in Carrigan's hands. Twist. Oh, this could be... Oh, he's backing off. This could have been really big from him, though. Instead, he's expecting maybe a more upper-sided hit. Robs at least has been left to lurk. He is playing from inside HUD as well, so not really susceptible. Twist. What an angle! What an angle! But he didn't wait long enough. Can't get the kill. Brokey pushing through the Molotov, trying to get the frag, and at least he drops Acor. And look, I mean, that's a mental win. Nothing else. Oh, all right. Another quick frag coming through. FaZe kind of making sure that whatever happens at T-side economy will not be built up to a point where one gun round won't break it. But Rain needs at least one more kill to keep it at that stage. Robs on the side. Robs will fall. No, he won't actually.
Yeah, fall low.
Fall low. With more kills.
A little close. I think a step was made on the flank as well, so he was very hyper aware that Robs was going to be prepared for that one, but almost. Almost. It seemed like there was just a... I mean, that's not a round that FaZe really come into expecting to win, but it did feel as though they went for a little bit of information outside, then the wall of smokes went down, you know, Rain misses the timing. They did lean over towards A based on the information that they were given, because it was fairly sparse. It's not really a round we'll focus too much on, though. AWP out for Brokey once again. He's had a solid game thus far. 10 kills. Over on the other side, having a good run of things. They have been kind of bullying Acor, I think, this series. I think it's fair to say. Either not giving him the opportunity to shoot at people, you know, forcing him to rotate, moving away from his positions, or just, you know, going through flames to kill him as well. It is as petty as that.
Right, guys, we have the any keto org pledge, guys. Come on, stop doing this to the poor guy. But Demus, well, he will be smacked on the back of his head by Twist this time over. Brokey waiting for any angle to close himself. Rain now down below, can't quite get the frags. Acor and Frozen instead just come through and double up. And Brokey, I mean, Brokey's just got to save at this point. And how many times have I said that? Only to have them go for more. This time will be different, though.
Yeah, these A-side bursts from Mouse have been so successful in the terms of getting the opening kills. The only troubles have been when, you know, there's maybe been some missed utility, or there's an additional player in one of the key spots like main or in towards the heavens that is contesting the site earlier. But Mouse have almost been accelerating the schedule in some of these rounds as well, and FaZe have been caught out by it.
And look, the A-side hits obviously either Rain or Cold isn't doing too well. And when you look at the scoreboard, as it'll be on your screen in just a minute after the replay, Cold's not doing that well. He's 3 and 7 only. You know, Rain obviously not too much better, but Rain still looks like he's getting a 1 kill in a 1 and done. Cold so far, I can't really say the same for him. I mean, even looking frustrated on the screen, you can see that.
Yeah. Some issues at the start of this one. I think there's been some discussion. I know Devil Walk has been a proponent of it. More recently... Hold up, sorry. A little aggro here from Brokey, and Rops there and prepared. So Brokey's gone, the AWP is down, and FaZe Clan now need to move into more passive positions. Start to read into this, because the information is going to be very limited. It's so early into this round to lose a player. Seeing if Mousesports can convert, but there has been a conversation shifting towards how T-sided Nuke has kind of lent for teams to pick it. Yeah,
not this again.
You wouldn't anticipate that it would be this game, but Mouse are kind of proving the other way. They may be converts themselves.
Bemis is about Rain, perfect positioning to drop the bomb.
Yeah.
Grenade as well, prepped up, won't really find too much. They don't have a smoke, so they can't block it off. A minute left on the clock in the CT side, don't have utility. They have to defend this purely with their weapons, and Rain now being down to 40, he's just backing off, and I respect that. You don't want to bleed out anything in that situation. Cold as well. It will be hard to pull out of the corner. Acor is the only one with the Molotov, and with an AWP, he doesn't want to upscope. Rob adjusts his aim, but Carrigan is the one who finds a frag. Robs has been lurking over towards that ramp area so many times over. This time he's red. And he's just brought down.
Cold at the far vents, not going to go cleared. Molotov in Acor's hands, but so concerned about more conventional angles. Rain pulls it, and then Cold finds Dexter on a backstab, expecting something from the flank, maybe dodging flashes as well. Frozen now left the clutch, and he won't get it. It's a third round here from FaZe. It was a good opportunity at the start. You know, that was a 5-on-4 where Malz had all of the opportunity there to readjust how they wanted to approach that round. It felt like FaZe were a little flustered, but that fight where they dropped that bomb in towards lobby turned the tide.
It's especially a 5v4 without the person who's fragging up the most. Brokey on FaZe Clan. I have to say, in the past few nuke matches I've seen of FaZe, Brokey is generally the person who's sitting on the top of the scoreboard, which is so hard to say when you've got players like Twists on your team. But he really does excel to a ridiculous degree on this map. And, you know, you can see it over here as well. He seems to be the only person who's really keeping neck to neck. But now that, you know, the players may be starting to feel a little bit more, getting slightly more aggressive in those disadvantaged situations, could this be where FaZe have the solution to the mouse sports repeated upper hits? We'll have to wait to see.
Yeah, it is. It's still a little. We need to see proof of concept first, right? I will admire that Carrigan has been inserting himself into the action fairly frequently as well on these CT rounds.
Yeah.
And when they
Very
want to
active.
recontest, yeah, when they want to recontest a particular position, Carrigan's there with his teammate. And finding frags as well.
This time Brokey's playing from inside the A side. Rain a little bit more aggressive towards the hut. Would love to see Brokey just walk forward for that slow up peek. Nade. Deep forward.
Threw the Molotov preemptively outside to try and deny the wall of smokes here from Malz, but the timing is slightly different. This was, you can see him staring in the air, hoping that one would sail over. But no, Malz are going to have safe passage over towards Secret if they so choose.
Surprising to see the Molotov thrown that early. You generally do wait to see the smoke meter because it's got a very long trajectory, but I mean, I could see why. Maybe from that angle you can't see it, actually. I'm not sure about that. I don't want to speak out of turn. 45 seconds and Mouse Sports once again slowed down.
Miss smoke as well.
That's meant to be there.
Supposed to land lockers. It is now an angle they need to be concerned about because they wanted to wrap towards the heavens, or rather hell. They are going to find Twists, though.
Carrigan's going to step up. He lines them up, but Dexter still gets the kill. And now Mouse Sports are en route. Despite a missed smoke, they're able to find the frags they need, and down the ramp they go. 20 seconds on the clock, and FaZe Clan will not be able to be there in time to deny the bomb plant. Attempt will be made regardless. They're over in decontamination. Rain and Brokey have moved through. Op has been allowed to get the frag. What a way to open the door, but the flashbangs miss, and the bomb is planted. Robs finds Cold, and it's back to a 4v2. It's all reset, despite that wonderful door opening play from Rain and Brokey to deny the bomb plant, but the flashbang being missed, that could be the difference maker.
Yeah, it's just not on the key player that they needed to find, and then by the time they're able to gather after that first frag, that bomb's getting planted down other side of the silo. It would have been a hard one to contest, so now moving to save, and Malz will look to deny. Once again, Rob's on the lurk. You know that he loves to do it.
I swear.
Oh, heard the scope.
God.
Knows where he is. Come on, run at him. He's been holding the
I think
shift
he
key
might have,
all round.
Yeah. That's why he's so cool, man. He's never in a rush to go anywhere.
Yeah, just walking everywhere.
Yeah, waltzing around, chilling like a villain. But he is a villain for FaZe Clan right now. It seems like every time they can, breathe a bit of air, He just comes in from behind one way or another, stabs him in the back, stabs him in the dark. This time, though, it was just some fantastic entries coming out from Frozen and Dexter to give them all the control they needed.
More informative position here for Twist. Playing fairly far back over towards this outside position or in towards main. Now can hear the steps in towards Secret. Knows what's up. Carrigan moving into position. Trying to meet them.
Brokey's also nearby. And so is Cold. They're all starting to descend down, but Robs, if he goes up into the upper bomb site, he'll notice that it is only occupied by Rain. And with a minute and 15 left, we know Mouse likes to slow things down. This would be the perfect opportunity to do so. Carrigan in a great position, but Brokey's playing for a very difficult angle. 55 seconds, door is open. Orb is ready. Acor was expecting Brokey to be there. Takes him down immediately now. It is up to Carrigan, and he can't find the frag. Frozen from Decon will take him down, and the bomb will be planted. There's no way to stop it. And again and again and again, FaZe Clan are pushed into a position where they have to question, do we save or do we go? And it might be a few too many saves. And this might be just another one of them.
Yeah, a 9th for Mouse on this T side. And that conversation I was trying to discuss before, I was trying to think of the other coach that was a proponent for it. You know, Devil Walk and Vendetta. I was going to say Holzerk, like that was in my mind. I was like, no, that's a player under him. But they see a lot of success on the T side of Nuke, and you can see it can be very, very hard to get a handle on it as well if you don't have success in the initial site hold. So far, Mouse have been bursting into these bomb sites and finding the entries. You can see how aware they are as well of the more conventional spots that FaZe are likely to go for.
Sure.
Especially towards the rafters, right? We saw Twist getting fully cleared out. They were so prepared as well for Carrigan on the peak.
Right, there's so much reading going on over here. Mouse was going to walk out of here esports certified.
Yeah, I feel like I entered the library and I'm not there to study. I just want to see everybody else do work. Sounds like a very creepy way to phrase it, to be honest.
A little bit. Just watch them silently on their books, yeah? Yeah, you read that book, baby. Now,
yeah, I'm just here on the computer watching them.
Mouse Sport. Robs is not going to be laughing away too much, so as he's been smoked off. Meanwhile, his teammates are looking to maybe get into the garage, also where Michael spends a lot of his time. But Frozen waits from inside. Mid and 15, and again, no sight lines really exchanged between these teams.
Yeah, as he slipped past the net. They know he's there as well.
Robs will find Cold.
Oh, he spotted out Twist. Oh, this is big
massive
for Frozen.
Oh, he missed the timing though. He has to now instead try and work off of Hell if he can get there. Maybe even look to climb up into the heavens. Frozen is considering it for sure. And with the AWP ringing out, he knows there's no one there. It's now 5v3 and he's in the perfect position to finish it all down. He sees Twist. This time it's a labored spray, but he gets it anyway. Brokey right underneath. Can't scope where he'll reveal the position. Now peeks out, but it's Acor to kill his own teammate. His Indian leader will fall, but Carrigan can't save the day despite internal conflicts. Mouse Sports lends them a hand, and FaZe Clan still can't use it a clap.
Oh my god, that could have been the worst way to lose out a round as well if that had shifted, right? Acor shooting his teammate in the back of the head, but it almost looked like they lined up as well for Brokey. So even if that had come through and Brokey got the frag, I mean, they were in a great position to deny much more of the progression there for Mouse Sports when it felt like they held all of the cards.
Frozen coming into garage and through the side, it's just perfectly done by him. And that's what you really want to know the comms. You really want to know how much of that was a read, how much of that was, okay, I know that this is where Twist does. Because we know Yekindar is a player who's talked a lot about finding these weird little timings, reading out opponents. Robs will take all Robs. How do you always know? He's just so smart. Indeed.
Well, they had limited util coming into this one, and they've expended quite a bit. Just trying to keep grips on this A bomb site. Cold once again, aggro lobby, but this time A core prepared. This can't get anything going.
Yeah.
Contained to 3 rounds so far and not looking postured up for more. I mean, this is dominant.
If Rain goes down here, they're not going to have a proper buy in the next one either. So you know Mouse Sports would be looking to hunt. They've got money for days. And, you know, Baseline is at the end of their days. And, Michael, we're getting into territory where, you know, we've seen FaZe try to make these adjustments. You know, Cold's not doing that well. Put him in a different angle. Already he's doing slightly better. But then suddenly Brokey's only got 1 kill in the past 6 rounds. He was 10 and 5 earlier. Now he's sitting a little bit less pretty on 11 and 8. Just not finding these engagements, not finding these opportunities. How many times have we seen him on the save because he's just not able to get to the low bomb site in time? We praise Mouse Sports' upper bomb site aggression. Turns out they're not bad at taking outside and scaling into B either.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're being tested all too much. I love the double swing as well there from Mouse. Make sure that those weapons aren't brought forward into the last round of the half. I mean, look at this buy. They've already had enough issues dealing with the bursting potential there for Mouse. You know, they've had these opportunities as well for flanks in this T side. That's only come through in the last few rounds. And maybe that's as well the fact that they haven't been able to get stability here on the CT side. That, you know, the net has, they found a few holes in it, but they don't quite know where.
Just desperation from Rain, honestly, looking for anything he can find. They can't be feeling too good about it. Carrigan, he's on the corner, smoke, and he's caught with it in his hand. Rux is going for more. On the entry, he's got 2 goals, can get 1 short, but it's Consolation City, and it's one where you don't really get money winners. At least Twist makes it look doable, and Rain's got to find this. Sees the shadow, gets it done. Suddenly, back to a 2v2. Even Steven, but can they still squeak it out? Mass Sports has so much map control. FaZe, both their players are clustered inside. Rain still not able to recover the weapon, and Dexter, I don't even need to talk about Dexter. He's over in heaven.
They're ready though. See, Twist is angled for it.
They are, but they need to find the kills. Twist has got the timing perfect, but it's back to 1v1. Frozen waiting. He knows! Frozen knows! It's 12-3. Mouse Sports are dominating, and we've got to go to a break to see what they can do in the second half.
I won't waste another
Welcome back. It is the second half, and it's a 12-3 half. This is first pick territory for both of these teams, but it was brought forward for Mal's, and we're seeing why. The domination on that T side wasn't without its bumps and issues, to be honest. There were a lot of late round wins there for Mal's, and we're seeing if FaZe can replicate that here on this T side. But I'm going to hold with bated breath, because it doesn't feel like we're seeing that same level from them that we saw in the first map.
I mean, even our betting partners over at 1xBet think that the odds have shifted back to being even Steam for the series. Rups, meanwhile. Oh my god, Rups, what was that? He's even looking for more not needed as Acor will finish off Coldzera. What in the world? God, he's feeling it. Rain now will find Frozen, not checking his side, and Acor and Dexter shut it down. Mouse Sports go forward. They save a Molotov. They have 3 players with full Kevlar as well. That's money. That is money.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to make this a fast one, don't they? Yeah. And it's going to go into territories where we wouldn't have even expected this to make it through the veto process. Really putting to the test here in the first day, that overpass. Still going to have to wait to see that one. Miles wanting to close this one out quickly. May not be given permission. Rops, XM, smoke down. Wants to play behind it, but nobody from FaZe is speeding things up. Cole's in the tight tuck. Legs?
Oh.
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 Not spotting the kicks of Cold.
Oh, Acor will find office in smoke regardless. Dexter, meanwhile, backs off to a little bit more safety. Let's not forget Mouse Sports, as well as they have been doing, still did display a bit of a tendency to, have some closer rounds in situations where perhaps you'd rather they were more dominant even in the first half. Things did end up looking better for them as time went on, but CD side can be a whole different beast, and let's not forget about that. Cold, inching through. Rops, no idea. He doesn't, but the missed shots at Rops! He is immortal! He is unkillable. He is flicking the heads, and Cole hasn't had a great game so far, and that one just displayed it. Can't feel good about that. 38 seconds. I'm sure we'll see a replay of his face after that as well. I hope we do at least. But yeah.
If it's as much pain as I just expressed, I wouldn't be surprised. Carrigan gets nothing. Bomb planted over at B though, so some extra money goes a long way, but they were hoping for more. Had the chances added. Brokey closing that gap, finishes off the job. Not gonna fall into the same trap. 2 on 3, and Rain looking to get aggressive.
He's in a perfect position to take down Acor. Brokey as well, now defensible. There goes a smoke if I'm not wrong. Maybe even just a decoy, never mind. Bomb defuse, faked out. Rain takes out Dexter, and Bemis will find Brokey in the meanwhile, but no kit means there's no way to win this. Rain spots out the fact that he's backing off, and despite a monstrous whiff from Coldzera, Mouse puts fall prey to an old ailment.
Yeah, it's the force buys. That is always, it seems like something that they've had issues with throughout. Said it a few times already. And while it still feels as though Mouse should be able to close this one out, they just have to creep one in there, at the very least. Slide it in. Because we saw how tumultuous that T side was for them as well. There were some really close rounds, and it didn't feel like until the very end that they got their economy stabilized. But a good lifeline given up for FaZe to try and close in on that gap. Entry outside, Acor is gone, and the bias from Mal's wasn't that great either.
Ops' position could be massive though if he goes unchecked. Even if he doesn't, we know how Crispy's looked so far. Cold, once again, very similar to Rups, just holding in towards the back of the lobby, but as soon as he spots the player out, he will be backing off, not really feeling confident in taking those deals, and after the game he's had, I respect that, man. You've got to know when to bring your B game instead of your S game, but Twist now leading the charge in, Rups will come out on top, very strong angle, and he will persevere, and an AK will be his reward. Cole now has to start moving back into the lobby. His position is known, and 4v4. Now to 3. He has to be one of the prongs of attack. Bemis, meanwhile, the massive spot for him to be at. Can he make his way down in time? No, he can't. Just doesn't quite have it. Dexter as well. Will not know that Brokey's been boosted up here. And well, he's not gonna have to contend with Dexter. Dexter might just be backing up to save.
Good awareness from Cold as well, just to hold in on that flank, managing all of the angles that he needs to, right? Radio aggression, the deep flank from outside, and the ladder, I suppose, as well. Don't think he would have been predicting that one in particular. On a very conventional route to take.
Yeah, but you just see a random pair of legs sticking out in midair.
Yeah, and that's either a ghost or somebody trying to be a bit tricky.
It's always a ghost for me, because my bullets just go through the person. Doesn't ever hit him.
Ladder movement is hard to master. Very few have. Indeed. We've been seeing a lot of players actually adopting, the fast climb, but the staggered fast climb to minimize noise. Also harder to hit as well because your model is changing acceleration very frequently. Yeah. But good to see, in all honesty. So I feel like ladders have been underutilized in per play for far too long. Not for lack of trying, but
that's right. We're not all KZ freaks.
Yeah,
like us.
I know.
Question is, can FaZe Clan be the aim god freaks we know that they have been to bring it back? Because look, Karrigan falls over here. If there's one thing I wouldn't really say Karrigan is legendary in, hold that thought, because Frozen had to hit that shot. If he took another man down, suddenly it becomes a lot easier for Dexter. Dexter still at a great angle, catches Cold mid-air, shuts him down into 4 versus 3. A-Core, USP not as useful, but it is Rops behind Decon. Rain will fall, bomb is dropped, and suddenly things are flipping on their head. Mouse Sports seems to be the one who should be able to take away this force spy.
And it's from that one rifle as well. Yeah, this is not a good look here for FaZe. No smokes as well, so the fact that these doors are wide open. Not to mention that flank is a vulnerability as well. Mouse have these opportunities. It's all about the timings. Frozen just playing passive. They're going to be allowed to get their hands on this bomb, but they'll have the numbers advantage afterwards.
38 seconds. Frozen coming in from behind, not to mention. Going for it, but he misses another shot. Quicks is left alone. 1v3, gets 2. Looked like it was doable. Rops was so damn low. But with a 4K and the save rifle, he's just able to take it away. And that all comes down to the previous round, where with the Deagle, he's able to find Twist isolated.
And it doesn't have to be the dynamic duo here of Mouse to be leading that charge, but Rops is right there at the forefront. 19 kills before that round, but has extremely high impact with that saved over weapon. And, there's a bit of redemption in that fact. They lost a force buy to start off the CT side half. Now it's not even a force buy. It's a little bit, kind of one worse. The fact that the one recovered weapon has such a high level of implication.
At least FaZe have a buy. So you can't really say they're facing off versus potential map point without one.
Not far from it, though.
Yeah. Can't be feeling good, that's for sure. But like I was saying, Karrigan has many things down. And I want to give a disclaimer. I'm a massive fan of Karrigan. But one thing he's not necessarily known for is massive comebacks against all odds. Yeah, there's been a few of those, but never all that many.
A few of those done against him.
Indeed. Indeed. But we don't talk about those. Ryan from Rush B Media does it enough. Now Sports still. With the man advantage, slowing things down, playing a bit more passively. A-Core spots out the shoulder peak and shuts him down immediately. That's one thing which he's been really good about, and even goes for 2 with that bomb being dropped, and FaZe lands his opportunities to win this round seem to be non-existent when Twist misses that flick, going for another attempt at it, but A-Core's just going to come in, back off, play from inside the heavens or the hell, depending on wherever he wants to go.
Yeah, neither of them has a clear path towards this bomb. At least none that they'll quickly realize. 30 seconds. Yeah. You can see how contained they are towards these bomb sites. The objective has to be for FaZe to crack on in, and they have limited time and resources. Twist trying to lead the charge, Galil in hand, he's gonna get caught on the side swipe, Rain there to trade, and he's only gonna get the one. A 15th round here for Mouse. This has been really strong stuff in the second map. We know we're not seeing the activations we saw in the first from FaZe. Even with this being first pick material for them coming into this series, Mouse showing such dominance in especially these late round decisions that they're making and the late round duels.
Yeah, we also have to keep in mind, FaZe forget activations here, you know, non-existent at this point. Even Brokey sitting on 12 and 13 from 10 and 5. Even, you know,
After
the highest on
Twist's
the
monster first map as well. Yeah.
The highest performer they have right now is Rain with 13 kills, and that just tells you the story. 20 rounds and 30 kills. Gold at least will be able to add one more, and a core. That's a nice little micro adjustment. Backs off immediately as well. Rups will be forced back with the Molotov bomb. Blonded safely, but the retake is on. Carrigan is gone. A 3-on-4. What can FaZe even do? Guns can't be recovered. They've only taken one out of the enemy hands, in all fairness, but there comes out the one-way smoke. Bemis as well, waiting from inside the vents just to start pushing out. Rain is expecting it, but will he be able to even get the frag as he beats out? Rain sees Bemis. Bemis is wasting time. Chris is alone, and with the flashbang, Bemis has got it done. Mouse Sports does it in style. Takes away the second map. FaZe Clan only 5 rounds. Just not able to get it done over there. And with that, we're going to have to go to a short break. We'll be back with Overpass very soon. FaZe can't be feeling too good.
Playing our selfish games, but never learn to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. So I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? So you can't let go, 'cause I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment. And maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know.
We've just had an absolute decimation of FaZe now. We thought the first map was rough for Mousesports. Mousesports comes around and shows that they can give as good as they can take. I'm Tito. I'm joined by none other than Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, Nuke just looked like everything went wrong for FaZe then.
Yeah, and it felt as though they came in with this initial game plan, right? We talked about Karrigan trying to building things up, and then all of a sudden, you know, they tried to make adaptations, and it seemed like that only played further into the Mousesports court.
And look, one man who you have to outline was Robs in the first map, who was great, but he kind of was a little bit all over the place on the T side. No one really did too much on T side Mirage. You talk about Nuke, he was in their minds, Michael. He was just looking at Karrigan saying, I know what you are thinking. Every single time it felt like Robs just had the better of them. Robs was taking them down in lobby. He was taking them down over when they were on HUT. And of course, shout out to our official logistics partners as well, DHL. You help us get so much done around here. And Robs was the one who was delivering with them too, as it seemed like every single place he went, he just had a package straight to the head, and that was a bullet. It didn't really work out too well for the side of FaZe, and whenever they were trying to aggress into him.
Yeah, and it felt like he was being kind of countered at the start of it, right? They knew exactly where he was going to be in towards lobby. They were doing a good job of flushing him out, but that CT side was just met with so many twists and turns. As soon as they got into these late round positions, so often were clutches going more into the way of Mousesports. And we talked about some of the difficulties that those A-site players had. You know, Rain and Cold didn't really heat up as fast as we thought they would.
Well, look, listen, we've also got to talk a little bit more about Robs and Stars, but we want to talk about it. We're going to go to a short video that we prepared to show exactly where they've come from and who they are.
Everyone wants to be number one. The number one player in the world. The number one team in the world.
Oh my god!
But some of us like to aim even higher than that. What's better than being number one?
Props is so damn cool.
Absolute zero.
That Mousesports have thrown into these last 2 rounds. That is such an incredible...
They say that blood is thicker than water, but what if you've got ice in your veins? Meet Mr. Cool and his brother in firearms, Frozen, as they undertake a treacherous journey through an extremely tough group.
Well then, you kidding up.
If they can survive. When you're this cool, there's no chance you'll melt under pressure. But maybe they'll be too cold to hold their nerve. Frozen, the fresh-faced assassin who puts the ice in apprentice, looking to follow the boy wonder who took the same path. Mr. Cool granted Frozen an opportunity to learn from the best, and he just can't afford to let it go.
They can't end with Let It Go like that, Michael. I just have to start, serenading out here there every time I see that video. But of course, Jackie with a fantastic voiceover for those as well. And it really does seem to be the narrative. Robs has now become the master. Frozen still the apprentice. Who is he really learning from? Dexter or, Robs more like it? Obviously, he also had a lot of mentorship from Karrigan, but the question is, can they turn that mentorship around moving forward? Because in Nuke, it looked like they had all the answers. Acor, still, I have to say, a little bit cold and not the way we've been talking about so far. He had his moments, but maybe not quite too many of them. A map like Overpass can be quite tricky, though, and the question is he going to show up for that?
Yeah, it's always the question to be asked because Acor has his own experiences. He was a supportive player, he then transitioned to becoming a star, now seemingly slotting into another position where he can be a star, but we haven't seen too much of that as of yet. I think he's supposed to be this addition to that that double or that duo in Frozen and Rops, right? We're supposed to see that trifecta, but it hasn't been activated as of yet. And we have to hope that this new map of Overpass that they've been implementing is where we start to see that shine.
Well, we'll have to see that shine after a bit of a break. We're going to go to a short one. As we come back for Overpass, we'll talk a bit more about how we expect the matchup to go.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love. I can hear the sound.
And we're back. It's time for Overpass. It's time to see who takes just a chance to stay in the DreamHack Masters. It's insane to believe, Michael, that it's come down to this, where it is a decider between FaZe Clan and Mouse Sports. A year ago, both would have been considered top 5 to top 8 teams in the world, maybe. Now it's about, hey, can we just not be last place at DreamHack Masters? Of course, both of these teams have aspirations for greatness, but only one of them might be given even access to greatness.
And they're still going through the transition period. You know, they've got another person to beat alongside this lower bracket. You know, we saw that G2 were awaiting them past this point, which is crazy that they're down here as well. Another team that's undergone some moves themselves. So there's a bit of a trend within this lower bracket so far. But, I mean, we set our attentions onto this third map. And, you know, we had a lot of questions coming into the veto period. We didn't think Overpass would make it through in the best of ones. And then all of a sudden we get to see it in the best of threes as well. So they're trying to expand their map pool. And it was a map that they were hesitant to approach when Karrigan was in leadership with them themselves.
And look, I'm just amazed by the fact that, hey, they're trying this out. I talked to you about this when we weren't live. I was completely ready to come over here and knock the door of Mouse Sports down, start criticizing them for their map pool. And lo and behold, Mitter tweets out, hey boys, what's up now? 7-map pool, come at me. So I'm getting mixed vibes, but I've got to see how exactly they perform. Earlier on today versus Navi, it was very good, but it was also very heavily predicated off of A-Core's success on the CT side. Question is, can he actually have that this time over?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of questions. The one game isn't going to be enough to go off of, right? And I think when we looked at the T sides, you know, we saw BMAS kind of bail them out in some of the trickier late round situations. He had a fantastic round where he just read into the positions. He had to get almost every single kill in a clutch, where they shouldn't be able to win it. And that's the type of level we want to see from these Mouse players. You know, it's not that golden 3 that I've been trying to highlight so far. This was a map that Beema saw a lot of success in alongside Frozen. So I think we're still pining for an A-Core that we once knew. He may not come through, but we'll have to see if this third map is where he starts to show some of that level, because Frozen was so impactful on this CT side by being aggressive, and it felt like A-Core had to play a bit more passive to compensate.
Indeed, it did. And look, over here, we also had to start asking questions about FaZe. Now, Cold.
Really slow round out. He'd already lost Rain, and see if FaZe can recover this one. Going to be a difficult task. There's no doubt about that one. They've got some utility available. Flashes at the ready here for FaZe. They're trying to close that gap. Dexter ready to counter you, throw that smoke as well. Make it more difficult for them to get sightlines in. They're ready in here. So many numbers. Dexter and Frozen are doubling up for the top couple of kills. A-Core trying to lock things down. It's cold now to try and clutch things back, but not going to be able to pull it through. It's a nice, clean state of affairs there from Mouse. A-Core went for that aggressive peak. It's good to see him activated so early, and Mouse will get off good on their CT side. We know we didn't get to see any real setup there from FaZe because of how quick that one came out. Or straight into the force buy. Deegs already. You see the odds from our partners at 1xBet. Now they kind of lean it over towards Mal's. I don't know if that's only because of the pistol. You know, they might be seeing that curveball thrown in as well and seeing that they've got things planned. Short on the cards here for Mal's. Bemis is, again, taking a fight straight off the bat. I think one of the interesting things that we'll touch upon is whether Mal's try and disrespect what FaZe have to offer in this respect. Because when we had talked previously, you know, we had this idea that they maybe didn't want to go up against Karrigan on Overpass, even though he was kind of shy from taking that particular map. And it's going to be difficult to see if they have a read on how Karrigan will even approach this one. Frozen over at long, taking the fight, and Twist has been taken down. These pistols not getting anything going. A-Core, really solid stuff as well. The counter utility in from Mal's, really solid. FaZe just cannot get any kills going. Only the one on Cold thus far, and that was from the pistol round. I do hope that we get A-Core on the AWP kind of quickly. Seeing him with the rifle do well against the anti-force buy is always nice though. So I'm not gonna complain. Again, been kind of pining for him to show a little bit more, because we've seen some of the stars activate for FaZe, and I think this has been a battle to see who gets up to snuff fast enough. You see the setup change. Mouse over towards that fountain position. You know, they've gone aggressive. It's Rops and Frozen trying to create that condition. Outside of this B side, and Bemis getting the spray on too. Rain responds in kind, but they were sussed out, spotted, and A-Core has moved into position. So knows that Rain has fallen. At least further back. Rops on containment control. Miles of all the information they need to put a bow on this one. Couple of players coming his way though. Rops prepared for this and gets it done with the FAMAS. Nice little double. And some of these talking points we were on about earlier on, where Mouse weren't converting some of these force buys easily. It was a difficult pill to swallow, that they would lose so many of these crucial rounds, and that was what prompted the sort of Myther response, where it felt bad that they fell into the lower bracket in that opening game, where they went with that surprise right out of the gate. That overpass would be let through the veto. Any team that was worth their salt analytically would just look at that and just be like, wait, they haven't played this in how long? I mean, historically, I don't even think they make the hundreds in terms of the maybe the past 3 or 4 years into how many maps they've played of Overpass. You know, I think they've maybe been tempted a couple of times, you know, experimenting with other permabans, but it's always come back down to that dreaded Overpass. One of my favorite maps, but hey. Also, it's not just me hogging the mic. I mean, it is. We've had a small tech issue. Doesn't only happen to the players. They get a timeout. We don't. 3-0 start here for Mal's. A-Core trying to get aggro with the AWP, and he's flashed off the angle initially. Don't know that Mal's are going to look for too much more off of that. Still hovering around these toilets, though. Well, there's nobody really investigating here on that FaZe side. Frozen in prime position, divider control, jiggling between the two angles. He's very isolated in this fight. The timing is perfect. I mean, this is out in the fight, though. Could have completely sideswiped Karrigan. And instead, it'll tee up Rops in a forward position at the bathrooms, but the Molotov may force him into other plans. Could take top bins. The smoke not really hitting the mark. Should have gone slightly deeper, bounced off the wall, and prevented sight lines towards Banana. A-Core looking to investigate. Ulp at the ready. That made by Karrigan, so A-Core's gonna swing, and he's cut off on the retreat. Didn't realize that there were 3 FaZe players primed and ready. They still have so much information here. Miles are showing so much control. They do not want to give up this bathroom's position, but they still don't have a firm idea of which way they're going. You know, there's a lurker out towards Monster. There's 3 players hovering outside of A themselves. Oh, they made a sterner stuff here. Rops on the flank as well. That wrap towards B hasn't seen too much. 12 seconds left. Rain finding the entry, and Bemis seeing if he can deny, but he might not get there in time. Rops as well on the flank, won't get there, and he's brought it to just 3.
Over here, Rob's trying to fight back, but it's so difficult. In the meanwhile, it just seems like chances are dwindling down. Michael, Faceland should have been able to find themselves that round. Rob's getting some damage in the fadeaway, but not quite enough.
Yes, welcome back.
Shush. We don't break the illusion.
Yeah, I know. I could see, you know, there was a few times where I was like, oh yes, do you remember that time we talked about this thing? I couldn't keep going. Couldn't keep lying to them all.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mike's kind of
that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. The players get all these tech timeouts. Where are ours?
Yeah, come on, guys. We're players too. We played the game as well. Sort of.
I mean, pretty poorly, to be fair.
Hey, hey,
Well,
hey.
I didn't want to maintain the illusion. I didn't want to lie to you guys. And there's no lie. We have very limited info on the Mousesports CT side. Or, I mean, Overpass in general, not really the CT side in its isolation. You know, we had some of those questions answered in terms of how they want to approach this one. But I think it's been good to note that so far they've been fighting for that information in the late round. They do not want to let FaZe usher out a plan of theirs in these late round scenarios. And so hopefully we get to see that continue, because it brims of confidence. And to have that come in as a surprise map veto pick, it has to be confident for Mouse.
Right now, things have slowed down a fair bit. FaZeland have showed how often they're content with this panning up. But again, you know, the idea is all of those reads that we were talking about, Michael, they're not going to be here anymore when it comes to FaZeland. You don't really get to predict anything, considering that Carrigan himself had never played it with them. It seems like in some ways it is the perfect counter, isn't it? Flashbang comes out for Bemis. Bemis, however, peeking forward. It should be a frag coming out for Brokey, and as they start to peek through, there's 2 to fall and more to follow. FaZeland starting off nicely with the entry, but Dexter response is there, even if it isn't saying too much.
I feel like this is a trend pulled over from Mirage. Another 1 versus 3. Happened far too often on that map in particular, but FaZe are bouncing back after losing those opening 3 rounds. Gun round's feeling a little bit better. But you wouldn't expect that there's any contest that Frozen should be able to hold onto this rifle. So good stuff from FaZe. And it wasn't as if there wasn't that moment in the previous round as well where FaZe could have just collapsed on the bomb site and potentially pulled off flanking plays. So we're already seeing that there is some vulnerabilities, but we shouldn't see what we have thus far in the series, where both the first and second map, it felt like a battle of mind games, right? Of who's countering who. Are they, this person's making an adaptation, do they read into it? You know, systematic understanding of one another, but I mean, like we've been talking about, this is foreign soil. In a lot of respects, they'll have more information on FaZe than the other way around.
Let's also not get ahead of ourselves on that angle. There's also the fact that FaZe doesn't play Overpass that much either.
Yeah, so and they're not too successful either.
Yeah, that is true. At the same time, Carrigan historically always been a fantastic Overpass caller, so maybe with those mid-rounding, those rotations that we know can come through an Overpass, there's something to be done. So far, once again, slower setup coming out from the FaZeland side.
And over here, AWP.
They do, but they don't have too many flashes to work off of it. That's something we saw against Na'Vi, was that they were really good at these, you know, flash angles. Echo was on point with the utility as well, just making all the duels so much easier than perhaps you'd normally expect them to be. And that is something where the additional mystique, so to say, of Mousesports really does assist you. There aren't really any flashbangs FaZe can be prepared for. And that is one of the most important reads you can have on the T side of Overpass.
Playing out real slow. Smoke thrown in the connector, but Frozen, after some time, investigates and realizes that it is vacant. Hide side B is where they'll set up, but Mouse are leaving it. They're moving instead over towards the A side, and now they realize that they may have made the wrong rotation. Carrigan moving in for the entry pathway, and that's an open bomb site, but the USP tapping him low. The fire could have finished him off, but Carrigan doubles up.
20 seconds. And, you know, this has to be a save, right? At this point, some kills are nice to get. At the very least, there is that to work off of. But over here, now, you also have to ask yourself, at the same time, where we're hyping up all this idea, Michael, hey, there isn't that much to study on. Let's also not make any mistakes about it. Mousesports looked very vulnerable against Na'Vi, and Na'Vi is also a team which doesn't play Overpass that much. So the one difference maker, I would say, between Na'Vi and FaZeland over here is that, you know, Na'Vi has that guy who will deliver 30 frags every time. Navi has simple. So it will always be challenging to play overpass up against him. In comparison, though, FaZe have showed differences in consistency. Unfortunately, you can also say the exact same thing about Mousesports. Mousesports don't have that guy over the time.
Yeah, in the Navi series, right, it was more a punish, right? Identifying it as like, oh wait, that's perma veto territory. Why have I done that? That's a mistake. Wasn't out of confidence. I mean, more confident that they'll have more stuff ready, especially with Bit being full time, right? He was that was one of his early map adaptations. Oh, singed at the feet. A little far to hear the tag, but can still set up for the boost here for Mouse. Instead, investigating the connector slightly earlier. Again, that same smoke, same amount of time sort of waited after the smoke as well before they peek on through. And so now there is this flanking opportunity once again presented to Mousesports. Ecor though, oh my goodness, peeking into 4 of them? That is scary, but he pulls and plucks one out, gets himself away. Oh, realizes that he's been cut off, but Carrigan's gone too. Oh, almost lining up a third, but Grain finally gets a handle on it. This A bomb site could be taken, but they're still slow to clear it. Frozen on the flank as well. This bomb getting ready to get planted, but they're still concerned about Long, and as Twist turns around, they've brought it back to a 2-on-2.
And this is something where Mousesports had this exact same issue earlier on versus Navi as well, is that sometimes you slip away in these heavy advantage positions because you're working off of angles, and meanwhile, Rops will fall on Long as well, so you're in a 1-on-2 to fight for your life. Bemis is the one left alone. He's got to get everything and more. Doesn't have a kit, needs to pick that up from somewhere around the ground, and as he peeks forward, will find one, but at the cost of almost his life, and will be his life as soon as Twist can pull his trigger. With that FaZe already on 4.
That's a really dicey position to find yourself in so early as well. Ecor doesn't feel like he should be able to get away with murder like that, especially such a late round peak. You know, you've got 2 players in the connector. You'd hope that they would have a bit more control, you know, take a further back angle, but he's pretty close to them. And then he rounds that corner, there's 4? I would have dropped the ball. You know, there'll be 4 players in front of me, and I'd somehow still get nothing. Far more composed though, Ecor, and we're seeing that stardom kind of arise slowly but surely. When we had our discussion earlier on as well, we talked about the expansion of the map pool and how maybe Ecor is a bit of an influence in that respect. You know, Dexter as well. I think it was highlighted on that Mad Lion side that Ecor would just kind of, we'd see the highs and lows of him. You know, he'd be hyper aggressive with the AWP, and it would work. Sometimes it wouldn't, and that would, you know, it'd almost lead to a round loss if it didn't. But he'd win more than he lost. So, I mean, I guess that's a net positive. Showing some of that flashy stuff already.
Like, I just want him to go for those repeats. I just want him to play around those, you know, million angles that Overpass presents itself, because that's where, you know, Opers can shine, and he has done that in the past. Now, let's let him have his playground. FaZe, of course, need to be careful that they don't fall victim to a half-my victory. That would be the worst possible way to give Mousesports the momentum back. The previous round wasn't the cleanest from them either, so money is very unstable on this terrorist side. Loss bonus, obviously, doesn't need to be said. There, Rob speaks true, but misses the shot, and Twist will recover. Frozen, next one to fall down, and with that, FaZe have found themselves a big advantage. Dexter, as well, nestled away in a corner. Molly comes in. Oh my god, Bemis, what a shot from him!
Oh, won't get anything afterwards, but yeah, flashy. Nothing further. Twist with 3 thus far. Ecor rotating in with the scout, and oh, spotted 1. Holding for it. Nah, not gonna get too much. Had a chance, but FaZe with a 5th. It would be unheard of if Ecor won this one back. Sovereign forward, he wants a bit of damage at the very least.
I mean, you can see why he's going for it. You're going to have it off in the next round anyway. If you can take away one more rifle, FaZe Clan put them
doesn't
in a
want to
position
litter in the next round. You know, he would just throw that up on that scout on the floor. It's just like, what is its purpose?
It is pretty unsatisfying to have to do that, in all fairness. That is true. Now though, Faceland, Broky's not had a great game so far. Hopefully he can start changing that around, but they will have to contend with the double op setup that's coming through from Mousesports. Robs has shown a huge amount of prowess on that so far this series whenever we've seen him pull that one out. But Akor's getting aggressive this time. He's going to be over towards Fountain. No one's seen as he's completely blind and will be bunny hopping his way back.
This is something we saw in the game earlier on as well when Akor is going for those peaks. Seeing Rops move on over towards B. Like you said, this time with that double AWP. Carrigan. Oh! Aim punch. Whoa. Big difference.
Yeah. He has armor, he gets that frag. You can see it in your mind's eye. It's forced back, though. Frozen's in a very difficult fall. And meanwhile, Dexter's the one to fall, but Frozen over towards Toilets is actually pushing out from long. He realizes that if it's going to be a Toilet Spencer coming in, Akor's not there to cover him on that first contact. So instead, he gets aggressive. In a 4v5, he's also the only one who really can get aggressive. Twist, however, will be revealing himself with those footsteps, but he still gets the kill. Massive whiff from Frozen.
Floundering the frag. Oh dear. They are moving towards this B bomb site where there's still heavy presence here from Mouse, and there's 35 seconds left. They're investigating A though, and they may realize fast enough that bomb is a little bit of a distance away, so moving back towards that A bomb site will be a difficulty. They're moving into what Mousesports have little left.
Oh, what a shot. He's so good on those. Never shown to be him. Bemis, however, is the one who has his kill stolen away. Akor peeks into Monster as well. Gets himself another. And without time, Twist can only just go for damage. He's been good at recovering a frag earlier on. I don't think he can recover this round. God, peeking? He's peeking after time as well? How confident is he feeling?
Oh, that is such a big error as well, though, from FaZe, right? They have a player still lingering and lurking over towards that A-bomb site. Sure, they've kind of spotted Akor traditionally that direction, but it's a gamble stack in the right way, where FaZe just weren't prepared. You know, they spot out Akor. They think they can try and run him down, but the off angle at the end there from Mouse is what makes the difference, drops the bomb. And it looked like they should have had the upper hand as well with some of the timings they were taking on that CT side, even with the man deficit. And we saw that missed opportunity from Frozen. And now it's really on its head.
Oh! Frozen there pick it up though, even if Robs has dropped it, but Grain and Carrigan with the combined two will maintain advantage. Robs really needed to land that shot. And generally speaking, I feel like Robs is one of the best Robs in the world in those super close range scoped in angles, but this time just wasn't able to get it done. And it feels weird saying that about a secondary AWP, but hey, man's just that good sometimes. Akor, heavily aggressive down in playgrounds, could be able to find Twist, and that would be a big find indeed. He sees the back, but doesn't have the timing. Twist will be leaning forward, but it's Dexter to take the duel versus Cold, who's backed off instead. Twist spotted out, brought down. Dexter finds Cole with a push through, and a flashbang from Beamer should be setting up to delay the T side. Carrigan and Brokey have got to go through though. With a smoke down, they're using a gap in it, or at least trying to. Still, nothing found, and the bomb needs to be planted. Carrigan next to the pillar, going for it soon, but he just can't find the zone. And inside he goes, and so does Dexter. Straight to the back of Carrigan. It's 3 with the MP9. And an AK picked up, an saved rather, for his troubles.
And these aggro plays from Mouse just keep paying off for them as well. Even when they are losing those opening duels, it is just re-aggression to try and compensate for it. We've now seen them at man deficits in back-to-back rounds, and they've still gotten their way out of that position. Contain FaZe at 5 for a little bit longer as they're back onto pistols. We haven't seen thus far too many sort of crazy big performances from any of these FaZe players.
So sorry, that was a very nice looking movement.
Yeah, I kind of got desensitized to it. I used to watch an endpoint player do it all the time, and so I did come to expect it. But you are right, it is nice.
I've never seen that before, so it's quite cool.
Didn't even do it properly. You know, there's a way you can optimize that even further.
Oh, Okay.
We won't get into the
All right,
logistics
Mr.
of it.
Twitch chat.
Not even good movement, lol.
No, it definitely isn't a good buy. Twist. All right.
He was prepped for the boost.
Yeah. Acor likes this map, put it that way. You can really tell he feels so much more comfortable on this than he does on something like Mirage. Faceland still very committed towards the idea of this bomb site. Acor is very committed to the idea of connecting shots, and he keeps doing it. You know what? I like this. Lots of commitment all around. And Mousesports up to 6.
Hey, is this an instance of ask and we shall receive? Feels like we have been asking for an Acor pop-off, and he's been doing well. You know, we saw on the rifle and some anti-eco rounds. Yeah, he's 14-4. And counter-ulping, not that there has been much of it from FaZe. Berkey, yeah, a little rough.
Won't have the best of showing so far, that is for sure. Double Molotov actually coming out this time. It forces the FaZe boys over towards a very fast push into Fountain actually. Karrigan speaking through. Frozen's ready, but he can't land the shots. It seems to be a team of the game so far. They will be forced back, and meanwhile into Rain they go, and he's ready to mow them down. A 4 versus 3 now. Mousesports are going to try and maybe just stack on this A-bomb sign, and that will be the right call to go for, but man, what a funnel play into Rain.
Yeah, and that was a big deal as well that he picked off Acor first, because if Frozen had died, maybe Rain isn't as prepared for the second. Like, wait a second, Acor has an AWP. Heard an M4 in that direction. Still grinding off the clock though, are FaZe. They put themselves in this position a few times over, only for Mouse to find a little hidey hole.
I mean, they're expecting the aggression this time though, but can they find Dexter, who seems to have threaded the needle? He's moved right past all of them. He's right behind them. This could be massive, but no, Rain shuts down any sign, any thought, any possibility. And with 30 seconds left, Mousesports, they don't have the best of money. I wouldn't mind a save, but you also know they want to keep going for this. Robs will not be rotating over even when the indications have been shown of the A-bomb side. Bemis is here with 1, maintains position, looking for more, sees Twist, but can't get it done. FaZe will take the round, but you can see a world where Dexter gets that kill.
Yeah, it was getting set up for him, but I think I think Twist was just repositioning, leaving Brokey at long by himself, only for him to kind of turn around. And I think even if it wasn't spotted out directly, the shadow would have given him up. So they were really prepped for him to be making that play towards the divider. Really unfortunate timing there for Dexter, but FaZe keep hold of it. You know, they grab it with 2 hands. No Mouse stealing away the cheese this particular round, tying it up once again.
Terrorists win.
Okay, the Robs can keep hold of this AWP though. Big proponents of the double up setup. Yeah, on these CT sides for sure. We've seen the impact that Acor can have in these moments when he isn't being use the word funneled over towards connector and maybe funneled into fights he doesn't want to take.
Yeah. And that is for sure. And again, man, Frozen's had an all-right game, but there's definitely been some whiffs that have come back to haunt Mousesports. They've been able to get away with a couple of them. You know, you saved the day on the other side. It's all good, but eventually one is going to come back and bite you, and that seems to be the one. Quite a few players this time in Connector. Not really just a lonely Rain. Frozen, man! Where are you going, Frozen? Oh no, not again! Not again!
I feel like we've just gotten the duality of it all. They had so much confidence in a B-side in play, and now they've lost Acor too. The aggro play working against Mouse, that A site fully taken, and this should just be a moment where they save. They do not have money in buffer.
If you lose these 3 weapons over here, FaZe could very well fight for 9 a little bit more comfortably.
They know it too.
Yeah.
They're on the hunt.
They don't have much money either, so you know, you're playing with it in your head. Do we go for this? Do we not? But the AWP has been dropped. Bemis knows he has to go to try and recover. He won't be whiffing on cold, but doesn't really matter. Oh, yes, it will. Okay, some more damage dealt. Looking pretty, but it will not be enough. Misses that next shot. Otherwise, could have been the saving grace. And Twist comes in from the side and shuts him down. FaZe will not allow Mousesports to save a single weapon moving forward. And with the loss bonus not quite being at its max now, Mousesports aren't too happy about it.
Yeah, a 7th thus far. And I mean, these past few rounds, FaZe are seeming a bit more composed as well. It does, I will reiterate, you know, there are these moments here for Mouse where they could be very controlling. You can even see that there is a bit of paranoia set in. They've seen what limited info we have on Mouse, and some of it was about Frozen and how aggressive he could be. We've seen Connector be a focal point throughout this half so far as well, but the round that they vacated, that was when Frozen went for the flank. Rops will fall in that very position. And they only have pistols and Deegs alongside the standard issue. Creeping play here for FaZe. Molotov at the barrels, getting rid of some of the more troublesome angles. Bemis at the pillar, though, gets nothing.
We've seen a few of these creeping plays from FaZe. Normally, Mousesports is able to catch 1 or 2 people just with some sort of aggression, or see 1 or 2 people and then whiff on them. Not sure from Dexter, but it seems to only delay the inevitable. But it seems like he might be given an opportunity over here. Molotov now leans in, but it's been missed, and he needs to start peeking forward. Carrigan needs to be careful as well. No one there to refrag, and as Dexter's shoulder peeking time and time again, now with Cole moving in, it's going to be Twist to seal the deal. Man, that got really close for a second there, but FaZe Clan, they will find themselves 8, and now look for 9. Utility not at its best for the Mousesports camp either.
Yeah, it would have been a hard
CT timeouts used.
It would have been a really difficult one to win out, right? But even still, you know, you start to see it. We've seen these flashes of greatness from Dexter at like really called upon moments here for Mouse throughout this series. And given the track record thus far, you know, getting those 2 D kills, yeah, you do get a little bit worried.
Especially when the Molotov misses.
Yeah. They could have made this a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
Had to take the hard road instead.
Mousesports has used 3 tactical timeouts out of 4 so far. I mean, look. This is... Sure, Frozen's sort of missing in a lot of these crucial moments, but Broki's not even on the server, and FaZe Clan is still in such an incredible lead, and it all comes off the back of what Twist and Rain have been able to get done. And now, you're going for Yield Faithful, or in this case, Yield Unfaithful, because Broki's just run away saying, I'm not having any part of your antics. Robso, inside the smoke, is waiting. This could be big. Carrigan right behind him, and he's moved past, but Broki finds Robs. How is he watching for that?
I mean, Monster smoked, I guess. But, oh, God, that is so awkward. That could have gone the other way. Carrigan getting another kill. There's a double here for FaZe over at B. As again, there was an aggressive play thrown at the FaZe default. It's not Frozen, but he may try and take the initiative. He's alone over towards that A bomb site. They're a man down, and you can see that FaZe have slowed it even further because they've been seeing this reaction here from Mouse so often when they've been at disadvantages. I want to seal this nice and cleanly.
Again, just not able to find the aggression. Or rather, this time, not able to find the target. Twist shuts him down. Bemis and A-Core, the last lines of defense, the last chances to make it a slightly more even half before they head into the dreaded terrorist side. 20 seconds on the clock, and FaZe are definitely running it down quite a bit, but Bemis is in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Bombs planted. Bemis, you can't save over here, buddy. He's expecting the Carrigan, or well, Carrigan's dead, but he's expecting that someone might be lurking over towards the B-bomb side, but now rotates back. Might have taken too long. No kid either. They're going to start to drive forward. Acor good for one. Acor looking for more, but they're not exposing themselves. They're clearing out the close angles, but FaZe is just all too far away. Brokey good for one, and we're going to have to go to a break to see how Mousesports can claw it back in that second half.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's
Oh baby, it's ready to rock here in that second half. So far, so good here from FaZe. They round out that T side with 9, and Mouse are left wondering what could have been in so many moments. They had these flanks, these potentials for late round choices, but FaZe were slow with how they approached that one. We've seen those odds flip on over from 1xBet. They know that that T side half that much more impactful for them coming into this series. We're expecting the CT side to be a bit more of what's to come here from FaZe. Seen some good stuff so far. Some trials and tribulations for Brokey. We've been seeing some pretty aggressive reactions. Maybe that aggression can carry over to some in-game results for him as well.
Mousesports are so heavily concentrated around that B-bomb site. And it seems like FaZe Clan might be looking to do some of the same. They do, of course, have Rain, who's gotten quite aggressive outside. Of course,
Molly too.
One of his most famous maps. Indeed, they do. But that smoke is going to be really well placed. Twist trying to play around it. They do have a second player there. Brokey good for one, but Dexter trades and Twist so crisp on these shots. And it's Rain and Cole there to chime in as well. The smoke side it all, but as we emerge from them, blood has been spilled and it's out of Mousesports. FaZe Clan winning out that pistol.
Yeah, you can see we were kind of glued to a perspective, and it just what is going on? This player's sitting inside of smokes, jumping through them, kind of fights within them. Didn't really feel like they had proper sightlines of one another, and FaZe got a handle on it. So, you know, you don't see success in the pistol. Natural response. See if you can do him dirty with the Deegs. Got some smokes available as well, and short pressure. Once again, mounted here for Mouse. See, FaZe had tripled themselves over towards A, not met with any hostilities.
Oh, Twist. The small dog could be big. Oh, well timed. Twist is just going to be forcing them forward, all funneling through, but Frozen's got one. Dexter makes it two. Rups with another one. Where is this coming from?
A little bit of fire behind them, and Brokey's now in position, but he's only good for one kill. Oh dear, this has spiraled out of control. The Molotov was well timed, but it sailed a little too deep, so it actually forced Mouse into those fights. Where if you're hitting the shots with those Deegs.
Yeah, I forgot my history, Michael. You're not supposed to burn the other people's bridges for them. You give them a route to hesitate, to go back, but it's all forward for Mouse Sports. Frozen, unfortunately, redeeming himself a little bit as well with that first kill. Very important. Robs smacks Rain on the side of his head. Guns recovered galore. Not often you see a CT side weapon in the hands of the terrorists. Now they've got 3.
Yeah, almost a full conversion. I don't think Acor could quite find one for himself, but it's dropped on over. Try and keep his economy pretty. We know he wants his hands on that ult. Yeah, not a position that FaZe wanted to find themselves in, and it feels like some vengeance for Mouse. FaZe have had a few rounds like it so far in the series. Very few in Mouse's court. They're kind of evening up as a result of that one. Molotov down. Rain a little far from it. And a good tag on Dexter. Then he should be able to escape with this one. There's no real immediate punish. Twist keeping them at bay as well. Nobody wanting these fights all too much here for Mouse, so they maintain their game plan, setting their sights in towards the bathrooms.
God, Rain's just getting so aggressive inside the toilets, but as he moves back, the repeat from Brokey, Rain can't get the frag, and neither can his teammate. Rain still pushing past the Molotov. This time he's hoping it works out for him. Can he get that Deagle power? No. It only really works for the other side. Now, smoke on top of the... Is that intentional? That can't be intentional, right?
Doesn't feel like it is.
Is that a one-way? I don't know, man. Smokes are weird in CS.
It would be a weird smoke to throw.
Maybe it's to stop the CTs from boosting over?
That would be even weirder still.
Well, 30 seconds and weird could devolve to worse. Twist, however, caught out, and that's the hopes of Faceland gone. Just Golzera left alive. He's not had the best of series after Mirage, and over here 8 and 12 hasn't needed to step up as much, but now would be a good time if he can get some damage, get some kills, get a bit of extra money as well, so he can buy up that AWP for Brokey. Need be. Opportunity given, but not quite capitalized this time for them.
The more I'm thinking about that smoke,
the less it makes sense.
I mean, there's a world where it's like, oh, preventing the jump spot for info. But even that, it seemed odd that there was nobody behind it. I'm not gonna put too much on it.
Maybe it was just a bank smoke that was flubbed.
I feel like I'm just gonna have to download the demo afterwards and just look. Well, I need to know, what is your intention with that one?
It's like if Michael's like a fortune teller who gives a $5 reading, only tells you a little bit, but then they get so curious that they go home and do this entire deep dive, like, tell me the future of this person entirely.
It's like I've been presented a palm and there's just no lines. Like, what do you do?
Slap someone with it.
It's like the whole. That's the whole gig.
FaZe, however, they might be getting to the breadline with the kind of money they're sitting at. Not really any chances of taking this one away if they can recover one of their own weapons. Hell, that wouldn't be horrible, but this should be a gimme for Mouse Sports. Have you ever had your fortune told, Comrade?
No, I don't think I have intention in doing so.
Well, I was going to drag that one off a little bit more, but the anti-eco ended pretty quickly, so hey,
Yeah.
all right. Well, Faceland, of course, a shout out to Ryan Randall, Observer, who's very confused about what to do when all 5 players are getting a kill at the exact same time.
Just find the kills. Turn on auto director. Would have gone all of them.
Indeed.
I'm gonna get flamed by our observer. Double digits. Looking and knocking at the door. That is Mouse looking to tie things up. Of course, FaZe have a few issues. All predicated off of that force buy. Jump spot. Rops was ready, but doesn't react. Not fast enough, at least.
Brokey. Really is hoping that Brokey gets aggressive around this corner, but Brokey's not had a great game so far, so he's playing a little bit more safe, a little bit more chilled out. Rain's the only person left with that A bomb site. And look, the terror of the toilets is no longer quite as deadly as that he was once upon a time, but
I mean, the boost could be good.
Well, they drop off, so.
Yeah, immediately. They made noise in doing the boost, so just cancelled it.
Rain's position is going to be massive, though. If he can find the kill on the Frozen, that would be huge. At the same time, Cole, if you fall to Robs, the jig is up, and rotations have to start coming back on towards his B-bomb site. Robs is just waiting. He's been here for so long. He's so patient. Just not moving. Robs, are you disconnected? Look at this. It's a game of cat and mouse, but right now the cat might just be Rain, and Cole is also pushing forward at the same time, but Rob will finally get it done. Rain at least equalizes, but patience pays off, and over to the B-bomb side they go. Twitch is completely blind. He's burning. He's dying. Carrigan has to lead by example now, but does he have an example to give? And Orb right in front of him. Acor plucks him out of the water. And sure, Brokey, have a consolation, have a pat on the back, but that's all it is to find a frag on Dexter. A retake, that looks impossible, but at least he'll attempt it. Booster up, but Acor! Oh! He's ready to do it! He knows it all, Michael. He knows all. He sees all. He is the fortune teller. And on 24 and 9, he says, I've got some pretty damn good fortune.
And is this map tailored for Acor? Because we didn't see him have a star-studded performance earlier in the day, but he has really shown up in this third, where it felt like he'd been missing for some of the series. Now looking to, hopefully, carry Mouse through it. FaZe getting kind of plucked apart. That short side statue in Rops just waited so long for aggression from FaZe.
I swear.
And you can see that the way that they're approaching the CT side is so different from what we saw from Mouse. You know, when we looked at their initial setups, they were trying to go for some early peaks. And then if they lost some numbers, they would get even more aggressive. FaZe have at least gotten one, though. Rain a pick on the Deeg. That's Bimask gone. And the rifle's not recoverable as of yet.
Especially because the grenade brought it back even further. Faceplan. I mean, they are getting aggressive. This could be a big kill. Rain is being distracted for, so he will get himself a second. Now, Sports, your old nemesis is here, but Acor is ready to at least put up a stand. Ropes once again. His feet are frozen. Okay, melts a little bit, but you know he wants the statue away. But with this little time left on the clock, he doesn't quite have the luxury of patience the same way as before. The B-bomb site seems to be where they want to go. There are smokes available for Cold Sarah, so he can smoke off Toxic, make it a lot harder for them to really clear it out, and they're going for the same old setup with 2 players here. Great timing on that smoke. Molotov immediately extinguished as well.
I know one's there at the very least, but do they suspect 2? This is the setup from the pistol round as well from FaZe.
10 seconds. Oh, bomb's being planted safe. This is the perfect place to go for it. Carrigan, as he's peeking out, will be seen by Rob, but they can't get it done. It's 3 frags in succession. 2 dinks from Brokey. All they need, and look at this. Twist kicking him where it hurts. Oh, no. Even our observer's saying, no, not like this. You can't
Stop, man.
like
He's
that.
already dead.
All of them are.
And this is exactly teed up like we've been talking about this series. It is that old rival. It's not even about the Mouse and FaZe head-to-head. It's these 4 spies. Mouse are falling victim to them so much so far this tournament.
I'm telling you, Frozen's head was not that spiky in the beginning. This has been a bit of a head scratcher for him. For sure. Can't be feeling too happy about it. 10 and 14 right now, and he could have had, you know, many more kills. We've seen him have quite a few individual mistakes. Let's put it that.
And just when they were about to take the lead as well on the Mouseport side, that is really deflating.
Oh, grenade. So well placed. Dexter's down to 46 as well, and they've got all the players they need on this B bomb side. Twist sees a player, but he's going to be careful. Can't just in time. Beam is good for one. Finish with double up. Twist is defending, but not for long. Through the smoke comes Drops with an AK bullet to his head, and Brain has time to swing out back to Graffiti as a Molotov will be at his feet. Wait for the player in water. Sees him, dinks him, but can't. Not even a dink, right? That's just a body shot. Dexter's already low, but can't get the kill. A 2-on-3 where they have to save. Mousesports might have been punched where it hurts, but they're still going to keep limping their way forward.
Yeah, and it looked dangerous, right? The utility timing right from FaZe was on the money, and then the tags were coming out, but it's again this burst, but the trades were just too effective for them.
Twist just not able to react in time when he's playing from on top of that toxic barrel position. It's a very strong angle to play, but you have to be hyper aware of someone from short maybe spotting you out. And when he's spotted out, you know, Smoke's useful, but he's played that same angle so many times. Drops the 3 times, it takes him down.
11-11. We tie it up once again. And it's these fast site collapses that have been so difficult to handle from both sides, it feels like. This is something that may be traveling over from Nuke. We saw that same level of success in some of these more hesitant moments on the T sides. Question is, do we see a change of pace once again? They went for a faster approach in that round prior, and they're grouped up at Monster.
Broky's opping inside connector, and now again the B bomb side is where they're headed. Good grenade flying through will deal enough damage to bring them into headshot territory if nothing else. And Cold Zara's AWP on shot could be impactful, but it's been smoked off and he can't do anything about it. Twist and Carrigan have to defend.
CTs too.
Good grenade moving forward, and the CTs need to be careful. They're all inside smokes. Twist will have his dissipate sooner rather than later. They're all dropping down as well. The terrorist side is at a standstill. They can't progress through. They just have to back off. And right behind is Brokey, who's waiting. He's going to be able to peek them out one by one. Brokey gets the first, drops the bomb as well, smokes himself off, and moves to the side so they don't expect it. But they might have heard him dropping down. Brokey lying in wait for them to come through. 48 seconds, still plenty of time. If you get this kill, Mousesports has a chance to rotate. And FaZe have to respect it. So Brokey instead gets aggressive, but Rob, Mr. Statue! Oh, Mr. Statue, how can you do this? His stone cold fist will swing out once again, knocking down Brokey, but FaZe, they themselves are frozen in place. The B-bomb site, not abandoned yet.
They have to go forward. There's no options. They could be anywhere here on FaZe. They're creeping past, and Carrigan, he just narrowly slots the head, but Frozen gets the best of him.
Twist now trying to fight back. It's him to be traded. Cold still alive at the back of the side in 8 seconds. The time is their enemy. The bomb not in their possession. And Robs, as he's moving past, has to face the face of defeat. It looked like Robs had done it when they get that kill, but Mousesports not rotating and FaZe doing the same. That entire round was the ultimate stalemate.
Yeah, just everybody separated by smokes, just spamming away. There was a lot of damage exchanged, but still no kills. And then when it all came to, you highlighted Brokey with that AWP. He was holding that flank, containing them. And it still looked feasible towards the end there for Mouse, but that time and that bomb being dropped, just too much of a difference maker. Oh man, you could see there's been some really animated reactions in this series, and you can understand why. It seems like every round hangs in the balance.
This is Counter-Strike at its finest, isn't it? Maybe not at its best, but definitely at its finest. We've seen a couple of interesting anti-force rounds, so let's put it that way. But regardless, Definitely entertaining. That's what we're here for. Acor, meanwhile, he's looking to get a little bit more aggressive, get that CT Juju going. Don't really down it long. And Faceland, one thing is for certain, they do not aggress as much as Mouse Sports was. And you talked about it before, but their style is much more, hey, you come to us and we throw smokes down. That's what we do.
Only exception that we've seen so far was that play from Roki, right? So
yeah,
may need more of it. They're creeping bathrooms. There's a player close as well. Rain just looking the other way. Smoke's down. Oh, it's faded. He spots them and a smoke thrown. That immediate reaction. We see you. Smoke down, but he's not able to get away with it. Seems like a firmly drilled protocol here for FaZe, and they are now a man down. 4 on 5, time left here for Mouse to consider their options. They still have Rops on that lurk at B, but he hasn't found anything from it. So they may just continue pushing forward here.
Roki's position. This is such an important place not to be giving up. They're maintaining Tallest control with the rotation from Carrigan. It's not back to B. It is, of course, back. Just repositioning around the dice. 3 players in long, 25 seconds. Here come the flashes. Here comes a push. Carrigan completely blind, and he's brought down. Brokey inside the bathrooms now needs to go for a flank, but right behind him lies Robs in wait. Mr. Statue is the man again, but Brokey to interrupt the bomb plant. Now inside the toilets, Mr. Statue can't move. Robs will not be able to prevent him for 2, and Acor will be the one to safeguard the bomb as it is planted. Robs still coming in from behind, but it's Twist and Cold who bring it back to a 2v2, but this could be a poison chalice. Not much money going for this, as difficult as it is, and the first kill is there. Acor and Robs ready to close out the 12th for Mouse Sports, but let's not forget, they've equalized and equalized and equalized, but when will they get the lead?
Yeah, as soon as one slowly creeps into the lead, it's answered right back. You're right, it has been a hard one to get a firm grip off for either team in the second half. And man, you can see that the frustration is building from these players. FaZe have run out of cash as well, so pistols are out. Not much alongside it. And this has been the enemy of Mouse, but feels like they are shortchanged a few Deegs on FaZe to be all too threatening. If they lost to this one, that would really, really hurt. This man's like a gargoyle. Protecting short, unmoving. Fierce in the fights. Aggro for short, and it lines up for Rops for 2.
Well, unfortunately, this time the gargoyle has got city governance to protect him. Mouse Sports set for 13. Seems like they can't be second there. Got a bit dicey. 2 players going down quite low. Frozen is still ecstatic, I suppose. Man, Acor 7 kills right now. Really, just such a different showing from the previous few maps.
Yeah, in these past few rounds, he has not had as many of these frags, but absolutely, it has been a firm 180 from him. And he's shown up for the kills that he's needed to, right? The round just a couple ago, Acor crucially allowed the plant. Brokey chanced at it on the spawn. Went for the pick immediately. Swing and a miss, though.
Twist again. And there's good old Toxic Corner. And no, we're not talking about an A. No, I'm joking. I actually like an A quite a bit. But hey. Now, it's all about Robs and Acor. Over from shot. This time, Rob's slightly more aggressive, but even still, patience is his game, perpetually. Acor, grenade goes in. That's quite a juicy one. Twist is going to be feeling a little bit less safe. And Coles will bait it forward, but the shoulder peek will, for once, not be punished. It seems like Acor's had his number on those before, but 1 or 2 misses will come out.
Yeah, chances at it for both the Opers. Could have found an advantage early. At least early enough See, Robs is taking a different angle on it at short. Still as stationary as ever. Now looking to be staggered, moving in towards this B site. 37 on the clock, and they are making contact. Molotov's in, trying to flush Cold Zero out of position. He's still holding firm at the pillar, but Dexter spams him down. So an entry here for Mouse.
Twist is still in water. He needs to find them. Dexter will go down, but it's still so many of the Mouse players cascading out, and over they go. Twist good for 2, looking for the 3rd. The smoke's dissipating, and Frozen will not be able to find much. It's rain over in heaven. Twist still alive. A 1-on-1. 3 kills so far, and now he's just waiting for the bomb to be planted, readjusting and going for it now. Not much HP on him to work with, and Frozen knows that there's been enough time for Twist to rotate back to heaven, but Frozen's about as calm as can be. Has moved all the way back to short already. Twist has to clear out all these angles. Is there a kit nearby? Doesn't look like it, so he's the one with all the pressure on his back. Frozen's just in the right place at the right time. Mouse Sports are at 14. FaZe just can't catch a break. It was a wonderful defense from Twist, but needed that finisher.
Yeah, Twist does so much, and he has to push it that little bit further. But it's Mr. Fool himself. Or rather, his compatriot, the man with ice in his veins. And that could be a freezing finish here for FaZe. Their money not looking good here in round 27. Mouse knocking on the door of 15. These rounds have to fill you with anxiety for both sides, to be honest, because of how close the timer has been each and every time, only for FaZe to get close, but not close enough from denying those plants. I know my heart's racing. Can only imagine. We've seen the frustration. Hair pulling. And fist fighting in the server. Mouse now looking to make it at least a guaranteed 15. Tag on the scout is good. Frozen dropped down to 12. Did he hit him with a headshot? I feel like it could have been a lot of damage. Seems like I've been told it could be Acor that's actually hit him, so my mistake. So he gets the assist. Frozen, you had a nice clutch, but you've been...
Why are you assuming he's going to die, Michael? Why have you got to be so negative?
I mean, he's teed up for it. These USPs, the one that Carrigan's got. He's going to meet him.
Well, Dexter's going to be dinked at least, so Carrigan will do his best with that. Dude, he's so good at... Man, Acor is genuinely just the elbow breaker. That's who he is. Even in the maps where he wasn't doing that well, he's so good at just getting a shot out on the jiggle. Really is crazy, but Rain and Brokey still holding down the divider alley. Brokey forced backwards as he's now a little bit more concerned about long for good reason. That's where the bomb is. Props, meanwhile.
30 seconds again against the anti-force buy, or the anti-buy. You just know that there is a growing concern here in the Mouse camp. They do not want to make a mistake, not in a round like this.
Rain's position could be forcing it though, but he swings a bit too wide and Frozen will shut him down. Now, Cold and Brokey. Brokey with the first. Cold and Twist coming through with more. It's gonna be it. Robs is too far away. It's a 1-on-2 without the time. How does this happen every single time? And now they don't have money.
There's enough in the tank. There's enough in the tank here for Mouse for another buy. But that has to be so heart-wrenching as well. The hesitance is about caution. There for Mouse Sports, you know, there's a mistake. The tag early. They know Frozen's low. There's low players there for Mouse, but these late site collapses, they have been really, really anxiety-inducing. And this is why. You know that there's that potential for it to fall out of Mouse's hands. And that's given FaZe this opportunity, this crack that is swung open in the door, for them to swing it right open to tie up once again. And they break the money of Mouse if they did it.
Oh man, we've seen that cause Robs to suffer once before. He knows he's gonna go for the same repeats, but Carrigan fully blind shuts down Dexter Cole with another one. Suddenly FaZe are picking up steam. Steamer still leading forward, but it's Chris to intercept. Not a single player lost from the CT side, and they've come through with a vengeance. The forced spy to assist, and Mousesport, what should have been 15, what should have been match point, will instead be an equalizer. FaZe Clan are right back in it, and Mousesports, no money.
This is a nightmare scenario, it feels like, for Mouse. FaZe are, as you would expect, composed. We talked about the veterans returning under, I say new leadership, returning leadership. Fresh face in there as well. And this is supposed to be their ace in the hole, you know, that curveball that they threw at the drafting, the veto period. It caught the analysts by surprise, the previous casters, us, everybody involved. Nobody would have seen what Mouse had prepped for this one. And it goes the distance once again. It was a close game in the upper bracket, in the opening game of the day. And for similar reasons, where it shouldn't feel like it's as close as it is. On the gimme rounds, the guarantees.
I mean, this could have just been a 16-11, honestly, for Mousesports. Maybe something around that. It seemed like it should have been with Brokey having such a quiet performance.
Yeah, but Twist's been compensating, right? He's been doing what he did on the rush.
Oh. And it is one of those classic maps for Twist and the like. But even then, just these anti-ecos, man. Now, they themselves are hoping for a bit of a miracle. Robs, of course, the only one who really has much kill potential. Brokey missing his shots, but that's what really stopped them before. Rain taking ball. There is no flashbang. There is nothing. There is no hope. And I mean, hell, for Mousesports, there isn't really much at all they can work off of. Robs will find one, takes the op, runs away immediately. He knows that if he can save this one, it's worth it, but a minute on the clock? Are you really saving this?
Yeah, they had a clean sheet in the last round as well, so FaZe can maybe afford a little bit thrown at this.
I mean, their money is also kind of weak. You don't want to maybe risk it moving forward, but at the same time, the AWP in Aiko's hands, it has been a force.
And a little bit less so in these latter rounds. And the way that they've been losing these past two as well has to be deflating. Oh, past three, I suppose. Robs looks like he might be able to get away with this. He is a sneaky fellow, embodying the emblem. So silent, so sneaky. He's made himself a little door that he can escape into. So he can hold on to that ult. It should be transferred over to A-Core, no problems. But FaZe have gotten to 15, and that is a big problem. It felt like Mouse could have closed this one out, threatened this overtime first, or just guarantee it at the very least. But this could be the rug being swiftly pulled out from under them.
They've got a fight forward now. And for Mouse, it's a sight they've seen before, just earlier today. You can see they're not happy with this. Bemis very frustrated on the camera earlier on, but Brokey getting aggressive. Does land a shot, but not quite there. Frozen will be able to keep most of his HP still alive and kicking. And now as he's starting to lead, the aggression forward has to pick up and really save the day from where he himself has perhaps lost it a few times as well.
Tag on the up shot, but Rain's there for the double, and Brokey really low HP. They haven't tracked him down. He's still close to these bathrooms as well, containing the progress here for Mouse. Smoke on down as well. Carrigan's alongside him. Oh, gotten another.
And now it's back to a 3v3. Mousesports On the verge of elimination, they fight for overtime on a map no one thought would come. Carrigan on the A-bomb side, alone looking to defend now. Located and Rox will find him. Takes him down, but Twist is here to recover. The star of the show so far will now fall to Dexter. Cold Zera. Left in a 1-on-2. Does not want to face up against overtime. But he needs to take it forward all on his own. And not the weapon you want to see in his hands, but at least utility aplenty to try and work around.
No smoke for the bomb. Molotov's a couple flashes, though. And he's been so slow about it. Thinks like they could be so up close, but they've taken a passive approach instead. Smoke can be recovered. I can go get on this bomb.
Molotov as well, perfectly placed. A flashbang could be going through. Cole's going for it. Dexter's burning inside. It goes. He's trying to stick
Surely
it. 2
not.
seconds, and with the knife, it's Dexter to take it to overtime. And we've got to go to a break, but we'll be back with more action very soon.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on tap. We're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know.
Oh lord. 3 maps, old teams, rivalries formed, and Overpass, the map we didn't expect to make it through veto periods before today. It has to go the full distance. It's not confident territory, it feels like. They forced FaZe into this. Mals, it felt like they almost had control to push this one over the edge, only for FaZe to answer right back. So now we'll see if things change up. This is where you expect to see a bit more leniency given to more hyper-aggressive plays. You know, throw your strat book, not out the window, but adapt it slightly. If there's any significant changes in these early stages, they've not wanted to go for aggressive plays, and Cold meets them with the ult this time around. Mal's not anticipating.
Not an angle that he was favoring all too often in the first, well, not really in regulation. And Cole hasn't had a great game so far. Overtime is exactly where you want him to start kicking it up a notch.
Hasn't had the second AWP either.
That is true. I think they bought it once before. It just didn't really pay off too well for them. Mousesports, though, you're talking about the strat book. I mean, hell, no matter how much you practice, your strat book can't be all that heavy. So you're really being tested, not just 30 maps, but beyond. This is the stage where Smoke's being lined up in 30 seconds. This is where Mousesports likes to commit. Robs is leading the charge. Twist on the other side. Caldwell put forward with the USP, and Carrigan's claimed that Mouse. There's nothing they can do about it. They are falling flat on their faces. And Acor in a 1-on-4, as heroic as he has been, this is just not his round.
I think the worry that dawns on you here is that Mouse have gone for these late round executes time and time and time again. And, you know, they've had some successes with it, but FaZe in these last few moments, before we even entered the overtime, we're making the change and just not giving them those fights. So it ends up in these 30-second executes where, I mean, this time FaZe were primed and ready to go. They actually pushed forward as the utility's coming through.
Frozen again. He's shown his hand so many times over towards Fountain, just not finding that much success on this half, though, is he? Not rather on the side. He did have some crucial whiffs as well on the CT side. A lot of mistakes from Mousesports, you have to say. But the performance that they've shown so far is, really does make it all worth it.
Sounds redundant, but, you know, when they've been winning, they've been looking good. But the losses have hurt that much more. Round losses, of course. Brokey. A little aggro with the AWP. Not exactly a comfortable fallback path, but one that they may not anticipate. Been caught out by the AWP in the round just prior. Brokey looking to replicate.
40 seconds, and how many times have Mousesports just wound down the clock this
Yeah.
time? FaZe has a read, and they're going, hey, it's been B so often, but with Twist's position being where it is, he's ready for the flank. Brokey good for the first. Starts off nicely. Rain smokes off long immediately. The grenade could be massive. Just need to chuck it right forward. Right now would be the best time possible. Rain, flashbang turns around. They're trying to pre-fire him. It just isn't working. Robs once again alone against 5. There isn't the time, there aren't the numbers, and there isn't the hope. Mousesports cannot get it done, and FaZe Clan are setting up for a clean sweep of this overtime.
Oh man, it feels like the deflation, the air kind of falling out of the hot air balloons of Mousesports. They were sailing so high, and suddenly there's a loud pop. Not quite sure where it's come from, but before they know it, they're on the tail and receiving end of what is a disaster. 17 for FaZe. The adaptations have been good. They've been mixing in some aggressive plays as well. When we talked about their CT side being far more passive, there hasn't been a substantial response. You know, we haven't seen the change of pace here from Mouse. Again, trying to wait for some of these activations on Acor's AWP as well. He has really slowed down, but he's had such a great game in getting here so far.
Brokey, he sees the oh no, for a second I thought he saw the shadow. Frozen might be located sooner rather than later. Frozen is tagged up, but not brought down. He's got the time to come around for another one. The block is what ends up getting them. Rain will be the next to fall. Mousesports aren't out of it yet, Michael.
This is here fast though. Tag player on Frozen. It's an easier fight, but only good for one, and Carrigan's on the wrong bomb site for it. Still hovered, and Mouse do pull that pin slightly earlier. It's predicated off of some aggression there from FaZe, where the tag doesn't quite seal the frag. See if Carrigan can clutch things back.
That could have been such a difference maker over there, but Carrigan, like you said, I mean, there's only forward to go in this 1v3. Taking away at his feet, and Bemis at his back will shut him down. Mousesports will prevent the clean sweep of the half, but now they enter CT territory. Now they enter A-core zone. And sure, he had a good second half. It wasn't the best of them, though. The question is, can he go back to the same place where he was in the first one? Can he get back in the zone where he's re-peeking and dancing around death, just holding his hand and directing him to FaZe Clan's heads?
And will it be him or Frozen that's looking for those early advantages? Feels like it's one or the other. We know that when it came to regulation, they were going for these aggressive plays so often, and A-Core is taking the initiative, scoping in. Oh, double zoom, missing the shot, sailing right past Twist. Not quite making the mark. Not being given these fights too early here on the side of Mouse. You talk about A-Core and his successes on that CT side. If he doesn't find that effectiveness, it did feel as though he was doing a lot of that heavy lifting.
Especially with Frozen not being quite on point and Rob's not having as many chances, honestly. Let's put it like it is. Rob's also didn't have the best numbers. He's doing well, but he didn't have the best numbers on the CT side. It was just A-Core. It was really power lifting through. Again, 45 seconds left. Both these teams really like to run the to run the clock down. How much is for sure? And so much utility still left from the CT side as well. Molotovs flying through, being exchanged, flashbangs and smoke primed up. 30 seconds and FaZe is walking in. Dexter lies in wait inside water, peeks out for one, lines them up but can't finish them off. They're both very low, and Dexter will end up falling after he gets another. Somehow it is not an advantage for Mouse, but the grenade will find Twist and shut him down. Carrigan and Coldzera without the bomb will retrieve it, will plant it. Inside the smoke they go. But Frozen the one getting aggressive from short. The spray transfer to save the day. 3 kills for him on that retake. What a round for Frozen.
Yeah, in from the connector, just throwing that dunk on the site. That was not how FaZe had planned that one out. You know, the smokes were down on that bomb site, but as soon as that kill comes in, that's when it had to be a round recovery, because the thing that's been haunting Mouse in all of those T-side rounds is what FaZe full victim to. The time is a critical component, and they were getting those entries. It felt as though Mouse weren't quite... I mean, they were ready for the hit. You know, the Molotovs were exchanged, but even then, some of the angles that were being held, the pacing or the route that they thought FaZe would take differed from what was expected. The nade, the door blown open, so A-Core finds the first. The second is good.
That's massive from A-Core. Again, the aggression working out, but then Bemis now from Toxic. Lies in wait. Twist has found so much success before. Bemis do the same. He can't. The smoke works against him, but Dexter up high gets himself one spray on the second. Can't quite finish, but Cole being as low as he is means that Mousesports are finally on match point.
And they got that one round that they needed to in that first half. So this is a do or die moment for FaZe. After it looked like they could have been down and out in regulation, now facing that same choice, or not, I guess not so much a choice, but circumstance being found. I was looking to convert what was denied to them in the first 30.
They have a double up that they're cycling forward cold. I mean, Randall, can we get eyes on Cold for a minute? I'm really curious about what exactly... Okay, so he's just waiting and holding, and it works out. The roll of the dice, the switching of the weapons goes the way of FaZe. Mouse just not expecting him at all.
Yeah, juggled that weapon over. He had an AK to fall back onto. Oh, Frozen. He's found one. This is being more and more of an issue because they're constricted connector firmly in Mousesports' control, and they've spotted out some presence over towards Long. That bomb dropped, so FaZe need to recover that one quickly, and Mouse have swarmed around it.
The clock not quite as far down as we've seen it go, but the smoke is really what's preventing them from moving forward. Beam is still with another Molotov as well to work with. There's so much utility. A flashbang gone awry though, and Dexter can't quite capitalize. Molotov now comes in. Ako's found one in the meanwhile. Mouse Sports, just 2 players left. All that's stopping them from moving forward. Dexter wants to take the peak, and as the swing comes in, Twist is good for one. They can't get more. It's Mousesports to take it away, and it'll be FaZe Clan eliminated. Last place from the DreamHack Masters Spring. We're gonna have to go to a break, and when we're back, it'll be the breakdown and maybe even an And we're back after an impossibly hard to predict game coming up between Mousesports and FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, of course, being eliminated. Mousesports do move on in the lower bracket. We're going to have the coach from Mousesports with us for an interview pretty soon. But before that, Michael, I know I'm asking a lot of you, but what the hell just happened in Overpass?
Oh my days. All over the shop, right? It felt as though Mals were in a commanding position in a number of rounds and moments. You know, they felt like they had the upper hand with some of the sneaky maneuvers they were going for in late rounds, and then it would all just kind of fizzle out of existence like it was salt in their hands, just seeping through the cracks. And then all of a sudden, FaZe answered back, brought it to the OT, and the way that Mals were losing, those rounds towards the tail end, it looked like that might have just been defeat. You know, you could see the actual frustration from the players. I wasn't making that stuff up. You could see in the reaction cams. And it wasn't just them. It felt like FaZe were in that same boat where, you know, that was mounting, where they thought they could have brought it further.
I mean, look, at the same time, when we're talking about frustration, you have to also talk about Brokey and Cold in particular. Not the best of games. They had their moments, sure, but we actually do have a Mither for the interview just jumping in right now. So we're going to be bringing him on for just a second. Mither, first of all, obviously, massive congratulations for the win coming out. It wasn't easy for sure, but I'm going to have to quickly ask you, Mither, how the hell are you guys playing Overpass?
We've actually been practicing Overpass a little bit in hiding. It has always been the plan since Dexter joined the team that we wanted to have a 7-map map pool, and now it's finally time to show what it's made of. So it has been tempting to play it during some of these qualifiers this week, but we saved it for DreamHack since we knew that it would be a good map against Na'Vi, and put it up as a surprise. So we've been practicing for I think like 2-3 weeks now, and played a lot. Obviously, still very inexperienced, and we lose a lot of stupid rounds still, but also very satisfied with how it's looking after today.
Yeah, and there's been this growing rivalry. I mean, just because of the IGL swapping, like you're talking about, and expansion of the map pool. Is there I understand getting your foot in the door and building the structure from the ground up is also a trial in itself. Is there a meta game as well that's developed between the two sides because of the history there as well?
Yeah, I think that it's not only the swapping of the IGLs, but it's also that Bumas used to play with FaZe, and Finn used to play together with Frozen and Rob. So I think that automatically that also has something to do with when you play against FaZe. Maybe you wanna win every game, but against FaZe you really want to win, and they got the best of us last time, and we were looking a bit stronger today than luckily, but yeah, there's a little bit of a rivalry. I don't think that it changes the way that we meet up, or the mentality, or the preparation for that matter. It's much the same, but so we stick to our own, and we stick to the game plan and the preparation that we have made, and it doesn't matter really if it's FaZe or Astralis or anyone else.
Well, look, I mean, I've got to also ask the all-important question to me, which is that it's great that you guys are going for a 7-map pool, but like Acor looks like a completely different player on Overpass compared to what we saw in the first 2 games. I mean, what's going on over there? Is it just that he feels a little bit more free on the map? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Acor loves to play Overpass, so he has been looking forward to us actually practicing it and playing it. So Acor is such a massive talent, and looking at him just blossom on Overpass and get his will and do whatever he wants, and have someone like Frozen to back him up is incredible. And that together with some good preparation where we know how to utilize him the most, then it's good. But it's not only on Overpass that Acor has been developing. He has been developing like crazy over the last couple of weeks and over the last 2 months. So really happy to see that he feels comfortable on Overpass, and looking forward to see where he'll be a month from now.
Yeah, it's been kind of interesting to watch your journey, and yeah, you've seen how vocal you were about some of the more difficult rounds that you've had. I mean, you've already identified that as an issue, so we know that there is only going to be better things to come from you. Thank you so much for the interview. Thanks for joining us, and we can only hope that you see success in your games that are coming up soon as well.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Pleasure. Of course, that was Myth over there, and like you said, he knows there's some rounds that they probably shouldn't be losing. He knows that, sometimes a deagle can be traumatizing whenever he's watching it from the sidelines. I mean, you've got a feel for him, Michael. Just imagine sitting in a coach slot as your players are losing to deagles and pistols again and again. Just wondering, I told you. But no, let's also take a look at the brackets as well, because of course the day one has come to a close, and we want to see exactly what was going on over there. So Group A upper bracket to be brought up on the screen just about now. We have had results coming through from there already. Gambit, G2, Na'Vi, VP, all of the favorites coming through in the best of ones. No real upsets there. Na'Vi knocking down Virtus Pro a peg, and Gambit, of course, will have taking G2 back down to the lower bracket as well. Now, over in the lower bracket, we of course did have just now FaZe being eliminated, but now it'll be Mouse Sports facing off versus G2 Esports tomorrow. Team Spirit will be facing off versus their CIS compatriots over with Virtus Pro. Michael, any thoughts on that one as we head into Group B as well?
Yeah, I mean, we've got so much CIS capability within this group, and there was always going to be some, I guess, emerging stories. And I mean, Na'Vi looking good, being able to win all of their series thus far, not dropping a single map in doing so. Now, when we head over to Group B, there, of course, were the first rounds played out in that regard, and we saw Astralis take the win over Extra Salt, Complexity as well, heading off against them, and then this big heroic matchup as well, where Big did look good to start the day, but Heroic, I mean, they're in contention with top best team in the world alongside Gambit, right? So they're more than prepared for what's coming.
I mean, look, with that being said, though, day one is coming to a close. We've also got to take a look at the schedule for day two. That is, of course, going to be tomorrow for both streams A and streams B. We're going to be bringing up stream A in just a minute, actually. But, well, actually, I lied. We're coming up with stream B in just a second.
Important.
I agree, we really are. It's elimination over here. Who cares about Stream A, guys? We're here for you guys. Well, it's going to be, tomorrow it'll be the Brazilian show match, practically. Furia, they've been in Europe for a while. Pain have been dominating NA. Meanwhile, between them, it's going to be interesting. And, of course, the rest of them as well. We have sped away from it just a little bit. But we're also going to take a look at Stream A, which has maybe a few more matches, maybe a few more glamorous ones, which is why we're going to be looking at that schedule in just a second. In the meanwhile, you can obviously check out how wonderful our starry sky simulation is over here. It is magnificent. It's like the Aurora Borealis, but not quite there. So there's that. You know what? That we don't actually care enough about Stream 8. That's right, Frankie, Machine Sponge. We don't want to tell them when you're all going live. We're just here for us. So make sure you guys tune back in tomorrow for some more fantastic Counter-Strike action. We're going to be covering the lower bracket of Group A over here as well. It's going to be G2 versus Mouse Sports, which is the series I'm particularly excited for. However, when all is said and done, we do have to call it a quits for the day. I've been Tea Time. He's been Michael Yumi Cassidy, and we're going to be signing off for tonight.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. Everything is better when we are together.
I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. And I won't give up the fight. No. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight.
Rolling on a feeling, knowing I must go on. If I don't do it now, I will never have it. Dreaming is deceiving, falling to slumber. If I don't do it now, someone else will grab it. If I don't get, I wanted it so long. It's taking me some time. I tell myself don't stop. Like waves are breaking, I found a way, I made it. If only I don't stop. Sharper than an arrow, aiming at its target. If I'm losing grip, then I can always get up one more time. But when I'm at the summit, I won't take it for granted. Easy come, easy go, I won't let me slip out of this high. I won't know. I wanted it so long. It's taking me some time. I tell myself don't stop. Like waves
forget the lies and I'll believe when you deny? We've always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You said it's over for a reason. If only words give me that meaning. You wanted never to believe it. Think we're addicted to that feeling. Lately I'm dreaming about you and how you can take me right back to where we started. 'Cause I'm going crazy without you. I need you. Just let me right back to where you are. Can we go back in time? Can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. It's always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. So I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, 'cause I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. If we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know, I just wanna show you. I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. 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 I just wanna know, yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is like fire, never been higher than I've ever been. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over. Again and again, I'm here till the end, and I won't let go. You're all that I have, baby, don't say no. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over, 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 over. Couldn't be better, need to feel closer than you've ever been. Try to move slower, but I don't wanna. You drive me insane. I'm here till the end, and I won't let go. You're all that I have, baby, don't say no. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over, 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 over. This is all I need, it's easy. People tell me that we move too fast. They don't even know what we know. I feel like we could face the whole world, 'cause I know that you're so good for me. 'Cause they don't even know what we know.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're used to stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems.
A whisper in the silence is ringing inside the void in my head. I'm searching through the darkness, but feeling like there is nobody there. I wake up just to find I'm in chains, and you're there holding the key. No, 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 no. Fell for another one of your games. No, this can't be happening. No, 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 no. I'm shaking 'cause I'm frozen. I need some holy water. If you wanna be my love, booty gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna know.
watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like